Star Odyssey Chapter 68 to Chapter 132. Silver's lips curled up as he looked at Luine enviously. You're so lucky, kid. You're enjoying the shade from your predecessors, haha. Luine stared at Silver. Silver laughed for a while before saying, the Xianxia family originally had two marriage promises. The first was the Anna family, which was set by the previous head of the Anna family and the Xianxia family. The second was the Yushan family, which is also the imperial family of the Great Yu Empire. It was an agreement between Undying Dayu and Undying Xianxia. Originally, these two marriage promises should have been fulfilled long ago, but Undying Xianxia's death happened and dragged it out until now. Logically speaking, the Xianxia family should have already been annihilated, so this promise should have naturally disappeared. However, you appeared, and you're the only successor of the Xianxia family. Lu Yin's brows twitched, and he frowned. That promise from a few hundred years ago no longer counts. Silver sneered, a few hundred years ago? Is that a long time ago? Explorers usually live for more than 500 years. Do you know how long the Undying Dayu has been on the throne? 800 years. A promise from a few hundred years ago is like the first half of his life to him, so it's not that long ago. At least, aside from the Undying Xianxia, everyone else who made that promise is still alive and well. Luine muttered to himself, feeling a headache coming on. He had thought that the Undying Yushan was just an idle prince, but he hadn't expected him to be so troublesome. He even had a marriage agreement with the imperial family. Luine understood that the Undying Yushan was an iron-blooded emperor who valued promises the most. Perhaps, this marriage agreement would not be cancelled. That's not all you have to consider. The Xianxia family once controlled nearly half of the Great Yu Empire's military power. Although they've been wiped out, many of their former subordinates are still alive, such as Sigmund Mathers. The Mathers family used to belong to the Xianxia family. What else? Luine asked. Silver rolled his eyes. There's a lot more, but why should I tell you? You've already said so much. What are your conditions? Tell me, Luine said. Silver's lips curled up as he stared at Luine. Did you pick something up? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. No. Silver replied, don't deny it. I can feel it. It's in your cosmic ring. Then tell me what it is, Luine said indifferently. Silver smiled and shook his head. His smile was very creepy as he pointed at his eyes. Red. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Yours? It's not a coincidence that we met for the first time. Although the things we're looking for are different, the locations are the same, Silver said. I can return it to you, Luine said. Silver turned to look into the distance. No need. You can keep it. It'll be useful in the future. That kind of thing is useless to me. That's because you don't know what it means. You tried to assassinate Zhang Dingtian in the capital. Was it related to this? You really want to know? Silver looked at Luine with a sly smile. The first time I met you, I saw a corpse king. The second time I met you, it was also a corpse king. You killed Zhang Dingtian and destroyed the firearms warehouse because Zhang Dingtian ordered us to use firearms to exterminate the corpse tide. What's your connection with a corpse king? Silver made a shushing gesture. Don't spout nonsense. How could I have anything to do with the zombie king? That's just a product of the planet's failed evolution trial. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a porter at most. Luine didn't understand. There were too many things in the universe that he couldn't understand. Student, we're actually the same type of people. I can feel it, which is why I came to you. Don't worry, I'll help you, Silver smiled. When I reach a certain position, I'll help you instead? Luine asked. Silver smiled. I told you that you're smart. It's a win-win situation. I don't even know who you are, so why should I work with you? Luine sneered. Silver shrugged. You can refuse, but I believe that you'll be my best partner in the future. He then turned to leave, tossing a piece of paper to Luine before he left. On it was a series of numbers, names of people in the Great Yu Empire, and background information. The universe is cruel. Without you, Earth's future would be bleak. Think about Qingyu. Why didn't you kill him in the end? In the universe, you can only think about yourself. Silver's voice faded into the distance. Luin sighed, looked at the paper, and put it away. Luin believed in the saying that one would never gain an advantage when making a deal with a devil, but who was the devil between him and silver? Only the future could judge. What Luin wanted to do now was cause a ruckus, the bigger the better. He had to understand the extent of his influence in the Great Yu Empire before he reached the capital star, or it would be difficult for him to do anything on the planet. If someone dared to make a move, then they had to be prepared to lose their hands. Bang! The door to the bar on the Perseverance shattered once more, attracting the attention of everyone inside. Ever since the students had returned from their trials, the door had never been safe. Luin stepped into the bar and looked directly at Varen, who was sitting in a corner. Darren's expression changed when he saw Luin, and he hurriedly stood up to flee. Luin raised a hand and unleashed a space render palm, blasting away the students around him and shattering their tables and chairs. The next moment, a shockwave blasted towards Varen. Darren was shocked and raised a hand to block, but was smashed into the wall with a bang. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he gritted his teeth and glared at Luin. No one dared to intervene, including the soldiers who happened to be patrolling the area. Everyone in the bar immediately retreated. On the second floor, Hu Shaoling and Yan Gang walked out from a private room and looked down in astonishment. What was this guy up to again? Luin slowly approached Varen, his gaze sinister. Darren stared at the approaching Luin in fear, shouting, "What are you doing? This is a spacecraft, not a trial. You can't use force." Luin grabbed Varen by the neck and lifted him over his head, his voice icy. "Who told you to cause trouble for my people? Speak." Darren's face flushed red. He was the strongest person in the academy, but he was powerless against Luin in his current state. He didn't even want to fight back. "I don't know what you're talking about." Luin sneered, "I know there's someone behind you, and you must think that I wouldn't dare kill you. Well, I'll give it a try. The person behind you can't wait for me to kill you, so think carefully." Darren's expression changed. He had indeed been ordered to provoke Luin, to show the capital star what kind of person King Zishan was. If Luin killed him now, the results would be 1,000 times better than if he didn't. Not only would he be able to create a picture of the King Zishan's cruelty and stupidity, but his family would also be hostile towards the Zishan king. That person would definitely not save him. Darren thought it through and immediately said, I'll talk. Roz told me to provoke you." Luin shrugged him off and left the bar. Yan Gang watched him disappear and sneered, "Idiot, it's obvious that someone's plotting against him, and he still dares to cause trouble." Hu Shaoling's eyes flashed as she activated her gadget to contact someone. At the same time, Sigmund, Tori, and Shalash all received the news. "What? He went to find Roz? Stop him!" Sigmund roared, his heart stifled. "Idiot, too idiotic, how could he do something like this at a time like this?" Shalash sneered, "He's worse than I thought. Did the title of King Zishan make him arrogant? Poor country bumpkin." Tori shook his head in disappointment. "Miss can't marry such a person." Ignoring what others thought, Luin had already arrived outside Ra's room and destroyed the surveillance camera in the corner with a flick of his finger before kicking out. Ra seemed to have been waiting for him and smiled disdainfully, but on the surface he spoke respectfully. "What orders do you have for me, King Zishan?" Without another word, Luin stepped forward and kicked out. Raz hadn't expected Luin to be so crazy and instinctively tried to dodge, but he was met with the Skybeast Claw. The seventh form of the Skybeast Claw was far more powerful than the fifth, and Raz couldn't avoid it at all. He was sent flying out of the room and smashed into the metal frame of the spacecraft, coughing up blood as he roared, "How dare you hurt me, native!" Luin reached out to grab Raz, who roared and pulled out an energy gun from his cosmic ring. Luin easily dodged the attack. Although it could injure sentinels, it was only effective against ordinary sentinels. Lu Yin's current power level was a Realmbreaker, comparable to a Melder. Seeing Luin getting closer, Ra's expression changed. "Save me." Just as Luin was about to attack Raz, Munor appeared and sent shockwaves flying. Luin took a dozen steps back and stared at his opponent solemnly. Munor also took a few steps back, staring fixedly at Luin. "New Year's Day tomorrow. Thank you for your support, thank you." At this point, Sigmund, Shalash, and Tori Anna arrived as well. General Mathers, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to kill me. Roz shouted angrily. Sigmund looked helplessly at Luine. Why did you kill him? Luine stared at him coldly. I didn't. How dare you deny it in front of so many people? Evidence. Luine scoffed. Roz and the rest looked up at the monitor, only to find that it had long since been destroyed. Roz immediately wanted to remove his gadget, recording the moment he'd learned of Lu Yin's arrival to serve as evidence for the people behind him. However, his face paled as his gadget had been destroyed at some point. Luine was disdainful. He wasn't an idiot, and even if he wanted to probe, he couldn't go overboard. He needed a good reason. These were the rules, and no matter what he did, he couldn't break them unless he was strong enough. Shalash glared at Roz, inwardly calling him a piece of trash. Roz pointed angrily at Luine. It's you, you're the one who injured me. Munor saw it too, right? I saw it, Munor hurriedly replied. If I hadn't intervened, Mr. Roz would have been killed. Luine sneered. Only an idiot would believe the testimony of two losers. You. Munor was furious. Sigmund secretly sighed in relief and stared coldly at Roz. Do you have any more evidence? Roz's expression changed, but then he angrily replied, this is my room, he attacked me in my room. This is the evidence. Everyone looked at Luine. Luine took out the gadget he'd been keeping in his pocket all this time and opened the screen, revealing Varen's confession. This person bribed Varen to deal with me, so it's not unreasonable for me to settle the score with him. Everyone fell silent, and even Roz couldn't refute it. He'd been beaten up for nothing, and if news of this spread back to the capital star, not only would the people there not blame Luine, they would even praise him for not acting rashly and acting reasonably. Roz, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. Sigmund spoke up. Now that things are clear, let's disperse. Wait, Luine said. Sigmund looked at Luine. Do you have any other requests? Lu Yin's gaze swept across the crowd before finally settling on Shalash. What I want to say is that even though I'm from a remote, primitive planet, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Some people better keep their claws to themselves, or I'll chop them up sooner or later. Shalash's gaze was cold as he stared at Luine. Luine stared at him as well. An explorer wasn't someone that a newly appointed prince like him could deal with. Furthermore, this person was a member of the 13 Imperial squadrons, so it didn't matter if Lu Yin's status was higher than his. However, a warning was still necessary, as this was a test. Luine wanted to see how the Emperor of the Great Yu Empire would react after this incident blew up. This would depend on how the Emperor would act in the Great Yu Empire in the future. Soon, the crowd dispersed, and Roz was taken away for treatment. Shalash did not say a word from beginning to end. Sigmund didn't say much either, as if the matter was settled. The Perseverance continued to sail through the dark universe. A few hours later, a punishment was announced. Student Rozavu Academy has disobeyed the rules and defied his superiors. He will be demoted to a soldier during the return voyage as a warning to others. Everyone was shaken by the news, and Lu Yin's figure immediately appeared in their minds. This king. Zishan was not simple at all. Luine was shocked as well. The empire valued him more than he had imagined. The son of a finance minister was demoted just like that, and the entire crew was notified without mercy. It seemed like he would have to adjust his style in the future. Shalash's face darkened as he clenched his right fist. He was the one behind Roz, so the blame would definitely fall on him. Because of Roz's incident, the Perseverance quieted down considerably, and no one dared to cause trouble. A day later, while Luine was observing the star charts, a middle-aged man in the Empire's military uniform requested an audience. Adjutant General Mathers greets King Zishan. The man bowed solemnly. The Great Yu Empire didn't kneel, the military saluted, while the Imperial court only needed to bow. Luine smiled. Hello, how should I address you? You can call me Adjutant, that's what everyone on the Perseverance calls me. Luine nodded. Don't call me King Zishan either, it's awkward. Just call me Luine, or Student Lu. The adjutant replied, yes, the general sent me here to brief you on the Empire's situation. We'll reach the capital star in half a month. Luine gestured for the man to enter. The adjutant unfurled a star chart. The Great Yu Empire has 13 filaments, and it's located in the center of Frostwave Weave. The north and south are connected in a straight line across Frostwave Weave, almost splitting it into two. It also connects Grand Top Weave and the Endless Chaos. Luin had learned a little about the Great Yu Empire over the past few days, and it was similar to what the adjutant had told him. He was curious about the capital star, but the Great Yu Empire was so vast that it was impossible for him to understand it in detail. He only wanted to know his destination, which was the capital star. However, the description of the capital star and his gadget wasn't very detailed. He only knew that it was called Xinyu Star, and it was 10,000 times the size of Earth. It was surrounded by 3 continents, but there was nothing more specific. The adjutant pointed to a location on the star chart. This is where Xinyu Star is located. The 3 continents around Xinyu Star are where the Empire's troops are stationed. From the inside out, they are called the First Ring, Second Ring, and Third Ring. As he listened to the adjutant's introduction, an image of a huge habitable planet appeared in Lu Yin's mind. It was surrounded by an iron-blooded army that dominated the 13 filaments. After a long time, the adjutant put away the star chart. Is there anything else you want to ask? I want to know about the Imperial Palace and the 13 Imperial Squadrons. I'm sorry, I can't reveal that with my authority. If you want to know, you'll have to ask General Mathers. Luin felt that it was a pity. How long did you say it would take to reach the capital star? Half a month, said the adjutant. That's too slow, Luin said helplessly. That's the speed of a normal spacecraft, and that's only because our empire has spread wormholes all over the 13 filaments. A single wormhole can often cover an endless distance. Otherwise, if we just relied on a spacecraft to fly, we wouldn't be able to reach the capital star even if it took 100 or even 1,000 times longer. Speaking of this, Luin recalled that his family had once told him about a type of spacecraft called the Aurora. It could increase a spacecraft's performance by decomposing matter. In theory, such a spacecraft could be upgraded without limit, and it was rumored that the best Aurora could tear apart black holes and defend against attacks from powerhouses. It was also 100 or even 1,000 times faster than a normal spacecraft. That was a man's dream. Unfortunately, such a spacecraft was extremely expensive, and it wasn't something he could afford. All right, thank you, adjutant, Luin said to the man. The adjutant bowed once more before turning to leave. Luin looked at the star chart and narrowed his eyes. Looking at the overall situation, the Great Yu Empire's territory was like a sharp sword that pointed straight at the innerverse. Streaks of light streaked across the dark sky. They might have been meteorites, but they might also have been star energy attacks from powerhouses. A spacecraft was cruising through space, speeding into the distance. Xingyu stood at the highest point of the spacecraft and looked at the stars, swirling the wine in his cup. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Right, I remember now, it's Starsabil's invitation. It's a pity that I forgot about it. Young master, Lu Xiaoga came to Qingyu's side and respectfully greeted him. Qingyu glanced at him. Remember not to raise your head or look around when you get back. Otherwise, anyone can kill you instantly. Yes, young master, Lu Xiaoga replied respectfully. Of course, you can't let anyone bully you either. After all, I'm the one who brought you here, and I'm the Night King. Lu Xiaoga hurriedly acknowledged. Qingyu was very satisfied with Lu Xiaoga's attitude, as it was precisely because of this attitude that he was willing to bring this native along. However, this person's surname was rather troublesome, as it was a primeval surname. Fortunately, that native planet had been monitored by the Great Yu Empire for a long time, so it could be considered a legal identity. Speaking of which, I should be thanking you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to wake up from my slumber. Lu Xiaoga's eyes flashed. Young master, it's your luck that allowed you to awaken as a Night King. The future will definitely belong to you. Qingyu's lips curled up. Well said, haha. When I officially inherit the title of Night King, I'll go to that native planet again and slaughter that bunch of trash. At that time, you'll have returned home in glory. Thank you, young master. Lu Xiaoga lowered his head even more, but his eyes shone brighter than the stars. Happy New Year to all my brothers and sisters. Third update at 2 p.m. Thank you for your support. The Perseverance has arrived at Gunma Space Station. Students, please prepare your belongings and land in an orderly manner. Luin stood in front of the window and looked down. Genma space station was very far away from the solar system, and this was where the Perseverance had made its first wormhole jump. To most people, Genma space station was very ordinary, but to people like Zhang Dingtian and Su San who were stepping into space for the first time, it was extremely shocking. Genma space station was huge, thousands of times larger than the Perseverance. It was made entirely of unknown metal components, floating in space with flying machines everywhere. At first glance, it looked like a giant metal monster bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Behind Genma space station was a protective net formed by countless spacecraft. Even though they were separated by a great distance, Zhang Dingtian could still feel the shocking fluctuations of star energy emanating from them. These were space-exploring powerhouses. Within this space station, there was a space-exploring powerhouse. The Perseverance was placed on top of a giant frame, and below it, beams of light descended to reveal students one after another. Most of the students didn't need to go to the capital star, they came from all over the Great Yu Empire and needed to transfer stations. There were more than 20 students who had landed on Genma space station, and they were visibly more relaxed after leaving the Perseverance. Geraldine was one of them, she had finally left Luin. Before leaving, she turned back to look at the Perseverance and saw Luin waving at her. She rolled her eyes and muttered something that obviously wasn't anything nice. Lu Yin's brows rose, this girl was asking for a beating. Other than Geraldine, Varen, Parlay, and the rest left as well, their academies weren't too far apart. What surprised him was that Silver had left as well. Luin stared at Silver's back, deep in thought, this person was hard to fathom. Cooperate? Let's see who can outplay who, but before that, he had to figure out the power behind Silver. A silhouette tore through the sky, it was Sigmund. Luin glanced at the universe and then continued to observe the star chart. It was only when he was in the universe that he truly felt its vastness. He was confident that he would be able to revolve the fifth star within a month. Just how powerful would he be then? Normally, an additional star would double one's power. Luin had suppressed the Sentinel Qingyu with 4 stars, making him invincible. With 5 stars, he might be able to challenge a melder from Yu Academy, and even someone like Munor might not be his match. The head of the Genma space station was named Baruda. He was an explorer with a combat power of over 10,000. He could wander the starry sky and had guarded the Genma space station for more than 200 years. A space station master like Baruda did not need to personally oversee the wormhole, but Baruda was different. He had personally guarded the wormhole for over 200 years, and his name had spread throughout the Great Yu Empire. Sigmund crossed the distance and appeared behind the space station, gazing at the huge wormhole before looking at the dense net of spacecrafts not far away. Right in the middle was Baruda's spacecrafts. The door opened with a creak, and a middle-aged man in armor stepped out. He crossed several thousand meters in a single step and appeared in front of Sigmund, commander of Genma space station. Baruda, greetings, General Sigmund. Sigmund was very respectful of the man before him. Station Master Baruda, it's been 13 years since we last met. How have you been? Baruda solemnly replied, there have been no enemy invasions in 13 years. That's good. His Majesty has mentioned you many times. Thank you for guarding the borders of the Great Yu Empire. Baruda immediately saluted, this subordinate is a soldier of the Empire, and guarding the borders is my duty. You should have been notified that a planet called Earth has just undergone an evolution. I'll have to trouble Station Master Baruda to monitor it closely and send people to eliminate the failed products as soon as possible to prevent enemies from sneaking in. Baruda's eyes trembled, the Neo-Human Alliance? Sigmund nodded and looked in the direction of Earth, the failed zombies must not be discovered by the Neo-Human Alliance. Even if a zombie king is taken away, it will be troublesome for the Great Yu Empire. You should understand the severity of this matter. Baruda trembled, this subordinate understands. Immediately send troops to Earth to eliminate the zombie horde. Also, do not harm that planet while eliminating the zombie horde. That planet belongs to King Zishan for the time being. Baruda acknowledged the order and immediately left. Not long after, the Perseverance started up again and took off towards the wormhole behind the space station. The moment they entered the wormhole, everyone felt weightless, but it was only for a moment. The next moment, everything returned to normal. The only difference was that the surrounding starry sky had changed. They had appeared in another galaxy's space station from Gunma Space Station, and they had left without stopping. Susan exhaled. The moment he entered the wormhole had terrified him. Not everyone dared to look into the depths of the darkness. The wormhole spanned a considerable distance, and they had already crossed from the solar system's domain to another. The smallest unit of measurement in the universe was a galaxy, followed by a cluster of galaxies. Every cluster contained many galaxies, and even more expansive were superclusters, each of which contained many galaxies. Then came the domain. Generally speaking, the largest organizations in the universe used domains as a unit of measurement. A domain had many superclusters, and it was infinitely large. The Great U Empire encompassed 13 domains, and these 13 domains almost divided the frost wave weave into two. There were 72 weaves in the entire outerverse, and frost wave weave was only one of them. On average, each weave had 100 filaments. In other words, the Great U Empire's territory was equivalent to a tenth of frost wave weave, as frost wave weave had a total of 125 filaments. The solar system was in the fourth domain, and the Perseverance had just crossed from the fourth to the third. They were heading to the first domain, where the capital star was located. It was also the heart of the Great U Empire. After a group of students left, the training area became much more spacious. Lu Yin arrived at the training area and saw many familiar faces, but most of them avoided him like he was the plague. He didn't care, as he had no intention of getting along with anyone. Once his identity as King Zishan was confirmed, there would be people looking for trouble. He could foresee that he would be hated by everyone in the Great U Empire, but that didn't matter. His identity was fake, and all he needed was power to influence a domain in the future. Of course, that wasn't possible right now. The training area simulated many environments, and it was quite large. Lu Yin wandered over to the gravity room, finding it a good place to train his body. There were over 100 gravity training rooms in the gravity training area. Each gravity training room was very large and could accommodate more than one person. They were all open. Lu Yin found an empty room and increased the gravity to 6 times, warming up for a bit before increasing it again. Gradually, his body grew heavier, and the pressure on his organs increased. When the gravity reached 30 times normal, he was covered in sweat. This was the limit of a sentinel's body. Most sentinels could only withstand 30 times normal gravity. Alright, let's train, Lu Yin muttered to himself, starting a simple training session. It was just some basic movements, but they were very effective. He relied on these movements to train his body to the point where he could use the shockwave palm without star energy. As his battle techniques grew stronger, the effects of the shockwave palm and space render palm weren't that great, but he didn't want to give up on them. Without star crystals, he had to strengthen them as quickly as possible. Outside the gravity room, the students stared at the numbers in shock. 30 times the gravity? Which senior is training? Is it Senior Munor or Yan Gang? Or Hua Shaoling, someone guessed. Maybe it's a veteran. There are melders among the soldiers. It's most likely the soldiers. They can't absorb star crystals, so they can only train their bodies. I've heard that many sentinels have the strength of a melder's body. They're just a bunch of trash. What's the point of having strong bodies? They're just war slaves. Not far away, a few soldiers had ugly expressions, but they didn't retort. They were all from trial planets, and it wasn't easy for them to be selected to enter the Perseverance. However, they didn't qualify for the Great U Empire to remodel their bodies. Alright, we just need to know who opened the door, one student said impatiently. Someone else immediately tried to persuade him, you'll be in trouble if you disturb their training. 30 times the gravity is very likely to be a melder. Are you sure you can handle it? The student's expression changed, but he didn't step forward. Happy New Year to all my brothers and sisters. Third update at 2 p.m, thanks for your support. At this moment, the door to a gravity room opened and Jenny Anna walked out. Curious about the situation, she opened the door and saw Lu Yin right away. Her expression turned ugly, and she glared at him before slamming the door and leaving. The students around them were stunned. What was going on? Lu Yin blinked. What was going on? Was this woman crazy? Why did she look like that when she saw him? Wasn't it just a threat? Did she know about the marriage between the Anna and Zishan families? Lu Yin's guess was right, Jenny Anna did know about it, but Tori Anna had accidentally revealed it. Although the marriage between the Anna and Zishan families had not been named, even an idiot would know that it had to be the heir. The Zishan family had been much more prosperous than the Anna family back in the day, and now Lu Yin was the only surviving member of the Zishan family. As for the Anna family, Jenny Anna would be the one to marry Lu Yin, as long as the marriage was carried out. Jenny Anna didn't have a good impression of Lu Yin to begin with, and she immediately contacted her family after learning of this matter. The answer she received made her heart turn cold. This marriage was very likely to be carried out. Jenny Anna instantly felt her entire life turn dark, which was why she had come to the gravity room to vent her frustrations. She hadn't expected to run into that bastard again. She felt like she had stepped in dog shit. Not long after Jenny Anna left, Lulu Mavis happily ran over and entered Lu Yin's gravity room. Lu Yin looked over in surprise. Lulu Mavis? Oh, it's you. Just in time. My hands are itching, let's spar, Lulu provoked. Lu Yin didn't refuse, he was curious about the Mavis family's battle techniques. Lulu had displayed terrifying strength and extreme speed in the capital, and he wanted to know if that strength was a battle technique or something else. If it was a battle technique, he wondered if he could secretly learn it. Lulu licked her lips excitedly. When Lu Yin didn't refuse. She had been paying attention to him for a long time, and it wasn't easy for him to defeat a Night King, even if he had just awakened. Don't hold back, I want to see what you got from the inheritance stone. I'm coming, watch out. Lulu's body vanished. She was able to maintain such a terrifying speed even in 30 times the gravity, leaving only an afterimage behind as if she had merged into the day. Lu Yin immediately activated his serious art, but Lulu's palm was still fast enough to break through the limits of serious. Lu Yin dodged to the side, but Lulu's palm slammed into the wall, shaking the room. Lulu stared at Lu Yin in surprise. Not bad. Again, as she spoke, she charged at 30 times gravity as if it was nothing to her. Lu Yin stared intently at Lulu's incoming fist. He raised his own hand and punched out, the day-night punch alternating between black and white. Within the gravity room, Lulu was shocked. This is the battle technique you learned from the inheritance stone? It's nothing special. Lu Yin clenched his fists and stared at Lulu in shock. Aside from her speed, she hadn't used any battle techniques in that punch. She'd relied purely on brute force to block the day-night punch. Could it be that the Mavis family's innate gift was brute force? Continue. Lulu shouted, increasing her speed and sweeping her leg towards Lu Yin. He dodged again, keeping a close eye on Lulu's legs. The next moment, Lulu disappeared again and attacked him from all directions. Lu Yin couldn't learn extreme speed from Qingyu, but he could see some clues from Lulu's display of it. His feet unconsciously imitated Lulu's footwork and gradually brought it into the roving step. His speed increased slightly, but only slightly. Just as he had guessed, the Day-Night clan's battle techniques had a unique rhythm that couldn't be learned outside of the Legacy Stone. Even if he imitated them, there was a limit to it. Lulu landed with a backflip and stared at Lu Yin in shock. You were imitating my white flash, weren't you? Lu Yin nodded. I couldn't. Lulu laughed. You were actually imitating the white flash, and a little at that. Interesting, you're an interesting person. Lu Yin was confused. Is that strange? Lulu smiled. Of course it's strange. It's common knowledge that a race's battle techniques can't be imitated. Many races' battle techniques need to be passed down in a specific environment, and even powerful techniques can't be successfully imitated. This is the foundation of the great clans in the universe, but you were able to imitate it a little. You're a strange fellow. Not only did you inherit the Day-Night clan's battle technique, you even imitated the white flash. Ha ha ha, Lu Yin didn't understand what was so funny. Are you still going to continue? Yes, continue. But 30 times the gravity is too low, how about we raise it a little? Lulu suggested slyly. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Sure, how much? Lulu Mavis thought for a moment and stretched out 4 fingers. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. 40 times? How ruthless. He believed that even an elite sentinel like Roz wouldn't be able to withstand 40 times the gravity. Was this woman testing him? Very quickly, he adjusted the gravity to 40 times. His body immediately sank, his legs feeling like they were filled with lead. The terrifying pressure almost made him unable to make a sound. This was a gravity that only a melder's body could withstand, and he was barely able to withstand it. Across from him, Lulu's expression was ugly, but she stubbornly stared at him and gestured. Luin found it strange. Are you having a hard time as well? Of course not, Lulu gritted her teeth. Luin was speechless. He could tell that this brat was forcing herself to endure 40 times the gravity, but she was still acting as if nothing had happened. At that moment, the door opened and Xiao Luo walked in, smiling. How about I join in? Lulu Mavis pouted, shameless melder. Xiao Luo laughed, I won't use any battle techniques, and I won't attack first. Luin shrugged, it doesn't matter, it's just training anyway. Let's begin. He then attacked Xiao Luo at the same time as if they had agreed. Xiao Luo easily dodged the attacks. 40 times the gravity wasn't difficult for him as he was a melder. After a while, the two couldn't even touch his clothes. Lulu grew anxious. Hey, are you here to mock us? Xiao Luo raised one leg to block Lu Yin's skybeast claw and lashed out with the other. I'll go easy on you. Lulu snorted and clenched her right fist so tightly that the air trembled. Lu Yin subconsciously retreated, but there was a muffled sound as Xiao Luo was forced back a step. What strength! Lulu was pleased with herself and blew on her fist, looking at Xiao Luo provocatively. If you want to fight, seal your cultivation first. Xiao Luo smirked. Alright, wait for me. He then left the gravity room. The Perseverance passed through the wormhole once more and entered the second filament. There were less than 10 days until they reached the capital star. Luin, Lulu, and Xiao Luo sparred frequently in the gravity room, having fought more than 100 times over the past 5 days. Lulu was a battle maniac, and those with great strength tended to have violent tendencies. Luin wasn't surprised that she liked to fight, but he was surprised that Xiao Luo would rather seal his cultivation to fight them. This sort of battle shouldn't be of much use to him, but Luin felt comfortable with him nonetheless. On the 6th day, another person joined them, Zhang Tian. He usually trained in a gravity room far away from the rest, but had accidentally bumped into Luin and decided to come here. Luin had always thought that Zhang Tian was a monster, but even so, he hadn't expected him to be able to withstand 40 times the gravity. His skin had cracked and blood had splashed everywhere, but he hadn't retreated. As an earthling, he had no combat skills, yet he was able to suppress the strongest of Parlai and the other academies. His strength was enough to fight Raz, and he was one of the rare realmbreakers. Even Sigmund Mathers had praised him, saying that he could make an exception and join the 13 Imperial squadrons. Xiao Luo admired Zhang Tian, even leaving Lu Yin and Lulu behind to personally spar with him. This was very beneficial to Zhang Tian, as Xiao Luo had been guiding him to develop his own battle techniques. Over the next 2 days, another person joined the group. It was Saruzan, the ascetic monk from Earth. When he first appeared, Lulu was so frightened that she hid behind Lu Yin. It was obvious how intimidating his appearance was. He gave off the feeling of an otherworldly expert, and normal people would not dare to make a move against him. Saruzan couldn't withstand 40 times the normal gravity, so he simply opened the door and stepped in with one foot. Once he got used to the gravity, he stepped in with the other foot. This left everyone speechless, and the door to the gravity training room was always left ajar. Because of Saruzan's appearance, many people came to watch every day. It was quite attractive. Happy New Year to all my brothers and sisters. Thank you for your support. Susan was there as well, having been dragged along by Luin to bring them water and drinks. Susan didn't get tired of it, feeling like he was still of some use. Quite a few students passed by and looked at the gravity room strangely. Even the strongest students of the various academies might not be able to fight in 40 times gravity. Another group of students left, this time with Jerlin, Ballerer, Eddie, and Hayden. With them gone, Luin was left with fewer students. Jerlin purposely found him before leaving and raised her fist. You better watch out, I haven't settled the score for robbing me. Want to do it again? Luin asked proudly. Jerlin quickly ran away in fright, but before she left she tried to scare him once more. Don't underestimate you, Academy, there won't be any sentinels fighting you anymore. Your opponents are melders, my brother might beat you up. She then ran off. Luin burst into laughter as he recalled someone's introduction of her brother, Gerbach, and his expression turned serious. Someone at Jerbaka's level was an elite of U Academy, someone who had even joined the 13 Imperial squadrons. Although Lu Yin's status was high, he might not be able to intimidate someone like that. He still had to work hard, and only by becoming a melder would he have the ability to protect himself. Although there were no specific rules, it was rumored that the Astral Combat Academy only recruited young elites above the melder realm. Just as he was about to rush back to the training area, he saw Bai Shui looking up at the starry sky. With the starry sky as a backdrop, Bai Shui's beautiful side profile shocked him, almost glowing. He wasn't the only one, many students around him were also attracted to her, staring at her with burning gazes. Bai Shui was already used to such gazes, whether on Earth or in the universe, they would never disappear. Lu Yin walked over to her. What are you thinking about? Why don't you train with us? The universe is huge, and Earth is too small. No wonder it can't hold people back. Didn't you get out yourself? Don't worry about Lu Xiaoga, Lu Yin said. Bai Shui shook her head. I'm not talking about him. Who else? Lu Yin was puzzled. Bai Shui turned to look at him. Qingyu, who discovered it? A thought suddenly flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he blurted out, Bai Qian. Bai Shui's eyes dimmed. That's right, Bai Qian. Lu Yin had always felt that something was missing. It was Bai Qian, the person who had first stepped onto Neptune and brought Qingyu back. He had also been the first person to come into contact with Qingyu, but he had never been one of the 7 sages. Bai Qian had been the first human to set foot on Neptune and was an absolute elite of the human race, but there had never been any news about him. Where is this person? What does that have to do with you? Bai Shui bitterly replied, she's my sister. Lu Yin was shocked. Bai Qian is a girl? Bai Shui nodded. She couldn't help but laugh when she saw Lu Yin's shocked expression. Isn't it unbelievable? All the major newspapers have been reporting on Bai Qian's arrival on Neptune, but they've completely hidden her personal information. In your mind, Bai Qian must be a man, as domineering as Zhang Dingtian, right? Lu Yin smiled bitterly and nodded. That's exactly what I thought. Since you mentioned her, what happened to her? Did she leave Earth? Bai Shui lowered her head, her long hair covering her eyes as she spoke in a low voice. My sister, Bai Qian, is said to have a face that can make a rainbow pale in comparison, a strategist like Zhuge Liang, a heart like an empress, and a genius in the way of the sword. But she abandoned me, abandoned Earth, and went to the stars alone. I might never see her again. She went to the stars? How did she leave? Lu Yin was puzzled. When Qingyu was brought back, he had a piece of leather paper with words engraved on it. It took us a long time to decipher it, but we only managed to decipher 3 words, invitation. It was this invitation that opened the door to the stars for my sister. She then disappeared. At the time, she had just entered the realm of sky, which is the same as the Sentinel realm. Your sister has guts, daring to step into the stars with just an invitation. Isn't she afraid of being torn apart by spacetime? Lu Yin exclaimed. Bai Shui gazed into the dark universe and spoke with longing. My sister never did anything she wasn't confident in. Whether it was her studies, sports, the way of the sword, or exploring the stars, she was the best. Zhang Dingtian and the others had to admit that no one could compare to her. Perhaps that was why she left. Earth could no longer satisfy her. Lu Yin laughed. This woman worshipped Bai Qian too much. Bai Qian might have been able to shine on Earth, but that might not be the case in the stars. The universe was vast and boundless, and humans were divided into many different races. Just like Parley's planet of third gravity and Balor's planet of plants, some races were born with sentinels or even stronger than that. The Day-Night clan was already terrifying, and the Night King clan was the king of the Day-Night clan. Their talents and resources were limitless, and any elite would pale in comparison to them. Lu Yin was confident that he could compete with these monsters because of his dai. But what about Bai Qian? Bai Shui was right about one thing, she might never see Bai Qian again in this lifetime. Most people couldn't cross the stars. A face that can make a rainbow pale in comparison? It was a pity that he couldn't meet her. Oh right, do you have a picture of your sister? Lu Yin asked, wanting to take a look. Bai Shui shook her head. There's a rule against keeping pictures. She glared at Lu Yin like he was a thief. What are you trying to do? Just taking a look. If you don't have it, then forget it. Train with us when you're free, it's easy to get sick by yourself, Luyin said indifferently before turning to leave. Bai Shui retracted her gaze and looked into the dark universe again with a complicated expression. Earth was truly miraculous. Qingyu alone had brought out a group of monsters from a single trial. Zhang Dingtian was a realmbreaker, Bai Shui and Su San were innate talents, Saruzin had unparalleled willpower, Lu Xiaoga's fortitude, and the perfect Bai Qian. Luyin didn't know what this group of people would experience in space, but the future would definitely be interesting. That's right, I'm also from Earth. Luyin smirked. Am I considered a monster? The Perseverance was peaceful for the next 10 days. The students left one after another, and Bai Shui joined the combat training. She couldn't withstand 40 times the gravity and had no choice but to copy Saruzin's method. However, she was different from Saruzin, one was breathtakingly beautiful, while the other was nightmarish. The two polar opposites stood at the entrance of the gravity training room, leaving Luyin speechless. Su San looked at Bai Shui with a strange gaze, feeling that she must have been provoked. Why else would she copy Saruzin and try to adapt to 40 times the gravity? In 10 days, Luyin had completely adapted to 40 times the normal gravity, which surprised Xiao Luo. Most people who had just broken through to the Melder realm wouldn't be able to adapt so easily, but Lulu Mavis had adapted even faster than Luyin. No one was surprised by her, anything was possible in the Mavis family. Zhang Dingtian could also move freely under 40 times the gravity. Saruzin had spent 10 days and finally advanced by one leg. This was normal, a sentinel being able to adapt to 40 times the gravity was already an exaggeration. Bai Shui was the same, and her improvement was even faster than Saruzin's. This gravity training room was very famous on the Perseverance, and even Sigmund had come to take a look. Aside from Su San, everyone else could defeat the strongest in the academy, it was hard not to attract attention. At that moment, Luyin received a message from his adjutant that the Great Yu Empire's evolutionary trial had ended. Careful, I'm coming. Lulu shouted, her palm brushing past his ear and hitting the wall. She then stopped and looked at him with dissatisfaction. Hey, can you show some respect? I was hitting you. He apologized, sorry, I got distracted. I just received news that the students who passed this trial will be sent to the Capital Star for an assessment. Those who pass will be recommended to Astral 10 by the Empire. Lulu rolled her eyes, what does that have to do with me? Xiao Luo didn't mind. It was only then that he remembered that these two weren't simple. Lulu was from the Mavis family, which wasn't any weaker than the Day-Night clan. He wasn't surprised that she could enter the Inheritance Stone and obtain it, but Xiao Luo's background wasn't simple either. The Great Yu Empire's recommendation was useless to them. So we're the losers? Zhang Dingtian asked Luyin. Luyin nodded, everyone failed Earth's trial. Aside from me, no one can be recommended to Astral 10. I don't need a recommendation, I can go myself, Zhang Dingtian said. Lulu rolled her eyes, go yourself? Are you kidding? You don't even know where the Astral Combat Academy's gates are, do you think anyone can go there? Astral 10 has descended upon the Frostwave Weave, and only a power like the Great Yu Empire knows its exact location. They have a way to get close, and normal people won't even be able to see it. Zhang Dingtian's gaze was heavy as he gripped his sword tightly. Luyin looked at Lulu. Do you know about the Astral Combat Academy? I've heard about it from my elders. Do you want to know? Lulu smiled slyly. Luyin nodded. Yes. Lulu's eyes darted around. I can tell you, but you have to promise me one thing. As long as you join Astral 10, help me get something. Luyin turned to leave. Hey, don't go. It's not like it's anything special. It's just a fight. Let me tell you, even General Mathers doesn't know about the Astral Combat Academy. Besides me, no one else can tell you. The Astral Combat Academy is split into 10 academies. 8 of them are in the Innerverse, and Astral 9 is in the Endless Weave. Astral 10 is about to descend on the Frostwave Weave. The Astral Combat Academy is said to have supreme battle techniques that have been passed down since ancient times, and there are invincible powerhouses overseeing it. The Astral Combat rankings are composed of the top 100 youths in the universe. To everyone in the universe, the most attractive thing about the Astral Combat Academy is that only those who join will have the right to enter. The legendary 3 realms and 6 daos. Lulu gritted her teeth in anger. Everyone stared at Xiao Luo. The 3 realms and 6 daos? Xiao Luo smiled. The legendary 9 trial zones. Rumor has it that these zones have been passed down since ancient times and contain supreme battle techniques. There are techniques that allow living beings to live forever, immortal bloodlines, and invincible strength. Of course, these are just rumors, but one thing has been confirmed. Xiao Luo grew solemn. Almost half of the 10 arbiters of the Universe Youth Council have stepped into the 3 realms and 6 daos, which has even shocked the Astral Combat Academy. Lu Yin's expression changed. The 10 arbiters had developed the Universe Youth Council from an obscure organization into the terrifying monster it was today. The 10 of them were geniuses who stood above the universe's younger generation. Lu Yin did not understand their strength, but there had once been a huge power that had defied the 10 arbiters' orders and been exterminated by one of them. That power far surpassed the Great Yu Empire. The Universe Youth Council was originally only responsible for the Interverse Tournament and rewarding and punishing the younger generation. Ever since the 10 arbiters had ascended to the throne, their authority had expanded infinitely. Not only did they have the authority to arbitrate and judge the younger generation, but they also had the authority to supervise the academies, education, the military, and prisons. They also had the authority to directly enforce laws. This was why the Universe Youth Council was called the 10 Arbiters Council. Mira was from the 10 Arbiters Council, and through her, he could see how terrifying this organization was. Lu Yin had gone out of his way to investigate the 10 arbiters, but he had not been able to find any information about them. Their information had been concealed, or rather, he had not been able to find any information about them with the Outerverse qualifications. Lulu snorted, some of those 10 freaks have indeed stepped into the 3 realms and 6 daos, but not all of them have gained anything from it. However, there's one thing that's true. Any student who dares to train in the 3 realms and 6 daos will emerge stronger than before. The Astral Combat Academy is like a gate that protects the 3 realms and 6 daos, which is why so many people want to join. Lu Yin looked at Lulu. Do you know who the 10 arbiters are? Lulu and Xiao Luo glanced at Lu Yin, but neither spoke. You don't know? Lulu shrugged. I don't know. Lu Yin looked at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo shook his head. Don't ask me, I don't know either. We don't even have the qualifications to know. Even the Emperor of the Great Yu Empire, Undying Yushan, might not know. Those 10 are high and mighty, and no news outlet dares to touch them. Lu Yin was disappointed. He thought back to the news that he had seen before. The 10 Arbiters Council only had 10 shadows, and he really did not have the qualifications to know. Only one person on the Perseverance knew, Mira, the woman from the 10 Arbiters Council. However, Lu Yin was sure that she would not tell him and might even develop a bad impression of him. The toad that swallowed the sky had great ambitions, but was narrow-minded. It would not be worth it to ask her. When the Perseverance vibrated again, a notification came that they were about to arrive at the capital star. Lu Yin looked out the window and saw spacecraft after spacecraft fly past. He could clearly feel the prosperity of this place. This was the capital star of the Great Yu Empire's first filament. Not long after, Lu Yin saw a huge planet in the distance with 3 continents surrounding it. It was a magnificent sight, and there were terrifying star energy fluctuations from time to time. A fleet of spaceships stretched far into the distance. This was the capital star. There weren't many students left on the Perseverance at this point, and they were all descendants of nobles like Roz and was Xiaoling. Roz excitedly activated his gadget when he saw the capital star approaching. Senior, please, I'll definitely take revenge. He's the Zishan king. If you embarrass him, you'll be offending his entire bloodline. Roz was disdainful. Senior, let's not beat around the bush. The Zishan king's bloodline has long since withered, and many of them have joined my father. There aren't many who can truly support him. His Majesty only gave him the Zishan throne because of the promise he made back then. Does he really think that the throne can last forever? If he doesn't die, the Crown Prince and Second Prince won't have peace. Have you forgotten about the captain of the 13th Squadron? Roz froze for a moment before smiling. That woman only wants the Xian family's reputation and treasures. If he dies, she might even thank us. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the gadget. Alright, I can help you teach him a lesson, but at most, I'll just embarrass him. I can't help you kill him, that'd be suicide. Roz sighed and smiled cruelly. Of course, thank you. He then hung up and looked up at the capital star. Luine, do you really think that the Xian king's position is that easy to sit on? The higher you climb, the harder you fall. It seems like you don't understand. Just as the Perseverance was about to reach the capital star, dozens of courtiers stood respectfully within the palace, looking up at the dignified figure in front of them. This was the undying Yushan, the emperor of the Great Yu Empire. In his 800 years on the throne, he had developed the Great Yu Empire from a small and weak country to its current state that spanned 13 filaments. Even the Innerverse had heard of him. The undying Yushan was a legend. When he was young, he had reached the top 10 of the astral combat rankings and shaken the entire universe. He had been ambitious enough to roam the Innerverse, but he had been ambushed and forced to retreat to the Frostwave Weave. Even so, he had still brought the Great Yu Empire to its current state. The undying Yushan's strength as a hunter was enough to survive for 1,000 years, but at this moment, his imposing figure seemed to be in his twilight years. He was rapidly aging. The Great Yu Empire's technology was advanced, but it still followed the ancient courtier system. The courtiers that represented the various filaments stood solemnly, and in front of them were the captains of the 13 imperial squadrons. Compared to the solemn courtiers, the 13 imperial squadrons' captains were much weirder. Some were 2 meters tall, some had white eyes, some had fiery red hair, and some were bald and blind. There were all sorts of people, and they gave off the feeling of a mob. They looked casual, but they were all terrifyingly powerful, and they represented the Great Yu Empire's greatest fighting power. At the very front were 2 figures. One was the Empire's second prince, Duke Yushan, who had his hands in his pockets and was chewing on something absent-mindedly. The other was much more normal, with a smile on his face and a dignified look in his eyes. He looked very similar to the undying Yushan. He was Doran Yushan, the crown prince of the Great Yu Empire. The matter of establishing diplomatic relations with Grand Topweave ends here. Next, I would like to mention someone, Luine, the undying Yushan said, his dignified eyes sweeping across everyone with a trace of exhaustion. Everyone was shocked when they heard this name. The first time this name had appeared, it had shocked the entire court. It represented a family that had long since declined, but was still shocking, the Xian family. Crown Prince Doran immediately stepped forward and respectfully said, "Father, royal brother Luine is about to arrive. Do you need me to welcome him?" The undying Yushan waved his hand. "I've already sent Bronson to welcome him. His status is enough to represent the imperial family. Bronson is the first squadron's 3rd seat, and he is indeed qualified to act as a vice-captain," Doran respectfully replied before returning to his seat. The second prince, Duke Yushan, glanced at him, still chewing on something as if he didn't care at all. The undying Yushan coughed a few times. "I used to be brothers with Xian, and the empire wasn't conquered by me alone. Xian also contributed to it. Now that the Xian family has been annihilated and Luine is the only survivor, it's truly pitiful. I've already decreed that Luine can inherit the Xian throne and enjoy the honors of an outsider." "As you command, Your Majesty," everyone replied in unison. The undying Yushan nodded and coughed again. At this point, an old man walked out. "Your Majesty, I have a question, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate." Undying Yushan smiled. "Feel free to speak in court." The Xian family once had a marriage agreement with the royal family. "Is that agreement still in effect?" the man asked loudly. Everyone looked up at undying Yushan. Even the captains of the 13 imperial squadrons and the absent-minded duke turned to look at him. Undying Yushan's eyes narrowed. This was a difficult question to answer. If he denied it, the royal family would lose face, but if he admitted it, he couldn't do it. There was only one princess waiting to be married, the 5th princess, Wendy Yushan. No one could decide Wendy Yushan's marriage because she wasn't an ordinary princess. She was a disciple of the Innerverse Myriad Sword's Peak, and even more terrifying was that she was ranked in the top 20 of the astral combat rankings. She was one of the few powerhouses in the Outerverse who could reach the top of the rankings. She was the pride of the Frostwave Weave and the Outerverse, and she was known as the second Undying Yushan. In terms of status, even Undying Yushan couldn't compare to Wendy Yushan, let alone decide her marriage. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't have the ability. Undying Yushan suddenly coughed violently, and a few healers immediately rushed over to inject him with medicine. His coughing soon subsided. Pass down my orders, the court will be suspended until Luin arrives. The Perseverance slowly landed on Xenu Star's space station. Beams of light descended as Luin and the rest finally stepped onto Xenu Star's surface. It was a bustling scene as far as the eye could see. Countless advanced technologies were being used in daily life, and bridges made of unknown metals connected the entire city. A spacecraft streaked across the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Luin stretched and felt the gravity of Xenu Star, which was similar to Earth's. The air was very fresh, and the star energy here far surpassed Earth's. Xenu Star was tens of thousands of times larger than Earth, and it was unknown how many people lived on this vast continent, as well as how many strange races there were. Susan looked around in a daze. This was the alien civilization that was monitoring Earth. Whether it was in terms of technology or cultivation, Earth couldn't compare to them at all. Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui, and Saruzan were all very calm. They had already read about the various technological civilizations in the library, so they weren't too surprised. On the other hand, Xenu Star's technology seemed to be rather backward. Tranquility returned to the Perseverance as teams of soldiers landed. Soon, Sigmund, Shalash, and Tori Anna appeared. Mira had left the ship at some point. At this moment, the army suddenly surrounded them from afar. Zhang Dingtian furrowed his brows. Something was wrong. The atmosphere of these soldiers was solemn, and there was even a trace of killing intent. He was from the military, so he was very sensitive to such auras. This was the prelude to an attack. Be careful, Zhang Dingtian warned. Luin also felt that something was amiss, and the surrounding soldiers were looking at them warily. The Perseverance's surroundings were sealed off as invisible weapons locked onto the crew, especially Sigmund. Sigmund's face was solemn as he looked at the descending man. Bronson? What do you mean? Everyone looked at this scene. The man named Bronson was obviously a space-exploring powerhouse. Powerhouses above the Lamita realm were known as explorers. As long as one's power level exceeded 10,000, they were considered explorers. Those with a power level of 50,000 were known as cruisers, and those with a power level of over 100,000 were known as hunters. The Emperor of the Great Yu Empire, Undying Yushan, was a hunter, but there were very few of them in the entire empire. Sigmund, Shalash, and Tori Anna were all explorers, and Bronson was one as well. Bronson took out an arrest warrant. By order of His Imperial Majesty, I am here to arrest Sigmund Mathers. Charge, colluding with foreign races and treason. Everyone was in an uproar, and the soldiers following Sigmund were shocked. Treason? That was a capital offense. Luin was shocked as well. Treason? Shalash and Tori Anna looked at each other, also at a loss. As vice-captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons, they hadn't been informed of this beforehand. It was obvious that the news had been sealed off, and this was specifically targeted at Sigmund. Only Undying Yushan could have done something like this. Sigmund frowned as he stared at the arrest warrant, his face pale. Why? I didn't betray the Empire. Why is His Imperial Majesty arresting me? Bronson's gaze was cold as he waved a hand, and a group of soldiers arrested Sigmund. Sigmund didn't resist and just stared at Bronson. Bronson walked up to Sigmund and said coldly, 27 Corpse Kings escaped during Earth's evolutionary trial. Baruta betrayed the Empire and blew up Gunma space station. Sigmund's eyes narrowed. What did you say? Bronson tapped on his gadget and a screen appeared, showing the conversation between Sigmund and Baruta. You are the last person to see Baruta, and you are also the person in charge of Earth's evolutionary trial. The Empire has reason to believe that you colluded with foreign races and took away the Corpse Kings. He then shouted, take him away. Sigmund's face turned ashen. As an explorer, he didn't resist and allowed the soldiers to take him away. Everyone watched Sigmund's back as he was escorted away in silence. A space-exploring powerhouse, a general of the Empire, was finished just like that. Luin stared at Sigmund's back, remembering the moment he had announced himself as King Zishan. This person had told him to look for him if he ran into any trouble, but who would have thought that he would end up like this? Bronson nodded to Shalash and Tori before walking up to Luin and bowing. Third captain of the 1st Imperial Squadron, Bronson greets King Zishan. Luin retracted his gaze and looked at Bronson. You may rise. Thank you, King Zishan, Bronson replied. His Imperial Majesty has ordered me to escort you to the palace. This way, Your Highness. Where are my friends? Luin asked. Rest assured, Your Highness, the Empire will make the necessary arrangements. Luin nodded and had Susan follow him. He glanced at Zhang Dingtian and the others before walking out of the space station. Susan followed along in fear, not daring to leave Lu Yin's side. Lulu, on the other hand, was bored and ran off on her own. Xiao Luo strolled leisurely through the space station, completely ignoring them. Roz looked at Lu Yin's back with jealousy, followed by Munoer, Eddie, and a few others. They were all experts from Yu Academy, which was located in the first ring. Hua Xiaoling, Jenny Anna, and the other nobles were taken away one after another. Zhang Dingtian and the other two were taken away along with Roz and the others. They were going to Yu Academy to undergo body remodeling, a reward given to them by the Great Yu Empire. Ordinary people wouldn't receive such a reward even if they passed the trial, mainly because of their talents. The Great Yu Empire was strong because it constantly absorbed new blood. Xinyu Star space station was huge, and it didn't take long for a spacecraft to stop in front of them. This way, Your Highness. Luin and Susan boarded the spacecraft while Bronson floated beside them. With a roar, the spacecraft sped off into the distance. Susan looked at the spacecraft curiously, focusing on the position of the screen. The route had been set long ago. This was a smart pilot. General Bronson, may I ask you a question? Luin asked politely. Bronson's star energy cleared the air around him and he replied respectfully, Please ask, Your Highness. I heard you say that there were 27 zombie kings. What do you mean? Bronson's gaze turned cold. Your Highness's planet has evolved, giving birth to strong cultivators and failed zombies. There's a type of zombie king that can consume natural energy crystals to gain great strength. There's an alliance of these zombie kings in the universe called the Neo-Human Alliance. They claim to be the new humans, representing the true direction of human evolution. They're all made up of zombie kings and are extremely dangerous. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he thought of the long-haired zombie king and the one that Zhang Dingtian had killed. Innate gifts were rare among humans, but zombie kings could obtain them by consuming natural energy crystals. This meant that every member of the Neo-Human Alliance had an innate gift. No wonder the Great Yu Empire was so concerned. This was an alliance made up of zombie kings with innate gifts, and they were naturally dangerous. 27 zombie kings escaped from Earth's trial. Is it serious? Luin asked. Bronson pondered for a while and said, Death penalty. Normally, the corpses must be cleaned up immediately after a trial to prevent a new corpse king from being taken away by the Neo-Human Alliance, but Sigmund didn't do so this time. Baruta even defected, so the Empire decided that he colluded with another race, Bronson explained. Luin nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The Mathers family was a former subordinate of the Zishan family, but Luin had just entered the capital and had yet to gain a firm foothold. There was no way he could help Sigmund, so he could only pray for himself. Luin thought of Silver and was certain that he was a member of the Neo-Human Alliance. Could he be a corpse king? That didn't seem likely. Silver had left at Genma space station, so Luin guessed that Baruta's defection had something to do with him. Luin didn't think too much about it. So what if he knew the truth? He couldn't say anything about it. Sigmund had been convicted of treason without a single explanation, so he couldn't be sure if the Zishan family was involved. This was different from Ra's probing on the spacecraft. This was a killing intent that even an explorer couldn't avoid. After observing Xinyu Star's environment for 2 hours, the spacecraft finally saw the majestic Great Yu Palace. Towering buildings pierced the sky. This was the Grand Yu Palace, the center of power in the Great Yu Empire. Even from so far away, the majesty it exuded was shocking. Susan's lips trembled as he looked into the distance in fear. The Grand Yu Palace was like a monster that could swallow the heavens. The Grand Yu Palace is entered through 13 gates guarded by the 13 imperial squadrons. The main gate is called the Grand Astral Gate and corresponds to the first squadron. Your Majesty, His Majesty has ordered me to bring you in through the Grand Astral Gate, Bronson said respectfully. Louis nodded silently and disembarked. He looked up and saw the palace towering into the clouds, the star energy visible to the naked eye rippling outwards. Susan was left behind. He didn't have the right to enter with his status, and he was only allowed to approach the palace out of respect for Louis. The Grand Yu Palace was huge, and it took 20 minutes to reach the Grand Imperial Court through the Grand Astral Gate. Along the way, Louis saw the unique cultural heritage of the Great Yu Empire. Carved railings and jade buildings were carved with countless stories. There was little technology in the palace, and the further in he went, the more ancient it seemed. When he saw the imperial court, Louis even suspected that he had traveled through the river of time and arrived in ancient times. Bronson bowed towards the hall and gestured for Louis to enter while he waited outside. He took a deep breath as he sensed the countless star energy undulations all around him. Step by step, he approached the palace and finally stopped outside. Cough cough. Undying Yushan coughed twice and looked out of the hall with a smile. Come in. All the courtiers stood solemnly. Only the captains of the 13 imperial squadrons turned their heads to look outside the hall curiously. Louis stepped into the palace, and with a single step, the world around him changed drastically. An indescribable pressure descended from the heavens, causing everything in front of him to turn gray. The ground trembled faintly, and he immediately lost his hearing. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. This was the pressure of an absolute powerhouse. The air was distorted, as if threads were connecting the heavens and the earth. Lu Yin's organs began to hurt, and his vision blurred. The star energy in his body was suppressed to the point where he couldn't move. The courtiers slowly turned to look at the door, all sorts of expressions on their faces: seriousness, ridicule, arrogance, and so on. A native had suddenly transformed into King Zishan, who stood above countless others. This pressure didn't come from a single person, but from everyone. It wasn't released on purpose, but rather a rejection caused by dissatisfaction. The entire court wanted to expel Louis. Louis felt dizzy, his fingers trembling as Undying Yushan's figure gradually disappeared. He couldn't take it anymore. Huff! With a low shout, Louis bit the tip of his tongue and tore open the flesh of his palm. Fresh blood dripped down his palm, but the pain woke him up. He lifted his foot and took another step, completely entering the palace. Suddenly, the pressure receded like a tide. Everyone looked at him in shock. It wasn't easy for a sentinel to withstand such pressure. At the front, Crown Prince Doran Yushan smiled, while the second prince curled his lips. Amongst the captains of the 13 imperial squadrons, a bald, blind man nodded imperceptibly. At the top, Undying Yushan laughed. Come closer. Louis exhaled and raised his head to meet Undying Yushan's gaze. His gaze was solemn as he walked forward, passing by the courtiers and even the captains of the 13 imperial squadrons. Finally, he stopped in front of the crown prince and second prince. Louis greets His Majesty. Undying Yushan smiled and was about to speak when he coughed again and drank some water. Call me Royal Uncle. Louis bowed. Royal Uncle. Undying Yushan nodded. You've suffered outside for so many years. Thank you for your concern, Royal Uncle, Louis replied respectfully. Royal brother, Royal father has always been concerned about the Zishan family. Where have you been all these years? Why is there no news at all? And who gave you the name Louis? Crown Prince Doran asked. Everyone looked at Louis. Ever since Lu Yin's Zishan bloodline had been confirmed, the Great Yu Empire had been investigating him, but they hadn't been able to find anything. This was inconceivable. The Great Yu Empire was one of the top powers in the Frostwave Weave, but they couldn't even investigate a single person's background. This made everyone curious about Louis. Louis had already prepared an answer. To tell the truth, I've lost my memories and only remember this name. If you don't believe me, you can check my brain. I'm telling the truth. Doran quickly waved his hand and smiled. Royal brother, you're exaggerating. There's no need for that. Your identity as a descendant of the Zishan family has already been confirmed. No matter what happened in the past, the Great Yu Empire will always be your strongest backer. The crown prince is right. Little Een, you can stay in the empire with peace of mind. Take over the Zishan throne and bring the Zishan bloodline to greater heights, Undying Yushan said clearly. Lu Yin quickly agreed. Royal father, has royal brother Lu Yin's residence been arranged? If not, I'm willing to arrange it for him, second Prince Duque spoke for the first time. Undying Yushan smiled, no need, Little Een doesn't need anyone to arrange his residence. The Zishan Palace is his home. Everyone was shocked, Your Majesty, you can't do that. The Zishan Palace has a high status in the empire, not only does it represent the Zishan throne, but it also represents the glory of the great Yu Empire's powerhouses. It represents the undying Zishan's achievements. Even if we return it to him, we have to wait until he grows up. Yes, Your Majesty, please reconsider. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Lu Yin found it strange, it was just a place to stay. Did they have to make it sound like they were risking their lives to admonish him? Bang! Undying Yushan flew into a rage, I've already said what I wanted, do you want me to go back on my words? I'm not dead yet, and it's not up to you to make decisions for me. Many of the courtiers paled, please forgive us, Your Majesty. The crown prince and second prince bowed as well. Lu Yin glanced around and found that only a few strange-looking people hadn't moved. Eh? Why was there a lowly? There was a total of 7 people. One of them was 2 meters tall and was completely black. One of them had fiery red hair and had a serious expression. One of them was emitting a cold aura and seemed unapproachable. One of them was bald and short. One of them was wearing a white coat and looked like a scientist. One of them was extremely handsome and looked even gentler than Xiao Luo. There was also a petite Lolita. The 7 of them looked quite unique. They stood at the front, second only to the crown prince and the second prince. Lu Yin guessed that they were the captains of the 13 imperial squadrons, which were the most powerful in the great Yu Empire. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? The petite loli glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was speechless and turned his head away. It was hard not to attract attention with their appearances, especially the bald, short, blind man. His appearance was second only to Saruzan's. When the petite loli saw that Lu Yin had turned his head away, she proudly puffed out her chest and raised her head proudly. All right, dismissed. I'm tired. Crown Prince, second prince, and Little Een, please stay. The emperor waved his hand tiredly. The courtiers retreated one after another. The petite loli glared fiercely at Lu Yin before she left. Lu Yin ignored her, she was just a little girl, how could she be considered a captain? Undying Yushan brought Lu Yin's group to the garden. The air in the garden was fresh, and the plants were all new to Lu Yin. Thankfully, he had spent some time in the Innerverse before, so it wasn't too strange. Perhaps the Undying Yushan was getting on in years, but he began to reminisce about the past as he brought Lu Yin to tour the garden. Along the way, he reminisced about the past, leaving Lu Yin helpless. He wasn't even a member of the Zishan family, so he didn't have the time to listen to the old man's ramblings. However, the Undying Yushan had set his sights on Lu Yin, and even Doran and Duque couldn't escape. By the time Undying Yushan was done, Lu Yin's legs felt weak. You must be tired. Sorry, old people like to reminisce about the past. Undying Yushan shook his head and smiled, pushing the dessert in front of Lu Yin. Try this, it's Zishan's favorite dessert. Lu Yin nodded and took a bite, it tasted pretty good. Just as Undying Yushan was about to speak, he glanced at Doran and Duque, you're still here? Go back, I want to talk to Little Een alone. Lu Yin almost spat out his food. Was this a prank? He had listened to Undying Yushan for 3 hours, but he didn't even care. Doran and Duque seemed to be used to it and bowed respectfully before leaving. There are too many things bothering me in the great Yu Empire, and this is the only place where I can have some peace and quiet. Back then, when I roamed the universe with the Undying Zishan, who didn't know of the Undying Duo? It's a pity that he left before me, and I've been struggling at death's door for a few hundred years. I thought that I would never see a descendant of the Zishan family again, but fortunately, the heavens have eyes and have brought you here. Little Een, I'm very gratified to be able to see you before I die, the Undying Yushan sighed. Luing could only accompany him. Your Majesty is the strongest in the universe, and living for another 10,000 years won't be a problem. You won't die so easily. Haha, I know my own body, you don't need to comfort me. Undying Yushan shook his head helplessly and smiled. I've seen what happened on Earth, and you're not bad. You were able to defeat a Night King, even a newly awakened one. Few people in the same realm are your match, and you let me see the shadow of Zishan in his youth. Luing was ashamed. Qingyu is too strong. If not for my classmates working together, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him alone. Undying Yushan smiled. That's also because of your intelligence. That trial was completely under your control, and in the end, you even forced a melder to attack on your behalf. Very smart. Only smart people can survive well. Luing didn't reply. I understand what happened on the spacecraft. Go ahead and do what you need to do. As long as I'm on the throne, you'll be fine. Undying Yushan suddenly changed the topic. Luing hurriedly took 2 steps back. Thank you, Your Majesty. Undying Yushan nodded and took out a cosmic ring. It's your first time on the capital star, so you'll need money everywhere. Here's a Mavis Bank crystal card and some star crystals. Take them. Luing did not refuse and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Undying Yushan grunted, You're too weak. I've already ordered Bronson to protect you. Alright, I'm tired. You may leave. Luing had wanted to refuse, but when he saw Undying Yushan close his eyes, he swallowed his words and bowed once more before turning to leave. The dignified Iron Emperor of the Great Yu Empire was now in his twilight years. In his 800 years on the throne, he had expanded nearly half of the empire's territory. In truth, Luing admired the man from the bottom of his heart, but any expansion was accompanied by death. Luing didn't know how history would judge him after Undying Yushan's death, but he was still grateful to the man for taking care of him. He looked at his cosmic ring and saw that Undying Yushan had given him 20 cubes of star crystals. It wasn't much, but it was a lot for a cultivator of his level. He wondered how much money was in the card. Luing left the garden under the guidance of a palace maid. Bronson was already waiting outside and stepped forward the moment he saw Luing. Greetings, Your Majesty. Luing smiled. Thank you, General Bronson. Bronson replied solemnly, It's my duty to protect you, Your Majesty. Please don't be so polite. Luing nodded and walked out of the palace. Bronson followed behind Luing, maintaining a distance of 1 meter, neither too far nor too close. By the way, General Bronson, I heard that you're one of the 3 captains of the 1st Squadron. Can you tell me more about the 13 squadrons? I'm willing to answer your questions, Your Majesty. Bronson paused for a moment before continuing. The 13 squadrons correspond to the 13 gates of the Imperial Palace. Entering the palace requires passing through the 13 squadrons, and they are His Majesty's shield. Every captain has the power of a cruiser and is the best in the Frostwave Weave. More importantly, the 13 squadrons correspond to the 13 filaments of the Great Yu Empire. Nearly half of the administration comes from the 13 squadrons, and the leader of a filament is always a captain. Luing was shocked. The 13 squadrons are related to the Empire's filaments? Bronson replied, His Majesty appoints the filaments' leaders to be the captains of the 13 squadrons. Ordinary administrators of the filaments are the vice-captains of the 13 squadrons, and the 13 squadrons have the authority to supervise the respective filaments. It was no wonder that the 13 Imperial squadrons were said to be the most powerful department in the Empire. The captains were all high-ranking officials who even had the authority to appoint and dismiss administrative officials. Undying Yushan had distributed the authority and taken control of the source himself. This would save him a lot of trouble and prevent him from having to worry about rebellion. Usually, only those who had great confidence in the central government would do something like this, which showed just how confident Undying Yushan was. Bronson introduced Luing to the captains of the 13 squadrons. Luing didn't react at first since he didn't know any of them, but when Bronson mentioned the captain, he was shocked. What? Luing Zishan? Her name is Luing Zishan? Bronson nodded. Yes, she's the captain of the 13 squadrons. She's currently handling some matters in the 13th filament, but she'll be back soon. Luing frowned. She's also from the Zishan family? Bronson shook his head. Captain Luing is not from the Zishan family. As for why her surname is Zishan, please ask her yourself, Your Majesty. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. If she wasn't from the Zishan family but had the surname Zishan, where did she come from? Undying Yushan hadn't mentioned it when they met, had he forgotten? Unknowingly, Lu Yin brought Bronson to the Grand Astral Gate where Crown Prince Doran was smiling at him. Lu Yin hurried forward. Why are you here, Your Highness? You weren't waiting for me, were you? Doran smiled. Of course I was waiting for you, Your Majesty. This is your first time on the Capital Star and I don't have much to give you. I hope you don't mind. He passed a cosmic ring to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, but he was too embarrassed to look at it. You're too kind, Your Majesty. I'll accept it, thank you. Doran smiled. Your Majesty is forthright. By the way, the Capital Star is huge and it's inconvenient for you to move around. I've already sent someone to deliver the latest model of aircraft. It's right outside the Grand Astral Gate for your use. Lu Yin thanked him again. Doran didn't say much, only instructing Bronson to take good care of Lu Yin before he left. The captain of the first squadron was Undying Yushan himself, the left vice-captain was Crown Prince Doran Yushan, and the right vice-captain was the second prince, Duke Yushan. As one of the three captains of the first squadron, Bronson had to listen to Doran. Watching Doran leave, Lu Yin looked at his cosmic ring and was surprised that the Crown Prince had given him 50 star crystals, more than what Undying Yushan had given him. Who knew how much he had embezzled? He couldn't help but sigh. The Crown Prince is such a nice person, as expected of the next emperor, so humble and gentle. Bronson lowered his head and didn't say anything. Lu Yin had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly thought of something. Clenching his fists, he walked out of the Grand Astral Gate with an inexplicable smile. Outside the Grand Astral Gate, Susan was hiding in a corner, his eyes shining as he looked at the dazzling aircraft in the distance. Whether it was size or shape, it was far superior to the one that had brought them here. There was no comparison at all. That moving streamlined and domineering design was a man's romance. Susan was almost drooling as he looked at the aircraft, wondering whose it was. Such a cool thing had to be expensive. Lu Yin quickly walked out and called out to Susan before heading straight for the very cool aircraft. Susan quickly ran over. Boss, don't touch it, it's obviously expensive. Don't let people think we're scammers. Lu Yin was speechless. Don't embarrass yourself. Get on. He opened the door and sat inside. Susan was stunned for a moment before he excitedly asked, Boss, is this ours? Of course, Lu Yin felt that this fellow was a bit embarrassing and needed to be brought along to broaden his horizons. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sell it for a good price. Let's go, we'll find Zhang Dingtian and the rest at Yu Academy. Boss, how do you know they're at the first ring? Susan asked. The remodeling is at Yu Academy, let's go. Lu Yin activated the aircraft and it shot out with a blast of air, automatically planning its route and heading towards the first ring. Bronson immediately followed through the void. Xenu Star was surrounded by 3 rings of land, with the first ring being the closest to it. Even so, there was still a considerable distance between them, and it took a full 2 hours for them to arrive. This was the Great Yu Empire's newest aircraft, and its speed surpassed even that of a Lemmeter. Even so, it still took 2 hours. From Lu Yin's perspective, the distance between Xenu Star and the first ring was like an ocean that needed to be crossed. Lu Yin's group wasn't the only one heading to the first ring, he saw dozens of others along the way, but none were as fast as him. Not everyone could enter the 3 rings, and only those with special permission could enter. All 3 rings were important military areas, and the first ring was especially restricted to Yu Academy. The aircraft that Crown Prince Doran Yushan had given to Lu Yin had obviously been specially approved, and it was unimpeded. It didn't even need to land at the first ring's platform, and it could head straight to the Formcast pool. Boss, that's awesome. Look, there are so many people being checked, and they're obviously the nobles of the Empire. Even they have to stop for inspection, but we can pass through directly. This is what it means to be a noble. Susan shouted excitedly. Lu Yin told him to shut up and glanced at Bronson, who occasionally appeared in the distance. The moment they passed the platform, Bronson appeared, and all the soldiers and officers on the platform bowed to him. Even though he was only the 3rd seat, his position was comparable to that of the vice-captains of other squadrons. His status in the Great Yu Empire was extremely high, not because he was an explorer, but because of his status. Did his family want him to inherit the Zishan name and enter the Great Yu Empire because they wanted him to enter the 13 Imperial Squadrons? Then what about the Great Yu Empire Youth Council? What did his family want? No one had contacted him yet. Lu Ying grew irritated at the thought of this. The first ring surrounded Xinyu Star, and its diameter was similar to that of Xinyu Star. Its surface area far exceeded that of Xinyu Star's, and the scenery was rough with sand and dust everywhere. Occasionally, there would be a tornado that connected the heavens and the earth, causing Susan's face to turn pale. This was where Yu Academy was located, and it was also where the elites trained. It was also where the Yu Academy's military was stationed. The aircraft flew along the planned safe route without encountering any danger, but 10 minutes later, a roar shook the sky, tearing the air apart and cracking the ground. The terrifying shockwave almost flipped the aircraft over. Fortunately, Bronson intervened and blocked it. This was the roar of a Lemmeter. It was not as invincible as an explorer's, but it still made Lu Yin's heart tremble. This was definitely a Lemmeter. Did Yu Academy's elites often come into contact with Lemmeters? After thinking about Roz and Eddie, Lu Yin shook his head. Probably not. Boss, I feel like Xinyu Star is still safer. Why don't we head back? Susan asked in a trembling voice. Lu Yin ignored him. An hour later, the sky gradually darkened. In the distance, a huge mountain range came into view. The most eye-catching thing was that the middle of the mountain range was hollowed out and surrounded by an unknown transparent metal. Countless soldiers stood above the mountain range, densely packed and imposing. This was Yu Academy's formcast pool. Lu Yin brought Susan in after the aircraft landed, but they were stopped. Even someone of Bronson's status couldn't enter, so they had to show their communication pass. Even you can't enter Yu Academy as you please? Bronson replied, Yu Academy is the best academy in the Empire, and even His Majesty cannot interfere. This was an order from His Majesty when he first ascended the throne. I cannot interfere with anything that happens in Yu Academy unless it endangers Your Majesty's life. Please take care of yourself, Your Majesty. Lu Yin nodded. He couldn't help but admire undying Yushan. He had given the younger generation as much freedom as he could and had won over their hearts. As they approached the formcast pool, Lu Yin heard a low growl that contained extreme pain. His expression changed. It was Zhang Dingtian's voice. He was about to rush in when Bronson spoke up. Formcasting is extremely painful. It's like having your body broken down and reformed. Not only does it disperse the energy in your cells, but it also regenerates blood. If you can't endure it, you'll fail, and failure means death. Lu Yin paused, regained his composure, and walked in. The formcast pool was surrounded by countless soldiers and guarded by many of Yu Academy's experts. There were even space-exploring powerhouses among them, but the pool consumed too many resources. If not for Zhang Dingtian being a realmbreaker, he wouldn't have been qualified to remodel even if he had defeated the strongest person in the academy. Lu Yin saw Bai Shui and Saruzan outside of the formcast pool, which was strictly prohibited from entering while it was in use. Bai Shui's eyes lit up when she saw him. How long has Zhang Dingtian been in there? He asked. A few hours, Bai Shui whispered. He's been in pain for a few hours? Lu Yin was astonished. Bai Shui nodded, her face pale. Lu Yin was full of admiration. Reconstructing a physical body was an excruciating pain that even a soldier like Zhang Dingtian would find difficult to bear. He glanced at Saruzan, suddenly curious to see what the man looked like. He wondered if this monk knew how to scream. Damn it, where did that dog bark come from? It's so noisy, a discordant voice sounded from nearby. Lu Yin and the others looked over and saw a few youths dressed in dirty clothes. It was obvious that they had just returned from training outside. They were all elites of Yu Academy, at least at Eddie's level. What are you looking at? Trash, wasting the Empire's resources. If the pool's resources were given to us, we'd have become melders long ago. A bunch of trash, one of the youths taunted Lu Yin. A few others stared at Bai Shui, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The one who had just shouted also saw her, his mouth agape. She was too beautiful. Bai Shui was disgusted. If you want resources, fight for it yourself. We fought for the chance to remodel. Oh, you're pretty hot. Fight for it, huh? Fine, let's see what you're capable of. One of the youths was clearly interested in Bai Shui, taking the initiative to touch her face instead of hurting her. Luin frowned, but didn't attack. Bai Shui snorted and struck out with a palm. The youth's expressions were frivolous, but their eyes were serious. Anyone who could join Yu Academy was no ordinary person, and they naturally knew what it meant to be qualified to remodel. They didn't underestimate her, immediately turning their palms into claws and roaring, "Sky Beast Claw." Bai Shui's expression changed, but she wasn't afraid. She was much stronger than she had been on Earth, and her training on the Perseverance was beginning to bear fruit. She dodged the Sky Beast Claw with a roving step, something Luin had taught her. She could adapt to 40 times the gravity better than Saruzin, and her speed had already surpassed the average sentinels. The Sky Beast Claw slammed into the ground, but it didn't cause much damage. Bai Shui pressed her palm against the youth's abdomen, freezing him in the next moment. An innate gift of ice, the youth gasped and retreated without a second thought. However, the ice shattered with a bang, and a figure suddenly flashed past the youth and struck at Bai Shui. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Despicable. He raised his palm and punched out, revealing 5 stars. At the same time, Bronson almost made a move because the attacker was a melder, but he stopped when he saw Lu Yin's palm strike. In that instant, he felt that Luin wasn't any weaker than the melder attacking him. In fact, he might even be stronger. The 2 palms brushed past Bai Shui's side and collided fiercely, causing the air to tremble as a shockwave swept out in all directions. Bai Shui, who was the closest, was immediately pushed away, followed by the Yu Academy students and Saruzin. The huge shockwave was pushed away in an instant, leaving a vacuum in the ground. Luin could clearly see the attacker. It was an unfamiliar man, but he also saw the ferocious gaze fixed on him. This person's target wasn't Bai Shui, but him. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Luin. The attacker was a melder, and the power of his star energy was enough to crush Luin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he detonated the stars in his palm. The first 3 stars had been used to resist the attacker's attack, but the moment the 4th star was detonated, the attacker's expression changed. He bent his fingers and formed a Sky Beast Claw that pressed down on Luin. Luin growled as the 5th star exploded, and the 2 of them were sent flying backwards. Arcs of energy shot out in all directions, causing the guards to raise their eyebrows. Luin took 5 steps back, while the melder youth across him took 7 steps back, his face filled with shock. It wasn't just the melder youth, Bronson, and even the powerhouses guarding the formcast pool stared at Luin in shock. A sentinel defeating a melder wasn't a simple realmbreaker, not to mention an elite from Yu Academy. Bai Shui also stared at Luin in shock. He had grown even stronger. The other Yu Academy students were stunned. Senior Tyson actually lost? How is that possible? He's one of the few melders in our branch, but he was defeated by a sentinel. When he heard this, the melder youth named Tyson's eyes turned fierce. Again, he shouted as he charged towards Luin, raising his hand to attack with a Sky Beast Claw. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This person's Sky Beast Claw was even stronger than Munoer's when he was a melder. Yu Academy was indeed full of powerhouses, as expected of the great Yu Empire's elite camp. However, with his 5-star Sirius palm, he wasn't afraid of such a powerhouse. Just as he was about to attack, a huge force swept across the crowd. It was a melder like Tyson, but Lu Yin's hair stood on end as his expression changed. He wasn't a match for this power. Who was it? Tyson's body suddenly froze, his face pale as he slowly turned around to see a figure walking over from the distance. Luin followed Tyson's gaze and saw a young man about the same age as Tyson, perhaps even younger. However, the moment he saw him, Luin was certain that he was the owner of that power. He was a young melder whose strength far surpassed Tyson's. Lu Yin's 5-star cosmic palm might have been able to deal with Tyson, but it was definitely not a match for this person. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. This person was the most terrifying melder he had ever met. Hallmaster Tianming, Tyson stammered in fear. Hallmaster? Luin was puzzled. He didn't know much about Yu Academy as the Great Yu Empire had sealed off all information about it. He had asked Jerlin and the others before, but even they didn't know much about it. They only knew that Yu Academy gathered the strongest youths of the empire, but they didn't know how it was divided or ranked. Tyson, you're getting smarter and smarter, even learning how to sneak up on me. Why don't you find a chance to sneak up on me? If you defeat me, the position of Hall Master will be yours, Tianming said coldly as he walked to the front of the group. Tyson's expression changed and he hurriedly spoke up, Hall Master, I didn't do it on purpose, I just saw. Tianming cut him off before he could finish, I saw everything clearly. Your target wasn't the girl, but King Zishan. Who gave you the guts to sneak up on him? Tyson didn't reply, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Tianming waved his hand, a gust of wind that transformed into an invisible beast claw that slammed into Tyson's chest and sent him flying, get out. The other Yu Academy students quickly left as well, not even daring to look back. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat when he saw Tianming attack. It was the Sky Beast Claw, but it was different from Tyson and the others. Tianming had cultivated the Sky Beast Claw to an extremely high level, and his every move could be transformed into a claw without the need for a palm strike. He was definitely an expert. Tianming's eyes flashed Lu's eyes. And Tianming. Lu. 1. Bronson whispered, Schutz, Jirbok, Locke, Huazhong, and this Tianming. They're the 5 hall masters of Yu Academy, the best of the younger generation. Lu Yin nodded. Tianming had just finished dealing with Tyson and turned to Lu Yin apologetically, it's my fault for not being strict enough. Are you hurt, King Zishan? You're too polite, Hall Master Tianming. We were just sparring, Lu Yin replied. Although Tianming was only a student of Yu Academy, he had absolute authority as a hall master. Tianming sighed, I can tell the difference between a sneak attack and a sparring match. Yu Academy has lost a lot of talent over the past few years, and they've only produced such embarrassing things. I heard that Yu Academy lost a lot of face during Earth's trial, King Zishan. Lu Yin smiled, we barely won the last battle with the help of Yu Academy's experts. Hall Master Tianming is too humble. Tianming smiled and exchanged a few polite words with Bronson before turning to Bai Shui, Miss, I apologize on behalf of the students of Yu Academy. I saw what happened on the surveillance camera, I'm sorry. Bai Shui had an indifferent personality and nodded without saying anything. Lu Yin was curious, Hall Master Tianming, can I learn the 108 forms of the Sky Beast Claw from Yu Academy? Tianming nodded, of course, King Zishan is a member of Yu Academy from the moment you arrived on the capital star. I can agree to let you learn the first 5 forms. Lu Yin frowned, only the first 5 forms? Tianming smiled. King Zishan might not know this, but the Sky Beast Claw is Yu Academy's top battle technique, and it's also the Great Yu Empire's top battle technique. Ordinary people are unable to learn it, and joining Yu Academy is only for the right to learn it. If you want to learn it, you need the agreement of the Hall Masters. If one Hall Master agrees, you can learn the first 5 forms. If 3 Hall Masters agree, you can learn the first 10 forms. So there's such a rule, Lu Yin said helplessly. Generally speaking, Sentinels of Yu Academy can only learn the first 5 forms. The Sky Beast Claw isn't easy to learn, but for Sentinels, the first 5 forms are enough. Only Melders can learn the first 10 forms, and the stronger elites can learn the first 20. That Tyson just learned the first 20, but he's only comprehended the 13th form. It'll be a long time before he can fully comprehend the 20th, Tianming explained with a good temper. Lu Yin remembered that Roz had learned 5 forms, Munor had probably learned 10, and Tyson had more or less 13. He himself had learned 7 from Munor, making a total of 108 forms. Hall Master Tianming, how much have you learned? Bai Shui suddenly asked. Everyone looked at Tianming. Lu Yin was curious as well. Tianming's casual display of the Sky Beast Claw had far surpassed Tyson's. Someone who could become a Hall Master and intimidate someone like Tyson was definitely not simple. Tianming smiled faintly, 43 forms. Lu Yin and the others' expressions changed, this was close to half of the Hall Master's level. No wonder he was so much better than Tyson and the others. Actually, of the 5 Hall Masters, Locke Khan has learned the most. 49 forms are the strongest of our Sky Beast Claw, Tianming said. What do I have to do if I want to learn all of the Sky Beast Claw? Tianming shrugged, defeat one of us and become a Hall Master. You'll be able to enjoy all of Yu Academy's resources. He then waved his hand. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Good luck, everyone. By the way, those who have remolded will have to join Yu Academy. If you don't have a choice, you can join me, I'll take good care of you. We've already been booked by the 13 Imperial Squadrons, can we still join Yu Academy? Bai Shui asked. Tianming smiled, the 13 Imperial Squadrons don't clash with Yu Academy. Yu Academy is a place to learn, while the 13 Imperial Squadrons are a place to fight. Zhang Dingtian's growl also disappeared at this point, and Bai Shui stepped into the formcast pool not long after. It didn't take long for Bai Shui to start moaning in pain as well, her voice much more pleasant than Zhang Dingtian's. Bronson, who's reshaping their bodies? Is it a man or a woman? Bronson answered, no one, they're doing it themselves. Louis nodded. If it had been a man sculpting Bai Shui's body, he would have been pissed. Although Bai Shui wasn't his woman, he didn't want her to be taken advantage of by someone else. By the way, Saruzin, which squad took a liking to you? He asked as he thought of the monk. Saruzin slowly raised his head, his voice raspy, Zhang Dingtian, the 5th. Bai Shui, the 6th. I'll join the 11th. Luin muttered to himself. Bronson had introduced the 5th Squad's captain to Hua Qingshan, the head of the Hua family in the Great Yu Empire. He was also Hua Xiaoling's father, the red-haired middle-aged man in the court. The 6th Squad's captain was Peach, the lowly. The 11th Squad's captain was the bald, blind monk. It was normal for Hua Qingshan to take a liking to Zhang Dingtian, who was a realmbreaker and could join the 13 Imperial Squadrons. It was also normal for Saruzin to be chosen by the bald, blind monk. Sigmund had said that Saruzin's perseverance had attracted some people's interest, so it should have been the blind monk. But why had Bai Shui been chosen by Peach? That lowly had left a deep impression on him. Forget it, it had nothing to do with him. Since they'd left Earth, their fates were in their own hands. It was a pity that the Astral Combat Academy was about to reach the Frostwave Weave. Zhang Dingtian and the others would have to cultivate again after remolding, so they wouldn't be able to make it in time. Luin bid farewell to Saruzin and returned to Xinyu Star with Susan and Bronson. Everyone had their own destiny, and Luin had no right or ability to interfere. Whether or not they could cross paths in the future was up to them. The three returned to Xinyu Star that very night and saw King Zishan's residence not far from the palace. It was at this moment that Luin understood why the officials had been so against him entering the palace. The most majestic building on Xinyu Star was the palace, and no other building could compare to it in terms of height. King Zishan's residence was second only to the palace. Back then, His Majesty and King Zishan became sworn brothers. After inheriting the throne, King Zishan's residence was elevated to become a landmark second only to the palace. Even though the Zishan family has disappeared, the residence remains, and no one is allowed to enter. Luin took a deep breath, let's go inside. The capital star was extremely prosperous, and even at night it was as bright as day under the countless lights. For many, the nightlife had just begun. On a mountain range not too far from the palace, dozens of spacecraft were idling, surrounded by countless people cheering. Raz, Raz, Raz. Hundreds and thousands of people shouted, drowning out the mountainside. Raz was pleased and glanced at the man nearby. This is the last round, Wu Kai. You've lost, so you'll have to kneel when you see me in the future. Wu Kai gritted his teeth, I won't lose. Don't forget your promise. Raz was disdainful, when have you ever beaten me? But I'll keep my promise. If you win, I'll ask my father to plead for General Sigmund, but that's impossible, haha. The crowd cheered even louder. Elsewhere in a huge manor, Hua Xiaoling was being led around by a little girl. Sis, you promised Xiao Xiao that you'd take him out to play. You can't go back on your word. Hua Xiaoling smiled bitterly, yes, yes, Xiao Xiao. I won't lie to you. Let me go first. The little girl pouted, no, you lied to me like that last time. I can't catch up to you. Hua Xiaoling sighed. She suddenly smiled slyly, Xiaoxiao's helping you. Helping me? Hua Xiaoling was confused. The girl giggled, those idiots from Fire's Melt Planet keep pestering father to marry you. Let's take this chance to slip away. Hua Xiaoling rolled her eyes. Don't even think about it, little girl. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Stupid. The little girl pouted angrily. On the other side, in a noisy bar, a group of people were singing and dancing to their heart's content. A woman wearing revealing clothes and black leather boots was shouting excitedly. She would occasionally gulp down alcohol and shout loudly. Outside the bar, a young man walked in and sat in front of the bar counter gloomily. Give me a glass of hard liquor. Soon, a cup of dark green liquor appeared. The man took a big gulp and choked, coughing violently. The man's embarrassment caused many people to laugh at him, especially the woman in revealing clothes. She pointed at his nose and laughed. The man was furious. Shut up, you bunch of maggots. For a moment, the bar was silent. Everyone stared at the man in a daze. Their gazes were not filled with anger, but with sympathy and a trace of admiration. The man felt that something was wrong, but he did not care. He was the strongest person in the Imperial Military Academy, Ian. In terms of status, he was far above these trash who only knew how to hang out in nightclubs. The woman in revealing clothes slowly walked to Ian's side and narrowed her eyes, revealing her beautiful shoulders. She suddenly grabbed Ian's shoulder and leaned over. Little brother, were you talking about me just now? Ian frowned as he smelled the woman's alluring scent. He was a little impulsive, but the thought of her hanging out in nightclubs made him lose his appetite. Get lost. The woman laughed loudly, and in an instant, the entire bar was flooded with laughter. Everyone was laughing, including the bartender. Ian was confused. What was going on? Miss Dana, someone's insulting you. Someone in the Imperial capital actually dares to insult you. This is worth celebrating. Let's drink to the word maggot. Cheers. Everyone shouted. The bar became inexplicably excited. Ian was even more confused. Were these people crazy? How could they be so happy after being insulted? The woman called Dana was also very happy and kept slapping the bar counter. Interesting. How many years has it been since someone dared to insult me? Today's bill is on me. Thank you, Miss Dana. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Ian was furious. Enough. Suddenly, a suffocating force descended upon him, causing cracks to appear on the bar counter. Ian's gadget shattered, and his breathing stopped. He stared at Dana in disbelief. This pressure was coming from her. The others didn't react, and only Ian felt it. He couldn't understand what level of strength this was. Was it a melder? A Limiter? Or an explorer? Dana leaned closer to Ian. Little brother, do you know who I am? Ian's mouth was bleeding, and he knew that he had offended someone incredible. No, I don't. Dana's lips curled up, and she licked her lips in an extremely seductive manner. I'm the daughter of the captain of the Bladestorm mercenaries, Jin. Ian was confused at first, but then his expression changed. Everyone knew about the Bladestorm mercenaries, and even the upper echelons of the Great Yu Empire knew about them. The mercenaries themselves weren't anything special, but their vice-captain was the captain of the 13 Imperial squadrons, Xianxia. At that moment, Ian felt as if his entire world had collapsed. He had caused trouble by insulting the daughter of the captain of the Bladestorm mercenaries. Many things could happen at night, and many things could only happen at night. Xinyu Star's nightlife was very rich, and there were many nobles, powerhouses, thrill-seekers, fugitives, and so on. Countless people would appear at night, making the capital resplendent. However, amidst this brilliance, there was a trace of darkness that could never be illuminated. This was the darkness that covered King Xianxia's palace. King Xianxia's palace was extremely vast, and its height was second only to the imperial palace. Its shadow was always shrouded in darkness, and it had been like this for hundreds of years. But at this moment, that darkness was illuminated. Luin stepped into King Xianxia's palace and immediately lit it up as bright as day. Not only did he illuminate the palace, but he also illuminated the only dark place in the capital. Everyone simultaneously looked up at King Xianxia's palace, and the darkness that had been there for hundreds of years was finally illuminated. Amidst the mountains, the aircraft competition began. The instant King Xianxia's palace lit up, everyone looked up. Only Wu Kai Mathers didn't care, he only hoped to win this competition so that Sicker could speak up for his father in court. At this moment, even the burning of the imperial palace wouldn't be able to distract him. Ross cursed, his attention drawn to King Zishan's palace. By the time he reacted, Wu Kai Mathers had already disappeared. He had lost this round. In the Hua family, Hua Xiaoling was just about to take Hua Xiaoxiao out when she saw King Zishan's palace light up. She was shocked, and the image of a man and the dagger that had been pressed against her neck appeared in her mind. Lu Yin. The bar was originally under the shadow of King Zishan's palace, and the moment it lit up, everyone inside could clearly feel it. Everyone walked out and stared at the tall building not far away in shock. Isn't that King Zishan's palace? It's actually lit up. Did a descendant of the Zishan family appear? I heard that he did. It's a young man who was given the title of King Zishan by His Majesty. Ian stared blankly as Lu Yin's figure appeared in his mind. That person had easily robbed him, causing him to be ridiculed by everyone in the Imperial Military Academy. He was ridiculed as the weakest student in history, that bastard King Zishan. If not for him, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. He wouldn't have come to the bar to get drunk, and he definitely wouldn't have offended the Bladestorm mercenaries. That despicable bastard. Little brother, how should we deal with you for insulting me? Dana ignored King Zishan's palace and stared at Ian with interest. Ian lowered his head and didn't say a word. Dana sneered, from today onwards, you will join the Bladestorm mercenaries and serve me. You will wash my clothes and cook my meals as an apology. Ian opened his mouth to refuse, but in the face of her threats, he had no choice but to agree. He wouldn't be able to return to the academy anyway, and that place would only be filled with mockery. Within the palace, the undying Yushan looked at King Zishan's palace in the distance with a nostalgic expression. Old brother, if you were still alive, I would have followed you into the Innerverse again and brought the Great Yu Empire along. The reopening of King Zishan's palace had caused some to rejoice, some to worry, some to reminisce, and some to be angry. None of this had anything to do with Lu Yin at the moment, as he was focused on his gadget. A stranger was trying to contact him. Bronson was arranged to stay in the outer courtyard, but Lu Yin couldn't let him get close to him. He had too many secrets, and so did Susan. Lu Yin tapped on the screen and saw a familiar figure appear. Hello, student. Lu Yin hadn't expected Silver to contact him. How do you know my gadget number? Silver smiled. I can find it if I want to. What do you want? Lu Yin asked indifferently. Silver beamed. I haven't seen you in a while, and I missed you. Here's a gift for you. A gift? Lu Yin was confused. Silver sent a location to Lu Yin's gadget. There are a few corpse kings hidden here, you might be able to use them. Lu Yin's gaze turned sharp. So you're related to the Neo-Human Alliance. Baruda's betrayal was your doing, right? You assassinated Zhang Dingtian on Earth because of the zombie wave, and you took those corpse kings with you, right? Silver picked his ear. Don't be so loud, people will hear you. I'm not from the Neo-Human Alliance, I just happen to know about this. Don't push everything onto me. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What are you trying to do by telling me the location? I already said that I'll help you. And I also said that even if you help me, I won't repay you in the future. Haha, how heartless. Since that's the case, I'll be a good person and do you a favor, Silver laughed. Lu Yin stared at him. Destroying the Neo-Human Alliance is everyone's duty. I know the location, and I'll definitely take care of it. Don't even think about escaping, I've already got my eyes on you. Once I find your location, I'll capture you and send you to the 13 Imperial squadrons. Silver's lips curled up. That'll depend on your ability. Goodbye, student. With that, the screen disappeared. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The Neo-Human Alliance was a huge organization that dominated the Innerverse and Outerverse. What was Silver's role in it? Why was he helping him? Was it because of his status as King Zishan? It seemed like his status as King Zishan was more useful than he had imagined. His family had made him King Zishan, and the Neo-Human Alliance had also approached him because of his status. The Great Yu Empire was just a power in Frostwave Weave, so how could King Zishan be so attractive? There were only two things he needed to do right now. The first was to enter the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council, and the second was to join Astral 10. As for King Zishan, that would have to wait. Looking around the outer courtyard, he turned off the lights in his room and rubbed his hands together. It was time to roll his dice. This moment was always worth looking forward to, and he didn't know what he would get. Now that he had 70 cubes of star crystals, he had never been so rich before. It was enough for him to roll 70 times, but unfortunately, he could only roll it 5 times at most. 4 rolls was just right, but if he wanted to roll it again, he'd have to rest for a while, and if he didn't rest long enough, then he'd have to use up all his star crystals. Come on, it's time to test my luck, he muttered to himself. At this moment, he was like a gambler. He opened his palm, and the die appeared. It wasn't dull, but rather sparkled with a hazy starlight. Luin smacked his forehead, as he had forgotten that the die could recover on its own even without star crystals. However, it would take a long time to recover, and the time he had spent on the trip from Earth to Xenu Star was more than enough for it to recover. Unfortunately, he should have rolled the die if he had known. Looking at the die, Luin tapped it, and when it gradually stopped spinning, a 2 appeared in front of him. 2, not bad, Luin muttered to himself as he looked at the disintegration vortex. He took out a number of items from his cosmic ring and threw them inside, including a few cosmic rings. Luin didn't recognize the materials that came out of the vortex, but these weren't the only materials that had been disintegrated. They would be thrown in again until they couldn't be disintegrated anymore. This time, the only material that he recognized was the essence of ancient gold. He had gotten 2 grains this time, and with the one from last time, he now had 3 in total. It wasn't much, but it wasn't bad since it was quite expensive. Aside from the essence, there were also a bunch of other materials that he didn't recognize, but they should be decent. 5 minutes passed quickly, and Luin had obtained quite a number of materials. There were many types, but they were few in number, but they were all good stuff. He took out a cube of star crystals, and the die quickly recovered. Luin tapped it, and the die spun rapidly until it finally stopped at 5. When he saw 5, Luin subconsciously wanted to rush out of the door. Roll 5 was an innate gift, and he had to come into contact with a cultivator within 10 seconds to borrow their innate gift. But then he stopped himself. Who could he borrow from? Luin blinked, but he couldn't seem to find any cultivators with innate gifts. There were definitely cultivators with innate gifts on the capital star, but he didn't know any of them. His mouth twitched, 10 seconds had passed quickly, and he'd wasted it. Wait, wasn't that Susan? Luin was speechless. How could he have forgotten about him? Sighing, he decided to just let it go. He took out another star crystal, and when the die stopped spinning for the 3rd time, a 6 appeared in front of him. Before he could celebrate, a terrifying suction force came from the die, and the star energy in his body was instantly sucked away. At the same time, the star crystals in his cosmic ring were quickly absorbed as well. He didn't even need to crush them, they were turned into star energy and disappeared into the die. A spatial crack appeared in front of Luin, but it didn't last for more than a second before disappearing. Everything returned to normal. Luin gasped for breath. What was going on? Looking at the dim die, he was confused. He'd clearly gotten a 6, but why hadn't there been any reaction? The star energy in his body had also disappeared. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly checked his cosmic ring, only to find that all the star crystals had disappeared. This can't be, this is robbery, Luin said bitterly. There were 6 pips on the die, 3 of which were unknown. The other 4 were fine, but the 6th required a terrifying amount of star energy. He had about 70 cubes of star energy in his body, but he could only open a crack. Furthermore, he couldn't even figure out what it was for. It was too disgusting. Luin suddenly had a bad feeling. Would this happen again if he got a 6 in the future? Did the 6 pips draw out all his star energy? That was impossible. Every pip had a purpose, but the 6th pip's purpose was too terrifying, and he couldn't handle it right now. Looking at the dim die, Luin sighed. It was all over today. All the star energy in his body had been drained, and he could only slowly recover. What a scam. Now that he was back to square one, Luin wasn't even in the mood to cultivate. He fell asleep as soon as he hit the ground, his original plan firming. That night, many people couldn't sleep as they stared at the glowing Zishan palace, deep in thought. The next day, Luin woke up and contacted Zhang Dingtian and the other two, learning that they were at Yu Academy and would be reporting to the 13 Imperial squadrons in a few days. Luin chatted with them for a bit but didn't say anything more. "Boss, someone wants to see you," Susan shouted outside Lu Yin's room. Luin walked out. "Who is it?" "It's an officer with a rather high position. He says he's a lieutenant, and his name is Long Chu." Luin had Susan bring him to the guest hall. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance stepped into the hall. His eyes lit up when he saw Luin, and he immediately bowed. "Lieutenant Long Chu of the Third Ring greets King Zishan." Luin helped Long Chu up. "There's no need for that, Lieutenant. Please take a seat." Long Chu was moved. "King Zishan, we've been waiting for you to return." Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he had Susan leave. He looked at Long Chu. "What do you mean, Lieutenant Long?" Long Chu opened his mouth to speak, but he subconsciously looked around. Luin smiled. "Bronson isn't here." Long Chu heaved a sigh of relief and whispered, "I used to be a soldier under the undying Zishan. Many of us used to follow him, but ever since the Zishan family disappeared, we were all sent to the Third Ring. We thought we'd never see anyone from the Zishan family again, but now you're here. This is great." "The Third Ring?" Luin was puzzled. Long Chu nodded bitterly. "The Zishan family disappeared, and most of the soldiers who used to follow them were sent to the Third Ring. On the surface, the Third Ring is the capital's defense force, but in reality, it's just a place for the rich and powerful. Elders like us were thrown there like trash. It's torture. We're soldiers, and we don't want to suffer such humiliation." Luin didn't say anything. Long Chu continued, "King Zishan, do you know what the Second Ring is called?" Luin looked at Long Chu. "On the surface, the Second Ring is part of the 13 Imperial squadrons, but in reality, it's just a killing machine that spies on us. They're called the True Defense Force, and their purpose is to guard against us." "What do you want me to do?" Luin asked. Long Chu whispered, "Regain control of the Zishan family's military and make decisions for the Zishan Royal Army. We're soldiers, not petty people who play with the rich and powerful. We're definitely not enemies of the Empire." Luin smiled bitterly. "Commander Long, you think too highly of me. You're a smart man and should understand my current situation. To put it nicely, I'm the Zishan king, but to put it bluntly, I'm just a pawn that His Majesty is using to repay the kindness of his ancestors. To His Majesty, giving me the title of King Zishan is already giving the Zishan family's former subordinates an explanation. It'll be difficult for me to regain power." "How will you know if you don't do it, Your Highness?" "The Third Ring supports you," Long Chu shouted. Luin waved his hand. "This isn't urgent." "Is there anything else, Commander Long?" Long Chu exhaled and sat down. "There's something I hope you can help me with." "What is it?" Luin looked at him. Long Chu said, "General Sigmund Mathers was also a former subordinate of the Zishan family, but he was arrested because of the trial on Earth. I hope you can help save him. He must have been framed." "Why are you so sure?" Luin frowned. Long Chu lowered his voice. "His Majesty didn't give General Mathers any chance to explain himself. He even sealed off the news the moment he learned of Baruda's betrayal. It's obvious that someone was afraid of complications and slandered His Majesty. They couldn't wait to kill General Mathers. Otherwise, His Majesty wouldn't have convicted him so arbitrarily." Luin tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. Long Chu stared at Luin, his eyes bloodshot. It was obvious that he hadn't slept all night and was very anxious. After a while, Luin looked at Long Chu. "I understand. I'll immediately seek an audience with His Majesty and do my best." Long Chu was delighted. "Thank you, Your Highness." Luin nodded and asked Susan to see them out. He watched Long Chu's departing figure with a cold gaze. "This is the second time, and he still dares to make a move. Does he really think I'm easy to deal with?" Silver had given him a slip of paper on the Perseverance that contained information about the Zishan family's former subordinates, as well as information about some of the traitors. Long Chu was one of those traitors. He was a member of Sikar. Long Chu's goal was simple. He wanted to force Luin to save Sigmund. With Lu Yin's current strength, there would be no good outcome if he showed up. Not only would he fail to save Sigmund, but he would also leave an impression on undying Yushan that he was trying to reorganize Zishan's old subordinates as soon as possible. Many people would see his ignorance and mock his blindness. That way, his position as King Zishan would be ruined in the Great Yu Empire. No one would help someone who was blindly arrogant and couldn't see the situation clearly. But if he didn't help, he would offend Purple Mountain's old subordinates. Although Luin didn't understand why his family had made him King Zishan, this identity was definitely useful, and the old subordinates of Zishan were bound to be his future helpers. If he offended them, it would be troublesome in the future. No matter how he dealt with it, he was in a dilemma. Sicker's methods were good. Luin narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself for a moment before leaving King Zishan's residence and heading to the imperial palace. News that King Zishan wanted to plead for Sigmund spread quickly throughout the capital star, and countless people sneered when they heard the news. 27 corpse kings escaped, and this is the work of the Neo-Human Alliance. His Majesty obviously knows that Sigmund is innocent, or he wouldn't have dared to return. However, this matter requires a scapegoat, or the Great Yu Empire will face pressure from the Innerverse. The Neo-Human Alliance is the enemy of the human domain, and it's a threat no less than the other astral domains. Even His Majesty can't handle it, but this King Zishan actually dares to show up? He's courting death. Roz was pleased with himself, he's just making things difficult for His Majesty. If Sigmund doesn't die, then His Majesty will have to bear the pressure. This Luin can't see the situation clearly and thinks that he's the leader of Zishan's old subordinates. The Zishan family only exists in name. Sicker shook his head and smiled. It's not that he can't see the situation clearly, it's just that he doesn't understand it. King Zishan? Who would take him seriously? Only the Crown Prince would give him some face in order to show his benevolence. He'll soon experience the consequences of blind arrogance. Sicker looked at Roz and his expression darkened. I heard you lost to Wu Kai in a race last night? Roz froze, embarrassed. It won't happen again. Sicker snorted. What did you promise him? Roz was put in a difficult position. Speak, Sicker barked. Roz hesitated. Please plead for Sigmund in the court. Sicker slapped Roz across the face, sending him flying back a few meters. You unfilial son, how dare you make such a bet? The court is where the Empire discusses matters of state, and every decision affects countless people. This is not a game you can play around with. How am I supposed to explain this to His Majesty? Kneel in the courtyard and don't get up for 3 days. Roz covered his mouth and ran away with an ugly expression. Sicker rubbed his aching head. At this moment, it wasn't just Sicker who was mocking Lu Yin's ignorance. In a pink room, the little lowly Peach stared at the screen with sparkling eyes. Countless snacks were displayed on it, and she was almost drooling. There was a knock on the door, followed by a pleasant voice. Captain, there's news that King Zishan wishes to plead for Sigmund. Peach blinked. A good person. There was a pause. What did you say? Peach said. Matter-of-factly, I said he's a good person. Sigmund is clearly wronged, and no one else would dare to plead for him. My attitude towards him in the court wasn't good, so I should find a chance to apologize. The door was silent. Within the imperial palace, the undying Yushan had been standing there for 2 hours with his eyes closed. No one dared to disturb him. After a while, he opened his eyes. What is it? A palace maid who had just arrived respectfully reported, Your Majesty, King Zishan requests an audience. Let him in, the undying Yushan replied. Luin followed a palace maid into the palace, where Bronson waited outside for him. As soon as he left, Crown Prince Doran and Second Prince Duque arrived at the same time. Seeing Lu Yin's back, Doran smiled. Why are you here, second brother? Duque replied lazily, to see father. What about you, big brother? Me too, Doran said. Duque glanced at the palace. Then why aren't you going in? Second brother? Why aren't you going in? Doran asked. Duque pouted. Stop smiling at me, it makes me sick. Doran sighed. So what if I don't smile? Second brother, don't tire yourself out in life, it'll be hard. Duque picked at his ear. You should say that to yourself, but with me chasing after you, you'll be tired even if you don't want to. Is the throne really that important to you? You don't even acknowledge me as your big brother, Doran whispered as he stared at Duque. Duke Yushan ignored him and walked straight into the palace. Let's go. If we're any slower, father will be angered to death by that King Zishan. I don't want him to die before I can become crown prince. The throne will be yours. Doran sighed and walked into the palace. Bronson's expression was calm. The struggle for the throne was bloody, but the Great Yu Empire was an exception. Undying Yushan only had 5 children, and the third and fourth had died in the inner verse, leaving only the crown prince, second prince, and fifth princess. The throne had to be given to one of the 3, but the fifth princess wasn't interested. The crown prince and second prince had been fighting for it, but it was a little too open and they even dared to speak of it in public. Lu Ying greets your majesty. Undying Yushan looked at a glowing purple plant and waved to Lu Ying, come take a look, this plant comes from a strange planet, it doesn't have a name yet. Lu Ying walked closer and looked at the purple plant. It was round and grew up in segments, emitting strange undulations that he couldn't tell if it was strong or weak. Don't get close, it's very domineering right now. Lu Ying was confused, domineering? Undying Yushan nodded, it can kill explorers. Lu Yin's expression changed and he quickly retreated, looking at the purple plant in shock, it's that powerful? The Undying Yushan laughed heartily as he looked at the purple plant. He approached it step by step and, to Lu Yin's surprise, reached out to touch it. He then turned to Lu Ying, do you want to touch it? It's very comfortable. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled as he stepped forward and reached out to touch the purple plant. It was soft and comfortable, and there was also a sense of recovery as well as a faint fragrance. The Undying Yushan looked at the plant and sighed, nature's laws of survival are cruel. This plant will restrain itself in the face of powerhouses, and no matter how they touch it, it will not attack. Even if the surrounding creatures resist, it will not move. Thus, this plant was the only one that survived on that planet and was brought to me. In front of me, it will always be an ornamental plant. It has no other use, even if it has the strength of an explorer. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, the Undying Yushan was warning him. What business do you have with me? The Undying Yushan asked. Lu Ying replied respectfully, during Earth's trial, I accidentally heard some things. I heard that there might be a corpse king hidden there. The Undying Yushan was shocked and looked at Lu Ying, what did you say? You know the location of the corpse king? I'm not sure, but it might be. It was vague. The Undying Yushan lowered his voice, what about the coordinates? Lu Ying sent the coordinates to the Undying Yushan, who immediately sent them out. He then looked at Lu Ying and smiled, have a seat and rest, we'll have results soon. Lu Ying nodded and sat down. At the same time, Doran and Duque arrived and looked at the scene in astonishment. King Zishan hadn't pleaded for Sigmund? Why wasn't their father angry? Why are you two here? The Undying Yushan asked curiously. The two quickly bowed. The Undying Yushan nodded, since you're here, let's sit together and wait. The two were puzzled, but they didn't ask any questions and calmly sat beside Lu Ying. Lu Ying nodded to the two and didn't speak. A palace maid served snacks. Half an hour passed quickly, and the Undying Yushan's gadget beeped. He looked at it and smiled, looking at Lu Ying with praise, well done, there were 3 corpse kings in total. You'll be the first to be credited. Lu Ying quickly stood up, Uncle's army was invincible, that's why we were able to capture the corpse kings. Father, what corpse kings? Doran was puzzled. Undying Yushan explained the situation to the two, and they both looked at Lu Ying in shock. The Neo-Human Alliance was extremely destructive, and the destruction of any corpse king that escaped from Earth was a great merit. Thus, the fact that 27 corpse kings had escaped from Earth had shaken the Empire, forcing Undying Yushan to use Sigmund Mathers as a scapegoat. Now, Lu Ying had provided the coordinates of 3 corpse kings to help the Empire eliminate the Neo-Human Alliance, which was definitely a great merit. Even if it couldn't make up for the loss of 27 corpse kings, it still made the Empire look better. Well done, royal brother, Doran praised. Duque Yushan sized up Lu Ying in astonishment. He'd thought Lu Ying to be an idiot, but it turned out he had some brains. No wonder he'd been able to toy with those people on Earth and even defeat the newly awakened Night King. Interesting. Undying Yushan laughed heartily. Little Ying, you've done a great service. If you have any requests, feel free to ask. As long as it's within my means, I won't refuse. Luin took a few steps back and bowed respectfully. Uncle, General Sigmund saved my life during Earth's trial. I implore you to announce to the world that General Sigmund was the one who provided the Corpse King's coordinates. The three fell silent. Doran and Duque looked at each other in astonishment. So it was back to the same topic again, but this time it wasn't a plea for leniency, but a transfer of credit. The undying Yushan's expression was solemn, but he didn't speak. Luin bowed, his eyes flickering. He knew that 3 Corpse Kings was a great service, and capturing one that had escaped was already impressive enough. The Neo-Human Alliance wasn't something the Great Yu Empire could contend against, so this was a great contribution that he could use to gain some authority. However, he didn't. Sigmund represented not only himself, but also Zishan's old subordinates, as well as Lu Yin's reputation for being grateful. Lastly, the most important thing was to repay a debt of gratitude. In this era of popular opinion, a good reputation far outweighed some authority. With his current strength, even if he had some authority, it would be a drop in the bucket. He had never overestimated himself, he was just a sentinel ant that no one would care about. So what if he was given authority over the Empire's military? No one would listen to him. What he needed now was a solid foundation and reputation. After a while, the undying Yushan spoke, "You have to think this through. Are you sure you want to do this?" Luin was resolute. "Please grant my wish, Your Majesty." The undying Yushan nodded, "All right, but this contribution isn't enough to offset Sigmund's crimes. At most, it can save his life." Luin was grateful. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The undying Yushan nodded and looked deeply at Luin before turning to have Doran and Duke Yushan leave. He walked up to Luin. "Answer me, did you really save Sigmund to repay him for saving your life?" Luin looked into the undying Yushan's eyes and answered sincerely, "Yes, Your Majesty." The undying Yushan stared into Lu Yin's eyes for a while before smiling. "You're very similar to Zishan. He's just as grateful as you are, as expected of the Zishan family." "Alright, I'm tired, you can go back." Luin nodded and left. The undying Yushan watched Lu Yin's retreating figure and sighed emotionally. "Your descendants are very similar to you." Luin hadn't even reached the Grand Astral Sect when the undying Yushan issued an imperial edict. "Sigmund has redeemed himself through meritorious service. His death sentence has been pardoned, but there is insufficient evidence for his treason. Temporarily detained." Countless officials and nobles of the Great Yu Empire were shocked when they received the edict. Most didn't know what was going on, and only the nobles on the capital star knew that King Zishan had gone to the palace. Sicker stared blankly at the edict. How is this possible? Redeeming himself through meritorious service? What meritorious service? What did King Zishan do? It wasn't just Sicker who was confused, but many others as well. Outside the Grand Astral Gate, Bronson stared at the screen in shock. He had never said anything about Luin as his duty was to ensure King Zishan's safety. Even so, he had been disdainful of Lu Yin's request to enter the palace to plead on Sigmund's behalf. But now, Bronson felt like he had to re-evaluate this King Zishan. He had actually succeeded, and it seemed like this person wasn't all brawn and no brains, nor was he blindly arrogant. "Boss, you're out." Susan was excited. Luin wasn't happy, speaking as if he had just been released from prison. "Bronson, do you know where Vice Treasurer Sicker lives?" Bronson was stunned. "Yes." "Take me there," Luin said. Bronson nodded. They boarded the aircraft and set the route, quickly arriving at Xenu Star's runway. This was Lu Yin's first time visiting the capital, and it was as he had imagined. It was filled with technology, but there were also some retro buildings and a lot of greenery. Spacecraft after spacecraft flew past Luin, and from time to time, people would look at him in surprise. His aircraft was too eye-catching, and could be considered the best. Not far away, a huge screen showed an innocent-looking girl singing at the top of her lungs. The ground and bridges were packed with people. High up in the sky, the 3 rings of the continent were clearly visible, almost as if they were solid clouds. "Boss, look, so many beauties!" Susan exclaimed as he looked down. Luin wasn't interested, he had been in the Innerverse before, and the Great Yu Empire paled in comparison. Up ahead, an aircraft suddenly rushed over and swerved to catch up with Luin. Through the glass, Lu Ying could see a pretty girl winking at him. Hey handsome, let's have a match and see who's faster. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Sure, let's bet. Her eyes lit up. Go ahead. 5-star crystals, Lu Ying said. The woman's jaw dropped. Are you crazy? 5 cubic meters? Do you even have that? Don't play if you can't afford it. She snorted and turned to leave. Susan felt it was a pity. Boss, you shouldn't have scared her. Lu Ying smiled nonchalantly. Technology was advanced, and there were too many beauties around. He didn't care, unless they were as beautiful as Bai Shui. Still, his price had been too high. The strongest students in Earth's trial only had an average of 1-star crystal. Only people like Roz and Jenny Anna had more. Ordinary students didn't even have one. The girl from before was just an ordinary student. She only had a few star crystals on her at most, so 5-star crystals was definitely a shock to her. Lu Ying didn't have any star crystals on him, and he didn't even have any money. He should probably go to the Mavis Bank and see how much Undying Yushan had given him. Xinyu Star was huge, but most of the nobles lived close to the palace. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at a luxurious manor. This was Sicker's home. Bronson walked out of the void at the same time. Lu Ying led the two into the manor, but they were stopped by the guards. Tell Sicker that King Zishan is here to greet me, Lu Ying said. The guard was shocked and hurried to report. It didn't take long for Sicker to arrive with Roz. Bastard, why didn't you invite His Highness in? Sicker reprimanded the guard before bowing respectfully. Please forgive His Highness for not going out to welcome you. Roz bowed respectfully as well, his eyes flashing with hatred. Lu Ying smiled. Please forgive my sudden visit, Lord Sicker. I apologize for disturbing you. Sicker replied, It is my honor to have King Zishan here, please come in. Lu Ying nodded and did not stand on ceremony as he led the way inside. Sicker's mansion was luxurious, but that was only to an average level. It was nothing compared to his status as the vice-treasurer, and he was a cautious person. His words were watertight, and he was very respectful towards Lu Ying, even though the latter had no real power. His behavior in front of and behind the scenes was to the point that even Lu Ying admired him. Many people had one attitude towards the emperor, but another when they were behind his back, but Sicker was different. It was as if he was living under Undying Yushan's watchful eyes, and he always thought of Undying Yushan in everything he did. There was no way to find fault with him, and he was a very powerful person. He couldn't help but recall Silver's introduction. Although Sicker was the vice-treasurer of the empire, he had taken over the treasurer, Bailey, and was in charge of the empire's finances. Otherwise, the 12th Squadron wouldn't have taken a liking to him. Most people would have a headache dealing with someone like him, but Lu Ying liked him because he was smart. My lord, my son Roz offended you during the trial, please forgive him. Sicker immediately apologized and had Roz apologize to Lu Ying. Lu Ying smiled. Lord Sicker is too polite. Trials are battles, and I hope that Lord Sicker won't blame me for being too harsh on your son. Haha, your highness is right to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, this brat would think that he's so powerful in Yu Academy. It's good to let him broaden his horizons and know that there's always someone as talented as your highness, laughed Sicker. Lu Ying smiled back at him. Both of them were very hypocritical. Actually, Lu Yin's visit had come as a surprise to Sicker. He didn't know what Lu Yin's goal was. Roz had bewitched Baron to show off his power on the Perseverance in an attempt to embarrass Lu Yin, but that incident had already passed. As for the matter of Long Chu, Sicker didn't think anyone knew that Long Chu was one of his men. So why had Lu Yin come? Denounce him? It doesn't look like it. Lord Sicker, I've heard that the planet you were born on has beautiful scenery, Lu Yin asked curiously. Sicker smiled. Yes, I was born in. Soon, an hour had passed. Susan stood behind Lu Yin, bored to death. He didn't know what Lu Yin was up to. The same was true for Roz, who simply stood beside Sicker and watched as the two chatted about all sorts of things. Everything about the Great Yu Empire was new to Lu Yin, and he could ask countless questions. However, Sicker was different. As the vice-treasurer, he had a lot of things to deal with, but he couldn't directly refuse Lu Yin's questions. He could only answer them in detail, from the planet's scenery to the local customs, to various matters related to the trial, and even gossip. 2 more hours passed just like that. Roz couldn't take it anymore. Sicker coughed and picked up his teacup. His meaning was simple, he wanted to see Luin off. However, Luin acted as if he didn't see it and took a sip as well. Another hour passed, and Sicker coughed again. Your Highness, may I know why you've come to see me? Luin replied, it's nothing. I just wanted to pay a visit to Lord Sicker and gain some knowledge from him. After all, I've interacted with your son a lot and know that he's a profound scholar. I wanted to learn more about him. Longchu also told me that Lord Sicker is very knowledgeable. Sicker's eyes flashed and he nodded, muttering to himself for a moment before whispering a few words to Roz. Roz gritted his teeth and left with an ugly expression. Not long after, Roz handed Sicker a cosmic ring. Sicker smiled at Luin. Your Highness has just arrived in the capital, so there are many things that you can't do personally. You can hire a few servants to run errands for you. I've received a favor from King Zishan's residence in the past, so please accept this small gift as a token of my respect to King Zishan's residence. Luin was stunned. How could I accept this? He accepted the ring naturally. Roz was disdainful. Sicker smiled. You're welcome, Your Highness. Luin stood up. In that case, I'll accept it. Thank you again, Lord Sicker. Sicker stood up and bowed respectfully. I'll see you out, Your Highness. At the door, Luin stepped out of Sicker's residence and suddenly turned back. Lord Sicker, when will you be free? I'll come visit again. Sicker smiled. My apologies, Your Highness, I've been too busy recently. If there's anything you want to know, we can discuss it outside the Grand Astral Gate after the court. Luin grunted. All right, goodbye. Sicker's face sank as he watched Luin's back. Father, what's that bastard trying to do? He wants to come again? Roz was furious. Sicker coldly replied, he's testing me, and also warning me that if I attack him again, he'll come again. Him? Did he really think that he could do anything to us with his status as King Zishan? Roz mocked. Sicker's gaze darkened, realizing that this person was beyond his control. How did he know that Longchu was his subordinate? No one knew about this outside of him and the second prince, not even Roz. This person had just saved Sigmund, so he wasn't simple. Send someone to find out where he's gone, Sicker ordered. My lord, King Zishan has gone to Lord Bailey's residence, a soldier immediately reported. Sicker's gaze changed and he clenched his fists. King Zishan had come to his residence first, then Bailey's. This was a clear indication that King Zishan knew that he had taken over Bailey's authority, or he wouldn't have gotten the order wrong. There had to be someone behind King Zishan, or else he wouldn't know so much about the capital star. Roz, remember, don't provoke him for now, Sicker said in a low voice. Roz didn't understand, but he didn't dare to refute his father. Bailey's residence wasn't far from Sicker's, and they were both in the same noble circle. Luin was respectfully invited in by Bailey, and after half an hour of conversation, Bailey gave him a cosmic ring without hesitation. Sicker had many misgivings, but Bailey didn't. He was just a puppet and had plenty of money. He gave Luin a crystal card from the Mavis Bank that looked even more exquisite than the one Sicker had given him. It's my honor to have Your Highness here, please take care of me in the future, Bailey politely smiled as he saw Luin out. Luin smiled, you're too polite, Lord Bailey, please leave. Bailey nodded and watched Luin leave. When he was out of sight, he spat, what the hell are you, trying to extort me? Let's see how long you can be so smug in the future. Luin was in a good mood, very good. When Crown Prince Doran Yushan had given him a greeting gift, he had already thought of going from house to house and asking for bribes, no, greeting gifts. If they gave, he would leave. If they didn't, he wouldn't leave. He had all the time in the world. Anyway, he was just an idle prince with no real power, and nothing mattered. So what if he was sued? Who could sue him for bribery? Who would bribe an idle sentinel prince? Besides, Undying Yushan had promised that no one would bully him as long as he was in power. This promise had to be used as soon as possible, or who knew when Undying Yushan would die. As for his reputation, he didn't care what the courtiers thought of him. Everyone was greedy, but why would Undying Yushan tolerate it? It was because they were capable of doing things instead of just being greedy. Greed wasn't scary, but greed without doing anything was. Sicker's greed was definitely astronomical, but he had managed the empire's finances well, and no one dared to criticize him. Luin was the complete opposite of Sicker. He wasn't in power, and no matter how greedy he was, he wouldn't arouse fear. Instead, it would lower the wariness of many people. He had spent so much effort pretending to be a descendant of the Xianxia family, and if he didn't get anything in return, he would feel sorry for himself. He spent the next 3 days asking for bribes, reaping a bountiful harvest, 5 Mavis Bank crystal cards, 12 Empire crystal cards, and 200 star crystals. Susan's jaw dropped and Bronson's face twitched. This was the first time he'd seen someone so shameless that he'd come all the way here to ask for money. Luin was grinning from ear to ear. He had visited more than a dozen courtiers in 3 days, and none of them had given him much. They hadn't even dared to give him too much, but when added together, it was still pretty good. He should do this more often in the future. Not bad, not bad. It was a pity that many courtiers had closed their doors to visitors. Right, it was time to go to the Mavis Bank to exchange for some money. He felt like he was missing something when he didn't have any. Bronson, set the route to the Mavis Bank, Luin said in high spirits, feeling like a nouveau riche. Within the palace, several officials reported to Luin, "Your Majesty, King Xianxia has used his status to his advantage and has asked for bribes. Your Majesty, please uphold justice. Your Majesty, please uphold justice." The undying Xianxia drank his tea tiredly and asked slowly, "Did you give him anything?" "No, Your Majesty, we didn't see him. We don't have money to bribe him." "Then how do you know he's asking for bribes?" the undying Xianxia asked. Another courtier replied, "This humble subject has heard that Lord Bailey, Lord Sicker, and Lord Galao were all asked for bribes." "Heard? My officials are suing King Xianxia based on hearsay?" "Did Sicker and the others admit to it?" the undying Xianxia asked sternly. The officials were terrified and didn't dare to say another word. How could Sicker and the others admit to it? The undying Xianxia sipped his tea. "I know that King Xianxia visited some officials, but from what I know, they gave him some gifts. He's a child after all, so it's not too much to give him some gifts. What do you think?" "Yes, Your Majesty, it's not too much." The officials didn't dare to say anything else. The undying Xianxia was clearly on King Xianxia's side. "All right, you may leave," the undying Xianxia waved his hand. The officials hurriedly left. Undying Xianxia couldn't help but laugh as he tapped on the screen. There was some information about Earth's trial, and it was highlighted that Luin had captured dozens of students and robbed them all. Being so fond of money isn't the Xianxia family's way of doing things. In the end, he's still young. Undying Xianxia shook his head and smiled, not minding the matter. The Mavis Bank on the capital planet wasn't too far from the palace, and the influence of these enormous companies that spanned weaves far surpassed that of the weave empires. However, in order to show respect to the Great Yu Empire, the Mavis Bank's building wasn't too tall, and it wasn't even one of the top 5 buildings in the capital. Still, no one dared to underestimate this place. Those who were able to enter and leave the Mavis Bank were definitely influential people. Even from a distance, he could see the iconic tree structure. The Mavis Bank's building was based on a large tree, and its branches were densely packed with universal coins that numbered in the tens of millions. These were real universal coins that would sometimes fall when the wind blew, and they belonged to whoever picked them up. This was why the land around the Mavis Bank was extremely expensive, even surpassing that of the palace. Every day, countless people would wander around the area, hoping to pick up some universal coins. The Mavis Bank had bought an area of 1,000 kilometers and planted exotic flowers and plants that couldn't be found in the outerverse. There was also a specialized army protecting the area, and there were even space-exploring powerhouses. From time to time, rare beasts would run past, and there was even a space station at the top of the tree that belonged to the Mavis family. In short, this place exuded an aura of extreme wealth. When he got off the aircraft, he was served by a beautiful young lady with a respectful attitude. She introduced him to the Mavis Bank and led him to the counter. Luin looked around and saw the trunk of the large tree in the middle that led all the way to the top. There were dozens of counters around the trunk, and it wasn't too busy. Susan was stunned. He had just picked up a universal coin from the ground. How could money be picked up so casually here? That's too generous. The service at the counter was completely automated, and the beautiful girl from before was standing not too far away with drinks and all sorts of other things waiting for Luin to order. Luin first looked through the crystal cards that the courtiers had given him, and found that there was only a little over 1 million in total. When converted to the Great Yu Empire's Yushan currency, that was about 10 million. It wasn't a small amount, but it wasn't a lot either. As for the crystal card that Undying Yushan had given him, it wasn't much either, only 300,000. This meant that he had close to 1.5 million in total. After that, he converted the amount in the crystal cards from the Empire's bank into universal coins, which amounted to about 500,000. Luin pursed his lips, they were too stingy. Generally speaking, a cube of star crystals could be exchanged for 1 million, and he didn't even have 2 cubes of star crystals on him. But then again, the courtiers didn't dare to have too much money in case the Empire found out. Star crystals were different, no one would be able to find out about them, and even if they did, they could crush the evidence and destroy it. What a loss, I only got this much after 3 days. Looks like they've spent all their money on star crystals. I should think of a way to get more, he muttered to himself. As they walked out of the Mavis Bank, Susan asked carefully, "Boss, where are we going next? Are we still going to blackmail them?" Luin glared at him, "Don't spout nonsense, those are just greeting gifts." Susan smiled awkwardly. Luin muttered to himself, it was time to stop for a while. Even if he went to the courtiers now, no one would open the door again. It was time to train his battle techniques. At that moment, a universal coin floated down from the sky and landed in Lu Yin's hand. The universal currency was made from a special material that had a unique pattern of the starry sky drawn on it using star crystals. It looked exquisite and soft to the touch, and he looked up at the enormous tree-shaped building with countless universal currency floating on its branches. His eyes burned with passion. If he robbed the Mavis Bank, who knew how much money he could get? Luin suddenly thought of Lulu Mavis and wondered if she was here. When they returned to King Zishan's palace, Luin told Bronson that he would be in seclusion for 5 days and that no one was to disturb him. Bronson heaved a sigh of relief. "Yes, Your Highness." "Boss, what about me?" Susan asked, looking at Luin expectantly. Luin casually handed him an imperial bank card, "Buy some furniture and do as you see fit. Don't train." Susan was puzzled as to why Luin wouldn't allow him to train, but he didn't ask any questions. Luin considered whether or not he should report Susan's innate gift to the Empire. If he did, Susan would be given a chance to reform his body, but at the same time, he wouldn't belong to him. But if he didn't report it, was he going to raise him forever? He couldn't just stop him from training forever. At that moment, Luin suddenly remembered that he had wasted 5 pips from the lottery. Susan also had an innate gift that he could have used, but he had forgotten about him. It was also his fault for focusing so much on Bai Shui that he had forgotten about the other 2 innate gifts. Currently, the universe divided innate gifts into 3 categories: natural innate gifts, biological innate gifts, and exotic innate gifts. Natural innate gifts, as the name implied, allowed one to control the power of nature, ice, fire, and other natural phenomena in the universe. It was rumored that someone had awakened a black hole innate gift and was invincible for a time. Biological innate gifts were related to living creatures. The universe was vast, and countless life forms had been born. It was also rumored that someone had awakened a celestial phoenix innate gift that could set the universe on fire. Exotic innate gifts were all-encompassing, including eyes, ears, and even the human body's 5 senses. There was also Lu Yin's own dye, and so on. In short, all inexplicable innate gifts were listed here. Susan's innate gift was one of the exotic innate gifts. It was hard to say which of the 3 innate gifts was stronger, but any one of them could be used to dominate a region. This was also why the Universe Youth Council was willing to allow cultivators with innate gifts to join them. Innate gifts were 1 in a million, and their potential was enormous. Luin had originally planned to sell Susan to a powerful organization, but he felt that it would be too much of a loss. He had brought Susan all the way to the Great Yu Empire, and he was unwilling to let go of a cultivator with innate gifts. There were many ways to get money, but cultivators with innate gifts were different. Once Susan interacted more with the outside world, he would understand the importance of cultivators with innate gifts. As he thought about it, Lu Ying sent a message to Undying Yushan, informing him of Susan's situation. It didn't take long for news to arrive that Undying Yushan had agreed to allow Susan to remodel his body and join Yu Academy. At the same time, the 7th Imperial Squadron had also expressed their desire for Susan to join. Lu Ying muttered to himself. Bronson had introduced the 7th Imperial Squadron to him before. The captain was named Batson, and his weapon was an ancient flintlock. Was he interested in Susan's innate gift? "Boss, someone wants to take me away," Susan suddenly called out. Lu Ying replied, "I've already told the Empire about your situation. Remodel your body like Zhang Dingtian and the rest. How far you can go in the future is up to you." Outside King Zishan's palace, Susan carefully swallowed and spoke to his gadget. "Boss, remodel my body? I wouldn't dare." He would never forget Zhang Dingtian's pain. Lu Ying laughed. "Well, it's your fault for absorbing energy crystals before meeting me, but you wouldn't have been able to awaken your innate gift otherwise. Alright, that's all for now. Work hard, and your future achievements might not be inferior to Zhang Dingtian and the rest." He then hung up. Everyone from Earth now had their own homes, and the future was up to them. Lu Ying himself had to become stronger as soon as possible. Astral 10 would descend at any time, and it would be too difficult for him to join with his current strength. King Zishan's palace had both a training room and a large training ground, but Lu Ying was the only one in it. There was a gravity room in the training ground, and Lu Ying habitually adjusted the gravity to 40 times normal. He crushed a cube of star crystals and began training the Day-Night Punch and Sky Beast Claw. Only by using star energy would he be able to achieve better results. Most people didn't have that luxury, but for Lu Ying, this wasn't a problem at all. He didn't leave King Zishan's palace for 7 days straight, and many guessed that he had been reprimanded by His Majesty. 7 days later, Zhang Dingtian arrived at the 2nd ring outside of Xinyu Star at the 13 Imperial Squadron's encampment. He looked up and saw the word 5 in front of him. This was the 5th Squadron. His identity was verified and he was brought to the 5th Squadron's encampment. He felt the surging power all around him, each of which could easily crush him. His gaze was resolute. The 13 Imperial Squadrons were the most powerful organization in the Great Yu Empire. Countless powerhouses were gathered here, and the official members of the 13 squadrons were all melders at the very least. Every squadron had several space-exploring powerhouses, and the captains were the cruisers who represented the Empire's most powerful forces. The captain of the 5th Squadron, Xianxia, was an absolute powerhouse who had followed Undying Yushan into the Innerverse. He was also the head of the Hua family and was Xiaoling's father. Zhang Dingtian was brought to the bottom of the gigantic volcano. With a deafening roar, lava blossomed in the air like fireworks before crashing to the ground and melting it. Zhang Dingtian didn't move. He watched as the lava came crashing down on him. If it hit him, he would be melted into ashes. Just as the magma was about to touch him, it suddenly disappeared. The surrounding high temperature rapidly decreased, as if it was being absorbed by an even more terrifying force. "You're from Earth?" A huge sound wave accompanied by high temperature descended. Zhang Dingtian was being suppressed, and his skin was being burned, but there was no fear in his eyes. "Yes, I'm from Earth." "Why did you walk out?" "Become stronger," Zhang Dingtian said firmly. "You will die." "Weakness is even more lamentable than death," roared Zhang Dingtian as he felt the pressure. His legs couldn't take it anymore, and his clothes began to burn. "From now on, you will be a member of the 5th Squadron. You will belong to me, Xianxia." Zhang Dingtian couldn't take it anymore, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Within the volcano, a middle-aged man opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Dingtian. His fiery red hair was hotter than magma, and he was one of the captains that Lu Ying had seen at the imperial court. Compared to his ordinary appearance at the court, this man was the real Xianxia, a man hotter than magma. Bai Shui was brought to the 6th Squadron's encampment in the 2nd ring. The 6th Squadron was completely different from the 5th. Most of its members were women, and the environment was beautiful with all sorts of pink trees and fragrant flowers. Bai Shui hadn't expected the 6th Squadron to be like this, and she looked around in surprise. Not long after, Peach came out with a tall woman. The woman was several meters away from Peach. "You're Bai Shui, King Zishan's friend?" Peach hovered 10 meters away from Bai Shui and looked at her curiously. Bai Shui bowed, "Yes." Peach nodded in satisfaction, "You're beautiful." "Good, you're a member of the 6th Squadron from now on. Remember, if anyone dares to bully you, tell them my name, Great Peach." Bai Shui was confused. This was the captain of the 6th Squadron? A loli? It can't be. She felt like she'd been caught in a trap. "What, you don't want to?" Peach's dissatisfied voice came from behind Bai Shui. Bai Shui's eyes narrowed, and she turned around to look at the previous position. Peach was still there, but there was another one behind her. Was this speed? Why wasn't the afterimage disappearing? Peach smiled slyly, "See, even space couldn't react to my speed. It's only now that I'm gone." Bai Shui stared blankly at the previous position, where Peach's afterimage had slowly disappeared. She didn't understand, but she knew that it was terrifying. "Greetings, Captain." Peach was pleased. Even further away, at the 11th Squad's base, a strange scene was taking place. Their leader, the blind monk, and Saruzin were sitting opposite each other. Neither of them said a word. They just stared at each other in silence. Quite a few people stole glances at them, feeling like they'd seen a ghost. The two's appearances were more frightening than the other, especially Saruzin. He'd followed the blind monk for many years, but this was the first time he'd seen someone whose appearance completely outshined the blind monk's. That withered arm was just too awesome. How many years did it take to hold it up? Susan was still in the second ring, where the 7th team was stationed. Susan was trembling with fear as he looked around. It was too scary. "Boss, I don't want to stay here." 7 days later, Luyin left King Zishan's palace. Training required a balance between work and rest, and it was time to go out for a walk. He found that training in the gravity room didn't have much of an effect on his battle techniques, especially the day-night fist. It was a technique that had been passed down for an entire race, and it required more than just training. It was more like understanding, alternating day and night. There was a bar not far from King Zishan's palace. It wasn't large, but it was exquisite. Luyin walked in, hearing cheers and shouts as young men and women sang and danced to their heart's content. He didn't take more than a few steps before leaving. He didn't like the noisy atmosphere. Luyin wasn't sure where to go when a man approached him and bowed, "Your Highness, our master invites you for a drink." Luyin followed the man's gaze and saw the second prince, Duke Yushan, sitting at a table in an open-air tavern a few kilometers away, raising his glass to him. Luyin was surprised. What a coincidence, sure. The open-air tavern was much simpler than the bar, and the wind was chilly. Duke Yushan drank alone as he ate. No one would have dared to believe that the second prince of the empire would be in such a place. "Brother, you're in such a good mood," Luyin greeted, sitting across from Duke Yushan and pouring himself a glass of wine. Duke Yushan smiled, "I didn't expect to meet you here. Don't you like bars?" Luyin shook his head, "It's too noisy, this place is much more comfortable. You can cook wine in the cold wind and have 100 different dishes. I was afraid you wouldn't like it. The owner of this tavern was smuggled in from a barbarian planet and doesn't have much skill, but he's great at cooking wine. You should try it," Duke Yushan toasted Luyin. He took a sip and pursed his lips. To be honest, he didn't know much about wine, but this cup of wine wasn't spicy or dry at all. It felt pretty good, as if it stimulated his appetite. Even though it was warm, there was a cooling sensation that went straight to his brain. Good wine. Duke Yushan smiled and filled Luyin's glass again, "As long as you don't mind." "Why are you in such a good mood to drink here?" Luyin asked. Duke Yushan shook his head, "Tired." Luyin was surprised, but he didn't say anything. Duke Yushan took another sip, "Fighting for the throne is too tiring." Luyin coughed, almost spitting out the wine as he looked at Duke Yushan in shock. That was too direct. Duke Yushan laughed, "What, is this the first time you've heard of it?" Luyin laughed. "Yes, it is." "Brother, you're so forthright." The corner of Duke Yushan's mouth rose, "Not just to you, I've said it to many people, even to father." Luin was surprised. Was the fight for the throne so straightforward? He had stayed on Earth for more than a year and understood some of its history. The struggle for the throne had always been cruel and unpredictable, but he had never met anyone who was as direct as Duke Yushan. The Great Yu Empire is huge, with the royal family, the 13 squadrons, Yu Academy, the guards, and so on. Everyone has their eyes on the throne and us. There are 4 people who are qualified to fight for the throne, with eldest brother being the closest, but there are always people who don't want him to take the throne. So many people support me, like Sicker. Similarly, there are people who support fifth sister, but her ambition isn't in the Great Yu Empire. 4 people, who's the last one? Luin was curious. He only knew of Crown Prince Doran Yushan, but Duke Yushan and 5th Princess Wendy Yushan. Duke Yushan looked at Luin. You? Me? Lu Yin's heart trembled at Duke's words. Me? Duke nodded. That's right, the 4th one is you. You have the right to become the emperor of the Great Yu Empire. Luin blinked. Stop joking, royal brother. I'm just an idle prince, not a member of the Yushan family. How could I have the right? Please don't speak nonsense. Duke smiled at Luin. I'm not speaking nonsense. Do you know what my father said to the Undying Zishan before the Undying Duo ventured into the Innerverse? He paused. If we don't die this time, we'll split the empire equally. The Great Yu Empire belongs to both the Yushan family and the Zishan family. Luin narrowed his eyes and met Duke's gaze. He smiled and picked up some food. It's not bad. Duke Yushan retracted his gaze. Eat more if it's delicious. The servants are insensible. I apologize on their behalf. Luin knew he was talking about Sicker, but he didn't mind. Royal brother, when will Astral 10 descend? Do you have any definite news? Duke shook his head. I don't. There's only one person in the Great Yu Empire who knows, and that's 5th sister, your fiancé in name. Luin rolled his eyes. He knew about Wendy Yushan, but fiancé? She wouldn't even look him in the eye. She didn't even place the Great Yu Empire in her eyes. Duke threw a cosmic ring on the table and stood up. As your royal brother, this is a greeting gift. I hope you don't mind, I'll take my leave. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. He trusted that Duke wouldn't be lacking. Duke smiled and was about to leave when he suddenly said, rumor has it that the Zishan family has a treasure trove. Why don't you take a look, royal brother? You might find something unexpected. Luin held the cosmic ring in one hand, his eyes twinkling. Treasure trove? What did Duke mean? Did he want him to find it? What a joke. Undying Yushan hadn't mentioned a single word about the treasure, and it was obvious that he didn't want anyone else to get their hands on it. If Luin went to look for it, wouldn't that just be courting death? Undying Yushan was trying to trick Luin into thinking that he was greedy for money. As he ate, Luin glanced at his cosmic ring, and his eyes lit up. There was a ring armor inside. Duke had to be at least a melder's armor. It was good stuff, and he was quite generous with it, but it was a little too shady. However, he didn't expect the Zishan family to have the right to inherit the throne. Did Sicker suppress him because of this? Impossible. Even if he was qualified, it did not mean that he would succeed. How could he compete with the Crown Prince and the Second Prince? They had been operating in the Empire for hundreds of years, and no one would take him seriously. So why did Sicker keep targeting him? Was it because of the Zishan clan? Duke apologized to him on behalf of Sicker. It was obvious that Sicker had acted on his own, or Duke wasn't the only one behind Sicker. Bronson, Luin said. A figure walked out of the void behind him. It was Bronson. Your Highness. Have you heard of the Zishan clan's treasure? Bronson lowered his voice. I've heard of it, but it was hundreds of years ago. No one has mentioned it in recent years. Do you know anything about Sicker? Does he have any grudges with the Zishan clan? Luin asked again. Bronson shook his head. No. Luin muttered to himself. The Great Yu Empire's waters were deep, especially with Undying Yushan's old age. There were rumors that his old injuries had relapsed, and he didn't have much longer to live. How would this battle for the throne end? However, this had nothing to do with Luin for now. He might be in the Astral Combat Academy when the time came. After sitting for a while, Luin left the tavern and returned to King Zishan's palace. There were many books in the palace, but there were no battle techniques. The Zishan clan must have taken them away. Luin focused on finding books on breaking through to the Melder realm. Breaking through to the Melder realm was a turning point for cultivators. A person's future could be determined by their Melder realm. There were many books on this topic, but Luin didn't understand what it meant. All he knew was that the path to becoming stronger was through realms and battle techniques. What else was there? Bronson, have you been to the Innerverse? Luin asked. Bronson shook his head, no. The Innerverse was far stronger than the Outerverse. He had been there before, but he had always been stuck in one place. He didn't know much about the Innerverse, much less about the Melder realm. Should he ask Undying Yushan? Luin shook his head. The Emperor might have taken care of him a little, but he wouldn't have allowed Luin to look for him for everything. Crown Prince Doran Yushan seemed gentle, but he was just as scheming as Duke Yushan. Who else could it be? Mira? It was best not to contact her. Her value would decrease if he did. Are you thinking about how to break through to the Melder realm, Your Highness? Bronson asked, rarely taking the initiative to speak. Luin shook his head, let nature take its course. I'm thinking about how to become a Melder. Bronson muttered, in the Great Yu Empire, powerhouses rely on battle techniques. However, I've heard that there's an extremely powerful force called Battle Force in the Innerverse. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had heard of Battle Force before. Those who loved to fight had to have integrity. Battle Force originated from a person's heart, and it originated from the very foundation of the human body. It could be used to attack, defend, break through limits, crush the heavens, and tear apart the heavens. It was an incomprehensible force that anyone could possess, but not everyone could activate. Luin had heard of it several times in the Innerverse, but unfortunately, there was no way to cultivate Battle Force in the Outerverse. It was a secret even in the Innerverse, and was even more secretive than Formcast models. Bronson's ability to hear about Battle Force was clearly related to his status, but that was all. He knew nothing about Battle Force. Luin looked up at the sky and the 3 rings of land. His eyes flashed. How could he have forgotten about the Skybeast Claw? Learning the first 20 forms of the Skybeast Claw required the approval of the 5 Hallmasters. Thinking about it, Luin took out his gadget to contact Jerlin and ask for her help in getting Jerbok to let him learn the Skybeast Claw, but then he stopped himself. Given Jerlin's personality, it would be good enough if she didn't cause trouble for him. Helpless, he could only take the initiative to request the 5 Hallmasters to learn the first 20 forms of the Skybeast Claw as a member of Yu Academy. Tianming was the first to agree. He had agreed back in the Formcast pool. He was quite easy to talk to. The second to agree was Luo King. The third to agree was Huazhong. Huazhong was from the Hua family, and Luin hadn't expected him to agree. He had assumed that the Hua family would treat him with hostility because of Hua Shaoling. It was a pity that Jerbok and Schutz didn't agree, but that was to be expected. He was just trying his luck, and it would be good enough if 3 of them agreed. The problem was how to get the other 2 to agree. It was at this time that Luin received a notification that Jerbok wanted to meet him. Jerbok wanted to meet him? Luin was surprised. Jerlin must have told on him, or else Jerbok wouldn't want to meet him. That's fine, I was just worrying about how to get him to agree. I'll know what he's thinking. Luin didn't waste any time and headed to the first ring in the middle of the night. Cultivators didn't know the difference between day and night, and it was normal for them to not sleep for several days straight. Jerbok's hall was rather far from the Formcast pool, and it took him a full 9 hours to reach it from King Zishan's palace. The sky was already bright, and that was with the speed of the latest aircraft. It would take a normal person a few days to get there. There was a large lake in the first ring that could be considered an ocean. It was a deep blue color that could be seen even from Xinyu Star, far larger than Earth. At the center of the ocean was Jerbok's hall. Huge towers were stacked on top of each other, and there were people flying over from time to time. Creatures roamed the sea and occasionally attacked the towers, but they were instantly annihilated. There were space-exploring powerhouses overseeing this place. Luin sat in his aircraft and flew straight to the tower, looking down to see Yu Academy students hunting creatures on the surface of the sea. At the top of the tower, within a spacious stone house, a youth opened his eyes and looked outside with a grin. Bronson was stopped outside the tower, but Luin was a member of U Academy and could enter. The tower was extremely tall, piercing through the clouds. There were many U Academy students coming and going, and all of them looked at Luin curiously. U Academy was a place where the elites of the great U Empire's younger generation gathered. Every one of its members wasn't simple, and they would all be competitors in the future. Luin walked to the center of the tower and looked up. The stone stairs spiraled upwards, and one could only climb them and not fly. That was the rule. It was time to ask for a reward. Thank you for your support, brothers. Just as Luin was about to climb, a man walked out and blocked his path, sizing him up curiously. Brother, which floor do you want to go to? Which floor is Gerbach on? Luin asked. Everyone was startled and looked at Luin in astonishment. You're looking for the hallmaster? He's the one looking for me, Luin said indifferently. Everyone looked at Luin inquisitively, and a shorter man glared at him from the crowd. He was one of the elites from U Academy who had gone to Earth for the trial and had been robbed by Luin. He had a deep impression of Luin and was one of the few who knew of his identity. He wanted to cause trouble for Luin, but decided against it when faced with Lu Yin's identity as King Zishan. The hallmaster is on the top floor, the man who blocked Luin said. Thank you, Luin replied before climbing up. Every few meters, there was a huge space. The higher he went, the fewer people there were, and no one was stopping him. By the time he saw the clouds outside, he was already very close to the top, but there was no one here. At the top of the tower, Gerbach stood by a stone window as a strong wind blew past. Luin leapt up to the top floor and saw a youth standing not too far away. His back was straight, and he exuded a fierce aura. This was Gerbach, one of the top powerhouses of the great U Empire's younger generation, one of the hallmasters of U Academy, and a freak in the mouths of countless students. Luin sized up Gerbach, who suddenly turned around and glared at him like an arrow piercing through the void, causing Luin to feel a chill down his spine. This person looks very similar to Jerlin, so he must be her brother, Luin thought to himself. They were both hallmasters of U Academy, but Tianming was gentle and polite while Gerbach had a heroic aura. His entire being was like an arrow, full of aggression. Thank you for taking care of my sister during the trial, Gerbach said, his gaze fixed on Luin. Luin frowned and stared back without backing down. It's the law of the jungle. Gerbach grinned, that's right. Since you know that, why did you help her? Luin was stunned. Help her? When? Didn't he snatch her away? Although she didn't succeed in Earth's trial, Jerlin is far ahead in terms of individual results. She's even surpassed Eddie. I don't believe it. I know her. She can't get that kind of result with her strength. You're the one who helped her. You kidnapped dozens of students. That result is enough for her to be ahead of others. Luin raised an eyebrow. Jerlin didn't seem to have told Gerbach that he had robbed her, which made sense. Given her personality, there was no way she would tell Gerbach about it. Although Gerbach had a lot of authority in U Academy, it was limited to U Academy. He didn't have the authority to interfere with the trials, so he wouldn't have known about the details of the trials or that Luin had robbed her. Is that why you don't want me to learn the first 20 forms of the Skybeast Claw? Gerbach's gaze swept outside the tower. I just wanted to see you. Although you're King Zishan, you participated in the trials as a native. A mere native defeated dozens of students, including the elites of U Academy, including Roz. I'm very curious about you. He stared at Luin, his eyes full of battle intent. I want to experience your strength even more. Rumor has it that you can learn the Skybeast Claw in actual combat, but I don't believe it. Luin smiled. Let's give it a try then. Gerbach grunted and suppressed his star energy to the Sentinel realm. Be careful, I won't hold back once we're in battle mode. Me too, Luin replied, and the two charged at each other at the same time. Boom. Their fists collided, sending shockwaves in all directions as they retreated at the same time before charging at each other again. Gerbach didn't hold back as he raised his hand and unleashed a Skybeast Claw that was far stronger than Tissan's. This was Gerbach. Even as a sentinel, he could use battle techniques that surpassed a Melder's. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stopped abruptly, his gaze fixed on Gerbach's Skybeast Claw. 5 stars appeared faintly around his body, forming a unique defensive force field. When Gerbaka's claw reached into the cosmic force field, the distance between them became incomparably distant, to the point where Luin could clearly see every move of the Sky Beast claw. 1, 2, 3, all the way to the 15th form. Gerbaka's Sky Beast claw contained 15 variations, and its power was terrifying. The void roared and shook the air, seemingly freezing everything around them. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he dodged at an incredible angle. The Sky Beast claw covered 100 meters, but Luin still managed to evade it and hit the ground, leaving a huge imprint. Gerbak stared at Luin in shock. You actually dodged it, good. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had just learned 9 variations, but that wasn't enough. Gerbak used the same Sky Beast claw in a futile attempt to defeat Luin. Unfortunately, Luin could see that the Sky Beast claw wasn't flawless, and every attack was dodged. It wasn't until Gerbak used the Sky Beast claw for the 5th time that Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had succeeded. The next moment, Luin raised his hand and turned it into a claw, Sky Beast claw. Gerbak was shocked, but he also used the same technique. There was a loud rumble that attracted the attention of many below the tower. Luin and Gerbak retreated at the same time, leaving deep marks on the ground. When the dust settled, Gerbak's shocked expression was revealed. You can actually learn, the Sky Beast claw. You've only seen it 5 times, and you're already able to use the 15th form. Gerbak was a melder, and even if he suppressed his realm, his body was still as strong as a melder's. Luin would be at a disadvantage if he fought him head-on. I never thought that there would be a genius like you. The Sky Beast claw is engraved on the stone wall, and even the elites of your academy would take a long time to learn it. Some people can't even learn the 15th form in their entire lives, but you managed to do it in such a short time. I'm impressed, Gerbak praised. Luin didn't see any jealousy in Gerbak's eyes, and his impression of him improved significantly. It just so happens that this battle technique suits me. Gerbak nodded and sighed. That's right, it's easy to learn a battle technique that suits you. Do you still want to fight? Luin asked. Gerbak's lips curled up. The Sky Beast claw isn't my forte, and since I said I'd fight you, I won't let it end like this. Be careful, I'll use a battle technique that suits me, so don't blame me if you die. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Gerbak was a hall master and a peak melder, so his battle techniques were definitely terrifying. Come. Gerbak grinned, and a strange fruit appeared in his hand with a lightning pattern on it. This fruit was similar to a natural energy crystal, and could provide electricity. As he crushed the fruit, lightning flashed wildly, and high temperatures scorched the ground. It even blasted outside through the stone window, causing quite a few people to be shocked. The hall master is fighting. Who is he fighting? Is it that person who just went up? Impossible, he's only a sentinel. Luin felt the violent lightning and subconsciously retreated. This scene reminded him of Jerlin's armor, but it was far more terrifying. He couldn't wait any longer, so he took the initiative to attack. His gaze turned cold as he raised his hand and blasted out with Space Render Palm. Gerbak snorted and waved his hand, causing lightning to explode and tear apart the shockwaves of Space Render Palm before shooting towards Luin like an arrow. Luin hurriedly dodged, but the wall behind him was pierced through and the scorching shockwaves pushed him away. His body felt numb from the power of the lightning. This is my battle technique, the Thunderbolt Arrow. Let me see your strength, Gerbak growled, stepping forward with one foot and transforming the lightning into an arrow that he aimed at Luin. In that instant, Luin felt his scalp go numb. It wasn't just lightning that had appeared in his eyes, there was also an unfathomable sharpness to it. The entire world had turned into a sea of lightning, filled with enemies. Below the tower, Bronson's gaze turned solemn as he stared at the sky. In Yu Academy, he couldn't interfere in a battle as long as it wasn't intentional. He just hoped that the Zishan king wouldn't die. Even if he suppressed his realm, he still wasn't a match for an ordinary melder. Luin stared at the sharpness amidst the endless lightning. Gerbak was even more threatening than Qingyu had been. Qingyu's injuries had suppressed him to the Sentinel realm, and he couldn't use many battle techniques. Gerbak, on the other hand, had no restrictions and could display his full strength as a sentinel. Luin knew that he couldn't dodge the attack, so he raised his hand and activated the 5 stars in his palm. He used the cosmic palm, and the stars appeared in his palm. Boom! The shockwave shattered the walls and blew away the clouds, sweeping out in all directions. At the top of the tower, Lu Ying had finally managed to block Gerbaka's all-out attack. Not only that, but the explosion of the fifth star had even suppressed Gerbaka's thunderbolt arrow, dispersing all of the lightning and nullifying Gerbaka's battle technique. Gerbak himself wasn't injured, but his technique had been broken and he had lost. Lu Ying retracted his hand, a black mark appearing on his palm. The power of the lightning had scorched his palm, but it wasn't too serious. You win, Gerbak said. Lu Ying took a deep breath. It's a draw, I'm injured. Gerbak laughed. I used an external force to display my battle technique, so that's cheating. I believe you didn't use your full strength either. I'm not a sore loser, a win is a win. Lu Ying didn't argue, he really hadn't used his full strength. At the very least, he hadn't used Bai Shui's innate gift. With her innate gift and serious palm, he could have been even stronger. Although suppressing your realm isn't very satisfying, it's still not bad. With your strength, you're definitely in the top 10 of Yu Academy, Gerbak said cheerfully. Lu Ying was surprised. Yu Academy has more than 10 melders, right? Gerbak sneered. Melders? So what, you know? No more than 10 people in Yu Academy can block that arrow, so you're definitely in the top 10. He suddenly thought of Tyson, who had challenged him in the formcast pool. That person was also a melder, but he had been defeated by Lu Yin's cosmic palm. There was also Munoer. With Lu Yin's current strength, he could definitely defeat a melder. After all, Lu Ying could easily defeat a melder. Were melders weak? No, they were strong, but the melders of the Great Yu Empire were weak. Gerbak was strong in Yu Academy, but he was far from being strong in the Innerverse. This was the difference between the Outerverse and the Innerverse. Lu Ying wasn't in a hurry to break through to the Melder realm. He wanted to learn more about the Melder realm, he didn't want to end up like Munoer. At that moment, Lu Ying saw that Gerbak had agreed to his request. Thank you, Lu Ying said. There's only Schutz left. How do you plan to get him to agree? Gerbak asked. Lu Ying hadn't expected this. He had heard of Schutz before, and he was the indisputable strongest person of the Great Yu Empire's younger generation. He was also the #1 expert of Yu Academy, and he easily surpassed Tianming and Gerbak. He was also a former member of the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council. With so many halos around him, even an ordinary person would be praised to the peak. Gerbak chuckled. I'll be a good person to the end and help you. However, you've already learned 15 moves. 5 more moves won't make much of a difference, but you'll have to pay a huge price. Are you sure? Lu Ying was curious. That depends on the price. Gulba was shocked. I thought you would do it without hesitation. Lu Ying shrugged. Just like you said, there's not much of a difference between having 5 more or less styles. If the effort isn't proportional to the benefits, then there's no need for it. Gerbak sized Lu Ying up. To be honest, I've met many people who aren't afraid of death in the face of powerful battle techniques, especially the elites of Yu Academy. They'll fight to the death with anyone who tries to stop them. It's rare to meet someone as realistic as you. Lu Ying smiled. If he could learn all of the Sky Beast Claw's techniques, he would be willing to pay a huge price, but there was no need for just 20 forms. He didn't rely on the Sky Beast Claw to fight, and his main focus was on the serious palm. Actually, he wanted Gerbak to show him the 20 forms of the Sky Beast Claw, but he knew that this request was a bit too much. No one liked others to secretly learn their combat skills, even if it was a common combat skill, just like no one liked others to pry into their privacy. Gerbak already knew that Lu Ying could learn the Sky Beast Claw in battle, so there was no way he would use it against him. Gerbak activated his gadget, and a screen popped up. A youth with a cold gaze and a red warblade on his back appeared on the screen. His upper body was naked, and his body was covered in scars. This person was Schutz. Compared to Gerbak, Schutz looked very ordinary, but this person had firmly suppressed countless youths in the Great Yu Empire and become the strongest powerhouse. What is it? Schutz's voice was hoarse and indifferent. I lost, Gerbak replied. Schutz's eyes flashed. Who did you lose to? Lu Ying, that King Zishan, Gerbak replied. He's a sentinel, Schutz muttered to himself. I lost to him as a sentinel, and he learned all 15 forms of the skybeast claw perfectly, Gerbach said. Schutz fell silent. The way I see it, he's already invincible among sentinels. There's no one in U Academy who can match him anyway, and his overall strength is enough to rank him in the top 10. Once he breaks through to the Melder realm, he might even become a threat to the 5 Hall Masters. What do you think? Schutz looked at Gerbach. Where is he? He just left. Why, do you want to see him? I want to fight him. He's a sentinel. He might not have the time. You know, he's King Zishan, not an ordinary student of U Academy. He doesn't belong to any hall. Schutz's gaze turned sharp. Tell him that I can agree to let him learn the first 20 forms of the Skybeast Claw, as long as he dares to accept the challenge. Gerbach thought about it. All right, I'll look for him. Without another word, Schutz turned off the screen. Gerbach turned to Luin with a smile. Done. How about it? Do you dare to pay the price? Lu Yin's lips curled up, excitement flashing through his eyes. It would be my honor to fight the strongest in the Empire. When? Gerbach was about to say something when their gadgets buzzed at the same time. This was an important notification that couldn't be turned off, just like the one from Astral 10. Luin and Gerbach looked at their gadgets at the same time, and after a while, they looked up and stared at each other in shock. The 5th Princess of the Empire, Wendy Yushan, had joined the Outerverse Youth Council and become a member of the Great U Empire's Youth Council. Something big is about to happen, Gerbach said in a low voice. At the same time, countless people in the Empire received the news that Wendy Yushan had joined the Outerverse Youth Council and was now in charge of the Empire's Youth Council. Most people cheered as someone from the Empire finally had a say in the Outerverse. But at the same time, many sighed. These were people who understood Wendy Yushan, including the Undying Yushan. In the palace, the Undying Yushan sighed and smiled bitterly. This is going to be troublesome. In the Crown Prince's residence, Doran Yushan stared blankly at the screen before sighing. With her temperament, is there anyone in the Empire who can catch her eye? Duque laughed. This is interesting. Looks like the Empire is going to be lively. Many people sighed. On the top floor of the first ring tower, Luin was puzzled. What's with that expression? Isn't it a good thing that Wendy Yushan has joined the Outerverse Youth Council? She's even in charge of the Empire's Youth Council. Gerbach smiled bitterly. Do you know anything about the 5th princess? Luin shook his head. Not at all. He'd only heard that this woman was doing well in the Innerverse and had her sights set on the top of her head. Even the Great U Empire was beneath her. Princess Wendy, she. Before Gerbach could finish, another notification came. The Great U Empire lacks talents. The Council has temporarily suspended recruitment and will be taken over by members of the Outerverse Youth Council. They will soon arrive at Xenu Star. Luin stared blankly at the notification. What did this mean? See, this is Princess Wendy. No one in the Empire's younger generation is worthy of her attention, including us 5 Hall Masters. In her eyes, we don't even have the right to enter the Youth Council. That's why there's no such thing as a Youth Council in the Empire, Gerbach said helplessly. This was the first time Luin had experienced Wendy Yushan's tyranny. She had decided everything, and no one could go against her decision, not even the Undying Yushan. He seemed to have a marriage contract with her, and when he thought about it, he felt a chill run down his spine. She wouldn't break the contract by sending him a notice, would she? Even though he was an imposter, that would be too embarrassing. He hoped that she wouldn't. How strong is this woman? She doesn't even like you guys? Luin asked. Gerbach's gaze was complicated. You should know that she's the 2nd captain of the 13 Imperial squadrons. Luin nodded. He'd heard Bronson mention it before. She fought her way up, Gerbach said in admiration. Lu Yin's expression changed. What? She fought her way up? Gerbach nodded with a look of reverence. How is it? Isn't it unbelievable? But it's the truth. The 13 Imperial squadrons have a rule that as long as a member defeats the captain, they can replace him. She defeated the previous captain and became the new captain. That was the first thing she did when she came out of the Innerverse. From then on, no one knows how strong she is because no one in the Empire is worth her time. Luin was shocked. and his heart was filled with a sense of absurdity. The captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons were all cruisers, which meant that their power levels exceeded 50,000. How could that woman have reached that level? How was that possible? Gerbach and the other hallmasters were only melders, and there was a huge gap between them and a cruiser. No wonder that woman looked down on the Empire's younger generation. She was a genius who had stood out from the rest of the universe. Top 20 on the Astral Combat rankings. She's terrifying enough to sweep through Frostwave Weave, and even the older generation has to bow down before her. There aren't many in the Great U Empire who can beat her. She's enough to look down on us, Gerbach sighed. At that moment, the screen lit up again. It was Schutz. Gerbach, postpone my battle with Luine. I want to see how strong the members of the Outerverse Youth Council are. Gerbach nodded. I want to try as well. If Princess Wendy likes him, he's definitely not weak. Adjust your condition, the Great U Empire can't be looked down upon. Schutz turned off the screen. Gerbach looked at Luine. Go back. Your battle with Schutz will have to wait for a while, at least until the Outerverse Youth Council members arrive. Luine grunted and left, feeling a little conflicted. His fiancée was a little too strong. No matter how big of a commotion Wendy Yushan caused in the Great U Empire, it was still a good thing for the outside world. At the very least, she was the princess of the Great U Empire. Perhaps it was because of her sudden rise that the Hua family had suddenly rejected the marriage proposal from the Fireforge planet. Your Majesty Undying Yushan, the marriage between young Master Yen Feng of Fire's Melt planet and the eldest daughter of the Hua family was already set in stone. Now that the Hua family has suddenly gone back on their word, are they looking down on Fire's Melt planet? The courtiers were indifferent, but Crown Prince Doran Yushan spoke up. The Great U Empire and Fire's Melt planet have always been on good terms, so a marriage alliance is naturally best. However, this is the Hua family's decision, and the Empire cannot interfere. Yan Gang clenched his teeth. Your Highness, are you saying that the Empire won't care? Indeed, this is a family matter. The marriage between young Master Yen Feng and Hua Shaoling isn't decided by His Majesty, nor is it a matter of state relations. The outcome is up to both of you, Doran said with a faint smile. Yan Gang glared at the red-haired man standing below Doran Yushan. He was Hua Qingshan, captain of the 5th Imperial Squadron. Compared to the domineering aura he'd displayed during Zhang Dingtian's second trial, he looked more like an ordinary person now. Hua Qingshan looked indifferent. I never agreed to marry little Ling to the Fire's Melt planet. Your young master was the one who said that. It had nothing to do with me. Yan Gang clenched his fists as he felt incredibly humiliated. The Fire's Melt planet had never suffered such humiliation before, but he could only endure it in the face of the Great U Empire. This was especially true now that Wendy Yushan had joined the Outerverse Youth Council. It would be unwise to make an enemy out of the Great U Empire. Yan Gang looked up at Undying Yushan and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, since the Hua family has changed the marriage contract without permission, the Fire's Melt planet has nothing to say. I can only accept this humiliation on behalf of the young master. I will only accept the young master's apology. Undying Yushan wearily replied, Kid, don't be so impulsive. There's no humiliation, it's just that young people have different views on love. Yan Gang was helpless, but he suddenly looked at the man behind Hua Qingshan. His eyes lit up and he respectfully asked again, Your Majesty, the Hua family has broken the agreement. The young master will become the laughingstock of the entire Frostwave Weave. May I choose another marriage for the young master? Everyone looked at Yan Gang in astonishment. A mere melder, the bodyguard of the Fire's Melt planet's young master, had such authority? He dared to make a decision for his master? Duke Yushan looked at Yan Gang. I heard that you and Yen Feng have known each other since childhood. In name, you're master and servant, but you're actually brothers. It seems that the rumors are true. You actually dare to choose another marriage for him. Yan Gang was helpless. The entire Frostwave Weave, and even Grand Top Weave, knows that the Fire's Melt planet has proposed marriage to the Great U Empire. If it isn't completed, the Fire's Melt planet will become the laughingstock of the Outerverse. I believe that your Majesty doesn't want to see that happen. Who do you want to propose marriage to? Undying Yushan asked. Yan Gang bowed. Miss Geniana. Everyone was shocked, and the man behind Hu Qingshan glanced at Yan Gang coldly. No. Yan Gang was stunned. Why not? Undying Yushan and the rest looked at the man as well. He was Rocky Anna, the captain of the 9th Squadron of the 13 Imperial Squadrons, and also Jenny Anna's uncle. Jenny has already been engaged to someone else. Yan Gang smiled. Captain Rocky, you must have remembered wrongly. Miss Jenny and I participated in Earth's trial and can be considered acquaintances. I've asked her before, but she hasn't been engaged to anyone. Rocky Anna's gaze was cold. That was before. My Anna family once had an engagement with the Zishan family. Everyone in the Great Yu Empire knows about this. You can ask around. Yan Gang couldn't help but look at Undying Yushan. Undying Yushan glanced at Rocky Anna and nodded. That's right. Yan Gang frowned. Your Majesty, from what I know, Miss Jenny doesn't want to marry King Zishan. They even have a grudge against each other. How can she make decisions about marriage? Rocky Anna retorted. Yan Gang was furious, but there was nothing he could do. If that's the case, then I understand. I will report this matter to the leader and the young master. The young master has just heard that Princess Wendy has joined the Outerverse Youth Council, and he's looking forward to it. He'll be participating in the selection soon, and he might have a chance to work with Princess Wendy in the future. We can discuss this matter then. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Did Yan Feng, the young master of the Fire's Melt planet, have the qualifications to participate in the Outerverse Youth Council? They really didn't know, but if that was true, then it would be troublesome. Hold on. Everyone suddenly realized that the Fire's Melt planet's goal had always been Princess Wendy, right? Hu Shaoling and Jenny Anna had both been a ruse to make the Great Yu Empire change its mind and reduce the difficulty of pursuing Princess Wendy. The Great Yu Empire had already rejected Hu Shaoling and Jenny Anna's marriage to the Fire's Melt planet. Once Yan Feng successfully pursued Wendy Yushan, it would be difficult for the Great Yu Empire to reject him. The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Many people looked at Undying Yushan, but he remained indifferent and didn't say anything. Yan Gang still had a sullen expression on his face. Hu Qingshan and Rocky Anna looked at him coldly. They had been used, and they would not let this matter rest. Alright, I'm tired. You may leave. Undying Yushan waved his hand tiredly, and everyone left the palace. Tell King Zishan to come see me at the palace, Undying Yushan ordered. Not long after, Luin appeared outside the palace in his flying vehicle. King Zishan's palace was too close to the palace, and when he arrived, the courtiers had just reached the Grand Astral Gate. Luin bumped into them, and Bronson stood 10 meters away from him. Jessica smiled at him politely. Many courtiers were unhappy with Luin, as they had all been bribed. There were also many courtiers who avoided him to avoid being targeted. Luin waited for everyone to leave before slowly entering. King Zishan, a voice rang out beside Lu Yin's ear. Luin turned around and saw Rocky Anna. Hello, Captain Rocky. Rocky Anna's expression was indifferent. He had just announced the marriage between Jenny Anna and Luin, and regardless of the reason, it was a fact. This young man was now the Anna family's son-in-law. Be careful with your words and actions, and don't trust anyone. If you have any problems, you can ask the Anna family for help. With that, he turned and left, his entire body cold. Luin was stunned. What did he mean? King Zishan, His Majesty is waiting for you, a palace maid reminded him. Luin hurriedly followed her inside. What? A marriage alliance with the Anna family? Luin exclaimed in shock. Undying Yushan smiled and nodded. Yes, this was an agreement between the Zishan family and the Anna family. Rocky Anna personally admitted it today in court. You should prepare yourself and find a good day to get married. You're not young anymore. To who? Luin asked. Jenny Anna, of course, Undying Yushan replied. An image of an arrogant woman appeared in Lu Yin's mind, as well as the scene where she had been tied up by him and the scene where she had threatened Sigmund and the others after her final battle with Qingyu. That woman must hate him to death. He remembered how she had treated him on the spacecraft. Marry her? The rest of his life was over. Luin looked troubled. Your Majesty, can we not get married? The emperor looked at Luin curiously. You have someone you like? Luin subconsciously shook his head, but then immediately nodded, yes. Undying Yushan laughed, then forget about it. Rocky Anna suggested it himself. If you refuse, the Anna family will lose face and Fire's Melt planet will become a laughingstock. Luin was helpless. Well, actually, I don't like Jenny Anna. Relationships can't last forever, especially for cultivators. They can live for hundreds of years, and relationships can't last long. It's just two people living together, so don't think too much about it. Luin was conflicted and was thinking about how to refuse when Undying Yushan suddenly thought of something. He leaned forward and stared at Luin. Little Ian, tell me the truth. Do you have feelings for Wendy? Luin blinked but didn't answer. Undying Yushan thought that he had guessed correctly and rubbed his aching head. I promised royal brother Zishan that the Yushan and Zishan families would have a marriage contract, and it had to be between the direct descendants. You and Wendy do have a marriage contract, and I admit it. However, I cannot decide. For her. If you want her, you have to fight for it yourself. I can only guarantee that I will not oppose it. Luin lowered his head. Undying Yushan sighed. Little Ian, I'm not trying to discourage you, but Wendy is definitely powerful even in the Innerverse. You should have heard of the Astral Combat Rankings, which is a list of the geniuses of the entire universe compiled by the Astral Combat Academy. Wendy is in the top 20, which means that there are less than 20 people in the entire universe who can compare to her. Even I cannot underestimate her strength, and I can tell you that I have no intention of using her as a marriage contract to stabilize the Great Yu Empire. However, she has her sights set above her head, and I cannot influence her. If you want her, you have to at least enter the top 50 of the Astral Combat Rankings. Luin looked up and said firmly, I'm confident, Your Majesty. Undying Yushan laughed, it's good to be confident. Since that's the case, I will help you talk to the Anna family. However, I won't reject you, but rather delay it for 3 years at most. If you can't win Wendy's heart in 3 years, you have to obediently marry Jenny. How about that? Luin nodded and solemnly said, 3 years it is. I'm confident that Princess Wendy will see me in a new light. Undying Yushan nodded and watched Luin leave. A whole new level of respect? Wendy is the successor of the Innerverse Myriad Swords Peak, and she wasn't nurtured by my Great Yu Empire. Otherwise, she wouldn't be that strong. It's not just difficult for you to catch her eye, it's practically impossible. Whatever, 3 years should be enough for me to restrain myself. Luin exhaled as he walked out of the palace's courtyard. Thankfully, he had used Wendy Yushan to block the engagement. What a joke. He wasn't even the real King Zishan, and he might not even be in the Great Yu Empire in 3 years. Who cared about his marriage? As soon as Luin left the palace, the news that he wanted to marry the 5th Princess Wendy Yushan spread, causing countless people to ridicule him. Wendy Yushan's strength was not something that the average person could comprehend. She was the captain of the 13 Imperial squadrons and someone who had defeated a cruiser. She was also the successor of an enormous power in the Innerverse, and no one in the younger generation of the Great Yu Empire was worthy of her attention. Even Schutz, Durbach, and the others did not dare to even dream of seducing someone like her. However, there were rumors that Luin wanted to obtain her, which was no different from a fool's dream. For a moment, this matter became the laughingstock of the entire capital star. Within the Anna family's study, family head Xianxia Anna slammed the table. A mere junior from the Fire's Melt planet dares to use my Anna family? I'll make him pay for this sooner or later. Rocky Anna sat down indifferently and said, Jenny seems to like Yanfeng a lot. So what if she likes him? The Fire's Melt planet's environment isn't suitable for my Anna family to survive in. Besides, once we're connected to the Fire's Melt planet through marriage, how will my Anna family survive in the Great Yu Empire? At that moment, Rocky Anna received a message from his gadget. He glanced at it and frowned, displeasure flashing through his eyes. What's wrong? Xianxia Anna asked. Rocky Anna replied, King Zishan wants to marry Princess Wendy. Xianxia Anna sneered. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even Schutz and the others don't have the guts to say such a thing, let alone him? What, does he look down on Jenny? Jenny was completely defeated by him during Earth's trial, Rocky Anna replied. Xianxia grew angry at the mention of this. What a disappointment. She couldn't even beat a native. Pass down my orders, she can't leave the house until she becomes a melder. What about King Zishan? Rakiana asked. Xianxia muttered to himself for a moment before answering, you've already acknowledged this marriage in court, so you can't go back on your word. The royal family and the Zishan family also have a marriage contract, so both sides are reasonable. No one will mock my Ana family over this matter. However, this King Zishan is a little too arrogant. He actually asked for a bribe a few days ago, so we should teach him a lesson. Not long after, Xianxia was dragged home from the bar. Tori smiled bitterly at her. I'm sorry, miss, but from today onwards, you can't leave the house until you become a melder. Xianxia glared at Tori. I heard uncle married me off to that bastard Luin during the royal court. Is that right? And that bastard doesn't want to marry me, he wants to marry Princess Wendy. Tori shrugged helplessly, not knowing how to respond. Jenny was furious, that bastard dares to look down on me? He's just a lowly native. Xianxia, will never marry someone like that. He's a robber, a despicable, shameless person. I'd rather die than marry him. I'm going to cultivate and become a melder as soon as possible so that I can return all the humiliation he's given me. Toriana sighed. Perhaps he should thank Luin. Without him, Jenny would still be immersed in her worship of Yen Feng and wouldn't be cultivating. Toriana couldn't help but admire the youth who had dared to face them and threaten them. Not every native dared to raise conditions with the Empire, especially when the other party was a space-exploring powerhouse. Unfortunately, a person's talent was destined at birth. No matter how talented he was, his talent was limited to the Great Yu Empire. Princess Wendy was a publicly acknowledged genius in the universe, and even Yen Feng wasn't someone he could compare to. Luin hadn't expected such a huge reaction to his marriage. Although most of them were mocking him, there were some who were sincerely looking forward to it. For example, there were some in the third ring who had paid close attention to Luin even though they hadn't interacted with him. In the Empire's prison, Sigmund Mathers was restrained by a light prison. In front of him was a youth who looked at him in pain. It was his son, Wukai Mathers. You want to marry Princess Wendy? That's too difficult, Sigmund sighed. Wukai replied, if you really do marry her, it'll shock the entire Outerverse. Not just the Outerverse, but the entire universe. Princess Wendy is ranked in the top 20 of the Astral Combat rankings and is the successor of Myriad Sword's peak. She's famous throughout the universe, and her every move is being watched by countless people. When King Zishan was conferred the title, there were already people investigating him. The marriage agreement between the Zishan and Yushan families isn't a secret, and now that King Zishan is being so high-profile, countless people are probably talking about it. Father, what should we do? King Zishan saved your life, Wukai said. Sigmund glared at him, don't say such things in the future. Go back and don't do anything. You're not allowed to interact with Raz and the others. Wukai nodded. In the depths of the dark universe, a beam of light shot out at high speed. It was a medium-sized spaceship that was silvery white in color, and its hull was engraved with patterns of wings and swords. Around it were 10 black figures, which were the symbols of the Universe Youth Council. These 10 black figures represented the 10 arbiters. Inside the spaceship, dozens of people were trembling in fear as they stood there. In front of them was a burly man who was close to 3 meters tall. He was using a finger to guide his body upwards. Sweat dripped down his face, drenching a large area on the ground. The hard ground was even cracked by his finger, gradually spreading out. Not too far away, a number slowly flashed. It was the gravity value, which was currently displayed at 150. The burly man's gaze suddenly turned cold, and he bent his finger to easily flip himself up. A maid beside him immediately crushed a water crystal to wash the man's body. Are you saying that King Zishan of the Great Yu Empire wants to marry Counselor Wendy? The man asked casually as he wiped his body. Dozens of people lowered their heads. Yes, the news came from the Great Yu Empire, and Undying Yushan didn't object. The burly man sneered, how audacious. A savage native wants to swallow the heavens. Lord Bazer, these natives may be small, but they're disgusting. If this news reaches Lord Puyu's ears, the results won't be good, someone stepped forward and whispered. Baser glanced at the man. You're right. What do you think we should do? Seal the news and think of a way to get rid of that native, the man suggested. Baser tossed the towel aside and approached the man. Well said. What else? Counselor Wendy doesn't care about a native's life. Not only do we have to kill him, but we also have to make it look like an accident that will make his name go down in history. We have to make Counselor Wendy hate her hometown, the man continued. Baser walked in front of the man and placed a hand on his shoulder. You're right, but have you thought about how nothing can escape Counselor Wendy's eyes? If she thinks that Lord Puyu ordered us to do this, how will Lord Puyu show his face? The man paled and tried to explain himself, but it was too late. Baser exerted more force, and the man who had been standing still was instantly reduced to a puddle of blood that dyed the ground red. The stench of blood filled the air. Everyone grew even more terrified and lowered their heads, not daring to move. At that moment, footsteps sounded as a young man slowly walked over. He was thin and pale. Don't be angry, Brother Baser. That native is a sentinel, and so am I. Let me help you out. Deaths are common in sparring, and I'm sure no one will blame me. Baser wiped his hands. Then I'll leave it to you, Ghostfire. A few days later, Lu Yin was studying the star chart in King Zishan's palace when Bronson transmitted, Your Highness, Captain Peach of the 6th Squadron of the 13 Imperial Squadrons is here to visit. Lu Yin looked up in surprise. Peach? Why is she here? He didn't think he had anything to do with this lowly, but she had glared at him the first time he had come to the capital. She wasn't here for revenge, was she? However, he didn't have time to think about it. As soon as he arrived at the front hall, he saw a little lowly walking around with an extremely beautiful woman. Oh, Lu Yin, you're here. Peach was pleasantly surprised and instantly appeared in front of him, blinking her large eyes as she sized him up. Lu Yin stepped forward. Hello, Captain Peach. She quickly retreated. Don't come close. Lu Yin was puzzled and looked at himself. What's wrong? Bai Shui explained, Captain doesn't like to stand with people who are taller than her. Lu Yin stared blankly at Peach. The little girl was only 1.2 meters tall, and it would be difficult to find someone shorter than her. No wonder Bai Shui was several meters away from her. King Zishan's residence is so big and tall. I like it, Peach said as she looked around. You can stay here if you like. Really? Peach was pleasantly surprised. She liked high places and enjoyed the feeling of looking down. Really? By the way, is there something you need from me, Captain Peach? Peach grunted in acknowledgement, but she turned to him and said solemnly, I want to apologize to you. Apologize? Why? Lu Yin was puzzled. Peach ruffled her hair. I shouldn't have scared you in court. I'm sorry. She bowed solemnly as she apologized. Lu Yin was startled and quickly dodged. This was the captain of the 6th Squadron, a cruiser who was ranked in the top 20 of the Great Yu Empire. Even undying Yushan didn't need to bow before her, but now she was bowing to him. He couldn't accept it, but he couldn't avoid it. Several peaches suddenly appeared around him and bowed in unison. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Were these clones? No, it was speed. Extreme speed. After apologizing, Peach giggled at Lu Yin and turned to leave. When Bronson had introduced Peach to Lu Yin, he had told him that she was someone who would correct her mistakes and wasn't scheming. Lu Yin hadn't believed it at the time, but he hadn't expected it to be true. The little girl didn't put on the airs of a captain at all. Seeing that she was about to leave, Lu Yin hurriedly said, Captain Peach, it's rare for you to come here. Have some tea before you leave. She shook her head. No, I have other matters to attend to. Bai Shui nodded at Lu Yin and followed behind her. Lu Yin took out a bag of snacks from his cosmic ring and waved it around, making a rumbling sound. Peach paused and turned to look at the bag in his hand, her eyes burning with passion. This is the 3rd generation of Big Fatty's snacks from the Cockawave. There are only 50,000 bags of Cryosaurus crayfish chips produced. Lu Yin was astonished. He hadn't expected this bag of snacks to have such a great origin. He had stolen them from his dai and had only wanted to see if he could attract Peach's attention, but he hadn't expected it to be so effective. I'm glad you like it, Lu Yin smiled and passed the bag to her. She instantly appeared in front of him and looked at him with a burning gaze. You you're such a good person. Are you really willing to give it to me? It's delicious. Luine smiled, of course, but I only have one bag. It's not enough. It's enough, it's more than enough. I didn't even get a single bag back then. Thank you, Luine, you're such a good person. She spoke incoherently as if she had learned some peerless battle technique. Luine was speechless. How had someone like her become a captain? She shouldn't be that old. Not far away, Bai Shui stared at Luine in astonishment. Although Peach wasn't scheming, she wasn't someone that just anyone could get close to. The less scheming a person was, the better they were at judging people and the more principled they were. Bai Shui had never seen Peach so enthusiastic in the past few days. Luine, from now on, we're friends. Peach blinked her large, sparkling eyes at Luine. She was very close to him at this point. Luine didn't know how to respond, so he could only say, I'll give you any snacks I have in the future. Peach's eyes lit up, thank you, but I can't take your things for free. Is there anything I can help you with? Let me say this first, I can't beat Wendy, so don't think I'll help you kidnap someone. Luine raised an eyebrow. How much did this girl know about him? She knew that he had kidnapped someone before, and she even knew so much about him. As expected, no one who could become a captain was an idiot. This lowly had obviously done her research on him, and if he really treated her like a little girl, he would be in deep trouble. No need, you're a guest, so it's my duty to entertain you. Besides, didn't you say that we're friends? There's no need to be so calculative. That won't do, I don't like owing people. Peach hugged her snacks tightly and bit her index finger in thought. Her eyes lit up, right, is there a battle technique you want to learn? I can teach you. Luine was about to refuse when his heart skipped a beat. That was a footwork battle technique, right? It was so fast. Peach was pleased, of course, that's the footwork battle technique of the 13 Imperial Squadrons, Flash Step. The 13 Imperial Squadrons battle technique? Luine was puzzled. Peach explained, the 13 Imperial Squadrons, U Academy, and the royal family all have their own battle techniques that His Majesty obtained from the Innerverse. Flash Step is a footwork battle technique unique to the 13 Imperial Squadrons. It can push one's speed to the limit, slow down space, and deceive space. Do you want to learn it? I can teach you. Isn't that a battle technique of the 13 Imperial Squadrons? I can learn it? Luine was surprised. Peach nodded, because you're also a member of the 13 Imperial Squadrons. Me? The 13 Imperial Squadrons? Luine pointed at himself. When had he joined the 13 Imperial Squadrons? Wasn't he in U Academy? Peach smiled, the Yushan and Zishan families are members of U Academy and the 13 Imperial Squadrons. You should be in the first squadron. I don't know the specifics, but you can definitely learn Flash Step. How about it? Do you want to learn it? I couldn't ask for more, as long as it doesn't go against my principles or make things difficult for you. Peach giggled, it won't make things difficult for you. Come, I'll teach you. She then grabbed Lu Yin's right arm and the two disappeared, reappearing a few meters away in an instant, carefully experience the mysteries of Flash Step. Bronson had left the room the moment Luine started learning. He knew how to use Flash Step, but everyone had a different definition of it. Bai Shui looked at Luine enviously, she hadn't even learned it yet. Peach was extremely fast. Flash Step was similar to the roving step, which required a lot of strength in the legs. However, Luine had the roving step as a foundation and had experienced the Day-Night Clan speed techniques, so it wasn't difficult for him to learn it. Even so, it still took him 2 hours to just barely execute it. You really are a genius. Most people would need at least 2 months to learn Flash, and those who are qualified to learn it are the elites of the 13 Imperial Squadrons, which means that they're the elites of the Great Yu Empire. You've left those people in the dust, Peach praised. Luine exhaled and smiled excitedly. He had the Serious Palm, Day-Night Punch, and Skybeast Claw for offense, and the Serious Art for defense. What he lacked was extreme speed, and Flash Step filled that gap. Thank you, Peach. Peach waved her hand. Generously. Don't mention it. Remember, I'm only teaching you how to exert your strength. How much you can actually use Flash depends on yourself. Everyone has a different understanding of flash, and the same battle technique can be used differently in different people's hands. Louie nodded. Peach licked her lips. Well, I'm going to go enjoy some ice lobster slices, see you later. Louie didn't even see how she left. If that was Peach's flash, he wondered where she ranked in the 13 Imperial squadrons. After practicing flash twice, he looked at Bai Shui. How's life in the 6th squadron? Not bad, the captain treats me well. What about the others? Bai Shui thought for a moment. Zhang Dingtian's life in the 5th squadron is tough. He climbed up from the bottom. Saruzin and the captain of the 11th squadron stared at each other for a few days without moving. Susan doesn't know. Louie looked at Bai Shui's haggard face. You're very talented, try to choose a battle technique that suits you. Bai Shui nodded and didn't say anything else. A person would need to adapt to a new environment, even if it was snow. In Lu Yin's opinion, they were like gold buried in the ground, and they would shine one day. As for how bright they would shine, that would depend on themselves. It didn't take long for Peach to leave with Bai Shui, a look of enjoyment on her face as she left. She even looked expectantly at Lu Yin, her intentions obvious. Lu Yin pursed his lips. The probability of rolling a 1 was 1 in 6, and the probability of stealing a snack was 1 in a million. It was too low, and he didn't dare to make any guarantees. Now that he thought about it, it was time to roll the die again. He opened his palm and crushed a star crystal to restore the die's hazy starlight. He took a deep breath, feeling nervous every time he rolled the die. 3 was unknown, and 6 required a terrifying amount of star energy. 6 was the last thing he wanted to roll, but it was also the one he looked forward to the most. Last time, he'd only barely managed to open a spatial tear after spending dozens of cubes. Now that he had 200, it should be enough. He tapped the die, causing it to spin rapidly before finally coming to a stop. Finally, a black crystal card fell out with a thud. Lu Yin was overjoyed. A battle technique? He hurriedly picked it up, but was disappointed to find that it was a Mavis Bank card. Crystal Bank cards generally had genetic authentication. Of course, there were also cards that didn't require authentication and could be directly withdrawn, but there weren't many. This card had clearly been authenticated. There were 2 words engraved in the upper right corner, Yao Gu. Yao Gu? Was it a name or something? Lu Yin was puzzled, but he didn't pay much attention to it. A black crystal card from the Mavis Bank was no ordinary card. At the very least, he had never heard of a black crystal card from the Mavis Bank. It didn't matter if the card was real or fake, it was useless to him. He couldn't retrieve it, so he put it away and crushed another star crystal. He raised a hand and tapped the die, watching it slowly spin until it finally stopped at 4 pips. The next moment, he entered the gray times-top space. Not bad. Since that's the case, I'll practice the flash step, he muttered to himself as he slowly squatted down. Star energy surged around his calves as his body shot forward. He wanted to use the flash step to make up for his lack of speed. 2 days later, Lu Yin was panting heavily as he massaged his calves. His current speed had already surpassed the roving step, but he was still quite a distance away from Lulu. Training like this wasn't very effective, but it would be much better if there was a gravity space. Lu Yin pondered, this space could even extend time. Would it be able to increase gravity as well? He took out a cube of star crystals and crushed it, thinking about gravity. The next moment, the cube disappeared and his body felt a bit heavier. This was double gravity. This space was virtual, and he could create anything he wanted as long as he paid the right amount of star energy. This was great. 1 cube of star crystals was equivalent to 1 times the normal gravity, and 40 times the normal gravity was equivalent to 40 cubes of star crystals. That was a lot, and if he hadn't asked for bribes, he didn't know when he would have been able to gather so many star crystals. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yin crushed 40 cubes of star crystals and felt a heavy pressure descend upon him. This was a space with 40 times gravity, and the familiar feeling returned. He had already used 40 cubes of star crystals to create this space, and he couldn't just use it for a day. He steeled his heart and crushed another 90 cubes of star crystals, increasing his time by 5 days. Including the 1 day he had left, he now had a total of 6 days. He didn't know how far he could go in 6 days to train the flash step. Who could be as extravagant as him, spending over 100 cubes of star crystals to train a battle technique? Lu Yin's heart ached, but he didn't slow down. He ran in the space with 40 times gravity while recalling the Day-Night clan's extreme speed battle techniques and trying to integrate them. He fell with a thump, his calf swollen. He had been too impatient, he hadn't even fully comprehended the flash step yet, and he'd already tried to integrate other techniques. Thankfully, his injuries weren't too serious. He took out some ointment and applied it before resuming his training. To others, only a second had passed, but to Lu Yin, he'd cultivated for 8 days under 40 times the normal gravity. When he walked out of the gray space, he immediately fell asleep, he was too tired. 2 days later, the members of the Outerverse Youth Council arrived. Many of the Great Yu Empire's courtiers looked at the silver spacecraft in the distance with solemn gazes. The Outerverse Youth Council was a subsidiary organization of the 10 Arbiters Council. If the 10 Arbiters Council was a gathering of the universe's top geniuses, then the Outerverse Youth Council was a gathering of the Outerverse top geniuses. Anyone who could join was either a genius or an absolute powerhouse who was unmatched in the younger generation. Even the strongest youth in the Great Yu Empire, Schutz, didn't have the qualifications to even touch the Outerverse Youth Council, which showed just how many people were gathered there. Only a famous powerhouse like Wendy Yushan could join. Countless people in the Empire were curious as to who could come out of the Outerverse Youth Council. The spacecraft soon landed, and Crown Prince Doran Yushan was waiting outside the space station. As the Crown Prince of an empire, it was already a great honor for him to personally come out and greet the Outerverse Youth Council. Dozens of people walked out of the spacecraft, led by a 3-meter-tall brawny man with a mature appearance. It was Bezer. Beside him was the pale-faced Ghostfire, and on the other side were several young Lemeters. Doran Yushan's face was solemn as he watched Bezer approach, his heart trembling. Anyone who could join the Youth Council was a cultivator under the age of 40. In the universe, the average lifespan of a human was 150 years, and 40 was the cutoff. Those under 40 were considered the younger generation, but those over 40 were not included. There were also some special races that were not included. Although the man in front of him was mature, being able to join the council meant that he was not even 40 years old. He already had the strength of an explorer, and this was the Outerverse Youth Council. He was already over 40 years old when he became an explorer. "My name is Bezer, a subordinate member of the Outerverse Youth Council," the brawny Bezer said in a deep voice as he walked up to Doran Yushan. Doran Yushan smiled. "Welcome to the Great Yu Empire, Representative Bezer. His Majesty is waiting for you in the court." Bezer nodded. "Please." Doran Yushan gestured. "Please." Not long after, Bezer and the rest arrived at the court. Today was a special day, and all the courtiers were present. Even Lu Yin had been called along with a few other idle members of the royal family. Undying Yushan placed great importance on the Outerverse Youth Council, but the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons were not present. Bezer brought Ghostfire and 2 other Lemeters into the court, but he did not bow to Undying Yushan and only greeted him out of courtesy. No one cared since the other party was not from the Great Yu Empire, nor was he from the Frostwave Weave. He had an extremely high status, and being polite was only because of Wendy Yushan. Bezer had been ordered to replace Wendy Yushan in supervising the training and education of the Great Yu Empire's younger generation, so he naturally had to meet the most famous elites of Yu Academy. Not long after, everyone moved to the drill grounds, where hundreds of people from Yu Academy were already waiting. Only the 5 hall masters were absent. Undying Yushan looked exhausted and left Doran to entertain Bezer and the rest while he went to rest. Without Undying Yushan holding down the fort, many people felt much more relaxed. "Your Highness, I've heard of the legends of the Frostwave Weave's Undying Duo since I was young. Rumor has it that His Majesty Undying Yushan once broke into the top 20 of the Interverse Astral Combat rankings." "It's admirable," Bezer said. Doran smiled. "It's all in the past. Wendy is the one who's taking my father's place in the Interverse." "Is she doing well in the council?" Bezer smiled. "She's not someone I can casually discuss, sorry." Doran smiled and didn't mind. "So these are the elites of the Great Yu Empire?" "Too weak," a discordant voice sounded from the Lemeter beside Bezer. Doran's expression didn't change as he looked past Bezer towards the group from Yu Academy. Baser growled, "Shut up, the council is only responsible for vetting, not training." "Yes, my lord," the Lamiter replied in a low voice. Luin stood among the courtiers and looked at the group from U Academy. There were many familiar faces, such as Roz and Munor, but Zhang Dingtian and the rest weren't. "Big guy, he looks really powerful," Peach exclaimed in surprise as she appeared beside him out of nowhere. Luin was startled. "Why are you here?" "I came to take a look, I heard there's someone amazing here." "Didn't His Majesty inform you?" Peach shook her head, "No." Lu Yin's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. On the other side, Baser was curious. "Crown Prince Doran, I heard there are 5 hallmasters in U Academy, why haven't I seen them?" Doran was embarrassed. "The hallmaster will be here soon, please wait a moment." Baser's eyes flashed coldly as he nodded, his gaze sweeping around before suddenly stopping on Peach. This girl gave him a dangerous feeling. Why was he acting like this when she was just a little girl? Crown Prince Doran was a cruiser, but even he couldn't give off such a dangerous feeling. "Crown Prince Doran, may I ask who that little girl is?" Baser asked. Doran followed Baser's gaze and replied casually, "She's the captain of the Great U Empire's 6th Squadron, Peach. Rumor has it that the Great U Empire has the 13 squadrons, and the captains are all absolute powerhouses. Why haven't I seen them in the court?" Baser's tone wasn't pleasant. Doran didn't mind. The 13 squadrons have special privileges and don't need to attend court. Besides, they aren't the younger generation. Captain Peach looks young, but she's actually over 100 years old. "Oh, so that's how it is." Baser heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that the other party was over 100 years old. Otherwise, it would be strange if a little loli was so strong. At this time, 5 figures appeared at the entrance of the drill ground. The one leading them was Schutz. He was topless and had a red saber on his back. His face was full of killing intent. The eyes of Baser and the others, who had originally been indifferent to U Academy's elites, lit up. This was interesting. Although Luin was only a melder, he gave them the feeling that he could fight against an ordinary Outerverse Lamiter. Doran heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them arrive. Although the students of U Academy were all students, it had a special status in the Great U Empire. Like the Youth Council, they were all students, but they were independent of the system of power and even held great power. This was the trend of the universe's development for countless years, and no one dared to look down on these students. Even as the Crown Prince, Doran could not interfere with U Academy. The use of formcast models had made it inevitable for the younger generation to hold power. The youths had relied on formcast models to grow too quickly and were strong enough to fight against the older generation. The emergence of the 10 Arbiters was the most obvious example, especially in recent years. For some unknown reason, the younger generation had become more terrifying, far surpassing the previous generation. Many people could not understand why. "Your Highness, we're here," Schutz spoke in a low voice, staring at Baser. Doran smiled. "These are the members of the Outerverse Youth Council, and they will oversee the younger generation of the Empire in the future." Schutz, Gerbach, and the others stared at Baser in shock. Baser was at most 10 years older than them, and he was also part of the younger generation. However, he was already an explorer, which made it hard for them to breathe. Baser glanced at them indifferently. They were not bad for a melder, but that was all. No wonder Councillor Wendy was unwilling to reorganize the Great U Empire's Youth Council and let Lord Baser oversee it. "There really is no talent left," Ghostfire, who had been silent all this time, spoke up, his tone full of provocation. Everyone from the Great U Empire had ugly expressions, including Doran's. Wendy Yushan had been ordered to reorganize the Empire's Youth Council, but she had said that there was no talent left. This was a disgrace to the Great U Empire. Baser did not stop them, this was the truth. Schutz stared at Ghostfire. "Who are you?" Ghostfire's pale face sneered. "Ghostfire, a subordinate counselor of the Outerverse Youth Council." Schutz was shocked, and so were the others. Ghostfire was only a sentinel, but he had joined the Outerverse Youth Council? Even Schutz, the strongest of the Great U Empire's younger generation, did not qualify. This did not mean that Schutz was not Ghostfire's opponent, but rather that this person had terrifying talent. "You don't seem to believe me? You're all melders, so I can play with you without suppressing my realm," Ghostfire said arrogantly. Doran's eyes flashed as he looked at Bezer. Bezer did not stop him, his gaze indifferent. What big words. In that case, I'll represent you Academy and fight you. Tianming walked out with a solemn expression. Suppress your realm, Shut said indifferently. I already said that there's no need. Realm is also a type of strength. Does your country have to fight at the same level? No one talks about fairness outside, Ghostfire said disdainfully. In the distance, Luin was shocked. He had seen the strength of Tianming and the other hall masters, and he knew that he wasn't their match. After all, they were hall masters of the U Academy, absolute peak melders. If Ghostfire wanted to challenge them as a sentinel, it would be terrifying if he won. Everyone dispersed, and Tianming stared at Ghostfire with a solemn expression. This person had dared to challenge him, and Bezer was no idiot. Agreeing to let him fight meant that he was confident. Why would a mere sentinel do that? You can attack now, Tianming said. Ghostfire sneered and raised his hand, a ball of black flames floating out. Everyone was shocked, this was an innate gift of black flames. Bezer's lips curled up as he looked at Ghostfire in admiration. This person had relied on this innate gift to join them and become the pinnacle of power amongst the younger generation. With a whoosh, the black flames formed a chain and flung it at Tianming, scorching the void and distorting it. Tianming did not rashly make contact, instead raising his hand to form a claw and unleashing the 20th form of the Skybeast claw. With a bestial roar, the Skybeast claw swept past the flaming chain and smashed into the ground. Dust flew everywhere as everyone stared at the battlefield. Tianming was stunned, his attack had been ineffective. On the other side, Ghostfire swung his flaming chain at Tianming again, the chain shaking the ground as he attempted to seal the space around Tianming. Tianming charged at Ghostfire with extreme speed and struck out with his palm, 3 stacks. 3 consecutive explosions rang out as the same strength was stacked on top of each other. A shockwave swept across the battlefield, the pressure causing the elites of U Academy to retreat as they looked at the battlefield in shock. This was Tianming's strength, enough to suppress all of U Academy's elites. Unfortunately, Ghostfire, who should have been attacked, was unscathed. He stood in place and looked at Tianming arrogantly, the flaming chain still burning in his hand. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. U Academy's Hall Master Tianming was actually unable to attack that person. Doran's pupil shrank. This is the transformation of matter and substance. This person's innate gift allows him to transform his body into a special constitution in an instant and avoid physical attacks. Isn't that right, Representative Bezer? Bezer sighed, as expected of Crown Prince Doran. Indeed, Ghostfire's flames are called the Void Flame. It allows him to burn his body to nothing and then reassemble. Although the duration is short, it's enough to avoid physical attacks. What a great innate gift, no wonder he could join the Outerverse Youth Council as a sentinel. He's invincible among sentinels, Doran said in shock. On the other side, Peach gave the same explanation and continued, some extremely powerful cultivators can develop their innate gifts to a terrifying degree. They can transform between real and illusory at will, even replacing the sun, moon, stars, and natural disasters. This Ghostfire is far from that level, but his unique innate gift means that his future is limitless. The universe is truly mysterious, there are all kinds of people. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, transformation between real and illusory? It's very similar to that person, but that person didn't rely on the uniqueness of his innate gift, instead developing it to a terrifying degree. This Ghostfire is still far from that level, but he's very difficult to defeat in the Sentinel realm. No wonder he dared to challenge U Academy's Hall Master, his innate gift is almost unbeatable. Tianming stood in the middle of the field, calmly looking at Ghostfire. Ghostfire was pleased. What? You admit defeat? Tianming was helpless. I can't defeat you, but you can't defeat me either. Your attacks aren't strong enough to hurt me. Ghostfire's face sank. Tianming was right. No matter how talented he was, he could only remain undefeated at best. He wasn't strong enough to win. Alright, Ghostfire, you should be proud to be able to draw with the U Academy's Hall Master, Bezer said loudly. Ghostfire wasn't satisfied. Brother Bezer, I heard that there's a powerful sentinel cultivator in the Great U Empire who can challenge those above his realm. I wonder if I can spar with him to learn from. Everyone was stunned, and many subconsciously looked at Luin. Doran's gaze changed as he glanced at Luin and then at Bezer. Counselor Bezer, you must be tired from the long journey. Father ordered me to prepare a banquet, please. Bezer smiled faintly. Prince Doran is too polite, there's no need to rush. I heard that your King Xianxia is invincible among sentinels, why don't you come out and spar with Ghostfire? Ghostfire also wants to learn how to be invincible among sentinels. Ghostfire looked at Luin arrogantly, full of provocation. Peach bared her teeth, this guy is so annoying, you shouldn't go, he's invincible. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, these fellows were clearly looking for trouble. They hadn't interacted before, so there was only one possibility, Wendy Yushan. News of him marrying her had spread, and the undying Yushan would really cause trouble for him. Doran wanted to decline, but Luin had already walked out. No matter what, someone was provoking him at his doorstep, he had to have the courage to fight regardless of victory or defeat, or he would never be able to raise his head again. Schutz and the rest looked at Luin, deep in thought. Tianming whispered to him, be careful to avoid his attacks, don't try to be brave, he only attacks once. Luin nodded and faced Ghostfire, I'm King Zishan Luin. You want to learn how to become invincible among sentinels? I can teach you for free. Ghostfire's lips curled up. Alright, teach me then. The black flames in his hand formed a chain that floated in the air and then lashed out at Luin. The black flames didn't just carry a scorching heat, they also carried an indescribable feeling of nothingness. Luin didn't dare to touch them and hurriedly dodged, causing the ground to crack and sparks to fly. Luin casually struck out with his palm, the space render palm compressing the air around him as he viciously struck out at the Ghostfire. In the face of such an attack, Ghostfire did not even want to dodge. He also raised his hand and struck out, shattering the space render palm. Bezer sneered. Ghostfire hadn't been able to enter the Outerverse Youth Council just because of his innate gift. Even if he didn't have any innate gift, his strength still couldn't be underestimated. His innate gift only gave him the ability to challenge even stronger powerhouses. Luin hadn't expected Ghostfire to be so strong and be able to easily shatter his space render palm. It seemed like Ghostfire's single attack against Tianming had been an act in order to deal with him. The black flames floated in the air, growing larger and larger until they covered the entire area. King Zishan, is this what you call invincible sentinels? How disappointing. Ghostfire laughed. Luin didn't care, only using the roving step to dodge. Ghostfire's flames grew larger and larger, shrinking the area with the roving step. Many looked unworriedly, if Luin lost, the Great Yu Empire would become a laughingstock. Amongst the Yu Academy elites, Roz sneered, he didn't care about his reputation, as long as Luin lost. Gerbok stared at Luin with a strange gaze, while Schutz's expression darkened, is this all he's got? How can he defeat you with that? Let's wait and see, Gerbok said indifferently, not saying much. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold as he saw the black flames covering the entire area and even the area above him. He exerted strength in his legs, disappearing in an instant and reappearing in front of Ghostfire. Everyone was shocked, and Bezer's expression changed. Few sentinels could achieve such speed, it was no wonder they were called invincible. Unfortunately, he was facing the unbeatable Ghostfire. Schutz, Gerbok, and the rest looked at each other in shock. Luin had actually mastered Flash Step. Doran Yushan's eyes also lit up, such proficiency. Peach clenched her fists and cheered for Luin. Ghostfire didn't mind, do you only know how to run? Look up, there's nowhere for you to hide. With that, the black flames in the sky pressed down like a black cloud, forcing everyone to retreat. Luin disappeared with Flash Step once more, but this time he didn't evade and instead faced the black flames head-on. Cold energy surged around his body and turned into solid ice as he rushed into the flames. Ice was the best way to deal with fire, and he had borrowed White Snow's innate gift to use it. This was his first time using it, and while he wasn't familiar with it, it was enough to defend against it for a short period of time. Ghostfire didn't know where Luin was, but Bezer and the rest saw him. They were shocked to see the layer of ice covering his body, it was an innate gift of ice. Doran Yushan was shocked. He remembered Sigmund's report that Lu Yin's innate gift was something like a dice. How could it be an innate gift of ice? Ordinary ice couldn't withstand the black flames, but it helped him penetrate them and appear in the sky above the drill ground. His body flickered as he appeared beside a large bell and kicked it, causing it to ring loudly as he smashed it towards the will-o'-the-wisp. Ghostfire couldn't see his surroundings because of the black flames, but he didn't mind as he was confident that Luin couldn't hurt him. However, when the bell landed on the ground, he knew that he was in trouble. His vision went dark, not because of the flames, but because he had been sealed by the bell. Ghostfire was trapped by the bell like a rat trapped in a small black house, unable to escape no matter how hard he tried. The bell was made of special materials that could defend against attacks from Lemeters, and the ground wasn't easy to destroy either. It would take a sentinel at least 3 hours to break through the ground and escape. Everyone stared blankly. How could this be possible? The bell rumbled as Ghostfire tried his best to escape, but to no avail. Luin landed on the bell and knocked on it casually. Not bad, it's really hard. Cheating, you're cheating, a Lemeter beside Baser shouted angrily. Luin was surprised. Didn't you guys say that there was no need for a fair fight? How is this cheating? The Lemeter was furious. Baser reached out to stop him and stared at Luin. That's right, a fight is a fight, there's no such thing as fairness. Since he challenged you, a loss is a loss without any complaints. The Youth Council is not a sore loser. Doran Yushan spoke up. Representative Baser, this is just a spar, there's no need to determine a winner. Besides, Ghostfire hasn't lost, he'll be able to escape in 3 hours at most. Baser growled, so what if he escapes? Ghostfire can't win with King Zishan's speed. My brother can't beat Ghostfire either, how about we call this a draw? Doran smiled. Buzir didn't refuse, but he didn't agree either. He just stared at Luin for a long time before frowning when he heard the bell ring. He casually waved his hand, causing the ground of the drill ground to explode right beneath the bell. Everyone could feel a strong gust of wind that was as sharp as a blade, and they could feel Buzir's strength. Ghostfire rushed out from the ground and glared at Luin. Despicable, fight fair and square if you have the ability, what's the point of using tricks? Is this how the Great Yu Empire fights? Luin looked at him in amusement. Fighting is unpredictable, you need both strength and brains. I said before we started that I'd teach you for free. Ghostfire was furious, his already pale face turning even paler. Ghostfire, come back. Baser roared. Ghostfire gritted his teeth. Brother Baser, let me fight him again. I said, come back. Baser's body turned into a terrifying bear in an instant, his roar shaking the ground and causing the ground to crack and the clouds to evaporate. Everyone's scalps went numb as they looked at Baser in shock. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. What a powerful pressure. In that instant, he felt that this person was far more pressuring than Sigmund and the others. Ghostfire's expression changed drastically, but he didn't dare to refute. Baser calmed down and looked at Doran. Your Highness, we've embarrassed ourselves. Let's go, we're hungry and want to try the Great Yu Empire's delicacies. Doran smiled and gestured for them to leave. The crowd watched Baser and the others leave and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Outerverse Youth Council had put a lot of pressure on them, and even a sentinel was helpless against the Yu Academy's Hall Master. If Luin hadn't saved the day, the Great Yu Empire would have been mocked by the entire universe. Peach appeared beside Luin. Good job, friend. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Do you know who Baser is? He doesn't seem that old, probably the same generation as me. Peach shook her head. I don't know. She then scanned the ministers and pointed at one of them. You, come here. A middle-aged man trembled as he walked over. Captain Peach, King Zishan, what is it? Who is this Baser? Peach asked. Schutz, Gerbach, and Tianming arrived at the same time and looked at the minister. The minister respectfully replied, Baser is from the Heimweave, and his position in the Outerverse Youth Council is second only to the 5 counselors. People call him Violent Bear, and his innate gift is the Astral Beast, the Star-Swallowing Bear. Star-Swallowing Bear? A living innate gift? Luin was astonished. The minister replied, yes, the Star-Swallowing Bear is a type of astral beast. Rumor has it that the strongest of them can swallow planets. Baser is an explorer, but he once defeated a cruiser. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. No wonder he was so terrifying. A cruiser was equivalent to a captain of the 13 Imperial squadrons in the Great Yu Empire. Alright, there's nothing else for you to do. You can leave, Peach waved her hand. The minister felt as if he had been pardoned and immediately ran off. She patted Lu Yin's shoulder, don't think too much about it. The universe is huge, and there are bound to be some freaks. You're already very strong, and at least Ghostfire won't be able to beat you. He's a strong opponent that even Tianming couldn't defeat. Tianming was speechless. Captain Peach, can you not use me as an example? Am I wrong? Who was the one who couldn't do anything to him just now? Peach glanced at him. Lu Yin smiled. Although we're of the same generation, he looks to be in his 30s. I'm not even 20 yet, so I have plenty of time to catch up. I'll definitely be stronger than him when I reach his age. Peach smiled. Well said, good luck. I'll be leaving now. Lu Yin nodded and watched her leave. Lu Yin, when did you become so close to Captain Peach? Gerbok asked curiously. Lu Yin smiled and glanced at Schutz. Schutz looked back at him. Thank you. There's no need. I'm doing this for myself. I wanted to challenge them, but Ghostfire suppressed my arrogance. If it weren't for you, Yu Academy would have become a joke. King Zishan, I agree to let you learn the first 20 forms of the Skybeast Claw. Lu Yin was delighted. Really? That's great. Schutz nodded and turned to leave. He didn't mention anything about his battle with Lu Yin. It seemed that Ghostfire's words had touched them. Why should someone of the same generation suppress their realms when fighting? Realms were also a type of power, and that was true. However, if Schutz hadn't suppressed his realm, then Lu Yin definitely wouldn't have been his opponent. After Schutz left, Gerbok and Tianming left as well. Before they left, they told Lu Yin to head straight to the first stage. The first 20 forms of the Skybeast Claw stone wall could be learned from the 5 halls. Only after 20 forms would one have to go to a designated location to learn them. Doran Yushan and the rest had nothing to do with Lu Yin, and no one had asked him to join. He headed straight to the first stage with Bronson, eager to learn the Skybeast Claw. The first 20 forms were enough to raise the power of the Skybeast Claw to the level of a 5-star Sirius Palm. It was best not to reveal the Sirius Palm if possible. The Formcast pool was the closest to the drill ground, which was where Tianming was in Yu Academy. Lu Yin headed straight for it. He arrived almost at the same time as Tianming. Tianming personally led him to the stone wall. The first 20 forms aren't a secret. There are more than 50 people in Yu Academy who have learned them, but not many have succeeded. With your talent, you'll be able to learn them quickly. Lu Yin looked at the stone wall in front of him. There was a claw print on it, and he quickly immersed himself in it. Tianming didn't disturb him and left. The claw imprints on the stone wall attracted his attention, and he activated his cosmic art. The claw imprints appeared in full detail, and he could clearly see the transformations of each style. He had already learned 15 styles, so the last 5 wouldn't take him much time. Half an hour later, Lu Yin walked out. Tianming looked at him in shock. You've learned it? Lu Yin smiled, barely. Tianming's eyes narrowed, and he praised, I'm a little jealous of you, your talent surpasses everyone else's. Even Rockme, who specializes in the Skybeast Claw, couldn't learn the first 20 forms so quickly. The difference is quite large. Lu Yin didn't linger on the topic, instead saying, Hallmaster Tianming, I remember you used a special battle technique in your battle with Ghostfire. I think it's called 3 stacks. Tianming smiled, yes, 3 stacks. Why, are you interested? Lu Yin was eager to try it out. Can I see it? Tianming nodded. Actually, the 3 stacks originates from Grand Top Weave. There's a powerful battle technique that has been passed down since ancient times called the 9 stacks technique. I stayed in Grand Top Weave for a period of time, and I barely managed to learn the 3 stacks technique. As he spoke, he struck out with his palm towards the void. The same amount of power was sent out 3 times, each time stronger than the last. The third time was even twice or thrice as powerful as the first time, and it was similar to the Cosmic Palm's stellar explosion. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. I want to try. Tianming nodded, sure, be careful. He then struck out at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression turned serious, and he raised his hand and struck out as well. 3 stars appeared vaguely around his palm. There was a soft thump, but Tianming didn't use any strength. Luin only felt the power of 3 stacks, and he didn't detonate the stars either. Instead, he quietly experienced the power of 3 stacks while using Sirius to observe the changes in Tianming's palm. With the third thump, Luin was pushed back. "How was it?" Tianming asked. Luin shook his numb right hand, amazing way of exerting force. "Did you learn it?" Tianming smiled. Luin was startled and a little embarrassed, a little. Tianming didn't mind. "I've long heard that you can learn battle techniques through battle. Don't think too much about it, this is your ability. This universe is a place where the strong prey on the weak, and while it may seem civilized, it's actually crueler than the ancient era. However, it's best if you don't touch the battle techniques of some ancient races. First, it's very difficult for you to learn them, and second, they won't allow outsiders to learn them." Luin nodded. "Thank you for the information, Hallmaster Tianming. I'll take my leave." Tianming nodded and watched Luin leave. Luin didn't rest when he returned to King Zishan's palace, immediately going into seclusion to experience the power of 3 stacks. It took him more than an hour to understand, and he couldn't help but sigh at the power of Sirius. It could display every change in an opponent's battle techniques, and this was only the beginning stages of Sirius. What would happen if he could master the entire technique? Would he be able to learn the battle techniques of some other powerful races? That would be terrifying. How terrifying would the power of Sirius be? Luin didn't become complacent. The universe was filled with monsters, and he believed that someone had mastered the entire set of Sirius. That person would be so strong that he couldn't comprehend it, he was just starting out. In the depths of the universe, there was a vast continent with a city in the sky. This was the Outerverse Youth Council's base. Overlooking the continent from the city in the sky, it was as if a god ruled over the world. 9 satellites hung high in the sky, each one emitting a silver light that connected them to the continent like a river, spanning endless distances. At the edge of the city in the sky, a young girl looked down. She was beautiful and natural, wearing a white, tight-fitting jacket with gold trim. She held a 2-meter-long silver sword in a scabbard, and her long black hair fell to her waist. Her body exuded a tranquil and simple aura, and her eyes were serene with a trace of sharpness. She was like a sheathed sword, and although it was concealed, it was still sharp. She looked down quietly, watching as more and more people knelt on the ground. Her gaze was calm, and no one knew what she was thinking. Behind her, a handsome man dressed in black slowly walked over, his gaze gentle. "What are you looking at, Wendy?" "To them, we are gods." "Then, to us, who is the god?" Wendy asked indifferently. The man smiled. "No one can be our god. We decide our own fate." Wendy's eyes lit up, but her expression was calm. "Why are you looking for me?" "Beza reports that your country's King Zishan has publicly announced that he wants to marry you." The man smiled, his tone slightly mocking. "So?" Wendy didn't care. "What do you want to do?" "Beza is waiting for your orders," the man smiled. Wendy turned around and looked at him calmly. "It doesn't matter. Do as you wish. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since someone gave me a reward. Come on, give me some encouragement." "Thank you very much. Don't you want to know about him?" "I heard that he defeated Ghostfire," the man asked. Wendy continued walking, unfazed by the news. Ghostfire? To her, he was nothing but an ant. These people weren't worth her time. The man's smile faded as he watched Wendy leave. He activated his gadget, "Play as you wish." "Yes, Counselor Puyu," Beza replied. Over the next half a month, Luin didn't leave King Zishan's palace at all. He studied the 3 stacks battle technique and tried to incorporate it into other battle techniques while also observing the star chart. During this period, he also rolled the dice, but he found that the dice were always 1 and 4 pips. 3 pips never appeared from the beginning to the end, and the same went for 6 pips. 2 pips also appeared once, but it was not very useful. Luin didn't plan on rolling the die for the time being as he didn't have many star crystals left. He also felt that his spirit was a little weak, probably because he rolled the die too often. Until he replenished his star crystals, he decided to take a break. 2 months after Luin arrived at Xenu Star, an earth-shattering piece of news shook the entire Outerverse. Astral 10 had arrived. The academy that carried the hopes of countless youths in the frost wave we've had finally appeared. There were countless academies in the universe, but none of them had reached the level of the Astral Combat Academy. This was especially true when Astral 9 had arrived in the endless weaves and given birth to countless geniuses. The entire Outerverse was in an uproar, and after so many years, the 72 weaves of the Outerverse had been trying to find a way to create another Astral Combat Academy. Now, Astral 10 had finally appeared. No one knew how the Astral Combat Academy had appeared or how it had been entered. Only a few powerhouses knew about it, such as the Great Yu Empire's Undying Yushan and Fire's Melt Planet's Master Yen Wujiu. On this day, Undying Yushan announced to the entire nation that 5 days later, the 3rd Squadron's Captain Zhu Lang, 5th Squadron's Captain Hua Qingshan, 9th Squadron's Captain Rocky Ana, and Crown Prince Doran Yushan would lead the students to Astral 10. Luin was also notified that he could participate in Astral 10's assessment. When Earth's trial had failed, it was reasonable to say that those who had failed were not qualified to go to Astral 10. However, some of them had special statuses and no one dared to stop them, such as Luin, Jenny Anna, Lulu Mavis, and the others. These people were also allowed to go to Astral 10. Including those who had passed the trial and the elites of Yu Academy, there were close to 100 people in total. There were almost 100 people from the Great Yu Empire participating in the Astral 10 exam, and the entire Frost Wave we've had at least a few 100,000 people participating. In addition, there were also geniuses from other weaves and even the Innerverse. Who knew how many geniuses would gather for Astral 10's exam? Schutz and the other hall masters are all going, along with Hua Xiaoling, Jenny Anna, Roz, Xiao Luo, Lulu. Luin looked at the list expectantly. There were quite a few familiar faces among the 100 people, which was interesting. He wondered how many of them would be able to join Astral 10. There was even Ghostfire, which meant that this person was also traveling with the Great Yu Empire. Luin suddenly thought of Mira, that seductive woman with the red lotus witchbow. Only by joining Astral 10 and achieving something that she would be proud of would she be able to recommend him to the Outerverse Youth Council. Luin believed that she had the ability since she was from the 10 Arbiters Council. His family wanted him to join the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council, so he was looking forward to seeing if he could make them drop their jaws in shock. At this moment, a notification came through. Luin glanced at it and was surprised. Baser is inviting me to a banquet? Beep 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 beep. Gerbach contacted Luin, and Luin opened the screen. Baser invited you? Gerbach immediately asked when he saw Luin. Luin nodded. He invited you as well? To be precise, he invited all the students who are going to Astral 10's assessment. Are you going? Luin was conflicted. He could tell from Ghostfire's attitude that the Outerverse Youth Council didn't like him, and it probably had something to do with Wendy Yushan. Attending their banquet at this time would be asking for trouble. Luin, it's best if you go together. Baser is a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, so he definitely knows a lot about the Astral Combat Academy, Gerbach said seriously. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. That's right, alright, I'll go. Gerbach nodded and closed the screen. That night, many students from influential families gathered at the DU Hotel's luxurious top-floor banquet hall. Roz, Rucky Mathers, Hua Xiaoling, and Jenny Anna were all present. By the time Luin arrived, the place was almost full. Luin immediately saw Schutz, who was too different from the rest. Everyone else was dressed neatly as if they were getting married, but Schutz was dressed like he usually was. He was even topless, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't notice the scars on his body. Roz was in stark contrast to Schutz, as if he were a peacock spreading its tail. Those who didn't know would think that he was on a blind date. Although it was called a banquet, it was actually just a gathering to get to know each other. After all, they were all going to Astral 10 to participate in the exam, so it was best if they could help each other out. Lu Yin's gaze swept past Hua Xiaoling and the other aristocrats, arriving at a long table where Gerbach was working hard to eat a huge piece of meat. Why are you here? Aren't you going to make some friends? Gerbach's words were slurred as he spoke, bits of meat falling out of his mouth. A girl in gorgeous robes was so frightened that she walked away in disgust, clapping her hands as she did so. Luin shrugged, not interested. Why isn't anyone looking for you? You're a hall master of Yu Academy, one of the top experts in the Empire. Gerbok sneered, not many know me. But everyone has heard of you, Luin smiled. Jerlin popped out of nowhere with a bang and glared at Lu. "Een, you still dare to show up?" Luin rolled his eyes, "What's wrong? I helped you during the trial." Jerlin grew angry, but she suddenly stopped talking because Gerbok was watching. She didn't want to embarrass herself by hiding the fact that she had been robbed by Luin. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he casually picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. "Eat, you might not have anything to eat in the Astral Combat Academy." She glared at Luin before tossing the piece of meat away and walking away. "That girl is so rude," Gerbok grumbled unhappily. Luin replied, "Girls should have a little temper. Compared to others, Jerlin is much better." "Is that so?" Gerbok didn't believe him. Luin told him to keep an eye on himself and slowly walked behind Xianxia. "Hi, Miss Jenny." She turned around and her face darkened when she saw Luin. She snorted and walked away. Luin smiled at Gerbok. "See, Jerlin has a good temper." Gerbok nodded, "Seems like it, my sister's upbringing is quite good." The faces of those who saw the scene twitched and they walked away speechlessly. In the distance, Hua Xiaoling was talking to Hua Zhong, who smiled and nodded when he saw Luin. Luin nodded back. The two hadn't interacted before, so a nod was considered a greeting. "Xiaoling, this King Zishan is very strong. You might not be able to win even as a melder," Hua Zhong said solemnly. Hua Xiaoling grunted and glanced at Luin. She was just like Xianxia, still worried about being threatened by Luin. However, she had to admit that this person's improvement was too fast. She had seen him fight Ghostfire with such speed that she couldn't do anything about. His battle experience was also greater than hers. On the other side, the peacock Roz was furious and flushed red. Opposite him, a youth sneered, "You still have the face to come after failing the trial. If not for your father, Roz, you wouldn't even have the right to come here." "Don't forget, Ike, you lost to me," Roz growled. Ike sneered, "That was before. Besides, you failed the trial anyway, so there's no way you can join the Astral Combat Academy. Get the hell out of here and give your spot to someone else from the Empire, haha." Roz was furious, but he couldn't retort. The banquet was a social event, especially since the Astral Combat Academy's assessment was about to begin. They needed to work together to deal with the young experts of the other powers, or even the other weaves and the Innerverse. The Hua and Anna families were surrounded, and Tianming, Locke, and the others were also being courted. Only Luin, Gerbok, and a few others were not approached, especially Luin. Everyone knew that he had offended too many people, and he was only a sentinel. There weren't many sentinels from the Great Yu Empire participating in the Astral Combat Academy's assessment, so no one bothered with him. Ding 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 ding, everyone looked in the same direction, where Ghostfire walked out at Bazer's signal. His pale face broke into a smile as he faced the 100 elites of the Great Yu Empire. Ghostfire paused for a moment before speaking in a hoarse voice, "Everyone, Big Brother Bazer is new to the Empire, and he will be interacting with all of you for a while. I don't have any gifts for you, but I would like to share some information about the Astral Combat Academy with you so that you won't be too confused." Everyone was excited, it had finally begun. They had come to this banquet to find suitable people to work with, but more importantly, they wanted to know more about the Astral Combat Academy. Bazer stepped forward and glanced at everyone. Strictly speaking, they were all of the same generation, but in Bazer's eyes, they were all ants. He didn't mind sharing some secrets that only a small number of top elites knew to these ants. The Astral Combat Academy has been passed down since ancient times. There are 8 academies in the Innerverse and 2 in the Outerverse. There are members of the Outerverse Youth Council who study in Astral 9, so we are not completely ignorant of the Astral Combat Academy. Rather than calling it an academy, it's more like a place of struggle. Everything you want there must be fought for and not distributed. There are no specialized mentors there, Bazer explained. Everyone was shocked. No mentors? How could it still be called an academy? Bazer smiled, "I don't know about the other academies, but in Astral 9, if you want to learn, you must fight for it. If you want a mentor to teach, you must pay a price. There are mentors in the Astral Combat Academy, but they can teach or not. Thus, I would like to remind everyone that battle is always the main theme of the Astral Combat Academy. Learning must be obtained through battle. Don't treat the Astral Combat Academy as an academy, it's a battlefield. Lord Bazer, is it true that the Astral Combat Academy has an ancient trial zone? Someone asked. Bazer smiled, this is classified information, so it's not convenient for me to reveal it. Lord Bazer, do you know why Astral 10 descended to the Frostwave Weave? Was it really the 10 Arbiters' decision? Someone else asked. Bazer also gave a perfunctory answer. He knew some information, but these ants didn't deserve to know because they couldn't enter the Astral Combat Academy. Only the best geniuses of the universe could enter, and these people couldn't compete. Luin watched the scene unfold. Bazer's gaze was filled with pity and pride, which made him very uncomfortable, but he was powerless to change it. Gerbach was about to leave with Jerlin, no longer interested in listening. Schutz was long gone. Just as he was about to leave, Bazer suddenly called out, everyone, I have another announcement to make. He looked at Luin, please wait, King Zishan. Luin turned back with a puzzled expression. Bazer smiled. Counselor Wendy Yushan of the Outerverse Youth Council has asked me to inform you that she is cancelling her engagement with you with immediate effect. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he clenched his fists in anger. Everyone was stunned. Gerbach and Jerlin, who had just reached the door, were stunned. Hua Xiaoling, Jenny Anna, and the others were equally stunned. No one had expected this to happen. Bazer actually announced it in front of everyone. This was an insult, a naked insult. Suddenly, all sorts of mocking laughter rang out. Luin was King Zishan, but he was still just an idle prince. Not many people cared about him, especially when he wanted to marry Wendy Yushan. At this moment, the mockery spread to the greatest extent, and everyone looked at him with mocking eyes. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he stared at Bazer. This banquet had been a plot against him, all for this moment. Bazer hadn't even thought of telling these people about the Astral Combat Academy. He'd only wanted to draw them here and then announce it in front of everyone in the name of the Outerverse Youth Council. This name alone was enough to spread the news throughout the universe. Luin wanting to marry Wendy Yushan had only been a joke on Xingyu Star, but from this moment on, this joke would spread throughout the universe because it had been announced in the name of the Outerverse Youth Council. Rasmus smirked. Jenny Anna was stunned, a trace of pity flashing through her eyes. Hua Xiaoling's gaze was complicated, and she looked sad. Tian Ming and the rest frowned, this was too much. Bazer wanted Luin to become the laughingstock of the entire universe. Unless he could marry Wendy Yushan, this matter would forever be a stain on his record. Jerlin walked over to Luin and tugged at him, let's go. Gerbach pulled him back as well, I'm sorry, I didn't think this would happen. Bazer smiled, I'm sorry, this is an order from Her Excellency Wendy Yushan. As compensation, I can promise you that as long as you successfully enter the Astral Combat Academy, I will be your referrer in the future and help you enter the Outerverse Youth Council. Everyone's expressions changed again, and they didn't know what to think anymore. These words were too vicious, and even if Luin managed to enter the Outerverse Youth Council with his own abilities in the future, he would still be labeled with the word compensation. Bazer was clearly trying to kill him. Lu Yin's eyes were bloodshot, he rarely felt this angry. The first time had been because of Lu Xiaoga, who had brought him extreme pain. The second time had been in his dreams, when that jade finger had crushed the heavens. The third time was now. Gerbach pulled him back and whispered, don't be rash, he's an explorer. Luin stared at Bazer, the coldness in his eyes sending a chill down Bazer's spine. Bazer's expression changed slightly, feeling like he had done something he would regret for the rest of his life. However, he didn't mind and smiled, how could a mere sentinel surpass Ghostfire, no matter how talented he was? There were too many geniuses in the universe, and such a person couldn't even enter the Astral Combat Academy, let alone threaten him. In the end, Luin left without a word under everyone's mocking and pitying gazes. Outside the hotel, Gerbach patted Lu Yin's shoulder, I'm sorry, I was the one who persuaded you to come. I didn't think this would happen. Jerlin also looked at Luin with a trace of worry in her eyes. Luin shrugged and smiled, it's fine, it's just a cancellation of the engagement. I didn't want to marry her anyway. Gerbach sighed, Brother Lu, the universe is cruel. Without strength, you'll always be weak, and the weak don't have a sword to protect their dignity. Princess Wendy told the 5 of us, so don't think too much about it until you have a sword. With that, he left with Jerlin. Luin stood in place, his heart far from being as calm as he appeared. Everything that had just happened would be unforgettable for the rest of his life. He had experienced the ultimate humiliation. Bezer and Wendy Yushan. It didn't take long for the news to spread, and Luin became the target of ridicule. He had become a toad trying to swallow the heavens. 5 days later, a giant spacecraft passed through 3 rings of land and entered the endless darkness of space. It carried the Great Yu Empire's younger generation of elites and their hopes for the Astral Combat Academy. Even Undying Yushan appeared at the space station to send them off. No one knew how many of them would be able to enter the Astral Combat Academy, but they could only hope that they wouldn't all be wiped out. Bezer had also come to send off Ghostfire as he boarded the spacecraft. He was confident in Ghostfire's abilities, no sentinel could defeat him. Even the freaks of the Innerverse might not be able to do so, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to enter the Astral Combat Academy. Counselor Bezer, I heard that you held a banquet a few days ago. How are the younger generation of the Great Yu Empire? The Undying Yushan asked. Bezer smiled, not bad, they're all very motivated. The Undying Yushan nodded, is that so? He coughed twice and placed a hand on Bezer's shoulder. It's been hard on you to announce the annulment of the engagement to Little Een. However, this is an internal matter of the Great Yu Empire, and it's not up to you to announce it. The Undying Yushan's tone turned cold as his hand on Bezer's shoulder grew heavier. Bezer didn't mind at first, but as the Undying Yushan's hand grew heavier, his expression changed. He wanted to resist, but no matter what he did, he couldn't shake off the Undying Yushan's right hand. It was like a mountain was pressing down on his shoulder, preventing him from moving. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended, and Bezer's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The image of a brutal star-devouring bear appeared on his body, but it was crushed in less than a second. The Undying Yushan slowly withdrew his hand and smiled at Bezer before leaving. From start to finish, Bezer couldn't resist at all. Even when he used his innate gift, nothing changed around him. Not even the surface of the ground cracked. This was the Undying Yushan's strength. He had once looked down on the Innerverse and had entered the top 20 of the Astral Combat rankings just like Wendy Yushan. Now, he was a hunter, and even though he was heavily injured and didn't have long to live, he was still the Undying Yushan. Bezer panted heavily as his complexion slowly returned to normal. He gritted his teeth and glared at the Undying Yushan's back, his eyes filled with unwillingness. On the spacecraft, Lu Een reunited with Xiao Luo and Lulu Mavis. They hadn't seen each other since they had landed on Xinyu Star. Haha, Lu Een, I heard that your engagement was called off. How embarrassing, haha. Lulu laughed heartily. Xiao Luo patted Lu Yin's shoulder, don't mind her. Lu Een smiled, it's fine. But you guys, didn't Bezer invite you to his banquet? Lulu rolled her eyes, do you think just anyone has the right to invite me? Xiao Luo shrugged, I just got back 2 days ago. I wonder how strict the exam will be this time, and who will go from the Innerverse, Lu Een said as he looked up at the sky. The Innerverse? Not many will go, Xiao Luo said. Lu Een was puzzled. Xiao Luo glanced at Lulu, you should know that Astral 10 is an academy that's been banished. Lulu nodded and stopped smiling, the Astral Combat Academies are ranked according to their scores. Astral 10 has been in last place for many years, or else they wouldn't have been sent to the Frostwave Weave. Rumor has it that when the news of Astral 10 moving to the Frostwave Weave, almost all of its students left. That means that we're going to apply for an empty Astral Combat Academy, Xiao Luo said. Lu Een was puzzled, why is that? Even if Astral 10 moves to the Frostwave Weave, the 3 realms and 6 Daos trial zones that you mentioned before won't be cancelled, right? Why would they leave? I don't know about that, but I'm guessing that most of the people going to Astral 10 this time will be from the Outerverse. It's almost impossible for anyone from the Innerverse to appear. All the geniuses who can enter the Astral Combat Academy are basically monopolized by the top 8 academies. Astral 9 mostly recruits students from the endless weaves of the Outerverse, and Astral 10 will be no exception, Xiao Luo said. Even so, the Astral Combat Academy is still extremely attractive to the Outerverse. Just by looking at your great U empire, you can see that the young elites from the weaves near Frostwave Weave will definitely come here. This is the only place that can compete with the Innerverse elites, and the Astral Combat Academy gives the Outerverse hope of catching up to the Innerverse, Lulu explained. Countless geniuses are gathering to compete. The arrival of the Astral Combat Academy was like a line that connected the Innerverse and Outerverse, connecting the young elites of the Innerverse and Outerverse. Just how great was the gap between them? Luin wanted to see just how strong these so-called Innerverse geniuses were. Facing the upcoming examination, all the students were cultivating behind closed doors. Very few of them went out to chat, including Gerbach and the others. Time passed quickly, and in just one day, Luin saw more and more spaceships heading in the same direction. The spaceships were not all uniform, and there were all sorts of strange designs. Luin saw a spaceship that looked like a coffin as it flew past, and there were also spaceships that looked like swords. These spaceships all carried the elites of the Outerverse's various powers. To the Innerverse, Astral 10 was an academy that had been exiled, but to the Outerverse, it was the only hope of catching up to the Innerverse. The gap was not small at all. Another day passed, and when Luin retracted his gaze from the star chart, the spaceship stopped. He looked out the window and saw that the entire sky was densely packed with spaceships of all sizes. All of them had stopped and were heading in the same direction. Luin walked out of his room and went to the highest level. There were already many students here, and all of them were looking forward. A continent stretched out into the endless distance in the starry sky. Above the continent was a star that emitted a scorching heat. There was one star every set distance, and they were not too far apart. The entire continent was illuminated in a fiery red color. Even from such a distance, Luin could feel the heat of the continent. It was so hot that even the air was distorted and evaporated, like a flame that stretched across the sky. All of the students stared blankly. What is this? At the front of the spaceship, Crown Prince Doran turned around and looked at the students solemnly. This is Astral 10's examination for Sentinels. Pass this path and you'll reach Astral 10. If you can't, you'll either retreat or die. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. This was a path? Indeed, it was a little narrower than the continent, but it couldn't be considered a path. It was almost as wide as Earth's radius. Sentinel? Lulu exclaimed, her expression turning bitter. Doran's gaze softened as he looked at Lulu. That's right, this path is for Sentinels. There are a total of 10 paths to Astral 10, 3 for Sentinels and 7 for Melders. All Sentinels are to take personal spaceships for the examination. I should have brought Little Tortoise, Lulu said bitterly. Little Tortoise? Little Tortoise? Luin was speechless. Little Tortoise? Little? That was a space-exploring beast. There were less than 20 Sentinels participating in the examination in the Great U Empire, and Luin only knew Lulu, Roz, and a few others. The others were all elites who had passed the planetary trial, and he hadn't interacted with them outside of the banquet. They didn't want to meet Luin, and he didn't plan on getting close to them either. Good luck, Brother Lu. See you in Astral 10, Xiao Luo smiled at Luin. Gerbach also gave him a few words of encouragement, but Jerlin didn't come. She had given up. Luin nodded, but Ghostfire walked over and whispered a threat as he passed by. You better not touch me, I can't promise to let you go, he sneered and left. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly as he slowly left. Doran looked at Lu Yin's back, his thoughts unknown. Jenny Anna walked over to Rocky Anna, her face pale. Uncle, this examination environment isn't good for me. Rocky Anna frowned, it can change at any time. That's good, Jenny Anna sighed. Rocky Anna felt it was a pity. If I'd known, I wouldn't have forced you to become a Melder. With King Zishan's strength, he had a good chance of passing the examination, and he could have brought you along. But now that you're participating in the Melder examination, no one can help you. Jenny Anna clenched her teeth in fear as she looked at the path ahead. This was only a Sentinel examination, and she didn't know how the Melders would fare. The examination had already begun the moment the path appeared. The Great U Empire wasn't the first to arrive, there were already many Sentinels from other powers that had entered the path, including the Fire's Melt planet. Scorching suns roasted the earth, the temperature distorting the air. Groups of Sentinels flew into the distance as they walked across the scorching earth, the sounds of battle and the roars of beasts echoing from time to time. On this path, the students didn't just have to face harsh environments and enemies, they also had to face powerful creatures that were all sentinels. They were also enemies that the students had to face. A group of 7 stood in the shadows, looking up at the sky. Young master, the people from the Great Yu Empire will be here soon. A young man sitting on the ground looked up and smirked. Very well, I'll show them the consequences of insulting the Fire's Melt planet. There was a loud crash as the personal spacecraft crashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the hatch opened and Luin walked out, he immediately felt the scorching heat. He looked up and saw the suns extending into the distance, growing hotter the further he went. He soared into the air and felt the air and star energy. Not bad, he said as he accelerated forward. Close to 20 sentinels from the Great Yu Empire landed on the ground, a few of them close to the 7 from Fire's Melt planet. The young man who was addressed as the young master stood up. Begin the hunt, don't leave anyone alive. The Fire's Melt planet was constantly roasted by flames, and this was their favorite environment. No one could defeat the powerhouses of the Fire's Melt planet in such a hot environment, this was their confidence. With a bang, the cabin door was kicked open, and Ike walked out into the sunlight. He subconsciously closed his eyes and muttered, "To hell with the test." With that, he rose into the air and looked at his gadget. It actually deviated from its original position. Luckily, it's only a dozen kilometers away. It's very close. With that, Ike flew towards the west to meet up with the others. Suddenly, a fiery red spear pierced through the air towards Ike. Ike's expression changed, and he reacted quickly to dodge. The spear brushed past his shoulder and pierced into the stone wall. Who is it? Ike was furious. He looked at his gadget and saw a power level of 3000, a peak sentinel. Almost everyone who could participate in the Astral Combat Academy's entrance exam had such a power level, so this number didn't mean much. Not far away, a man with dark red skin rushed over, his arms creating sparks as they collided and turned into a flaming spear that pierced towards Ike. Bastard from the Fire's Melt planet, Ike shouted angrily as he clashed with the man. In less than half a minute, Ike was pierced through, his abdomen scorched by the flames. The man sneered, "The Great Yu Empire reneged on their promise and insulted our young master Yan Feng. This is the price." He pulled out his spear, and Ike's corpse fell to the ground. The same thing happened in several other places. The people from the Fire's Melt planet seemed to know when the Great Yu Empire would land, and anyone who landed during this time was their enemy. The young man called young master looked at the corpse on the ground and spat, "My brother was insulted, so I, Yan Jing, will deal with it on his behalf." At that moment, there was another explosion and a heat wave. Yan Jing looked to the west and smiled cruelly before flying away. The spacecraft crashed into the ground, creating a conical crater as a young man slowly walked out. Yan Jing saw this and didn't even think about it, his arms creating sparks as he stabbed his flaming spear at the young man. The young man looked up, a sharp glint in his eyes as he raised his hand, desolate palm. His palm turned dark yellow and collided with the flaming spear. There was a loud bang as the shockwave pressed down on the ground, shattering the spear inch by inch. Yan Jing was shocked, his pupils shrinking to the size of needles as he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The young man's palm had sent him flying, and he didn't even look back as he soared into the distance. Yan Jing spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed into a protruding mountain wall, his face pale. That palm had almost crippled him. "Who are you?" he shouted as he coughed up more blood. The young man was astonished, "You're not dead?" "I'm Meng Yu. Take revenge if you can." He then quickly left. Yan Jing endured the pain and squatted down. At that moment, 2 people from the Fire's Melt planet arrived. "Young master, who hurt you?" Yan Jing didn't reply and just took out some healing medicine. Soon, 2 more people from the Fire's Melt planet came and surrounded Yan Jing. After a long while, Yan Jing finally opened his eyes. He was panting heavily, and his eyes were filled with shock. That palm had not only shattered his battle skill, it had also severely injured him. It was as if his life force had been sucked away. Desolate palm? Why did it sound so? "Go take a look at the ship," he said weakly. A member of the Fire's Melt planet immediately flew over and came back after a while. He said, "Young master, There are two words engraved on the back of the spaceship, chaos. It's Meng Yu's, Meng Yu, young Meng Yu. Meng. It was only then that Yanjing remembered who he was facing. It was a genius from the vast Earth sect, a lunatic who had refused to break through to the Sentinel realm. This person had once been invited to join the Outerverse Youth Council, but had rejected the offer. To be able to defeat a melder with an innate gift as a sentinel meant that he was a freak. Yanjing sighed. Forget about revenge, he had to avoid meeting such a person. What about the other two? Why are there only 4 of you? He asked. One of them hesitated and then answered with an ugly expression, dead. How did they die? Yanjing was furious. One was killed by a beast here, and the other was killed by a cultivator from the Great Yu Empire. Yanjing clenched his fists. Who? Don't know, never seen them before. Yanjing was helpless, he had been too naive. This was Astral 10's trial, and countless geniuses had gathered here. The Fire's Melt planet could do whatever they wanted in Frostwave Weave, but they didn't have the qualifications to face the geniuses of the entire universe. Take a break, we'll take revenge after we join the Astral Combat Academy. The others relaxed and rejoiced, they had been afraid that their young master would be too impetuous. That would be troublesome, there were too many freaks here. Elsewhere, Luin met up with Lulu. They weren't far from each other to begin with. Luin, let's see who gets there first, Lulu said eagerly. Luin looked at his gadget, sure, wait a moment, I'm waiting for someone. Lulu was puzzled, there's someone else with us? Lu Yin's gaze was cold, I'm sending him away. Lulu didn't understand, but Lu Yin's lips curled up, coming. Ghostfire was flying leisurely not too far away, his innate gift was destined to adapt to this environment. Suddenly, Ghostfire stopped and looked in front of him in surprise. It's you? Luin stepped forward, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ghostfire sneered, sorry, I just killed a piece of trash who claimed to be from the Fire's Melt planet. I was worried about where to find you, but you actually dared to show up. You're courting death. Luin clenched his fists, I'll settle the score with Baser later, but first I'll collect some interest from you. He then disappeared and used Flash to appear in front of Ghostfire. Ghostfire sneered, nothing here can trap me, Ant. I'll show you the power of my void flame. Black flame spread out from his body and his body turned into nothingness. His innate gift surprised Lulu, void flame could avoid physical attacks. Even many melders were helpless against this innate gift. Luin sneered, raised a hand, and punched out. White and black alternated, this was the Day-Night Fist. The Day-Night clan dominated the universe, and their inherited battle techniques were incomparably powerful. They could crush countless unique innate gifts, but this was the Day-Night clan, how could they be stopped by mere void flame? The battle techniques of the Day-Night clan included physical attacks as well as spiritual force attacks. The Day-Night Fist was a type of spiritual force attack. Luin had never understood why the Day-Night Fist alternated between night and day until he faced Ghostfire. There were too many unique innate gifts in the universe, and the Day-Night clan's battle techniques were unparalleled. They could be weak, but they were never ineffective. Ghostfire was initially disdainful when he punched out, but then he felt a strange contradiction. His body felt like it was being torn apart by something, and he saw both night and day. Time seemed to flow between the two, and his body was being deceived. Even though he knew it was fake, his body could not resist. Extreme fatigue made it impossible for him to maintain his innate gift, and he suddenly turned corporeal with a deathly pale face. Luin pressed a hand against Ghostfire's abdomen, send a message to Baser for me. Tell him that your fate will be his in the future. He then pressed down with a palm, threefold shockwave palm. Boom. The shockwave dispersed the air, and Ghostfire was smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Ghostfire spat out a mouthful of blood, but that was not the end. Another force exploded in his abdomen, and the crater expanded once more. 3 stacks, threefold shockwave palm. Ghostfire was crippled, and he fainted, unconscious. Luin stood tall in the air, looking down, the chill in his eyes dissipating slightly. This was just interest. Baser's fate would definitely be 100 times worse than Ghostfire's. Lulu had watched from the side, the battle had started quickly, but ended even faster. She was first surprised by Ghostfire's innate gift, and then Lu Yin's threefold shockwave palm. You've improved again, what a powerful technique. Lu Yin smiled, let's go, let's see who gets there first. Okay. Lulu sped up. Meng Yu appeared after the two left, landing to see Ghostfire's miserable state and the crater he had crushed, 3 stacks, shockwave palm. Interesting. At the same time, on the Great Yu Empire spacecraft, Doran Yushan and the rest received reports from all the participating students. The Melder exam had just begun, but the Sentinel exam was basically over with only a few people left. A student sent back news that he's being hunted down by the Fires Melt planet, someone reported. Doran's face darkened, looks like the Fires Melt planet wants to start a war with the Great Yu Empire. Rocky Anna replied, that's not necessarily the case. Yan Gang paved the way for Yan Feng, allowing him to boldly pursue Princess Wendy. They shouldn't be attacking us at this time. There's only one possibility, and that's that the person who attacked us didn't understand this situation and thought that we broke the contract and humiliated Yan Feng. Yan Feng has a younger brother called Yan Jing, who happens to be a sentinel. It might be him, Doran said. Should we inform the Fires Melt planet? Someone asked. Doran replied, no need, the Fires Melt planet is just a small fry. If we can't even get past them, we won't be able to join the Astral Combat Academy. At that moment, Doran's gadget buzzed, and he looked up in shock. Ghostfire was defeated. He's heavily injured and on the verge of death. Hu Qingshan and Zhu Lang looked over in surprise. Who did it? Rocky Anna was shocked. They all knew of Ghostfire's innate gift, which could turn his body into nothingness. Logically speaking, there was almost no sentinel in the Outerverse who could defeat him, and Lu Yin had only managed to suppress him with the bell. Even Tianming couldn't do it. Doran's gaze was strange. King Zishan, Lu Yin. Everyone was shocked. Rocky Anna frowned. Lu Yin defeated Ghostfire? The corner of Doran's mouth rose. This is news from the Empire. Ghostfire purposely turned on his gadget to record when he met Lu Yin. He probably wanted to spread the news, but he was easily defeated by Lu Yin and was on the verge of death. Bezer is furious. Rocky Anna was shocked. Hu Qingshan's eyes lit up. The Outerverse Youth Council has a lot of power, but that's only limited to the younger generation. Bezer is too arrogant and looks down on the Great Yu Empire. King Zishan's battle is a good way to suppress his arrogance, Rocky Anna lamented. Doran smiled faintly. It wasn't just Bezer. Bezer was just a dog, and there was a big shot from the Youth Council behind him. That person was the true mastermind behind the scenes, trying to humiliate Lu Yin to win his sister's heart. Unfortunately, these people didn't understand his sister. She was very ambitious. At this moment, in the Great Yu Empire, Bezer was roaring in rage. He was the one who had sent Ghostfire to participate in the trial, but he had been beaten so badly by Lu Yin that he had lost all face. Damn it, Bezer growled. Lu Yin and Lulu were both very fast on the Sentinel path. Lulu had white flash while Lu Yin had flash, and he had even incorporated some of its techniques into his own. He wasn't any slower than Lulu, much to her surprise. Along the way, the two saw many youths flying into the distance and countless roaring beasts. This path was full of danger, with strange plants and beasts. The only thing lacking was water, which had all evaporated. The two flew for 2 hours before stopping to rest. Lu Yin looked at his gadget and tested his power level, only to find that they were all densely packed with people with power levels of 3,000. Conservatively speaking, there are at least 1,000 people participating in the assessment, Lu Yin said tiredly. Lulu rubbed her calves. That's normal. Your Great Yu Empire sent over 100 people, so it wouldn't be strange if there were billions of people in the entire Outerverse. However, only the weaves near Frostwave Weave can participate. Each Sentinel path should have a few 100,000 people. Lu Yin was speechless. 3 Sentinel paths meant close to 1 million candidates, which meant 1 million Sentinels were equivalent to the population of a city on Earth. An army like that could sweep through the solar system. I've always been curious, why are you always dressed in green? Lulu rolled her eyes at him. The Mavis family members all wear green. Do you have a problem with that? Lu Yin looked at Lulu with a strange expression. Are you rich? Lulu rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. Yes, you want to borrow it? Sure, 3% interest. Luin was speechless. I was just wondering if we were in too much of a rush. With hundreds of thousands of people taking the assessment, the competition at the beginning must be intense. More and more people will arrive later, Lulu muttered. Luin had also thought about it. They were the first to arrive at Frostwave Weave, but what about the people in the nearby weaves? There was no set time for the assessment, and more people would arrive later. If they rushed forward, it would be like paving the way for others. The assessment couldn't be that simple, and there would definitely be trouble ahead. I don't want to work for others. Let's wait and rest for a few days, Luin said after some thought. Lulu nodded. Okay. Their surroundings were mostly barren mountain ranges, and the ground was scorching hot. Luin stood on a withered mountain and looked around. There were people flying past in the sky from time to time, but he didn't know how the others were doing. 20 hours passed quickly, and Luin and Lulu were resting at the foot of the mountain when the world suddenly darkened. The sun in the sky dimmed at the same time, and the land entered winter. Extremely cold air swept across the land, instantly freezing the once scorching ground. Lulu exclaimed, "A super powerhouse has made a move to change the weather." As expected of the Astral Combat Academy. Luin looked up and stared at the sky in shock. A series of suns had been frozen at the same time, and endless cold air had descended from the sky. This was the method of an absolute powerhouse, and it wasn't something he could imagine. If one looked at it from the distance, the entire path would look like a popsicle. Countless people looked on in shock. 10 paths had been frozen at the same time, and the extremely cold air swept across them without affecting the sky at all. Doran and the others gulped. This method was unimaginable, and it was beyond their understanding. Explorers ranged from the weakest explorer to the cruiser to the hunter. The Great U Empire had them all, but even they couldn't reach this level. This was the method of a terrifying existence that surpassed the hunter class. In terms of power level, this person's power level exceeded 100,000. Xianxia's eyes burned with passion. He could destroy a path, but he couldn't freeze all 10. This was the limit of power that he had always pursued. The youths of this generation were too lucky to have the opportunity to enter the Astral Combat Academy and experience a power that surpassed the outerverse. To dim the sky and freeze the suns was a power that shocked everyone. They couldn't think of anything else, they were too far away from this level of power. Luin felt the chill emanating from the ground and sucked in a breath of cold air. Humans could actually reach such a level. Don't look, you won't understand. Even explorers can't. The level of power is different, Lulu said, pouting. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. This path was created, right? Who knows? Maybe it was created by tearing apart a star system, Lulu said casually. Luin looked at Lulu. Does the Mavis family have such a powerhouse? Lulu rolled her eyes. I don't know, I don't want to talk about it. Even if Lulu didn't say anything, Luin could guess. Without such a powerhouse, how could the Mavis family dominate the economy? He raised his head to look at the sky, where the cold winds of the night unconsciously made him feel lonely. Lu Yin's gaze was tranquil, as he had nothing to reminisce about. He had lost his memories, and the only thing worth reminiscing about was Earth. That planet could be considered his home, but he did not know how it was doing. After an unknown amount of time, Luin leaned against the cold mountain wall and counted silently. More than 700 people had flown over his head during this time, and this was just his surroundings. The width of the Sentinel Path was equivalent to the radius of Earth, so a conservative estimate suggested that more than 100,000 people had passed by. When it was about time, Luin stood up. Let's go. Lulu grunted and clenched her fists. Suddenly, a black dot in front of them rapidly approached and flew towards them. The two didn't move as they watched the black dot approach. It was a young man. The young man was Mengyu, who had seen Ghostfire's miserable state and the strength of the 3 stacks technique. He chased after Luin and Lulu, not looking at Luin, but noticing Lulu. Her green clothes were too eye-catching, but the two soon disappeared. Mengyu was helpless. He had circled around for a long time but still couldn't find them. He had thought that he wouldn't be able to catch up, but he hadn't expected to run into them here. Landing on a short hill, Mengyu stared at Luin and took out Ghostfire's photo. Did you defeat this person? Luin frowned, what does that have to do with you? Meng Yu was excited, come, let's spar. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, you want to avenge him? Meng Yu didn't mind, it has nothing to do with him. I'm interested in your battle technique. The 3 stacks technique should be from Grand Top Weave's 9 stacks sect. You've integrated it into your shockwave palm, and I want to test its power. Not interested, Lu Yin's tone was flat, he didn't want to waste his energy fighting an insignificant person. Meng Yu didn't say anything else and immediately attacked. He rushed towards Lu Yin and lashed out with a kick that carried a hint of ferocity. Lu Yin dodged the attack with a flash and replied coldly, if you want to fight, go find someone else. We're in the middle of a test, and I don't have time to play with you. That's not up to you. Meng Yu raised a palm and sent it towards Lu Yin. He knew that he couldn't match up to Lu Yin's speed, so he could only use the desolate palm to catch Lu Yin off guard and decide the victor with a single blow. Meng Yu pursued the limits of the Sentinel realm and wanted to fight any Sentinel. Lu Yin could feel the power of the desolate palm, and it felt like his life force was being sucked away. He knew it wasn't weak, so he raised his own hand with a glint in his eyes. Since Meng Yu was courting death, he wouldn't hold back. Bang! The two unleashed their full strength at the same time. The desolate palm was an inherited battle technique of the Vast Earth Weave's Vast Earth sect, and its power was unparalleled. Lu Yin's serious palm had reached 5 stars, and he had once defeated Tyson, a melder from U Academy. Jerbak had even said that he could rank in the top 10 of U Academy. With a loud bang, a shockwave tore through the earth like a storm, scattering the cold air and pushing away layer after layer. A group of sentinels who happened to be passing by screamed in agony as the ground split in 2. Lulu was surprised and immediately dodged. The two's attacks were even stronger than an ordinary melder's. Meng Yu was shocked that his desolate palm had been blocked. He had used it to defeat many melders. Both Lu Yin and Meng Yu retreated at the same time. This exchange was almost evenly matched. Meng Yu's strength surprised Lu Yin, very few sentinels could defeat a melder, and this person wasn't even an innate gift cultivator. Alright, there aren't many in the same realm who can block the desolate palm. What's your name? Meng Yu asked excitedly. Lu Yin frowned, I don't have time to waste with you. Move aside. Meng Yu fell into deep thought and looked at Lu Yin for a while before withdrawing his star energy. He recalled Lu Yin's speed, and with this person's attack power and speed, Meng Yu wouldn't be his match in a real fight. My name is Meng Yu, remember? Lu Yin was shocked, Meng? Could it be a primeval surname? He only knew of a few primeval surnames, so he wasn't sure. Hey, you want to fight? I'll accompany you. Lulu stared at Meng Yu, eager to fight. Meng Yu glanced at her, I'm not interested in women. Lulu frowned. Don't underestimate me. She suddenly vanished and reappeared right in front of Meng Yu, kicking out with her leg. It was a very ordinary kick, and although Meng Yu wasn't as fast as her, his reaction wasn't slow. He raised his arm to block, and with a bang, a shockwave rippled out. Meng Yu's pupils shrank as he felt a sharp pain in his right arm. He was unable to block the force of the kick, and he was sent flying, smashing through 3 small mountains and sinking into the ground. Lu Yin's face twitched as he looked at Meng Yu sympathetically. He'd underestimated Lulu. She was a mavis, and her strength was abnormal. That kick shouldn't have been gentle. You dare to look down on me? Humph. Let's go. Lulu raised her head and waved at Lu Yin before leaping up and flying off into the distance. Lu Yin shot another glance at Meng Yu, who was still covered in dust, and flew away. Underground, Meng Yu clenched his teeth. His arm was unnaturally bent. That kick had actually broken his arm. What a vicious woman. Meng Yu hurriedly took out some medicine to treat his wound. When he walked out of the ground, he saw that the two of them had left. He let out a sigh and bitterly looked at his right arm. He had underestimated her. Lulu, don't you think your your kick was too heavy? Lu Yin asked. Lulu snorted, who told him to look down on me? He deserved it. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh, silently reminding himself not to provoke her in the future. She was just too strong, and that was probably her innate gift. Lu Yin and Lulu didn't encounter any enemies for the rest of their time. Astral 10's exam was only the end of the path, and there was no limit to the number of participants. Few people would actively cause trouble in such an exam, and Mengyu was considered an oddity. There were no enemies, but the number of astral beasts kept increasing. Under the dark night sky and the icy winds, strange beasts walked on the ground. Many of them flew in the air, and many sentinels were killed by them. Lu Yin and Lulu encountered a terrifying beast. Although it was also a sentinel, it was invulnerable. Fortunately, Lulu managed to crush its innards with a heavy punch, but even so, it wasn't injured at all. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. This kind of defense was too strong. There was also another beast that could spit out lightning. It was fast and its attacks were fierce, far surpassing the lightning bolt that Gerbok had used on Lu Yin. In the end, Lu Yin and Lulu managed to evade it because it was too fast and difficult to attack. Fortunately, it didn't chase after them as if it was protecting its own territory. There were also many strange plants in addition to the beasts. Coupled with the terrible weather, the two of them found many more corpses on the ground every now and then. Anyone who could make it here was a top sentinel, and even the weakest was at Eddie's level. Even so, the shadow of death still loomed over them. Far behind Lu Yin and Lulu, Roz hid in fear and trembled. The few people who had been with him had all died, and he was the only one left. He didn't dare leave and decided to hide until the end of the test. After an unknown amount of time, the frozen sun in the sky suddenly exploded. Scorching heat and blinding sunlight showered down, making it difficult for many to adapt. Some even lost their lives due to carelessness in battle. Cold and heat intertwined, and the sudden glaring light almost caught Lu Yin off guard. He instinctively flashed to the side, but the ground suddenly exploded as a strange flower emerged from the ground and released a white substance at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand and unleashed a triple shockwave palm, shattering everything in its path. A terrifying gale blasted against the flower and crushed it to pieces. Lu Yin looked up and exhaled. The temperature had changed again. This time, the heat had lasted for at least 48 hours. It's getting hotter and hotter. Look, the sun is getting lower and lower as we go in. The innermost part is almost the same as the ground, Lulu complained. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw that the sun was indeed getting lower and lower. The entrance was still far away, and although it was hot, the stronger commoners could still withstand it. However, this region was already extremely hot, and only seekers could withstand it. Even sentinels might not be able to withstand the heat if they went further in. Coupled with the endless beasts, plants, and enemies, the test was truly cruel. The sentinel path wasn't that intense, but the melder path was. Geniana and Hua Shaoling were eliminated immediately, encountering melder beasts before they could meet up. If not for Schutz's appearance, they would have died. Even so, the rest of the test was difficult to complete, and they had to give up. Nearly 80 melders from the Great Yu Empire had participated in the assessment, but in less than a day, more than half of them had been eliminated, and as many as 30 had died. These were the true elites of the Great Yu Empire, not just from Yu Academy, but also from the various great academies of the Great Yu Empire. What was even more terrifying was that even one of the 5 hall masters, Locke, had been eliminated, leaving Doran and the rest with grim expressions. The hall master of Yu Academy was a powerhouse who stood at the peak of the Empire's younger generation, and his elimination cast a shadow over this test. Gerbok and Yan Gang are together, someone reported. Doran nodded. This wasn't a surprise, the attacks on the Sentinel path were just a result of ignorance. If Yan Feng really wanted to marry Wendy, Yan Gang would have to build a good relationship with the Empire. However, Yan Gang was much weaker than Gerbok, so Doran hoped that he wouldn't drag him down. Time passed slowly, and more spaceships appeared around the 10 paths. Explorer stood tall in space, looking at the 10 paths in the distance. On the Sentinel path, a young man was clutching his left arm and howling in pain. This was Wu Kai Mathers, son of Sigmund Mathers. He had also participated in the Sentinel trial, but he had just been attacked by a strange plant. His left arm had been shattered, and the plant had been destroyed as well. Wu Kai Mathers had come to the trial behind Sigmund's back. He wasn't weak, about the same level as Roz, who was hiding in the distance and trembling. Wu Kai Mathers had used his astonishing willpower to advance, but in the end, he had fallen here, unable to move forward. Wu Kai Mathers was bitter as his blood dyed the ground and mountain walls red. Was it over? Suddenly, Wu Kai Mather's gaze turned cold as he saw a strange pattern on the mountain wall. He stared at it and gradually immersed himself in it. It was a fist technique with no name or origin. It had been buried in dust for an unknown amount of time, but it had surfaced after Wu Kai Mather's battle. This was his opportunity. Lu Yin and Lulu flew forward. A few hundred kilometers in front of them, a giant beast was roaring like an ancient dinosaur. It was 100 meters tall, its sharp claws easily tearing through the ground. It was exceptionally irritable in the face of dozens of sentinels, opening its mouth and condensing a terrifying amount of star energy into an energy beam that cut across the sky and destroyed everything. No, our attacks don't work on it. We can't break through its defenses. Let's try working together. No, it's very smart. It attacks whichever side has the most people. There's no room for us to work together. On a giant tree a few kilometers away, a cute girl watched the battle through the branches and stuck out her tongue from time to time. It's so scary, it's not safe here. Should we go further? No, we won't be able to heal in time. By the time Lu Yin and Lulu reached the battlefield, the number of sentinels had increased to almost 100, all of them attacking the beast. The two stared at the beast in shock. This beast isn't simple. Whether it's its defense, speed, or battle experience, it surpasses that group of people. Also, did you notice that its attacks have traces of battle techniques? Lu Yin asked solemnly. Lulu nodded and clenched her fists. I knew it would be hard to fight. Why are these people fighting it to the death? Lu Yin scanned the battlefield and finally focused on the beast's feet. No matter what the situation was, the beast hadn't stepped on the protruding soil beneath its feet. There's something there. Lulu grew excited. Let's go. I wonder how many punches it can take. Lu Yin had wanted to wait a little longer. He guessed that there were many hidden powerhouses waiting for an opportunity, but Lulu had already rushed out. He couldn't just watch her go alone, so he had no choice but to follow her while secretly keeping an eye on the surroundings. Almost 100 sentinels ganging up on a single sentinel beast sounded unbelievable, but it was actually happening. When the beast dodged Lulu's punch, she grew excited. This beast could sense danger. Roar! The beast roared and swung its huge tail, but Lulu easily dodged it. More than a dozen sentinels were struck, and nearly half of them died on the spot while the rest were sent flying with heavy injuries. Lu Yin was shocked. Such a ferocious attack was no weaker than the 5-star Sirius palm. The biggest difference between humans and beasts was their imagination. Humans knew how to create, while beasts relied on their bodies and innate gifts. Under the same conditions, beasts were far stronger than humans because they had adapted to nature and evolved, while humans wanted to change it. Before they could do so, it was difficult for humans to defeat beasts. If they wanted to change it, they needed innate gifts and battle techniques. Lulu shouted and disappeared, reappearing behind the beast's back. She raised her right fist and punched out, but the beast quickly turned around and bit down, trying to force Lulu to give up on attacking. However, Lulu had no intention of attacking in the first place. She was just creating an opportunity for Lu Yin. He used Flash to appear above the beast's head and struck out with both palms, using triple stacks, triple shockwave palm, and the 20th form of the sky beast claw. With a loud bang, Lu Yin's palms slammed into the beast's head, sending it crashing into the ground. It was a spectacular sight to see a 100-meter-tall beast collapse, the shockwave spreading out like a tsunami that forced dozens of sentinels back. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. They knew very well how powerful that strange beast was. Not only was it difficult to break through its defenses with attacks, but it also knew how to avoid danger. Such a creature was actually defeated by a single person. That person was definitely an expert. Lulu appeared in front of the protruding soil, and with a wave of her hand, a glowing small tree appeared. There were a few fruits on it, and they were pale yellow in color and looked very enticing. What is it? Lulu was puzzled. The beast roared angrily, shaking its head vigorously as it tried to crawl out of the ground. Watch out, Lulu! Lulu dodged with white flash, but a figure had appeared out of nowhere and looked at her in surprise before reaching out to grab the small tree. Lulu kicked out angrily, but the figure didn't seem to mind and blocked with his left arm. If Mengyu was here, he would be familiar with this scene. This was how he had been heavily injured. Sure enough, the figure was sent flying in the next moment. Lulu snorted, grabbing a few fruits and leaving. Luin was puzzled, but he didn't ask any questions and simply soared into the sky. After he left, the beast roared and charged out of the ground. At this point, a dozen sentinels hidden in the shadows approached the small tree and tried to steal the fruits, but the beast's roar intimidated them and forced them to retreat. "How many did you take?" Luin asked. Lulu casually tossed 5 fruits to him, 10 in total, half for each of us. "You didn't take more?" Luin was puzzled. Lulu replied seriously, "Always leave a way out, especially when it comes to natural treasures. That's our family's rule." Luin nodded and didn't ask any more questions. At this point, a dozen people appeared around them. "Friend, please share some of the things you took," someone said gloomily. Luin didn't care, "Let's get this over with quickly." He then vanished along with Lulu, and in the next moment, numerous figures fell from the sky like dumplings. They were all cultivators who had been defeated by the two. The cultivators in the distance were terrified, secretly rejoicing that they hadn't attacked. Someone who could defeat a beast in one blow was definitely one of the strongest in this trial. In the distance, a petite girl on a tree exclaimed, "So powerful, I wonder how he compares to Zora." Many sentinels were still attacking the beast, and some of them were snatching the fruits from time to time. Dozens of fruits were plucked from the small tree, and the beast finally erupted, condensing star energy to sweep out in all directions and forcing everyone to retreat. At this point, the sun in the sky froze over once more, and a frigid aura swept across the land, plunging the world into darkness once more. Luin and Lulu didn't stay and immediately left. The girl on the distant tree thought for a moment and followed them. The Astral Combat Academy's trials weren't simple. If it was just a path filled with extreme weather and beasts, many people would be able to pass. This was especially true for a large group of dozens of people, which obviously wouldn't be enough to select the elites. Everyone held their breaths as they watched. The real trial was about to begin. The extreme cold swept across the land, but it still couldn't stop the cultivators from snatching the fruits. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. The beast had suddenly become incomparably violent, attacking without restraint. It no longer cared about the small tree and crushed it with a single stomp. Many sentinels were furious, and in the next moment, roars rang out from all directions. Countless beasts roared from both the front and back, like a signal that caused the earth to shake. Luin stepped onto the ground and his expression changed. "Not good, it's a beast tide. Hide." The two sped up towards a distant mountain peak. Hundreds and thousands of flying beasts had appeared in the sky at some point, attacking the two in a frenzy. It wasn't just them, any cultivator in the air was within range of the attack, and blood splattered across the sky. Luin and Lulu both had extreme speed, and they easily evaded the attacks as they approached the peak. At this moment, there was a cry of alarm, and Luin turned around to see a cute girl around 16 years of age. Her face was pale, and she swayed as she dodged the attacks. Luin frowned, "You go first," and used flash to rush towards the girl. Lulu glanced at him and sped up towards the peak. "Ah!" The girl screamed as she watched a flying beast attack her, but Luin caught her in the nick of time and carried her towards the peak. The girl panted heavily as she leaned against Luin and carefully looked around. More and more flying beasts had appeared, almost covering the entire sky. At the last moment, Luin brought the girl down to the mountain peak and hid in a cave with Lulu, covering the entrance. At this point, the sky was completely covered by the flying beasts, and the already dark ground became even darker. Only the ground was dyed red with blood, and screams could be heard everywhere. Luin narrowed his eyes as he looked outside. This was the Astral Combat Academy's assessment. There were 1,000,000 candidates, and this beast tide would probably wipe out a large portion of them. It was too cruel, not many could survive such a beast tide, but those who did would definitely be elites. Thank you." The girl looked at Luin carefully and spoke softly, a little uneasy. Luin glanced at her but didn't say anything. Lulu looked at the girl and then back at Luin, her eyes lighting up. "So this is your type?" Luin was confused. "What?" Lulu giggled. The girl blushed and whispered, I am Coco from Windrift Hall." "Hello." Luin nodded. Lulu was shocked. "Windrift Hall? The Innerverse Windrift Hall?" Coco nodded and pursed her lips like an injured deer. Luwin looked at Lulu. You know about them? Lulu replied, of course. Windrift Hall helps the world and is good at healing. Although there aren't many of them, they have a good reputation in the Innerverse. They research medicine just like Shamrock Enterprises, but their goals are different. Shamrock Enterprises' main goal is to make money, but I don't know about them. I feel like they have nothing better to do. Coco blinked. No, we don't. We're training. Training to save people? Luwin was surprised. Coco grunted softly. Master taught me that the more people we save, the more destiny we have and the longer we live. Luwin and Lulu glanced at each other. Your master really tricked you, Lulu couldn't help but comment. Coco opened her mouth to say something, but didn't in the end. Her gaze inadvertently landed on Lu Yin's bleeding right arm. Ah, you're injured. Luwin glanced over. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Coco hurriedly said, let me treat you, or it'll get infected. The universe is full of strange viruses, you can die if you're not careful. Lu Yin's brows rose. You're exaggerating. It's true, any small wound can be the cause of death in the future. Luwin was speechless. Did all doctors like to scare people? Alright, can you treat me? Coco's eyes lit up, looking like a completely different person. Okay. Seeing her excited expression, Luwin suddenly had a bad premonition. As expected, a 3-meter-long syringe slowly appeared in Coco's hand, shocking both of them. The needle was a meter long, and it reflected a cold light. There was an unknown green liquid inside the syringe that made their hair stand on end. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he subconsciously retreated. What are you doing? He asked warily. Coco hugged the syringe and stared at him excitedly. Treatment? Come on, just one shot and I'll be fine. Luwin gulped and hurriedly refused. No need, I can do it myself, I don't need your treatment. Coco grew anxious. I'll treat you, you won't be able to treat it completely and there will be repercussions. It'll be too late if all sorts of lesions appear. Come on. Luwin backed away again. No need, I can do it myself. Coco felt it was a pity, but she looked at Lu Yin's arm in disappointment. Oh, and the syringe disappeared. Only then did Lulu react. That's your innate gift? Coco returned to her timid and adorable self, nodding. Yes, my innate gift can heal injuries, it's very useful. It's a pity that no one wants to let me use it. Luwin rolled his eyes. That thing was over after a single shot. Only an idiot would let her use it, it looked even more terrifying than a sword. Your innate gift is really, really unique, Lulu exclaimed. Coco smiled bashfully. Suddenly, an angry roar came from outside the cave as a beast swept past, charging into the distance. Luwin looked out of the cave, wondering how Schutz and the rest were doing on the path to becoming melders. Jerlin was smart enough to give up on the test, otherwise, they would have had to carry another burden. Jerbok was unlucky and was injured by the first beast wave. If he hadn't hidden well, he would have become food. Yen Gang was the same, so the two of them could be said to have failed. In the distance, Tianming had successfully evaded the beast tide by hiding beneath a giant boulder. However, his luck was just as bad, as he had run into Silver Tiger, the #1 expert of Grand Topweave's 9 stacks sex younger generation. He was also Tianming's enemy. Silver Tiger excitedly stared at Tianming. I never thought that I would meet you here. Tianming, I heard that you've become the Hall Master of Yu Academy. Congratulations. Tianming's expression was serious as he stared at Silver Tiger. I never thought that I would meet you here. I can finally take revenge for what happened back then. Silver Tiger sneered. Revenge? What a joke, you're just a piece of trash who was expelled from the 9-stack sect. You secretly learned 9 stacks without permission, but you only managed to comprehend 3 stacks. You still have the face to say that the Great Yu Empire actually wants a piece of trash like you. I'll help them get rid of you today. Silver Tiger slammed a palm towards Tianming, condensing a powerful fluctuation. Tianming's gaze turned cold as he responded with a palm strike of his own. The shockwave shook the ground, causing it to crack 3 times in a row. This was the fluctuation of 3 stacks, but in the next moment, Tianming's pupils shrank as he felt a sharp pain in his right hand. 4th stacks. You actually comprehended 4th stacks. Silver Tiger laughed maniacally. A piece of trash like you will never understand me. 4th stacks? Today, I'll make you despair. Another terrifying force descended. This time, it was fifth stacks. Tianming's right hand was broken as Silver Tiger's fifth stacks landed on his abdomen. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards and crashed into the mountain wall. Silver Tiger stood in place and looked at Tianming coldly. You were trash back then, and you're still trash today. I'll send you on your way. Tianming spat out another mouthful of blood and raised his left hand, which transformed into a claw. The void howled as the sky beast claw enveloped an area of 100 meters. A dense killing intent descended, shattering the boulders and ground above the valley. Silver Tiger was shocked by Tianming's 43 forms of the sky beast claw, but he didn't have time to block it. Astral beasts fell from the sky one after another, all of them enveloped by the sky beast claw. Boom! The ground shook, and dust rose into the air. More than 10 astral beasts were turned into blood. Silver Tiger's clothes were torn apart, and 4 bloody gashes could be seen on his right shoulder. He had been injured by the sky beast claw, and when he looked up, Tianming had long since disappeared. You can't escape. Silver Tiger roared and leapt into the air. However, before he could land, a shadow enveloped him and a furry claw swept out, piercing through his body. His body exploded into pieces, leaving only his head behind in the valley. The last thing he saw was the heavily injured Tianming hiding under the ruins of the mountain wall. Tianming looked at Silver Tiger's unwilling gaze, and only his head was left glaring at him. He smiled bitterly. He had gotten his revenge, but the test had come to an end. As for whether or not he could survive, that was up to the heavens. The beast wave lasted for an entire day, and it was hell for the cultivators who had participated in the test. Endless waves of astral beasts could appear at any time to take their lives. These beasts were all on the same level as the cultivators, and even the strongest person had to avoid them. They had seen their friends, family, and comrades die with their own eyes. It was like the end of the world, and they could only hide in a corner and tremble. When the beast wave ended, the sun in the sky was unsealed, and the scorching heat roasted the earth once more. At this moment, those who had survived felt the warmth of this scorching heat, as it replaced the cold and murderous winter. Lu Yin's trio walked out of the cave, and what they breathed in wasn't just the hot air, but also the thick stench of blood. This stench. Thousands of creatures died nearby, Coco said with a pale face as she sniffed the air. He looked down at the mountain peak and saw many incomplete corpses. It was just a test, but it had been like purgatory. This reminded him of Earth's evolutionary trial. How many people had turned into zombies in that instant? How many people had died at the mouths of the mutant beasts? Many of the students who had participated in the trial had died as well. To the powerhouses of the universe, life was not precious, they cared more about strength. This universe had always been one where the strong preyed on the weak. At this point, even the highest temperature could not dispel the coldness in some people's hearts. Roz, for example, was completely terrified. He had barely escaped from the jaws of the beasts, and all he wanted now was to return to the Great Yu Empire. Those who do not wish to participate in the test, shout I give up 3 times. The rest will take 3 attacks, dead or alive, a thunderous voice boomed through the void, echoing throughout the entire path. It wasn't just the Sentinel path, but also the Melder path, and even the heavens. Those who heard it paled, 3 unavoidable attacks? Luin looked up, 3 attacks? Coco was so terrified that she was on the verge of tears. I give up, I give up, I give up. A youth shouted from the middle of the mountain peak below Lu Yin's group, as if he was afraid that no one would hear him. I give up, I give up, I give up. Someone else quickly shouted. I give up, I give up, I give up. The voices grew distant as more and more people gave up. But there were still some who were unwilling to give up. Those who participated in the test were all elites, and there was no lack of strong-willed individuals. For example, there was a man at the foot of the mountain who refused to give up even though his right leg was crippled. Coco, you're not giving up? Lulu asked. Coco fearfully looked up at the sky and shook her head, I don't want to. Master said that there are no cowards in Windrift Hall. Luin glanced at her, he was suddenly very interested in Coco's master, she had even said something like that. That person's leg is broken, I'll go treat him, Coco said eagerly as she looked at the man at the foot of the mountain. You'll scare him, Lulu said. I want to help him, Coco said innocently. Let him go, Luine said. Coco felt wronged. It didn't take long for the ground to fall silent. Luine and Lulu dodged at the same time, leaving Coco at a loss. The two didn't explain and just looked up at the sky. This was a test, and no one could help anyone. Since they had made preparations, they had to face the incoming attacks alone. Luine took a deep breath and felt an inexplicable sense of danger. An invisible attack descended from the void and smashed down on his head, but he dodged with flash. The attack smashed into the mountain peak and pierced through it. At the same time, Lulu and Coco were attacked as well. Lulu easily dodged it. Coco didn't dodge, she took out a syringe and held it above her head. The invisible attack smashed down on her, sending her several meters into the ground. Luine and Lulu looked over and saw that she was perfectly fine, the syringe had blocked the attack for her. The three of them passed, but the others were also attacked at the same time. The short-legged man was instantly killed, but the Astral Combat Academy showed no mercy as dozens of invisible attacks rained down around him. Luine opened his gadget and found that his power levels were disappearing one by one. Everyone who wanted to continue had experienced the terror of the Astral Combat Academy after the first attack. They attacked without regard for their own lives, and ordinary people couldn't withstand it. It was the same on the Melder path, aside from Schutz and Xia Luo, everyone else from the Great Yu Empire had failed. I give up, I give up, I give up, someone shouted. If the first attack was like this, then the next two attacks would only get stronger. Many people started to give up. The Sentinel path was long, but there was an end. Some of the first batch of cultivators had already reached the end, and they could even see a beam of light in the distance that connected the heavens and the earth. As long as they stepped into it, they would pass. Here, the temperature was so high that it almost melted the ground. Several sentinels hid in the shadows of the mountain walls, their mouths parched and tongues parched. They would take out water from time to time, but they would soon be thirsty again. I won't give up, I won't give up. I want to enter the Astral Combat Academy, I have to, a girl muttered to herself as she stared resolutely at the beam of light in the distance. At this point, no one wanted to give up. They were the closest to the end, and even if the next two attacks would take their lives, they didn't want to give up. At that moment, another attack descended from the void, and the girl hurriedly dodged. Although she wasn't as fast as Luine or Lulu, she wasn't slow either, far surpassing Lu Yin's roving step. She managed to dodge the first attack, but she couldn't avoid the second. She screamed as she took it head-on and was smashed into the ground. There were more than 10 cultivators in the distance who suffered the same fate. Not a single one was able to dodge. The girl coughed and slowly rose into the air. There was still one attack left, and she looked towards the end of the path. Her pupils suddenly shrank as she saw a figure appear at the end. It was a man who looked ordinary, but his body was faintly glowing with heat. He was like a sun that had descended to the earth, arrogantly looking down on all life. The man's clothes weren't damaged at all, and he just stood there with his hands behind his back. He quietly swept his gaze over the girl and many others. The girl felt her body heat up, and her eyes widened in shock. This person was far stronger than her. Who was it? Someone from the Astral Combat Academy? That had to be the case. Otherwise, he would have been attacked. She didn't believe that anyone could avoid the second attack. Far away from the sentinel path, Luine and Lulu dodged the second attack once more, but this time it wasn't as easy as the first. On the other side, Coco was still holding onto the syringe. From the looks of it, she was planning to continue holding onto the syringe and take the 3 attacks head-on. Speaking of which, the syringe's hardness was beyond imagination. The 2 attacks did not damage it at all. If the syringe was so hard, then the needle must be too. Only a ghost would be willing to touch such a hard needle. This girl would not be able to find anyone willing to accept her treatment in this lifetime. Just as Luine was curiously looking at the syringe, the 3rd attack descended. In that instant, Luine knew that he would not be able to avoid it. The 3rd attack was untraceable, and if he couldn't find it, then there was no way to avoid it. He activated the Art of Sirius, but he still couldn't see the attack's trajectory. He only felt his body being struck by a terrifying force and smashed heavily into the mountain wall. Lulu was also smashed into the ground. Coco hugged the syringe tightly, refusing to let go no matter what. Her body was blasted to the bottom of the mountain. No one knew how many people had been killed or eliminated. At the end of the path, the girl screamed in agony, her face as white as a sheet of paper as intense pain engulfed her nerves. The third attack was too strong, and she could barely withstand it. Right in front of her, the man who looked like the sun was also enduring the attack. The scorching heat turned into a surging sea of flames that disappeared in an instant. The girl gritted her teeth and knelt on one knee, hurriedly taking out medicine to treat her injuries. At the same time, she looked at the man in the distance in shock. That person had withstood the attack, which meant that he was also a cultivator participating in the assessment. Why didn't he leave? Why didn't he pass through this path? The man waved his hand, and a wave of scorching heat swept into the distance. He looked up and said, "This is the third attack. It's really ferocious, and those who can withstand it are indeed capable. It's a pity that none of you will be able to join. Astral 10 is destined to disappear." He then looked at his gadget and smirked. "Are there 7 more people? Not bad. Since that's the case, I'll bring you your final despair." After saying that, the man rose into the air. At the end of the path, a total of 7 people, including the girl, had passed through the 3 attacks. All 7 of them looked at the man. The man smirked and raised his head. "My name is Arkino, and I'm from the Innerverse Blaze Realm. No one can pass through this path, and all of you will fail." The 7 were shocked. The Blaze Realm of the Innerverse? That colossal Blaze Realm? Why would a disciple appear here? The girl trembled. He was actually from the Blaze Realm, which explained the scorching heat. The Blaze Realm was a huge power in the Innerverse with an ancient heritage, so why would a disciple appear here? And to prevent them from entering? No matter what they thought, Arkino didn't care. He only had one mission, and that was to prevent anyone from passing through this path. He wasn't the only one. All 10 paths had a final guardian to prevent Astral 10 from recruiting a single student. In the sky, Doran Yushan's expression changed. "What? There's a huge power in the Innerverse that's attacking this assessment? Why are you only saying this now?" Rocky Anna said bitterly, "His Majesty just received the news from the 5th princess. She found out through the Myriad Sword's peak that the 3 great powers of the Innerverse want to replace Astral 10 and obtain the right to enter the trial zones. Thus, she sent a disciple to participate in the test and guard the final path to prevent anyone from passing." "Which powers are involved?" Xianxia asked. Rocky Anna replied, "The Blaze Realm, the Ross Empire, and the Sylvan Dragons." Doran Yushan's face paled. These 3 powers were colossal in the Innerverse, and comparing the Great Yu Empire to them was like comparing Earth to the Great Yu Empire. Xianxia was shocked. He had been to the Innerverse before and experienced the terror of the Blaze Realm. This power had left a deep impression on him. If it really was someone from the Blaze Realm, then who in the Outerverse could pass? Zhu Lang's voice was low. "Is the Ross Empire the one that supposedly obtained the legacy of an ancient technological civilization? The most terrifying ones are the Sylvan Dragons. They're a terrifying race that defected from the Astral Beast domain and came to the human domain. Any adult Sylvan Dragon is invincible," Doran said solemnly. The 3 powers were like 3 mountains that weighed down on everyone's hearts. At this moment, it wasn't just the Great Yu Empire, many other Outerverse powers had received the news as well. Astral 10 was the hope of the Outerverse, but it had been attacked by the 3 powers. They weren't targeting the Outerverse, but rather Astral 10 itself. They didn't see any need to attack the Outerverse, but it was precisely because of this that the other powers were furious. This was the end of their climb. At the end of the 10 paths was a beam of light that connected the heavens and the earth. Passing through this beam would allow one to enter Astral 10. When the 3 powers appeared, someone from Astral 10 asked, "Are they that eager to make us disappear?" "They're here as candidates, so we can't expel them. They didn't cheat, and they agreed to all the requirements. Then let's treat them as the most difficult test. The Outerverse test is already relatively easy, but with them, it'll be as difficult as the previous 9 academies. I'm afraid there won't be many in the Outerverse who can pass. Maybe not even one." Everything has its limits. If Astral 10 really wants to leave the stage, then so be it. After all, this place is also a prison for us. On the sentinel path, Luin walked out of the ruins and looked up. The last attack had been powerful, but it was still bearable. He looked to the side and saw Lulu walking out as well. At the bottom of the mountain, Coco grimaced in pain, but she still flew out with her syringe. She was disappointed to see that the two were fine, but it quickly turned into joy. It's good that you're fine. Lulu pouted, you were hoping that something would happen to us. No, Coco immediately shook her head and carefully put the syringe away. She had hoped that the two would be injured so that she could give them a shot. Unfortunately, Luin looked around. After the beast wave, many of the astral beasts had gone to the other end of the path, making it much easier for them to reach the end. After 3 attacks, there shouldn't be many cultivators left. Let's go, we shouldn't be far from the end. Lulu nodded and flew off into the distance with Coco. Along the way, Luin activated his gadget and saw few cultivators outside of the beasts. Those who survived all had looks of despair on their faces, not having the confidence to continue. Once the sun experienced winter and heat once more, the trio finally saw the light beam that connected the heavens and the earth. We're here, that's the end, Coco said excitedly, her face flushed red. The Astral Combat Academy was the greatest academy in the universe. How many would emerge victorious from the trials of millions of people? How strong were they? He was looking forward to it. There were a total of 3 sentinel paths, and at the end of one where the sun scorched the earth and the light beam connected the heavens and the earth, dozens of sentinels stared in shock at a giant beast in front of them. No, it wasn't a beast, but a Sylvan dragon. In the universe, humans lived in an astral domain, and the astral beasts similarly had their own astral domain. The Sylvan dragon was a branch of the astral beasts' astral domain's dragon race, but it had defected to the humans after a war. It had the horns of a deer, the body of a snake, the eyes of a rabbit, and the ears of a cow. It also had sharp claws and 2 large wings on either side of its head that glowed a dark red. At its tail was a meatball covered in tough armor. Its gaze was cruel and filled with a ferocious aura that made one shudder. What is that thing? Someone cried out in fear. Everyone else was at a loss. The Sylvan dragon was from the innerverse and had defected from the astral beasts. Few people in the outerverse knew about it. Sensing the dragon's terrifying aura, all the cultivators stopped in their tracks. Suddenly, 2 figures rushed towards the light beam, attempting to get past the dragon. The dragon's ferocious and cruel gaze suddenly turned ferocious as its massive body suddenly split into 2. 2 loud bangs rang out as the 2 cultivators were sent flying. One of them was directly split into 2, blood splattering all over the ground. Everyone gasped at the absolute speed of the beast. Although it was huge, its speed was incomparably terrifying. And like humans, this path is blocked. Scram, the dragon roared, causing a huge storm to erupt. The dozens of sentinels were unwilling to give up. They had finally reached the end, enduring the terrible weather, beast tides, and 3 attacks from the void. They didn't want to give up. Everyone, charge! He's also a sentinel, I don't believe he can stop all of us, someone shouted in a provocative tone. The next moment, dozens of sentinels gritted their teeth and charged towards the beam as quickly as they could. The dragon roared angrily, its huge body splitting into 2 and then 3 to completely cut off the path of the beam of light. An earth-shattering boom accompanied the violent bombardment, forcing the figures back one by one. None of the sentinels who could make it here were simple, and all of them had powerful battle techniques. However, it was useless against the dragon, their attacks were simply not enough to defeat it. The Sylvan dragon roared at the sky, its tough claws stained with blood as it repelled all of the sentinels, guarding the end with its own strength. Humans, you will not pass, the dragon raised its head proudly, its claws tearing through the ground as it extended forward. There were dozens of pale-faced sentinels there. Suddenly, a flash of silver streaked past, stunning the dragon. By the time it reacted, a figure had stepped into the beam of light and disappeared with a wave of his hand. No one had expected someone to be able to pass through the dragon without leaving a trace. It was like the wind blowing through leaves, but the moment the leaves rustled, the wind had already disappeared. The dragon stared blankly at the beam of light before roaring angrily. This was a disgrace, someone had actually managed to pass through its defenses. However, that person had already left, and there was nothing it could do. It could only glare ferociously at the others and stop them from passing. At the end of the final sentinel path stood a man who was half machine and half flesh. His name was Manko, and he was from the Ross Empire of the Innerverse. The Ross Empire claimed to have inherited ancient technology, and their goal was to mechanize humans to achieve immortality. The powerhouses of the Empire weren't complete cultivators, but rather a combination of mechanical technology and cultivation. Manko's group of sentinels couldn't pass through, but the dragon was even more difficult to deal with. His technological weapons were omnipresent, and he had sealed off an entire region. His weapons were all sentinel attacks, so they weren't considered cheating. Even the Astral Combat Academy couldn't do anything to him. Sizzle! Purple waves of air swept across the land, vaporizing the surface and forcing dozens of sentinels to retreat. Manko had built a defensive fortress at the end of the path, using the heat of the sun to create a terrifying attack that would kill ordinary sentinels upon contact. Give up, the Astral Combat Academy isn't something you Outerverse trash can come into contact with, Manko said arrogantly. This was the arrogance of the Innerverse, they looked down on the Outerverse. All the sentinels gritted their teeth in anger, but there was nothing they could do as they looked at the fortress of technology in front of them. At that moment, a figure streaked across the sky, charging towards the end of the path with an ancient sword beneath his feet. Manko had wanted to stop him, but his expression changed the moment he saw the figure. He held himself back and allowed the figure to pass through, entering the beam of light. Someone from the Myriad Swords Peak? Why are they in Astral 10? The trio reached the end of the path and felt the scorching heat. Arkino was like a wall in front of them, preventing all the sentinels from passing through. Luing quickly asked around and looked at Arkino in shock. The Blaze Realm? He'd heard of them before, but why were they blocking the path? Did they not want Astral 10 to take in new students? Bang! Lulu bumped her fists together and looked at Arkino excitedly. The Blaze Realm. I didn't think I'd meet someone from there here. Interesting, leave this to me. She then leapt up and shot past dozens of sentinels towards Arkino, punching out. Arkino arrogantly scanned the crowd. The Outerverse trash had no right to come into contact with the trial zones. He was just about to say a few words to show off the Blaze Realm's power when a green figure suddenly appeared in front of him and punched out. Which idiot dared to provoke the Blaze Realm? Arkino was furious and showed no mercy, igniting the ground with a blazing inferno, sky-burning sea of flames. This was the Blaze Realm's battle technique, sky-burning sea of flames. Arkino used the scorching heat of the sun to increase the power of his battle technique by several times. With a flick of his hand, the sea of flames swept out in all directions as if it had a mind of its own, filling the entire space with the intent of destroying everything in front of him. Lulu's eyes gleamed with excitement as she faced the sea of flames that would shock even a Melder. She punched out once again, an ordinary punch that tore through the sea of flames and arrived right in front of Arkino. Arkino was arrogant, but he wasn't arrogant. He hurriedly dodged the moment the sea of flames was torn apart. The ground was shattered by Lulu's punch, and a strong gale accompanied by flames swept up into the sky, forming a rain of fire that rained down. Arkino's eyes narrowed. The enemy was troublesome, and he didn't hesitate to erupt with all his strength. The flames on the ground burned once more, spreading from 10 meters to 100 meters to 1,000 meters. The scorching heat of the sun was just enough to ignite the earth, and all the sentinels were affected, including Lu Yin and Coco. The two retreated at the same time. However, the sea of flames spread extremely quickly, and aside from a limited number of people, everyone else was severely injured. Some were even burned to ashes. Lulu's gaze was calm as she felt the surging sea of flames. She raised her right fist and punched out once more, as if there was nothing she couldn't accomplish with a single punch. No matter how terrifying Arkino's sea of flames was, this one punch still knocked him down to the mortal realm. The boundless sea of flames was extinguished with a single punch, and Arkino's entire body was smashed deep into the ground, completely devoid of life. Luin was shocked. Lulu's fist was terrifying. This was the Mavis family, a true colossus. She didn't use any battle techniques at all, just her fists. So powerful, Coco exclaimed, her eyes full of worship, even stronger than Zora. Is she really a sentinel? Luwin took Coco and flew towards the end. Lulu stood high in the sky and looked down. Did I go too far? Let's go, we passed, Luwin said. Coco nodded and looked at Lulu with admiration. Sis, I think it's best if you don't reveal your strength. Otherwise, you won't be able to find a boyfriend. Lulu snorted, I'm a natural beauty, and the men chasing me could line up from the inner verse to the outer verse. It doesn't matter. Coco believed her and took out a large syringe. Sis, are you hurt? Give me a shot. Lulu immediately refused, feeling that Coco's syringe was much more terrifying than Arkino's. Aside from the three of them, everyone else was either heavily injured or dead at the end of the path. The trio didn't say much before heading towards the light and disappearing from the sentinel path. The moment they disappeared, they heard the words, Bone Age, Cultivation, Trial, approved to enter Astral 10. In space, Doran and the rest looked at the 10 paths with apprehension. They didn't know if anyone from the Great U Empire would be able to pass. It would be embarrassing if no one did. Astral 10's arrival in the Frostwave Weave was equivalent to the Great U Empire. If no one from the Great U Empire could enter, they would become the laughingstock of the universe. However, no one could help them. The Innerverse top 3 powers had attacked the assessment, and no one knew about it. Facing the elites of the 3 powers, Doran didn't have much hope of passing. Look, there's a screen on each path. Those who pass should be able to leave their names on it, Rakiana said. Doran and the rest stared nervously at the screens, clenching their fists. There were 3 sentinel paths and 3 screens. One of them already had a name on it, Silver, with the Great U Empire behind it. The other sentinel path also had a name on it, Zhao Ilong, from the 10,000 Swords Peak. Doran and the rest stared blankly at the name, Silver? Is he one of the people we brought? One of them took out a list of students. Your Highness, no, this person should have come by himself. Doran's eyes flashed. Investigate this person, he's not simple to participate in the assessment here. Yes, Your Highness. Xianxia looked at Zhao Ilong's name in surprise. Someone from the 10,000 Swords Peak from the Innerverse came as well. No wonder he could pass through the 3 powers. This Zhao Ilong should be very strong among sentinels. Doran nodded. 5th sister is the senior apprentice of the 10,000 Swords Peak. She should know this person, I'll ask her. There were a total of 10 paths, and the battles on the sentinel path were relatively simple. The 7 Melder paths didn't have a single name on them, not only because the battles were more intense, but also because the Melder path was longer than the sentinel path. The last sentinel path appeared, and Doran and the rest stared at it. This was the path all sentinels in the Great U Empire took. The first name that appeared on the screen was Lulu Mavis. Her name was Mavis Bank. No one was surprised, as the Mavis family was a colossus that surpassed even the 3 major powers. It would not be difficult for them to break through the blockade. The second name appeared, Coco. She was from Windrift Hall. There's actually someone from the Windrift Hall here. It seems like the Innerverse doesn't care about Astral 10 at all, Rakiana said in surprise. At that moment, a third name appeared, Lu Yin, from the Great U Empire. The moment they saw Lu Yin's name, Doran and the others were delighted. Lu Yin was a pure citizen of the Great U Empire, and he was also King Zishan. His passing wouldn't be a loss of face for the Great U Empire. Although Silver was also noted as a citizen of the Great U Empire, he was a little mysterious and couldn't compare to Lu Yin's pleasant surprise. Rakiana nodded in admiration. Being able to enter Astral 10 meant that King Zishan was worthy of the Ana family. Even if he was just an idle prince, his status as a student of the Astral Combat Academy was more than enough to cover up the humiliation of being rejected by Princess Wendy. Xianxia stared at Lu Yin's name, his eyes twinkling as he thought about something. Zhu Lang had been silent all this time, and he only glanced at Lu Yin's name. Doran laughed excitedly and immediately contacted the Empire to pass on the good news. Your Highness, let's wait for the results of the Melder's path. Xianxia stopped him. Doran slapped his head. That's true. Wait, I was too impatient, sorry. To the various powers of the universe, the Sentinel realm was just the beginning. The Melder realm was the true beginning of one's cultivation, and a person's strength as a melder was enough to determine their entire life. The Astral Combat Academy had a clear realm requirement, with the lowest being a sentinel and the highest being a melder. Beyond that, there was no room for improvement. To the Empire, having a melder enter the Astral Combat Academy was the greatest surprise. The light beam at the end of the sentinel path seemed to teleport the three of them to a limestone platform. The platform wasn't large and was covered in moss. As soon as the three landed, they heard the sound of rain and looked up to see strange plants towering into the clouds. They were in the depths of a forest shrouded in rain, and beneath their feet was a limestone platform. Rain was falling from the sky, forming a river on the ground that flowed to an unknown destination. The world was dark green and hazy. Luin turned around and looked around, suddenly spotting a familiar smiling face. Silver? Luin was surprised. Not far away, Silver raised his hand in greeting. Long time no see, classmate. Luin hadn't expected to see him here. He'd passed the test earlier than he had. On the other side, there was another figure standing quietly, gazing at the rain with a simple longsword on his back. His entire body exuded a sharp aura that cut through the rain. Luin felt a sudden pressure the moment he saw this person. He was definitely powerful. Is he from the Myriad Swords Peak? Coco exclaimed, staring at the man. Wasn't the Myriad Swords Peak the huge power that Wendy Yushan belonged to? Was there someone from there as well? Lulu stared excitedly at the man and then at Silver. Her knuckles cracked as if she wanted to fight, but Coco hurriedly pulled her back. Luin was curious about Silver's current strength. This person had improved just as quickly as Luin had. When they'd first met, they'd been about the same, but now that they met again, they were still about the same. This person was related to the Neo-Human Alliance, so he wouldn't be easy to deal with. The man from the Myriad Swords Peak kept staring at the rain and didn't pay any attention to Lu Yin's group. Luin glanced at Silver, but didn't plan on catching up. He looked around, but there was nothing but the dark green sky and the dark green forest. There was also this seemingly never-ending rain. The path of a melder was much longer than that of a sentinel, but even so, there were still powerhouses who had reached the end. A group of 5 melders excitedly looked at the distant beam of light. We're finally here. Brother Mang, the next part is the hardest. We'll have to face the obstruction of the Innerverse's powerful elites. News of the Innerverse 3 great powers sending people to ambush the assessment had already spread, and many people along the way had heard the news. Some immediately gave up, but most of those who had reached the end weren't willing to give up. They had sacrificed too much and wouldn't give up. Meng Tao's face was resolute. He was from the Vast Earth sect and was one of the top 3 powerhouses of the younger generation. The Vast Earth we'd dominated and wouldn't allow anyone to flee without a fight. He wanted to personally experience the power of the Innerverse powerhouses. When Meng Tao's group reached the beam of light, there were already people waiting for them, and more were arriving from other directions. There were more than 20 people in total. In front of them was a giant sylvan dragon that looked down on them, emitting a ferocious aura. Its star energy was as unfathomable as the ocean, and every surge of star energy caused the ground to crack. The air it spat out was like a sharp blade. The dragon's huge eyes swept across everyone and it let out a deafening roar. I am Dragon 9, remember this name. This is the name of the powerhouse who blocked your entry to the Astral Combat Academy. All the melders were furious. Meng Tao stepped forward and faced Dragon 9. Meng Tao from the Vast Earth sect challenges you. Dragon 9 lowered its head and grinned at Meng Tao. It spat out a powerful air current. I'll satisfy you. Less than half a minute later, Meng Tao screamed as his body was bitten by Dragon 9. Blood dripped down the dragon's enormous body, and a dignified powerhouse from the Vast Earth sect had been bitten to death. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Meng Tao was one of the strongest people in the group, but even he had suffered such a fate. Who else would dare to challenge Dragon 9? Everyone, let's attack together. This thing is called a Sylvan Dragon, and that meatball on its tail is its weakness, a woman's voice rang out. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and Dragon 9 was furious. Who dares to slander the Sylvan Dragon clan? The next moment, more than 20 melders attacked together. This was their only chance, and no one dared to say that they could beat Dragon 9 in a one-on-one. Dragon 9 was enraged, and its huge eyes searched desperately for the person who had spoken. It specifically targeted women, and a few of them were seriously injured. However, there were also a few who broke through Dragon 9's blockade and rushed towards the beam of light. Dragon 9 growled and unleashed his extreme speed. His huge body split into 2, then 3. And finally 5. 5 afterimages appeared in the sky, blocking the path of the beam of light so that not even a drop of water could escape. All of the melders were shocked. This speed was too terrifying. This was a powerful creature from the Innerverse. Dragon 9 sent someone flying with a swipe of its claw, but it suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from its tail. Someone had the power to threaten it. Dragon 9 turned around and roared in anger. A silver needle pierced the meatball at its tail, causing it to wail in agony. That person had been right, the meatball at the tail was indeed the Sylvan Dragon's weakness. Many powers in the Innerverse knew about this, but there were very few people at the same level who could actually break through the meatball's defenses and injure the dragon's main body. Dragon 9 had never expected to encounter one in the Outerverse. Although the needle had injured the meatball at its tail, it hadn't caused much damage. Still, it was enough for the attacker. She hadn't actually planned on defeating Dragon 9, she had only wanted to break through the seal. While Dragon 9 was injured, a woman rushed into the beam of light, a silver needle in her hand shining brightly. Dragon 9 was enraged and vented all of its anger on the others. On the bluestone platform, Luin looked at the distant rain and listened to the sound of it. His heart grew calmer as he felt that this rain wasn't as simple as it seemed. Lulu was also immersed in the rain as she looked into the distance. At that moment, a figure descended, and everyone looked over in shock. It was a man with an ordinary appearance and dressed in ordinary clothes. He looked very ordinary, but his black hair made people unable to shift their gaze. It was too black, without any luster. No, it could even be said that it absorbed the surrounding light, making the black hair look like a black hole. It made the man look very strange. The man didn't pay attention to the crowd and stood there quietly without moving. Almost at the same time, another figure descended. It was a woman. "Ah, Sister Zora!" Coco shouted in surprise. The woman's eyes lit up when she saw Coco. "Coco, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Coco shook her head and looked at Zora excitedly. "How about you? Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Zora quickly shook her head. "No, I'm not hurt." Oh, Coco was disappointed. "Sister Zora, let me introduce you. This is Brother Luin, and this is Sister Lulu. It's all thanks to them that I was able to pass the test. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make it here." Coco introduced Zora to Luin and Lulu. Luin nodded at Zora, she was also from Windrift Hall. Lulu's attitude was much more indifferent, but she was still polite. Zola thanked him and then pulled Coco aside to say something. At the end of the Melder's path was a deathly stillness. The ground seemed to have been flattened by something, and there were no survivors. Even the experts from the Ross Empire who had been standing guard in front of the beam of light had been reduced to scrap metal and were covered in blood. This was a path of death that had been completely annihilated. Incredible. That black-haired young man's talent is incredible. It's a pity that he's too murderous. Based on his experience, it's only natural for him to be so murderous. Our academy lacks people like him. Countless people were waiting in space as 2 screens appeared on the Melder's paths. One had Zora's name on it, indicating that she was from Windrift Hall, while the other only had 2 words, Dark Void. Her origins were unknown. Time passed slowly, and another day passed. At the end of a Melder's path, Asheram stood proudly in front of a beam of light. In front of him were dozens of Melders who had been roasted by his high temperature. He was from the Blaze Domain and ranked 5th on the Blaze Domain smelting rankings. He was not someone these trash could compare to. Suddenly, the sun was completely frozen, and a frigid chill descended once more, sweeping across the land. All of the Melders who had been roasted by Asheram were ecstatic. Without the advantage of the environment, they were confident that they could challenge Asheram. However, when flames spread out from Asheram's body, everyone fell into despair once more. This was an innate gift. This Innerverse elite had an innate gift of fire, and when combined with his Blaze Domain battle techniques, he was simply invincible. Asheram enjoyed watching these people's expressions turn from hope to despair. This was why he looked down on the outerverse, it only produced weaklings. Suddenly, a beautiful figure walked out from outside Ashram's flames. Her graceful figure formed an extremely seductive dance under the roasting flames, attracting many people's attention. When they looked closely, they saw a beautiful face with dark red eyes and elegant white hair that was as white as snow. Many people swallowed and stared blankly at the beautiful woman. Her bare feet stepped through the flames as she walked past Asharam and slowly entered the beam of light. Once the woman disappeared, the crowd finally reacted. Did Asharam not stop her? Asharam stood rooted to the spot, recognizing her the moment he saw her. Michelle, also known as the Red Lotus Witch, was the younger sister of the 10 Arbiters Council's Red Lotus Witch Baumira. This person could not be provoked. After waiting for an entire day, a newcomer finally arrived on the limestone platform. When they saw Michelle, everyone's attention was drawn, including the man from the Myriad Sword's Peak and the black-haired man who had been quietly watching the rain. Michelle was too alluring. Whether it was her appearance, attire, or the formless aura she exuded, everyone was mesmerized. Even Coco, who was a girl, was seeing stars. Luin stared at Michelle, as if he was looking at Mira the moment he saw her. She was similarly beautiful, had the same white hair, and had the same dark red eyes. Michelle's appearance was fiery and seductive, but her expression was indifferent. She glanced at the crowd and then looked into the distance. No one went up to talk to her. Those who could pass the test were all people with strong wills and would not be easily bewitched by her beauty. Not long after Michelle's appearance, another person arrived. It was Mengyu, the young master of the Vast Earth sect who had taken the same path as Luin. Arkino, who had been guarding Lu Yin's path, had been killed by a single punch from Lulu. Anyone who could reach the end of the path would pass the trial. Unfortunately, Mengyu was the only one who could pass the trial, as the previous batch had all been heavily injured by Arkino's attacks. Mengyu stared straight at Luin before looking at Lulu with a fearful gaze. He didn't speak and just walked to the side. Time passed once more. At this moment, the most anxious people were Doran Yushan and the others. None of the Great Yu Empire's Melders had passed the same path. The cold night not only represented the environment, but also one's state of mind. Schutz and the rest were experiencing an endless winter. In front of them, a half-human, half-machine man lowered his arm. Beneath his feet were a dozen Melders who had joined forces to try and break through, but had fallen at his feet. I already said that you can't pass. The difference between the inner verse and the outer verse is like the gap between heaven and earth, the man said indifferently, his tone stiff and mechanical. The dozen Melders were aghast. The half-machine monster's every attack was within the range of a Melder's, but the terrifying power of each attack made them tremble. They were not even on the same level. Schutz gritted his teeth and stepped forward. As the number one expert of the Great Yu Empire's younger generation and the only one who had reached the end, he could not retreat. He had to enter Astral 10 even if it meant death so that Princess Wendy would no longer look down on them. The mechanical man looked at Schutz impatiently, come out and die. He then raised his gun and fired a string of light beams at Schutz from strange angles. Schutz growled and slashed out with his blood-red warblade. A dazzling slash tore through the air and pressed down in all directions. The shockwave spread out behind him, shocking the Melders. This person was not weak. However, Schutz's strongest slash was easily torn apart by the light beams. One after another, the beams condensed into a terrifying force that no one could resist. Not only did they tear through the slash, but they also reached Schutz and aimed for his heart. Schutz roared and blocked with his blood-red warblade, but it did not even last a second before it broke. In that instant, he felt the man's powerful strength, and it was unstoppable. This person's strength was far beyond his imagination. Just as everyone thought that Schutz was dead for sure, the light beams suddenly disappeared. Everyone stared blankly at Schutz. He's not dead? Schutz raised his head and looked at the half-machine man. His pupils shrank as he saw another person standing behind him with a gentle smile. Schutz recognized this person as one of the Melders from the Great Yu Empire, but he was not from Yu Academy. Schutz had only seen him once and had not asked much about him, but now, this person had saved him. Who are you? The half-machine man's voice was icy. Xiao Luo, I'm sorry, but please let us pass. Sure. Xiao Luo nodded at Schutz and turned to walk towards the light beams. Schutz had a complicated look on his face. That powerhouse from the Innerverse had been intimidated by Xiao Luo. Was this person from the Great Yu Empire? Everyone watched as Xiao Luo and Schutz slowly walked towards the light beams. From start to finish, the half-machine man did not turn around, but his eyes were cold. He had just felt the chill of death, and he had subconsciously stopped his attack. He was sure that this person had the strength to kill him. How could there be such a terrifying person in the Outerverse? I'm Eva, Xiao Luo. Remember my name, I'll find you in the Astral Combat Academy. The half-machine man suddenly turned around and roared. He didn't want to be threatened and didn't even have the courage to attack. Xiao Luo smiled and stepped into the beam of light. Schutz took a deep breath and closed his eyes, stepping into the light as well. This time, he was being led in. Next time, he would walk out of Astral 10 with glory. At the same time, Doran and the rest were pleasantly surprised to see Schutz's name appear on the screen along with Xiao Luo's. These two cultivators from the Great Yu Empire were enough to make many jealous. Ha ha ha, Schutz passed. He's indeed the top youth of the Great Yu Empire. Doran was delighted. Xianxia and the rest nodded as well. Schutz's strength must have improved greatly to be able to pass the test guarded by the Innerverse powerhouses. Who's this Xiao Luo? Rocky Anna asked curiously. Everyone shook their heads and Doran ordered someone to bring up the file. What? Top secret? Everyone was shocked. Even I don't have the authority to check. I can only ask my father when I return, Doran Yushan said solemnly before smiling. The Great Yu Empire is the biggest winner this time. 4 people passed, which is enough for the entire empire to celebrate. Don't be too happy. The 3 great powers of the Innerverse didn't succeed and 4 of our people passed. They'll definitely be unhappy, Zhu Ling said. Xianxia's gaze turned cold, so what? The Great Yu Empire is strong and we don't fear war. Far away, on the capital star of the Great Yu Empire, everyone was ecstatic as Doran had guessed. Undying Yushan had issued a general amnesty and reduced taxes, pushing the atmosphere to a peak. However, there was one person who was extremely angry, Baser. Lu Yin's passing meant that he wouldn't be able to cause trouble for the time being, especially since Lu Yin had entered the Astral Combat Academy. He didn't know much about the Astral Combat Academy, but he knew that it wasn't ordinary. This person might be able to threaten him in the future. Thinking about Ghostfire's miserable state, Baser's face turned ugly and he smashed the ground with his palm. Within Xenu Star's Imperial Palace, Undying Yushan was still smiling as he looked at the screen in front of him. On the screen was a beautiful girl with a tranquil expression and serene eyes. Father, you shouldn't have let anyone enter Astral 10. Undying Yushan took a sip of tea. The gap between the Outerverse and the Innerverse is too great. We have to find a way to reduce it. It can't be reduced. You've ventured into the Innerverse before, so you should know how terrifying this place is. Do you really think that sending a few brats into Astral 10 can make up for the difference? They'll only realize how insignificant they are, the woman indifferently replied. She was the 5th princess of the Great Yu Empire, Wendy Yushan. The Undying Yushan stared at Wendy Yushan. Little 5, you're too arrogant. The universe operates according to its own rules, and the stars are subverted. One day, the other day, the other, the heavens. No one knows when the heavens will change. Father is old, and I can't protect the empire. You're also unwilling to return, so we can only take a gamble. Wendy Yushan's gaze remained indifferent, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that she did not care. Do as you wish. The Great Yu Empire is just a speck of dust in the universe, and there's nothing I can do if you insist on clinging on to that speck of dust. However, I still have to remind you that the Astral Combat Academy isn't a staircase to heaven for those people. They'll realize how insignificant they are and how laughable their words are. Undying Yushan looked at the disappearing screen and sighed. He knew how cruel the Innerverse was, but as long as he didn't walk out of this well, the toad in the well would never know how big the sky was. A toad swallowing the sky was laughable, but respectable. The rain continued to fall, not too light or too heavy as it splashed onto the limestone floor. Lu Yin looked at the two in surprise. Xiao Luo? Schutz? Xiao Luo smiled at Luin, not surprised at all. Should scanned the crowd. There were a total of 11 people present, 6 sentinels and 5 melders. Excluding himself and Xiao Luo, only 3 melders had passed the assessment. Schutz's gaze landed on Dark Void. This person gave him an indescribable sense of danger. Not too far away, Silver smiled at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo happened to look over as well, and their gazes met. Silver maintained his smile. However, Xiao Luo's gaze was no longer gentle, instead, it carried a trace of sharpness. Coincidentally, a figure appeared between the two. It was the new person who had passed. Luin looked over, and his eyes narrowed when he saw black and white hair, the symbol of the Day-Night clan. At this moment, it wasn't just Luin, everyone was attracted by the new man. Everyone in the Innerverse knew the Day-Night clan, and that head of black and white hair was too conspicuous. The man's gaze swept over the crowd proudly, pausing for a moment when his gaze landed on Michelle with a hint of surprise. At that moment, a voice resounded through the void, "The assessment has ended. 12 people have passed. Congratulations to all of you." As soon as the voice finished speaking, a new name appeared on the screen of the Sentinel Path, right below Zhao Ilong's name, Hui Day-Night. Luin retracted his gaze from the Day-Night clanman and looked up at the sky. There was no one there, but the voice had come from all directions. In the distance, a dark green curtain of rain connected the sky to the earth, with the occasional mist rising into the air. Congratulations to all of you for entering Astral 10. The Academy has specially prepared 5 gifts hidden in the rain. Those who find them will receive them. Everyone's eyes lit up. Astral 10's gifts were definitely not simple. Luin glanced at the rain. The gifts were hidden in the rain? What did that mean? 12 people, 12 different thoughts, all looked at the rain. The rain continued to fall from the sky, but there was nothing as far as the eye could see. There was no trace of the gifts. Michelle walked to a corner of the limestone platform and stood there quietly, facing east. Xiao Luo did the same. Hui Day-Night was the same. He was only a sentinel, but no one would treat him as one. Gradually, the 12 of them all looked in different directions, staring at the rain as if trying to sense something. The rain was ordinary, that was what Luin felt. He stretched out his hand and felt the raindrops splash onto his palm. It was very ordinary. Astral 10 wanted them to sense something from the rain, but he was at his wit's end when faced with this kind of weather. Not long after, waves of star energy erupted and then retracted. It came from Michelle and the others. They seemed to have discovered something. Luin frowned and glanced at Lulu. Her eyes were shining brightly, as if she had sensed something. He then glanced at Xiao Luo, but the man's gaze was always gentle and unreadable. Luin took a deep breath. He couldn't continue like this, or he would fall behind. Lu Yan's gaze hardened as he thought about it. He actually didn't want to use the serious art. This was the Astral Combat Academy after all, and he might be recognized. However, he had no choice. Once he fell behind, he would always fall behind. The next moment, Luin activated the serious art, and 6 stars revolved around him. This was the result of his many days of hard work. He didn't know if the serious palm with 6 stars could match Gerbach at his peak. Even if it wasn't, it wouldn't be too far off. Amidst the rain, a pair of weathered eyes opened and saw Luin through the boundless distance. He was astonished. What kind of technique is this? Someone from the Outerverse actually obtained it. Interesting, very interesting. All communication with their gadgets had been cut off ever since they had entered this land covered in rain. They didn't know how much of a commotion Astral 10's examination had caused in the outside world, but they had already spent 3 days in the rain. During these 3 days, Luin had been staring at the raindrops. Through the serious art, he saw something different. The rain was helping him wash away the impurities in his star energy, and he could faintly see human figures flickering in the rain. He saw explosions of star energy, and all sorts of incomprehensible and inconceivable phenomena. The sound of raindrops in his ears cleared his mind, and what he saw was the rain, but what he felt was the various changes he had experienced since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation. Just as he was immersed in the sound of the rain, Michelle opened her eyes and unleashed another burst of star energy. This time, the burst of star energy pushed the rainwater aside and transformed into a shockwave that blasted forward. It was as if a gap had been torn open in the curtain of rain. Michelle's eyes lit up, and she took a step forward to appear within the curtain of rain. She reached out with a hand, and a chip appeared in her palm. The others stared at her in shock. This was her first present. He stared at the star energy around Michelle's body and then at himself. He knew where the problem lay. Michelle's star energy had taken on a physical form that could repel the rain, but his own star energy was formless. The rain would pass right through it, and it wouldn't be able to repel the rain at all. The present was right in front of them, and it wasn't hidden at all. It was a test of their star energy. Luin took a deep breath and mobilized the star energy in his body to feel the raindrops. His star energy had to take on a physical form in order to tear through the rain. It seemed simple, but it was actually quite difficult. Not long after Michelle, Xiao Luo extended his hand, and star energy spread out from his palm as he retrieved a chip from the rain with a smile on his face. Hui Daynite frowned, a cold glint flashing through his eyes. Deep within the rain, a pair of weathered eyes swept over Michelle and Xiao Luo, revealing a trace of admiration. Star energy is the foundation of all cultivation. The same battle technique can have a huge difference in power if it's different with different star energy. Mediocre cultivators focus on weight, while strong cultivators focus on quality. To be able to materialize star energy in 3 days is not easy, but you're still considered a genius. The next step is the realm of infinite changes, and those who can achieve that can be called geniuses. Another day passed, and Hui Daynite suddenly opened his eyes. He grabbed at the rain and tore it apart in a domineering manner. He took out a chip with a proud expression. Almost at the same time, Lulu also took out a chip and glared at Hui Daynite provocatively. Hui Daynite's eyebrows rose, and a trace of displeasure flashed through his eyes. What right did an ant from the outerverse have to look him in the eye? Lulu simply couldn't stand the Daynite clan, and she raised her fist at Hui Daynite. Hui Daynite's eyes narrowed. Woman, you're courting death. Lulu sneered, a mere Daynite clan member. Hui Daynite was shocked. Who are you? Lulu Mavis, Lulu said proudly. Hui Daynite was shocked, but he didn't say anything else. He knew how terrifying the Mavis clan was. Michelle and the others received 4 gifts, but they weren't in a hurry to leave. Instead, they stood in the rain and looked at the scenery. This place was mystical, and it could cleanse one's soul. Luin had been using the serious arts to sort out his star energy while looking at the rain. He tried to imitate raindrops in a futile attempt to liquefy his star energy, but he failed. He had also tried to atomize his star energy, but it had also failed. Regardless of whether it was liquid or mist, they were both beyond the realm of ordinary power. Since power was formless, turning it into something tangible was transcendence. Hold on, he suddenly thought of something. He cultivated the serious arts, and the principle behind it was to imitate the movements of the stars. But where did stars come from? It was formed by star energy, which meant that it was corporeal. Luin was vexed. He had been too stupid to have thought about the stars. He had been training in corporeal star energy from the very beginning. Luin opened his eyes and reached out to grab something in front of him. A star tore through the curtain of rain, and he saw the 5th chip. Just as he was about to grab it, a fierce force suddenly attacked him and transformed into a sword. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, and 3 swords pierced through the air in a triangular formation. The star in Lu Yin's palm exploded and collided with the 3 swords. Everything had happened too quickly, and he had only been able to simulate a single star. It was simply unable to withstand the pressure from the 3 swords, so he immediately withdrew his hand. The final chip landed in the hands of a man, Zhao Ilong from the Myriad Swords Peak. Luin glanced at Zhao Ilong, but the man ignored him and continued to study the chip. Friend, it's not very nice of you to suddenly attack, Luin said coldly. Zhao Ilong glanced at him. You can snatch it from me. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he was just about to make a move when a shadow flashed past the crowd and landed on the northern plateau of the platform. Everyone looked over. It was a man with his back facing the crowd. His surging star energy suddenly turned solid and swept across the crowd, shocking everyone. This was a Lammeter. Everyone fell silent. The man with his back to the crowd had an elegant figure and slightly long hair that fluttered in the rain. He had the demeanor of an expert. The man slowly turned around, and as he did so, he said, "Congratulations, juniors. At this point, the man blinked and stared blankly at the crowd. May I ask where the students who passed the test are? Coco was a good kid and immediately answered, we are. The man was stunned and forced to smile. Little girl, don't mess around. How many people do you have? Our academy recruits at least 1,000 people. Zora raised her head. That's us. Are you a senior here? The man's face twitched and he suddenly shouted, Rainmaster, is there a mistake? How can there be so few people? Where's the cute juniors? Where's the cute juniors? Where did they go? Shut up. There are only 12 people who passed this time. That's all, a shout came from the rain. The man's face turned bitter. How can this be? Has Astral 10 really fallen to such a state? Only 12 people passed the test? How sad. Michelle furrowed her brows. Senior, please get to the point. The man sighed and looked as if he had been dealt a heavy blow. His gaze swept across the crowd and suddenly stopped on Michelle's face. His eyes lit up and he instantly appeared in front of her. He bowed in a gentlemanly manner. My name is Big Pow. Junior, may I know your name? Michelle was dissatisfied. Senior, please get to the point. The rain suddenly became heavier and the sky became gloomy. Big Pow, if you embarrass yourself again, I'll punish you by sending you to the sand ocean for a year. The man was shocked and quickly retreated to the high ground. He coughed a few times with a solemn expression. Greetings, juniors. My name is Big Pow and I'm a student of Astral 10. I'm your senior. Now, let me introduce you to Astral 10. He winked at Michelle and continued, as everyone knows, the Astral Combat Academy is the top academy in the universe. Astral 10 has a long history and is a treasure of the universe. It's a holy land that countless elites dream of. Senior, please don't talk nonsense, Hui Day Knight said coldly. Big Pow glared at him unhappily. Junior, don't interrupt when your senior is talking. Be polite. Hui Day Knight looked at him with disdain. Senior, please get to the point. Michelle spoke for the third time with a slightly impatient tone. Big Pow coughed again and was a little embarrassed. Alright, Astral 10 doesn't have a mentor to teach you. You're all self-taught. There are 3 famous cultivation holy lands in the universe, the Rain Observatory, the Stargazing Deck, and the Sand Ocean. The Rain Observatory is here, and the rain has never stopped for countless years. It's good for cultivating your star energy. As for the other 2 places, you'll know when you get there. After the introduction, Big Pow suddenly thought of something. A friendly reminder, if you want to leave the Rain Observatory, it's best to use a teleportation device. Otherwise, I can't guarantee how long it'll take you to reach the other 2 places. Senior, is the academy big? Coco asked obediently with a curious expression. Big Pow looked at Coco's adorable expression and his heart melted. He smiled brilliantly. Yes, it's very big. The Rain Observatory you're at isn't the entire place. It's just a corner of it. The entire place is made up of tens of thousands of towering trees. Tens of thousands? That's not a lot. Big Pow laughed strangely. Not a lot? What if I told you that the platform you're at is just the top of a tree, and that the countless green trees you see in the distance are actually branches of a single tree? What would you think? Everyone was shocked. Coco covered her mouth and looked into the distance in shock. Those green trees were branches? Did that mean they were only looking at a single tree? Was it that big? They were all cultivators with a wide field of vision, but they couldn't see a second tree. With your speed, it'll take you at least a day to fly over the Rain Observatory, Big Pow said as he raised a finger. One day was enough for him to fly from Asia to the westernmost part of Europe, which meant that the Rain Observatory was as big as Earth's Eurasia. How could it be so big? If it was just the Rain Observatory, was Astral 10 as big as Xenu Star? Was that even an academy? There are many things that you need to pay attention to in Astral 10. It's not easy to explain, so I'll send you the information. Remember, you can't contact the outside world within the academy, so you can only contact each other. Alright, let's exchange contact information, Big Pow suggested. Michelle and the others didn't move at all and ignored him. The situation was a little awkward. Big Pal was speechless. This was completely different from what he'd imagined. Where were the cute juniors? None of them, only the little girl was considered cute. What a pity. Senior, where are the mentors? Schutz asked. Big Pal had already lost interest and listlessly said, look at the information yourself. The rest immediately checked their gadgets. Sure enough, there was a message about Astral 10. There wasn't much in the message. Other than what Big Pal had just introduced, there was also information about the treasury, the trial zones, and so on. One of the things that caught his attention was that as long as one obtained the recognition of the Rain Observatory or the Sand Ocean, they could become mentors from both places. It wasn't that Astral 10 didn't have mentors, but if one wanted to be mentored by a mentor, they had to obtain their recognition. He didn't know if the other academies were the same, but he felt that this method wasn't right. Michelle frowned as she read through the message and looked up at Big Pal. Is this how Astral 10 teaches? The other 9 academies have mentors who specialize in answering questions, but why doesn't Astral 10 have any? Big Pal glanced at Michelle in surprise. This brat knew quite a lot. I don't know, I'm just a student. Although I'm a little handsome and have a bit of seniority, I have no right to interfere with the academy's matters. Michelle retracted her gaze and continued to record something on her gadget. Big Pal looked at it and suddenly thought of something. His expression changed, and he immediately whispered into his gadget, Sandmaster, the rumors might be true. The 10 Arbiters Council sent someone to monitor the academy, and it should be that woman. What? Ignore it? How can that be? That brat will leak our secrets. Yes, I know we don't have any secrets, and there's just a problem with our education policy. But your catchphrase, whoever learns is an idiot, doesn't sound good. Fine, I won't care, but don't blame me if the academy is shut down by the council. How do we confirm that we've been recognized by the Rain Observatory? It's simple. You just have to write your name with star energy and it won't shatter after crossing the Rain Observatory, Big Pal answered. Zhao Ilong moved and flicked his finger, causing the star energy at his fingertips to form a long sword. It then twisted to form the words Zhao Ilong and was pushed into the distance. However, it was destroyed by the raindrops and the star energy dissipated into nothingness. Michelle's voice was cold. To be recognized, you have to improve your use of star energy. It's too harsh. No wonder Astral 10 hasn't had any outstanding talents for thousands of years. There's something wrong with your education methods, the mentors don't even want to teach. Big Pal rolled his eyes. Although this woman was pretty, she seemed to be looking for trouble. Coco raised her hand and asked, are the mentors here really that powerful? Michelle replied, they're at least hunters. Otherwise, they don't have the qualifications to be mentors in the Astral Combat Academy. Coco exclaimed, hunters? That's amazing. Hunters were on the same level as Undying Yushan, but Undying Yushan was a powerhouse from the Outerverse while the mentors here were from the Astral Combat Academy. It was obvious that they were far stronger than Undying Yushan. Were all mentors that powerful? It would be great if we could get a mentor to teach us, Coco muttered. Big Pal smiled, of course. As long as you meet the requirements, you can even become a mentor's direct disciple and obtain Astral 10's ancient battle techniques. Everyone's eyes lit up. What conditions? Big Pal laughed strangely. Passing one's name across the Rain Observatory will allow one to gain recognition, but since ancient times, there have always been peerless geniuses who have not only passed their names across the Rain Observatory, but also left their names behind for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. These names have formed a list called the Rain List. As long as one enters the Rain List, they can become a direct disciple of any mentor and obtain Astral 10's ancient battle techniques. Everyone's eyes lit up. The Rain List? It was a name that had been passed down since ancient times and had not faded for tens of thousands of years. Where is the Rain List? Zhao Ilong asked loudly. Big Pal chuckled. I don't know. Apparently, only those who have entered the Rain List can see it. Others aren't qualified to see it. Michelle turned around and faced the rain. She raised her hand and used her star energy to carve out the words Michelle. Then, she pushed it into the rain as everyone watched. Although there was no comparison, Michelle was probably the strongest. She had been the first to receive a gift and knew the most about the Astral Combat Academy. Everyone was curious about her origins, but they were even more curious about her strength. Zhao Ilong was a sentinel from the 10,000 Swords Peak, but his name didn't even make it 100 meters. Michelle's name, on the other hand, was pushed further and further into the rain. Everyone stared at it, and it didn't take long for the name to shatter. What a pity, it didn't fly out of the tree, Big Pao commented. Michelle frowned. The others continued to experiment. Lu Ying used 5 stars to open a path and pushed his name into the rain, but it shattered around 300 meters away. Hui Daynight's name shattered around 500 meters away. Xiao Luo's name was the closest to Michelle's, but it shattered as well. There's no need to try. I've been in Astral 10 for so many years, and even I haven't been able to do it. You guys are still far from it. Rumor has it that only 100 people are left on the rain list. If you guys are strong enough, you can try to push those 100 people down, but not now, Big Pao said. Hui Dayknight was disdainful. He wouldn't have been confident in the other 9 academies, but Astral 10? There weren't any powerhouses there, and he was confident that he would be able to enter the rain list as long as he had enough time to comprehend it. Senior, I want to go to the trial zones, Lulu said excitedly. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they all looked at Big Pao. The most attractive places in the Astral Combat Academy were none other than the 9 trial zones. It was rumored that one could obtain ancient battle techniques, cultivation methods, bloodlines, and so on. Even the 10 arbiters had been there before, so it was very attractive to everyone. Big Pao shrugged. Sorry, Junior, but the trial zones can't be entered casually. Michelle's gaze turned cold. The Astral Combat Academy holds the keys to the 9 trial zones. Anyone who enters the academy can enter, so why can't Astral 10? Big Pao spread out his hands. There are conditions. Everyone was helpless. Was this still an academy? Shouldn't the academy allow students to learn freely? How could the academy not teach students what they wanted to learn? What conditions? Hui Dayknight asked coldly. You should have heard of the ported battles. As long as you win 100 battles, you can enter the 6 daos of the trial zones, Big Pao said with a sympathetic look. Michelle was furious. Preposterous. I represent the 10 Arbiters' Council in protesting against this. Any student who enters the academy has the right to enter the trial zones. This is publicly acknowledged by the universe. What right does Astral 10 have to violate this rule? The 10 Arbiters' Council? Everyone looked at Michelle in shock. This woman was actually from the 10 Arbiters' Council. Big Pao was helpless. This woman was indeed here to cause trouble. It was a pity that such a beauty was going to die. Junior, this isn't something that a senior like me can decide. Why don't you go see the trial master? Michelle snorted. Lead the way. They didn't know how far the rain observatory was from the trial zone's entrance, so they followed Big Pao to the teleportation device and directly teleported to the trial zone's entrance. Brother Xia, what's a ported battle? Lu Ying asked. He had never heard of it before. Schutz and Mengyu looked over. How should I put it? The universe is very mysterious and gives birth to many strange things. There's a type of stone called a teleportation stone. Once touched, you'll be able to perfectly copy yourself into another space. You'll then be able to fight with another person who touches the stone at the same time. This is a ported battle. Matchmaking? Lu Ying was shocked. He had seen an introduction to a game from 100 years ago on Earth, and it had mentioned matchmaking. Xiao Luo shook his head. Matchmaking is based on both parties' conditions, but a ported battle isn't. You can meet any powerhouse, and they might only be hopefuls or space-exploring powerhouses. It's not fair at all. Teleportation stones are extremely rare and only in the hands of the strongest academies, races, and powers in the universe. Therefore, any opponent in a ported battle is an absolute elite. With our current level, we should be considered the weakest in the ported battle. Lu Ying was shocked that such a thing existed. According to Xiao Luo, those who were qualified to own a teleportation stone were definitely terrifying powers. There was no lack of tyrants like the Dayknight clan and the Mavis clan, and there were also the 9 academies in the universe. Their strength varied, but Sentinels were probably the weakest. No wonder Michelle was so angry. Their level was too low compared to those people, and it would be extremely difficult for them to achieve 100 victories. Those weren't people like Eddie or Roz, but true geniuses of the universe. It would be difficult for any of them to find an opponent at the same level, and defeating them would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. For a moment, Luin felt the pressure. He could vaguely see countless powerful geniuses in front of him. These people would be his future opponents. His vision flashed, and he left the dark green rain observatory to appear on a grassy plain. Withered yellow grass covered the ground, swaying in the breeze and emitting a faint glow in the strange dusk. A fresh and pleasant scent filled the air. This is the trial zone entrance, and also where the teleportation stone is located. Everyone, the trial master is in that hollow tree. Go on, I'll see you later. Big Pal waved his hand and left. Not far away, a huge tree that resembled a crescent moon lay on the ground. Its surface was withered, and countless cracks spread out. The tree was quite tall and even pierced through the clouds, but its insides had long since disappeared, forming an independent forest. Michelle was the first to rush towards the withered tree, and the others followed closely behind. The moment they set foot on the tree, their attention was immediately drawn to a stone emitting a strong light in the distance. The stone floated in the air, and a hazy fog hung down from it, making it impossible to see what was inside. That must be the teleportation stone. What a mysterious thing, Xiao Luo sighed. This was his first time seeing one as well. There was an old man sitting not far from the teleportation stone. He had white hair and a benevolent face, but no star energy leaked from his body. He looked like an ordinary old man. Michelle landed in front of him and bowed slightly. Michelle, a subordinate member of the 10 Arbiters' Council, greets the trial master. Luin and the rest immediately followed and bowed as well. Only the black-haired Dark Void and Hui Day Knight remained indifferent, not even bothering to look at the old man. The old man opened his eyes, as if he had not spoken in a long time. Just as he was about to say something, he coughed twice. His cloudy eyes slowly cleared as he looked at the group. His gaze swept across everyone before finally settling on Michelle. Student, I'm sorry. I'm old and my ears aren't working. Could you please repeat yourself? Michelle repeated herself. Michelle, a subordinate member of the 10 Arbiters' Council, greets the trial master. The old man was confused. 10 Arbiters' Council? The 10 Arbiters' Council. The 10 Arbiters what? Michelle frowned and repeated herself several times before the old man finally understood. The 10 Arbiters' Council? Michelle relaxed and nodded. She solemnly said, Mentor, I'm from the 10 Arbiters' Council, and I'm here to supervise Astral 10. May I ask why Astral 10 students need to pass the 100 victories ported battles to enter the trial zones? Student, what did you say? Could you please repeat yourself? The old man leaned forward and spoke with great effort, his expression serious. Michelle was stunned for a moment before helplessly taking a few steps forward. Mentor, I'm from the 10 Arbiters' Council, and I'm here to supervise Astral 10. May I ask why Astral 10 students need to pass the 100 victories ported battles to enter the trial zones? The old man was stunned for a moment before pointing at the teleportation stone. That's the teleportation stone. Student, do you want to enter the ported battles? Michelle was speechless. Lulu laughed. Luin was also amused. Michelle turned around and glared at the two of them before looking helplessly at the old man. She didn't know what to do. Could this old man really not hear her? But it seemed like he really couldn't hear her. Michelle helplessly turned around and walked towards the teleportation stone. By this time, Hui Day Knight had already stepped into the teleportation stone. Not far away, Zhao Elong was watching. Who went in? Michelle asked Zhao Elong. The Day Knight clan, Zhao Elong replied coldly. Michelle looked at the fog below the teleportation stone and waited quietly. Luin and the rest also arrived, all of them wanting to try their hand at ported battles. A teleportation stone could only be used by one person at a time, and Astral 10 only had one. Hui Day Knight walked out with an ugly expression on his face. How is it? You failed, didn't you? Lulu gloated. Hui Day Knight snorted. Hui Day Knight, 0 wins, 1 loss. The sudden loud voice startled everyone, and they all turned to look at the old man. Hui Day Knight had an ugly expression on his face. The old bastard was targeting him by reporting the results of his defeat. Michelle's face did not look too good. The old man must be faking it. His voice was so loud, and he could even call out the other person's name accurately. Who would believe that he could not hear, old man? The more Luin looked at the old man, the stranger he felt. He had a feeling that the old man wasn't as benevolent as he appeared. He was actually a little two-faced. Zhao Ilong stepped into the teleportation stone. Not long after, he walked out with an unsightly expression. Zhao Ilong, 0 wins, 1 loss, the elder shouted. Michelle snorted at the old man and stepped into the teleportation stone's range. Michelle took a little longer, but there was a limit to how long she could stay inside. Michelle, 1 win, 1 loss. Hui Day Knight was about to enter again when Michelle walked out. Zora was the one who wanted to go in, but she said, "Hey, Day Knight brat, back off. It's not your turn." Hui Day Knight sneered, "You'll just be wasting resources if you go in." He then stepped into the teleportation stone's range. Zora was furious and raised her hand to attack, but before she could do anything, Hui Day Knight was pressed to the ground by an invisible force. Everyone immediately turned to look at the old man, who calmly said, "You can't cut in line, student." Hui Day Knight was furious, but the attack that was suppressing him was formless. It was as if it didn't exist, and he couldn't even resist. Michelle was shocked. This old man had hidden his strength well, and he was at least a space-exploring powerhouse. How could such a powerhouse not have good hearing? He was obviously pretending to be stupid. She decided to report this to the 10 Arbiters Council as soon as she left and have Astral 10 replaced by another academy. Zora entered the teleportation stone's range. Zora, 0 wins, 1 loss, the old man shouted. Zora had no choice but to grit her teeth and glare at the old man. Xiao Luo entered right after Zora, his expression indifferent. His entry had caught Michelle's attention, as he was the second person after her to receive a gift from the Rain Observatory. Xiao Luo quickly walked out and spread his hands. Xiao Luo, 0 wins, 1 loss, the old man shouted. Even Xiao Luo had been defeated, which meant that the ported battles were as terrifying as the old man had described them to be. It was no wonder why she could join the 10 Arbiters Council as a melder. Schutz, 0 wins, 1 loss. Dark Void, 1 win, 1 loss, the old man said with some surprise. He hadn't expected someone to win in this group. Everyone looked at Dark Void, his black hair seemed to swallow all light, and his face was expressionless. He gave off a cold and lonely aura. All of the melders had entered, and even Zhao Ilong had been among the sentinels. Lulu happily jumped in but quickly came out again. How dare they run into a Sylvan dragon, and a Lemeter one at that. They're going too far. Lulu Mavis, 0 wins, 1 loss, the old man shouted, his gaze lingering on Lulu for a moment before shifting away. Mengyu, 0 wins, 1 loss. Coco, 0 wins, 1 loss. Everyone had tried, and only Luin and Silver were left. Silver smiled at Luin and gestured for him to enter. Luin didn't stand on ceremony and stepped into the teleportation stone's range. The inside and outside of the teleportation stone felt different, as if he had entered a different world. When Luin walked to the bottom of the stone and touched it, the world spun around him, and he instantly appeared at the mouth of a volcano surrounded by erupting magma. The ported battles would completely replicate the person who touched the stone in a virtual space. The space wasn't fixed, and it could be an ocean, a volcano, or even the sky. This time, Luin had arrived at the mouth of the volcano. Hot magma erupted, and Luin looked at his own body. This replica had not replicated his appearance, only his body. It was impossible to see his face clearly as his face was covered in darkness. He tried to activate his cosmic art, but nothing happened. He couldn't help but feel shocked. This teleportation stone was too miraculous to be able to replicate a technique so perfectly. Moreover, this body's sense of touch was no different from the real thing. He squatted down and touched the volcanic rocks, finding that they were scalding hot and had the same endurance as his real body. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that caused the void to distort and the volcano to collapse. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he was instantly killed before he could even react. Before he left the space, he saw a strange name above the figure's head, Brother Windbro. Damn, it's just a rookie sentinel. Sorry, I should have restrained myself. Poor thing, he didn't even have a codename before dying, haha. Above the volcano, Brother Windbro laughed inwardly. Below the teleportation stone, Luin opened his eyes and broke out in a cold sweat. He really thought that he had died just now. That person had definitely been an explorer, and Luin hadn't even had time to react. He felt that this person was far more terrifying than Sigmund and the others. This was the strength of an elite genius who could participate in the ported battles. As he walked out of the teleportation stone's range, he heard the elders shout, Luin, 0 wins, 1 loss. No one was surprised. It would be strange if he had won. Silver brushed past Luin and stepped into the teleportation stone's range with a smile. Brother Luin, how was it? What kind of opponent did you meet? Coco asked curiously. Luin shrugged, I'm not sure, but I felt like it was an explorer. Coco stuck out her tongue, worse than me, I met a Lameter. Luin smiled bitterly, they were too weak. Xiao Luo was right, they were at the bottom of the ladder in the ported battles, and they had to win 100 times to enter the trial zones. Astral 10's requirements were too harsh, and it was a pity that Michelle hadn't succeeded. By the way, what are your codenames? The cloned avatars could use their real names or codenames, but Luin was instantly killed before he could think of one. The one who had killed him was Brother Windbro. I'm Hercules, Lulu clenched her fists and said valiantly. Luin smirked and looked at Coco, what about you, Coco? Coco was embarrassed, I am Little Angel. Luin was speechless. I'm Silver Needle, Zora said as she came over. Mengyu walked over and stared at Luin, remember, I'm desolate. If I meet you in the ported battles, I won't hold back. There's only one teleportation stone, we won't be able to touch it, Luin said. Silver walked out with a smile that was standard for a fox's, looking very happy. Everyone thought that he had won, but the old man shouted, Silver, 0 wins, 1 loss. At this point, all 12 had tried their hand at the ported battles. Aside from Michelle and Dark Void, the others had all lost. Not only did they have to face powerhouses with higher realms, but they were also all top elites and geniuses. The universe was vast, and Luin finally felt that the Great Yu Empire was too small. Back in the Great Yu Empire, his sentinel strength had been enough to rival Yu Academy's Melders. Especially after activating his 6th star, he was confident that he could go toe-to-toe with a Hallmaster like Gerbach. However, he wasn't confident in facing opponents in the ported battles, including those at the same level. Perhaps he might even meet powerhouses who also study the serious arts in the ported battles. Hui Day Knight stepped into the teleportation stone's range once more, intending to continue. Most of the others did the same, ported battles were new to them, and they all wanted to give it a try. After a few rounds, Luin entered as well. He gave himself a code name, 7th Bro, and for some reason, he felt like he should be ranked 7th. In the ported battles, he had been very unlucky. He had encountered 2 Lameters, 1 Explorer, and 1 Melder, but even that Melder had easily defeated him. On his 5th trip out of the teleportation stone, Luin heard the old man shout, Luin, 0 wins, 5 losses. He walked away, deciding not to enter for the time being. There was no point in fighting like this, the people participating in the ported battles wouldn't give him time to react. They only cared about the number of wins, and it wouldn't help him increase his strength. Luin finally understood that the ported battles were a benchmark to test one's strength. Student, want to eat something? Silver smiled as he held up a piece of barbecued meat and sprinkled some seasoning on it. Coco, Zora, and Lulu were all already eating. Luin did not stand on ceremony and walked over to pick up a piece of barbecued meat. He had to admit that it was delicious. Big brother Silver, your cooking skills are really good, Coco praised. Silver smiled. Eat more if you like. I'm a gourmet. How many matches have you fought? Silver raised a finger. Only 1 battle? Luin was astonished. Silver rolled the barbecued meat around and smiled at Luin. You've already fought 5 rounds. Are you going to continue? Luin shook his head. Silver casually tossed the barbecued meat to the old man, who caught it and sniffed it. Not bad. You're perceptive. Good kid. I'm glad you like it. Silver smiled. The old man's face bloomed into a smile. Yes, I do. Fortunately, Michelle didn't see this scene. Silver's voice wasn't loud, but the elderly man heard it clearly. He was clearly feigning ignorance in front of Michelle. If that woman saw this, she would definitely explode. As time passed, people left one after another. Zhao Ilong, Schutz, Xiao Luo, and Zola all left to find places they were interested in. Silver also left. Luin stayed near the teleportation stone for 3 days. He wanted to know how many victories Hui Day Knight and Dark Void had. Hui Day Knight, 1 win, 27 losses, the old man shouted. Not long after, Dark Void, 7 wins, 22 losses. Luin was stunned. 7 wins. That person had actually won 7 times. Hui Day Knight also stared at Dark Void in astonishment. This person was far stronger than him. 7 wins? That's amazing. An unfamiliar man appeared 10 meters away from Luin and looked at Dark Void in astonishment. Luin looked at the man with a puzzled expression. The man smiled at Luin. Let me introduce myself. I'm Little Pao. You can call me Senior Little Pao. Luin was puzzled. Little Pao? You and Big Pao? That's my older brother. Luin nodded. The 2 brothers had chosen their names quite casually. Senior Little Pao, I have a question. We've been here for 3 days, but why haven't we seen a single senior? Little Pao was embarrassed. They've all left. Aside from the mentors, we're the only ones here. What? They've all left? Luin was shocked. Little Pao nodded and sighed. Astral 10 used to be in the innerverse, but it was relocated to the outerverse. The former students either transferred to other academies or left. No one wants to come to the outerverse. Luin hadn't expected Astral 10's situation to be so bad. No wonder he hadn't seen a single student. Not long after, Luin bid farewell to Little Pao and left the trial zone entrance. He headed towards the sand ocean that Big Pao had introduced him to. Most of the others had left in 3 days. The sand ocean was one of Astral 10's 3 main attractions, on par with the Rain Observatory and the stargazing deck. There was no introduction to its specific uses, but the Rain Observatory could temper star energy. Luin guessed that the sand ocean was used to temper one's physical body or battle techniques. Astral 10's teleportation device had very few options, so Luin chose the sand ocean. Soon after, he felt a tearing force as he left the trial zone entrance and appeared in a vast expanse of yellow sand. What appeared in front of him was an endless desert. He had already expected this. He had also read the basic introduction of the sand ocean that Big Pao had passed to them. This was a boundless sea of sand that far exceeded the Rain Observatory. From time to time, sandstorms would sweep across the land. This place was dangerous. Luin didn't enter the sand ocean. He just wanted to take a look before teleporting away and heading towards the stargazing deck. Of the 3 main attractions, the stargazing deck was the most mysterious. It wasn't just owned by Astral 10, the other 9 academies also had it. According to Big Pao's introduction, everyone saw different things on the stargazing deck. Some saw their own past, some saw the starry sky, some saw powerful battle techniques, and some even saw a corner of the future. Of course, Luin didn't believe the last part, but it still reflected the mystical nature of the stargazing deck. Jiaxing Lu was really a wooden building. It was made of unknown wood and was stacked in an octagonal shape. The layers were stacked on top of each other and it was less than 100 meters long. At the top was a flat ground. The entire wooden building looked ordinary, but it was this building that had too many mysteries. When Luin reached the stargazing deck, Xiao Luo happened to walk out and the 2 walked past each other. How many ported battles have you tried? Xiao Luo asked. He had left after his first failure. 5, Luin replied. Xiao Luo smiled, it's still too early for us to challenge the powerhouses of the innerverse. Louis nodded in agreement and changed the topic. You know Silver? Xiaolue was surprised. Why do you ask? Louis laughed. I'm not blind. Your attitude towards him is completely different from your attitude towards the others. Xiaolue shook his head. I don't know him, but I hate his aura. Louis immediately thought of the Neo-Human Alliance, which was made up of evolved corpse kings. Silver didn't look like one no matter how he looked at it. The two didn't speak further, and Xiaolue left. Louis walked up the stargazing deck step by step. The stargazing deck was very ordinary, and even when Louis reached the top, everything he saw and felt was normal. There were no abnormalities. Close your eyes and meditate, a voice rang out beside his ear. Louis knew that it was his mentor, so he didn't think too much about it and slowly closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, he seemed to have fallen asleep, but also seemed to be awake at the same time. He looked past the stargazing deck and saw an unfamiliar region of space that was filled with an ancient and desolate aura. Looking deeper, he saw an incomparably large ancient warship sailing through space, one after another. Every ship was incomparably large, and he couldn't see the end of it. Some even included galaxies. He could vaguely hear an ancient war song in his ears, and beside the ship at the very front, he saw two words. Boundless. Suddenly, everything turned into bubbles as a jade finger tore through space and crushed him. Lu Yin's heart was filled with boundless rage. How dare you, he roared and opened his eyes. Everything returned to normal, and he was still in the stargazing deck. The space, the warship, and the jade finger had all disappeared. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he panted heavily. It was that scene again, and he had been crushed. Why? This was the second time he had seen this scene. Was it real or just an illusion? If it was real, then why was he still alive? If it was an illusion, then he could clearly feel his rage. His clothes were drenched in sweat as he stared at the ground, recalling the scene he'd just seen, the unfamiliar sky, the huge ancient warship, and that jade finger. Go down, stargazing deck picks the stars. It picks the past and present, the cycle of karma, and the stars that belong to you, the mentor's voice sounded again. Louis looked up and bowed, his tone respectful. Mentor, may I ask if stargazing deck picks the past and present, but can it also pick the future? The mentor replied indifferently, everything has a cause and effect. If you pick the cause, there will be an effect. What do you mean by the last sentence? What do you mean by the stars that belong to me? What I saw was clearly an unfamiliar sky, Louis asked. Ask yourself. You pick the past and present, the changes of time. Go down, I will not answer you again. Louis walked down the deck doubtfully, his gaze lost. Everyone saw different things, so what did he see mean? His overdraft of innate gifts and stargazing deck had allowed him to see that jade finger. Whose finger was it? Why did it want to crush him? Why was he angry? After arriving at Astral 10, Louis only felt one thing, insignificance. Invincible among the Sentinels? What a joke, that was only the Great Yu Empire. A person's strength was not only reflected in the same level of power, but also in their realm. How many people in the Innerverse were younger than him but far more powerful? All that talk about being invincible within the same realm and having a fair fight was just a lie. Bezer had once said that no one would seal their realm in a fight, as realm was also a type of power. This was the same for ported battles, he hadn't met a single sentinel in his 5 battles. Powerhouses didn't believe in fairness, only in crushing their opponents. He would never forget the humiliation that Wendy Yushan had brought upon him. She hadn't even appeared personally, she had looked down on him from a high vantage point. She hadn't even looked at him with disdain. After muttering to himself for a while, Louis looked up and walked into the teleportation device, choosing the Rain Observatory. He wanted to start there. After passing the exam, he would be sent directly to the Rain Observatory. This was Astral 10's arrangement, and there had to be a reason for it. Perhaps it was the beginning of everything. The rain from the Rain Observatory made the sky dark green, and Louis suddenly felt a sense of familiarity when he arrived there again. He looked around and leaped into the sky. It took him a few minutes to fly out of the range of a large tree. Looking down from the sky, Louis could not help but feel a little shocked. Big Pow had been right, there was a blue stone platform at the top of each giant tree, and these unbelievably large trees formed Astral 10's rain observatory. He found a bluestone platform 2 hours away from the teleportation device and sat down cross-legged, quietly watching the rain fall. Back in the Great Yu Empire, above the second ring of Xinyu Star, Zhang Dingtian slashed out with his blade and cut down a flying astral beast. Good, you've recovered your sentinel strength, a man nearby cheered. Zhang Dingtian's face was calm as he looked up into the sky. He saw the first ring of land and Xinyu Star, and even further away, he saw the stars. Luin should be in Astral 10 right now. Brother Zhang, let's spar and see how strong your Realmbreaker is. The man walked over to Zhang Dingtian excitedly. Zhang Dingtian retracted his gaze and tightened his grip on his blade. All right. Not long after, the two separated. The man was a melder while Zhang Dingtian was only a sentinel, so victory was quickly decided. Amazing, you've just recovered your sentinel strength and already have the strength of an elite from Yu Academy. As expected of a genius who broke the rules and remodeled his body. Even the captain thinks highly of you, the man praised. Zhang Dingtian wiped his blade, he was far from enough. Right, I heard you know King Zishan, the man asked. Zhang Dingtian nodded silently. The man was surprised, tell me, is King Zishan really that talented? 4 people from the Great Yu Empire entered Astral 10, and he's one of them. It's said that he's unrivaled amongst the Sentinel realm and has even defeated a melder from Yu Academy. I'm not sure, Zhang Dingtian muttered. The man was disappointed, you're too stupid. If you could get on his good side, you would be able to do whatever you want in the Great Yu Empire. Let me tell you, he was just an idle prince before entering Astral 10, but his status has changed ever since. He might be able to enter the Innerverse like the 5th princess, but he might not even set his eyes on the Great Yu Empire. Zhang Dingtian's gaze turned cold as he gripped his blade firmly. He would also leave the Great Yu Empire and seek revenge on Qingyu and Lu Xiaoge. On the second ring of the continent, Bai Shui was panting heavily as she stared ahead. Her body suddenly disappeared and reappeared a few meters away. No, it's too slow. It's not Flash, it's Turtle Crawl, Peach complained as she sat on a peach tree and swung her legs, munching on snacks. Bai Shui gritted her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead. Faster. Flash is my special skill, and as my personal secretary, you have to be extremely fast. Even faster, use your innate gift while you flash. On Xinyu Star, outside the Imperial Palace, the courtiers were walking out. It was supposed to be a normal day, but today was different. All of the courtiers were avoiding the 11th Squad's blind monk, not only because of the blind monk himself, but also because of Saruzan behind him. Far away in space, on a giant spacecraft, Susan was sullenly looking out the window as Xinyu Star grew further and further away. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had to leave to meet Captain Batson in the 7th filament, and he didn't know when he would be able to return. Boss, I miss you. In Astral 10, on the limestone platform of the Rain Observatory, Lu Yin sat there for 5 days, not moving at all as he watched the rain fall. The rain had changed from a mere droplet to a mere curtain that connected the heavens and the earth. Unknowingly, the star energy within his body began to mimic the rainwater, and it began to transform around his body as it began to rain. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. He sat there for 15 days, quietly watching the rain fall. His star energy had indeed changed, and he could feel it, but it was too slow. He was sure that if he sat here for a year, his control over star energy would be far greater than what it was now, but he couldn't wait that long. Lu Yin admitted that he wasn't a patient person, or else he wouldn't have robbed those trial takers for star crystals. He had to think of something. He exhaled and moved his limbs. I haven't rolled my die in a long time. It's time to roll it again, but I don't have enough star crystals. It'll be a waste. Just as he was thinking, the dark green sky suddenly trembled, and the raindrops actually stopped falling. An unimaginable pressure swept over, and Lu Yin was instantly pressed to the ground as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Terrifying star energy that could be seen with the naked eye swept out like a hurricane, instantly crushing the tree that Lu Yin was standing on and crushing it towards him. Lu Yin's pupil shrank, he was about to die, and he couldn't resist. Director, stop, someone shouted. Just as Luin felt like he was about to be crushed into a puddle of blood, the terrifying force disappeared, and a ragged old man laughed maniacally in the sky. You started this war, and now you're reaping what you sowed. Ha 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 ha, the war you started. Luin stared blankly at the crazy old man as he ran past, his head swelling as he fainted. The moment he fainted, mysterious runes flashed on his back, forming a lock that glowed before disappearing. A middle-aged man walked out of the void and arrived behind Luin, looking at him in shock. Was that a seal? This kid's body has been sealed, but what seal? Why haven't I seen it before? I can't even see how many lines there are, and I can't break it. Interesting. The crazy old man destroyed dozens of giant trees before disappearing. Luin was more unlucky. If not for the Rainmaster, he would have died. He only woke up after a day and a night. His head hurt, and he opened his blurry eyes. Raindrops dripped from the back of his hand, bringing with them a slight chill. Was this the rain observatory? What happened to him? You're awake, an ancient voice sounded from behind him. Luin turned around and saw a middle-aged man. He looked ordinary, but he knew this voice. It was the Rainmaster. Are you the mentor? Luin asked, his voice hoarse. The man looked at him with a strange gaze. I'm Guan Yu, you can call me the Rainmaster. Yes, Rainmaster, Luin replied respectfully. The Rainmaster looked at him. Do you remember what happened? Luin frowned and thought for a moment before his expression changed. He looked around and saw dozens of giant trees that had been destroyed, stretching far into the distance. There was a crazy old man. The Rainmaster sighed. Forget about it. Luin nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Before he fainted, he had vaguely heard the words director. That old man couldn't be Astral 10's director, could he? The Rainmaster tossed a chip to Luin. This is for you. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he accepted it. This should be a gift from Michelle and the others, but he actually got one as well. It was probably hush money or compensation. Luin was about to ask something, but the Rainmaster had already disappeared. Rather disappointed, he inserted the chip into his gadget and looked at the screen with shining eyes. There was an introduction to star energy that clearly described its many transformations. Seeing this, Luin finally knew what he should do next. Every student should have something like this, Luin muttered to himself. Astral 10's education methods were indeed problematic. According to the chip, star energy went from removing impurities to solidifying, and then to the realm of infinite transformations. This was a process that many cultivators needed to use natural crystals to display battle techniques, but as long as one's star energy reached the realm of infinite transformations, they could imitate natural phenomena. Luin raised his hand and condensed star energy in his palm. Without using the serious art, his star energy could only form a trace of substance at most. He hadn't even touched upon the realm of solidification, let alone the realm of infinite transformations. After the realm of infinite change, there was an even deeper realm, which was to strengthen one's own will and even form a power system that was unique to oneself. This kind of system was only mentioned once on the chip, and there was no specific explanation. However, the words unique to oneself firmly attracted Lu Yin's attention. Star energy was the foundation of everything, and his control over it was still too crude. It was no wonder that all the students who had passed the exam had appeared at the Rain Observatory. Astral 10 had hoped that all students would start cultivating there, but everyone else had placed their focus elsewhere. The screen disappeared and the chip shattered. Luin looked up. He also wanted to cultivate at the Rain Observatory and let his star energy transform, but it would take too long. What he wanted the most right now was to obtain a batch of star crystals and roll his die. He was looking forward to the never-before-seen 3 pips and the 6 pips that had absorbed all his star energy without revealing its ability. Determining the direction of the teleportation device, Luin soared into the sky. The Rainmaster watched from a distance, deep in thought. Strange, I've never seen the seal on his body before. It's very complicated and definitely not something from the outerverse. It's hard to find even in the innerverse. Could it be? Aside from the 3 main attractions, there was also a place called the Treasury, which was where Luin was heading. According to Big Pow's introduction, the Treasure Pavilion not only housed countless rare treasures, but also gave out training missions for students to obtain rewards. Luin wanted to try his luck and obtain some star crystals. The treasure pavilion was very big, and its exterior was dazzling with gold and jade. It really lived up to its name. At this moment, Hui Day Knight was about to leave the treasury when Luin entered. "Scram," Hui Day Knight growled, shooting a disdainful glance at Luin as he left. A cold glint flashed across Lu Yin's eyes. This guy was asking for a beating. "Oh, there's another newcomer. It's the 7th. What do you need?" Not far away, a thin and shriveled old man smiled strangely at Luin. Luin looked over and was taken aback. The old man's mustache was quite unique, and his mustache moved along with his smile. His eyes were crafty and cunning, and it was obvious that he wasn't a good person. "You are? A teacher of the treasure pavilion?" The old man nodded and stroked his mustache. "Student, are you here to search for treasures or to complete a mission? Can I go in and take a look?" Luin asked. The old man waved his hand and a screen appeared in front of him, displaying a dazzling array of items. "Everything in the treasure pavilion is here. You can take a look, but you can't enter." Luin stared at the screen in shock. There were many things on it, including armor, pills, books, weapons, and even spaceships. The screen disappeared after a while, and the old man waved his hand again to bring up another screen. This time, it wasn't an item, but a mission. You have to complete a mission to obtain the items in the treasure pavilion and exchange them with corresponding mission points. How about it, student? Interested? They all seemed to be sentinel missions. Luin was puzzled. The old man stroked his mustache. Those who dare to issue missions to Astral 10 are all huge organizations and financial groups. Their missions aren't simple, so don't even think about challenging those above your level. You'll be lucky if you can even complete a sentinel mission. Take a look at the top. Luin looked at the mission description. Obtain 5 consecutive victories in ported battles. Reward, Aurora spacecraft and 10,000 star crystals. 5 consecutive victories? Luin was shocked. The elder nodded. Yes, it's a 5-match winning streak, not a 5-match winning streak. The difference in difficulty is like the difference between heaven and earth. Of course, the rewards are very generous. That brat from the Day-Night clan went to challenge it. Luin laughed. It was difficult for them to even win 5 consecutive victories, so it was no wonder Hui Day-Night's expression was so ugly. He scrolled down to see if there were any missions suitable for him. Search for the legendary violet orchid sprouts. Complete a weave trial. Lockbreaking. 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 Don't speak for a year. Lockbreaking. Help Iltok Spacecraft Company decompose waste materials. Reward, 1/3 of the value of the decomposed materials. There were all sorts of missions, and there was even a mission to not speak for a year. Lu Yin's horizons were broadened. Mentor, what does lockbreaking mean? The old man glanced at him. You've never heard of lockbreakers? Luin shook his head. The old man was disdainful. Youngsters these days don't know anything, not even about lockbreakers. I can't be bothered to explain it to you, go find out for yourself. Luin didn't mind and pointed at a mission. That's it. The old man glanced at it. Iltok Spacecraft Company is an old friend of Astral 10. Don't embarrass Astral 10 or you'll be punished. Luin smiled. Embarrass? What a joke. With the dye, decomposing materials was too easy. He could easily decompose the company until they started doubting their own existence. I've already transferred the mission to you. The location is written on it, go on your own, the old man said. Luin looked at the location. The closest Iltok Spacecraft Company was 2 days away from Astral 10, and he had to pass through a wormhole in between. He followed the mission's instructions and borrowed a personal spacecraft from the treasury. Return it when you're done, or pay for it if you don't, the old man said as he handed the spacecraft to Luin. Luin entered his fingerprint and teleported to Astral 10 space station. There were no less than 100 personal spacecraft, so he randomly picked one and entered it. Not long after, the spacecraft took off and rushed into space. Astral 10 was hidden from view, and when Luin appeared in the dark sky, he couldn't see Astral 10 at all. The huge Astral 10 was completely hidden, as if it didn't exist. Luin couldn't imagine how this was done. Half a month later, Luin finally left Astral 10. At this moment, he was traveling through the universe as a student of Astral 10. Elsewhere, at the Sand Ocean's teleportation device, Coco looked at the boundless desert in fear. "Brother Little Pal, I don't like it here." Little Pal laughed. "This is a good place to train, it can stimulate anyone's potential." "I'm not in a hurry, really," Coco said hurriedly. "Then I wish you victory in the upcoming freshman competition," said Little Pal. Coco was shocked. "New student competition? What's that?" "All new students will have a martial arts competition to determine their status in the academy. The strongest person will be rewarded handsomely." Coco pursed her lips. "When will it be?" Little Pal shrugged. "I'm not sure, maybe in a few days or a few months. It depends on the mentor's mood, but the last person will definitely be punished." Coco was speechless. She thought back to all the new students and realized that she was probably the weakest. "How can that be?" Little Pal laughed. "Go train." Meteors streaked across the dark sky. 2 days later, a dark yellow planet appeared in front of Luin. This was his destination, one of Iltal Corporation's garbage disposal planets. This dark yellow planet was one of the most common planets. It was under the control of Iltoko, and everyone on it was Iltoko's people. Lu Yin's spacecraft was confirmed to be allowed to land. When he opened the door and walked out, he saw a slightly plump middle-aged man smiling at him. "Welcome to Iltal Corporation, I'm Manager Ake," the man immediately greeted him politely. Luin nodded. "I'm Luin." "Oh, it's Student Lu. Please, I'll show you around," Ake said warmly. Although he was surprised to hear Lu Yin's name, he quickly covered it up. It was rare to see someone with the surname Lu in the universe. Luin looked up and saw a dark yellow sky. There was no sun, only thick yellow clouds that gave off an oppressive feeling. "It's fine, Manager Ake. Take me to where the mission is," Luin said directly. Ake nodded. "All right, please take the spacecraft." Luin and Ake boarded a large spacecraft that quickly left the space station and flew off into the distance. "Mr. Lu, this planet is full of irritating gases, it's not suitable for living, so we, Iltal, bought it to store abandoned machines." "Look, there are abandoned machines everywhere, including abandoned spaceships, aircraft, weapons, armors, everything," Aku explained. Lu Yin's gaze was calm. This was a dying planet. Perhaps it had once given birth to a civilization similar to Earth, but due to various reasons, it was on the verge of destruction and could only be used as a garbage dump. Perhaps in a few 100,000 years, this planet would cease to exist. The land was dry, and there wasn't even a basic water source. Many people in spacesuits were searching for something. They were all slaves that Iltoko had brought over from a desolate planet to search for something useful. There were too many of them. If not for Lu Yin's protection, the cultivators on Earth would have been sent to the battlefield, and the ordinary people would have ended up like these people, living on this desolate planet as garbage until they died. "Student Lu, what kind of disassembler do you use?" Ake asked. There was too much trash in the universe, and a considerable amount of it was man-made. Although these products were discarded, many companies would separate useful materials from them and reforge them. This method was cost-effective and also effective in cleaning up the universe's trash. The device used to separate materials was called a disassembler. Luin had done some research over the past 2 days and found that cultivators used star energy to separate different materials. Generally speaking, the better one's control of star energy, the more material they could separate. This was one of the reasons why Astral 10 had accepted this mission. It allowed them to train their star energy. "I don't need a disassembler," Luin said calmly. Ake was stunned and stared at Luin. "Student Lu, what did you say?" Luin frowned. "Prepare a quiet place for me, I don't need a disassembler." Manager Ake's eyes flashed. He nodded and ordered the aircraft to turn around. Half an hour later, the aircraft stopped beside a hill. "Student Lu, there's no one here, and there are many abandoned machines around. You can use them to your heart's content. Don't worry, there won't be anyone watching." Luin got off the aircraft and breathed in the pungent gas. This gas was no different from poison to ordinary people, but it was harmless to cultivators like him. It was just a little unpleasant. I'll get someone to prepare an air freshener for you, Manager Ock quickly said. Luin waved a hand. There's no need for that. You guys can leave. I'll call you when I'm done. Manager Ock did not continue to be courteous and left on the aircraft. As soon as he left, he activated his gadget. General Manager, the students from Astral 10 don't need a disassembler. They either rely on star energy or innate gifts. He's probably relying on his innate gift. If he can decompose materials with just his star energy, then he's qualified to become a lockbreaker. He won't accept such a mission, so don't worry about him. Let's wait for the results to come out, a pleasant female voice said. Manager Aku hurriedly agreed. The hill wasn't very tall, so Luin rose into the air and looked around. There were countless abandoned machines that reached into the clouds, some large and some small. The largest one stretched far into the distance. It was probably a large spacecraft. Dark yellow clouds floated in the sky as Luin stretched his limbs. Let's begin. I hope I get 2 pips. He then took out his die. The die emitted a hazy starlight. It didn't need to be replenished with star crystals. After so many days, it should have returned to its original state. He gulped. Every time he rolled the die, Luin was always nervous. He tapped the die, causing it to spin rapidly until it finally rolled a pip. There was a clatter as a warblade fell to the ground. Luin picked it up and inspected it. It wasn't bad and was suitable for a melder, but it was useless to him. He took out a cube of star crystals from his cosmic ring and crushed it. The die returned to its original state and he tapped it again. His luck wasn't bad. He rolled a pip and a disassembler vortex appeared. Luin was delighted. This was it. He crushed 18 cubes of star crystals without a second thought. This vortex was similar to the time-stop space, and it could use star energy to increase time. 1 cube of star crystals could increase time by 160 minutes, which was twice as long as the time-stop space. 18 cubes would be enough to sustain the vortex for an entire day. But it's a little small, Luin muttered to himself as he picked up an abandoned machine and tossed it into the vortex. The moment it passed through the vortex, some unknown materials fell to the ground. Luin took a deep breath. Let's get to work. He pushed the mountainous pile of trash towards the decomposing whirlpool. Although the whirlpool was small, anything that passed through its range would be decomposed. Luin could only push it back and forth, and it took him a full 2 hours to decompose the mountain of trash. There was a considerable amount of material on the ground that he didn't recognize. When he thought back to how he had broken down the cosmic rings, he guessed that these materials could be broken down to obtain even more precious items. However, he decided against it after some thought. His own speed of decomposition was already shocking enough, and if he broke down even more precious materials, who knew what would happen? A day passed just like that, and Luin spent the entire day disintegrating a considerable number of abandoned machines. The area around the hill had become more spacious, and the materials he had disintegrated piled up into a mountain. I wonder how much I can earn from this. Luin thought about it and crushed another 18 cubes of star crystals. Let's do this for another day. 2 days later, Ock received a notice and hurriedly took a flying device to Lu Yin's location. When he saw the 2 mountains of decomposed materials, Manager Ock rubbed his eyes hard. It was real. It was actually real. They actually decomposed so much in 2 days? Even a Lameter wouldn't be able to disintegrate so much in a month with the most efficient disassembler. This efficiency was too high. For a moment, Ock looked at Luin as if he was looking at a god. Luin coughed. What's wrong, Manager Ock? Is this enough? Ock hurriedly replied, yes, it's enough. Your mission is complete, and it's more than enough. Student Lu, did you do all of this by yourself? He couldn't help but suspect that there had been students in the past who had privately brought in a lot of materials to complete missions from the academy, claiming that they had disintegrated them. In reality, they didn't really care and would just treat the materials as purchases. It was a win-win situation, but this was too much. How many cosmic rings had this student brought? Was this for real? How could he have disintegrated so quickly? Luin calmly said, please calculate my payment. Ock hurriedly agreed and had someone calculate Lu Yin's payment. At the same time, he contacted the general manager, who was the person in charge of the Frostwave Wee's Iltal company. Impossible, a student can't have disintegrated so quickly unless he's a lockbreaker, the pleasant female voice said with certainty. Ok said, then I'll ask. No need, it's probably fake. Lockbreakers don't care about this small amount of payment, and they wouldn't waste their time on something like this. Let the student go. Then, how's the mission going? It's more than enough. Yes. Ok hung up. On the other end, Luin had already received his payment. He had spent 2 days disintegrating a mountain of materials. Most of them were worthless as they were just ordinary hard metals, but there were also valuable special materials that were sold by the gram. The materials added up to several tons and were worth 10 billion universe credits. In the end, Lu Yin's share of the payment was more than 3 billion universe credits. Luin did a quick calculation. If the machines he had disintegrated were in good condition, they would have been worth at least 100 billion universe credits. Iltal company had bought them at a very low price and then asked the cultivators to disintegrate them and remake them. The finished products could be sold for tens of billions of universe credits. Even after deducting the payment, Luin could still make more than 10 billion universe credits. The repairs, maintenance, and training of the machines all cost money, and this money would also be paid to Iltal company. It was no wonder that they had the money to buy a planet and turn it into a garbage dump. Luin felt jealous. This company was just one of the Outerverse companies, and it was nothing compared to the other major powers, not to mention the Mavis Bank. If he could get the Mavis family's money, he could keep the time-stop space open indefinitely. Student Lu, this is your reward, Manager Ok handed over a white Mavis family card. There are 2 billion cosmic dollars inside. You can go to the nearest Mavis Bank and exchange them for star crystals. It's convenient for you to carry them around. Exchange? Luin was surprised. Ok explained, transactions in the Innerverse are mostly done in star crystals. The number of cosmic dollars is too large and sometimes inconvenient. 2 billion cosmic dollars can be exchanged for 3,200 star crystals. Luin nodded, secretly excited. This job was perfect for him. He had decided to come whenever he needed money. Wait, when had he ever not needed money? He would return once he turned in the mission and saw if it was okay. Ok was puzzled by Lu Yin's happy expression. They guessed that this student must have brought his own materials to complete the mission. Although the mission had been completed, the materials had been lost. They had only paid 30% of the value of the materials, but why did this student seem so happy? Were the missions that important? That shouldn't be the case, they couldn't give out missions that were too important. Student Lu, do you want to continue decomposing or return to the academy? If you want to continue, we welcome you with the same reward, Ok probed. Luin shook his head, no need, let's go to the space station. Ok nodded, please. Along the way, Luin looked at the countless abandoned machines on both sides of the road. To him, these were all treasures that could be exchanged for money. Manager Ok, can I come whenever I want to decompose materials? Luin asked. Ok smiled, of course, unless you're a Lammeter, you'll have to pass the test. Students of Astral 10 don't need to, and you've already proven yourself. If you want to come, just let me know in advance. This is my private number. Luin noted it down and thanked Ok. Ok hesitated and probed, Student Lu, you seem to be a sentinel, and your control of star energy seems to be very good. You're much faster than most Lammeters. Luin casually replied, my innate gift is more suitable for decomposing materials. Innate gift? Ok was shocked. He wasn't sure if this person was real or fake. If he really had such an innate gift, Iltokos definitely couldn't miss out on this opportunity. There were many strange innate gifts in the universe, and it wasn't like there hadn't been a lockbreaker before. Student Lu, is your innate gift a strange one? Luin looked at Manager Ok. Manager Ok quickly apologized, I'm sorry, Student Lu. I shouldn't have asked. Luin turned around. Sort of. Aku was envious. It seems that you have the potential to become a lockbreaker. A lockbreaker? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, as he had forgotten to check. Has Manager Ok met a lockbreaker before? Ok smiled bitterly. Don't joke with me. How could a lowly person like me ever meet a lockbreaker? Even our company's CEO might not be able to meet him, as he's an important figure at the peak of the universe. Louis nodded and didn't say anything. He looked at his gadget and tapped a few times, causing an introduction to lockbreakers to appear. A lockbreaker was an honorific given to a group of people who could perfectly strip star energy. The universe had been developing for countless years and had been destroyed multiple times. There were countless things left behind, and many things that had existed since ancient times would be wrapped in layers of cosmic energy, forming a protective layer that was similar to an outer shell. It was equivalent to being sealed, and forcefully opening it would easily destroy the items inside. Due to the many mysterious phenomena in the universe, some protective layers were also dangerous. Thus, one had to slowly strip away the star energy within the protective layer in order to extract the items inside. Lockbreakers were people who could strip star energy, and this was their job. Anything that could form a protective layer was not simple, or else it would not be able to absorb the universe's star energy. It was equivalent to a sealed treasure that needed to be opened, and only a lockbreaker could do so. However, the requirements to become a lockbreaker were too harsh, and it was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This was why lockbreakers had such a high status that it was unimaginable. It was rumored that many powerful battle techniques, cultivation methods, and even technological products from ancient times had been stripped away by lockbreakers. The more such rumors spread, the higher the status of lockbreakers. Louis was shocked, as he had never thought that such a group of people existed in the universe. Lockbreakers could perfectly strip star energy. "Student Liu, we've arrived at the space station," Ox said. Louis walked down from the spacecraft and said to Aker, "Thank you for your hospitality, Manager Aker. I'll be leaving now." "We should be thanking you for your help, Student Liu. Have a safe trip." "Of course." Louis quickly entered his spacecraft and found the nearest Mavis Bank to set the route. Not long after, the spacecraft entered the universe and disappeared from the eyes of Aker and the others. This mission had earned Louis more than 3,000 star crystals, which was more than what he had earned in the Great Yu Empire. It was no wonder that this company was able to issue missions in Astral 10. Even the Great Yu Empire was unable to issue missions in Astral 10, and this company seemed to be a subsidiary of some large company in the Innerverse. Being able to issue missions in Astral 10 had to be related to that company. It would take a day to reach the nearest Mavis Bank, and Louis spent most of his time browsing through information on lockbreakers. Before he knew it, the spacecraft had already landed at a space station. There was a fee for docking at the space stations of various planets, and it was not cheap. However, Louis did not care about such a small fee. The planet he landed on was huge, and its architecture was similar to the Great Yu Empire's Xinyu star. It was also located in the Frostwave Weave. Louis went straight to the Mavis Bank and exchanged all the cosmic dollars that Aker had given him for star crystals. He had a total of 3,270 cubes, and in addition to the 28 cubes he had left, he now had 3,298 cubes of star crystals on him. As for cosmic dollars, he still had 2 million left, which he had obtained in the Great Yu Empire. 2 million cosmic dollars seemed like a lot, but compared to this mission, it was too shabby. Louis checked the price of the most common spacecraft and found that it was at least 10 billion. It was only then that he realized how stingy Undying Yushan was. He had only given him 300,000 cosmic dollars. Although it seemed easy to earn money, Aker had said that a Lemmeter with excellent control of star energy would not be able to earn as much as Louis in 2 months. Those Lemmeters were extremely rare and needed to pass a test. Louis guessed that such a Lemmeter's control of star energy was at least at the realm of materialization, or perhaps even at the realm of infinite change. How many of them were there? Earning money was not that easy, he was just using cheats. He walked out of the Mavis Bank and looked at the cosmic dollars hanging from tree branches. He was once again moved by how rich the Mavis Bank was. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and took out a black crystal card from his cosmic ring. He had obtained it when he rolled Pi 1, and it had the word Xiaogu engraved on it. He had assumed that it had been authenticated and could not be withdrawn, but since he was already at the Mavis Bank, he might as well give it a try. With that in mind, he returned to the bank and tried to withdraw the money from the card. Surprisingly, he succeeded. He was excited, he had succeeded without being authenticated. How was that possible? He was too lucky. He quickly checked his balance, 12,000 star crystals. He was delighted. That much? That was 4 times his current wealth. Wait, this black crystal card used star crystals as its currency, not cosmic dollars? Forget it, I won't think too much about it. 12,000, that's great. Luin took out all the crystals he had, but found that his cosmic ring was not big enough. He generously bought an extremely large one that cost him 1,000 star crystals, but it was worth it. This cosmic ring had enough space to store more than 10,000 star crystals. He left the Mavis Bank with a heart full of excitement. He was still a little apprehensive, after all, he had a huge amount of money on him. 15,000 star crystals was enough to arouse the greed of others. Everyone looked like a bandit to him. He did not linger and headed straight to the space station. He boarded his personal spacecraft and left the planet, heading towards Astral 10's coordinates. 2 days later, Luin was very close to Astral 10. In a distant, unfamiliar region of space, a giant meteorite shattered a star and continued to fly into the distance. A pair of indescribable eyes opened on the meteorite, they were like black holes that could devour everything around them. There's news. Send someone to the human domain's outerverse Frostwave Weave. Find the person who dared to steal from me. I want him to know the price he has to pay for stealing from me. Yes, young master. In Astral 10's treasury, the bearded old man looked at Luin in shock. Not bad, kid. You must have paid a high price for exceeding the quota. What price? Luin was puzzled. The old man snickered. Everyone knows, so it doesn't matter. They've already confirmed that you've completed the mission, so there's no need to hide it. Luin was puzzled. What was there to hide? The old man scoffed. Exceeding the quota in 2 days? Do you think they're idiots? Unless you're a lockbreaker. Alright, let's see what other missions you want. Luin didn't pay attention to the old man's words, nor did he accept any missions. He left immediately after receiving his reward, which was just a few star crystals. Astral 10 didn't have a fixed residence, so Luin returned to the space station. He guessed that this was the only place that wasn't monitored by the mentors, so he decided to roll his die. He had rolled it twice on Iltal Corporation's trash planet and rested for a few days. He should be able to roll it 3 times now, but he wasn't sure if that would yield anything. He raised his hand and crushed a cube of star crystals before tapping the die. The die spun slower and slower, and Lu Yin's breathing grew ragged. Finally, it rolled a 2. Luin was speechless, it wasn't like he was going to decompose anything. He crushed another cube of star crystals and rolled a 5. Luin cursed inwardly, it was useless again. Who knew who had an innate gift here, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to find anyone in 10 seconds. There was still one last roll left, and he was a little nervous. He tapped the die and the 5 sides disappeared, leaving only a 6. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. He had rolled a 6 once before, but it had absorbed all the star crystals he had. The memory was still fresh in his mind, but what about this time? He didn't have much time to think about it before the die began to absorb the star crystals in his cosmic ring. 100, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, all the way to 10,000. The moment the die absorbed all 10,000 star crystals, the scene in front of him changed. He found himself in a strange, dark space, and his consciousness transformed into a ball of light that flew forward at a slower speed. There were countless balls of light around him, some large, some small, some ordinary, and some as hot as stars. The 6th point allowed him to fuse with someone in the universe and experience that person's entire life. Activating the 6th point required more than 10,000 star crystals, and that was just the starting price. The orbs of light that he was currently looking at were those that he could sense with his current strength, and they were the closest to him that would not cause him any harm. Luin himself also transformed into a ball of light, and when he looked at the countless balls of light around him, he was stunned. Suddenly, he felt a pulling force, and he knew that something was wrong. He didn't have enough star crystals left, and if he used them all up, he would have wasted a chance before he could fuse with any of the balls of light. He didn't think too much about it and rushed towards the ball of light that was as hot as the sun. He guessed that the stronger the ball of light, the more terrifying its owner would be. However, before he could even get close, he felt like he was about to be burnt to a crisp. These balls of light weren't something he could touch, so he had no choice but to rush towards a ball of light that was slightly larger than him. He fused with it, and at the same time, the 15,000 star crystals in his cosmic ring were all absorbed by the dye. A beautiful girl called out anxiously from a dark patch of grass, "Delay, wake up, Delay." Yes. Luin heard her call and opened his eyes. Where was he? "Delay, you're awake." "That's great," the girl was excited and smiled at him. "Delay?" Luin was confused. Wait, he seemed to have rolled a 6 and fused with someone's consciousness. Was it this person? "Delay, what's wrong?" The girl looked at him nervously. The man in front of her seemed familiar, but his gaze was unfamiliar. Luin rubbed his head, instantly receiving all the information from this person. His head felt a little dizzy, but after a while, he turned to the girl and smiled. "Nothing, I was just joking." She sighed, "You scared me to death, don't joke like that again." "Luin, no," Delay nodded. I'm hungry, can you buy me something to eat?" She grunted, "Then stay here, I'll go buy some food." Luin watched her leave and then looked at his own body. He sighed, he was Delay now, and he didn't know how long it would take to fuse with him, but it shouldn't be too long. He raised his hand and felt the indescribable power within him. This Delay was a Lammeter. This was the power of a Lammeter. Not only that, but Luin was also ecstatic. This person's control of star energy had reached the realm of infinite change. He was a famous genius on this planet who was planning to join the 13th Imperial Squadron. He hadn't expected to be in the 13th filament, which was the border of the Frost Wave Weave. 10,000 star crystals had sent him here. If he had more, would he have been sent straight to the Innerverse? Star energy condensed in Lu Yin's palm and gradually took form. Finally, it took the form of a flame that vibrated with the air, creating a scorching heat. This was the realm of infinite change. This was the realm of infinite change. This person wasn't even 40 years old, so he could be considered a member of the younger generation. To be able to control star energy to such a level, what a genius. The same battle technique and the same realm, but with different control of star energy, the power would be completely different. It was a pity that this person didn't have any battle techniques and only knew a few common ones. He didn't know how to find a backer or how to earn money, and he didn't even dare to approach the girl he loved. Ah. Luin hurriedly stood up, it was the girl's voice. In the distance, Aya had fainted. On the ground, and when Luin rushed over, several cultivators walked out from the shadows. One of them looked at him smugly. "Long time no see, Delay." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Through Delay's memories, he knew that this person was called Ramos, the son of the most powerful person on this planet. He had always been jealous of Delay's talent and had wanted to bribe him to take part in the 13 Imperial Squadron's test, but Delay had rejected him. "Ramos, I've already rejected you." "Let Aya go," Luin said in a low voice. Ramos sneered, "I'll give you one last chance. Give up your spot and I'll let you live. I'll even give you battle techniques. Otherwise, you'll never get any." Only then did Luin realize that Delay didn't know any battle techniques because he had been sealed. It was no wonder that a Lammeter like him could only use common battle techniques and couldn't even leave this planet. "I won't agree," Luin said again. Ramos shrugged, "A blockhead is a blockhead. Do you really think you can attract the attention of the 13 Imperial Squadrons? This universe has no lack of geniuses. Let me tell you, the Empire is paying attention to King Zishan and the others who have entered the Astral Combat Academy. You've long been forgotten. Even if I kill you tonight, no one will bother me. Attack." Immediately, several Lammeters attacked Luin. He instinctively used flash to dodge, but his body was unstable and he almost fell. He had forgotten that this body belonged to Delay, and even if he could use flash, he wasn't used to it yet. Bang! There was a loud explosion as the ground shattered and Luin flew into the air. Behind him, a middle-aged Lammeter growled and attacked with a battle technique. Luin raised his hand and condensed star energy to its peak before striking out with his palm. The two sides collided, and the middle-aged man was sent flying into the ground. This was the terrifying power of controlling star energy to the realm of infinite change. It could even resist battle techniques. At the same time, several other Lemeters surrounded Luin. Luin gritted his teeth and used Flash to dodge again. This time, he succeeded and his body vanished, causing their attacks to miss. Luin appeared behind one of the Lemeters and used his star energy to form a sharp blade. The Lemeter reacted quickly and dodged, but the blade sliced through the void and a huge amount of star energy swept out, cutting the ground in half. At the same time, the shockwave blasted towards the river in the distance, causing it to flow backwards. The battle here should have attracted the attention of the army, but they had yet to show up. Ramos had already arranged everything, and he was going to bury Delay tonight. He had no intention of letting Delay go, even if Delay had agreed to give up his spot. Ramos wanted to see the despair and regret in Delay's eyes as he watched this genius fall before his very eyes. Luin panted and then laughed. This Delay was really lucky. If he hadn't taken over this body, he would have been finished tonight. Delay, your little girlfriend looks pretty good, Ramos's voice came from the ground. He had already walked to Aya's side, crouched down, and reached out to touch her. Rage surged in Luin's chest. This was Delay's emotion. Don't worry, I'll take care of him for you. Luin then moved his legs and disappeared. The Lemeters were shocked. Be careful, young master. Luin appeared behind Ramos and grabbed his hair from behind. Ramos was only a melder and had no ability to resist Delay's Lemeter cultivation. His face went pale. Delay, let me go. You know who my father is, he can make you wish you were dead. Luin sneered, he wasn't Delay and couldn't be threatened. You can die now. Ramos's pupils shrank, he didn't believe that Delay would dare to kill him. That blockhead definitely wouldn't. There was a thump as Luin slammed his palm against the ground, brushing past Ramos's ear. Ramos was stunned, he had indeed felt a murderous intent just now. Delay really did dare to kill him. Stop, let the young master go. The Lemeters were furious as they glared at Luin. Luin took out his gadget and tapped it a few times, causing a screen to appear in front of him. Soon enough, a very beautiful woman appeared on the screen. Her appearance caused everyone, including Ramos, to turn pale with fright. This was the captain of the 13th Squadron, Xianxia. This was the first time Luin had contacted Xianxia, but he hadn't expected it to be as Delay. Who are you? Xianxia looked at Luin coldly. Hello, Captain Xianxia. I'm Delay, and King Zishan asked me to contact you. Ramos paled. King Zishan, Luin? How did Delay know this person? The Lemeters in front of him were also shocked, they felt that something was amiss. Xianxia's eyes flashed with surprise. What is it? Luin recounted everything that had happened here. Xianxia's gaze swept over Ramos and the others. Got it, I'll take care of it. She then hung up. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had contacted Xianxia not only because this was one of the 13 filaments, but also because he wanted to test this woman and see her attitude towards him. Delay was the best test, and he had always wanted to enter the 13 Imperial squadrons. This was killing two birds with one stone. Luin let go of Ramos and glanced at the few Lemeters. At this moment, these people did not dare to make a move against him. Someone who could directly contact Xianxia was not someone they could provoke. Even Ramos' father could not provoke him. Luin picked up Aya and left. He could feel a tugging force, and before he left, he wanted to give Delay a gift. On the grass, a cool breeze blew. Aya woke up and looked around in confusion. Delay? Luin picked her up and suddenly kissed her. Aya was stunned. After a while, he looked up and smiled. I love you, Aya. Aya's eyes were filled with tears, and she couldn't believe it. She then hugged Delay and cried tears of joy. I love you too, Delay. Luin patted Aya's back. At this moment, the pulling force was growing stronger and stronger, and he could gradually sense the darkness of outer space. He left, but before he left, he helped Delay break through the final barrier. He hoped that the two of them would be happy together, and that would be his way of repaying Delay for allowing him to experience the true essence of the realm of infinite change. They would definitely meet again in the future. In the blink of an eye, Luin returned to Astral 10 space station. His body shook as he opened his eyes. The first thing he did upon returning was to sense his star energy. He raised his hand, and in his palm, the star energy transformed into wind, water, and flames. Of course, these were not real and were just imitations. This was the realm of infinite change. Many people needed to use natural crystals to display battle techniques, like Geraldine, who had to crush a flame crystal every time she used her blazing palm. However, once one grasped the realm of infinite change, they no longer needed to use star energy to imitate flames. Luin was ecstatic. He had actually grasped the realm of infinite change in such a short amount of time. This was great. If he had just sat on the rain observatory and cultivated, he would not have been able to do it even in a year. He really had to thank delay. He didn't know how many star crystals he had left, but he hoped that it wouldn't be too little. The sixth point required at least 10,000 star crystals, and Luin had hoped that he had a few thousand left. It would be enough as long as it was enough, but reality had thrown him into an abyss. He was speechless. This expenditure was too great. He had just earned a huge sum, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. He was born poor. Luin sighed and smiled bitterly as he stood up. Forget it, it was worth it to use 10,000 star crystals in exchange for star energy control. The dark green curtain of rain fell endlessly on the rain observatory. Michelle had come here directly after completing her mission. She had not accepted this mission for the sake of the mission itself, but rather to report the situation in Astral 10 to the 10 Arbiters Council. There were problems with Astral 10's education methods, and Michelle believed that Astral 10 was no longer qualified to hold the key to the 3 realms and 6 Daos. However, the 10 Arbiters Council needed more time to consider this matter. Michelle had no choice but to return to Astral 10 and gather more evidence before reporting to the council. Raindrops fell onto the limestone platform, sprinkling onto Michelle's bare feet and giving her a slight chill. She looked at the calm curtain of rain and quietly sensed the changes in star energy. A figure flitted past in the distance, and Michelle saw it. It was a new student, but she didn't care, he was just a sentinel. Although being able to enter Astral 10 was commendable, such people were not rare in the Innerverse. Luin flew through the curtain of rain and wanted to land on the limestone platform at the top of a tree, but he found that there was already someone there. He had no choice but to look for another tree. This time, he saw something completely different. The rain had changed, and he could clearly see every subtle change. Every drop of rain seemed to be capable of infinite changes. What he saw was no longer an ordinary curtain of rain, but rather a myriad of tiny worlds of different shapes and sizes. 5 days later, Luin raised his hand and star energy transformed into threads that then transformed into wind, fire, and finally rain. Finally, it transformed into his name and was pushed into the curtain of rain. Coincidentally, Michelle's name was also pushed into the curtain of rain at the same time. The two were separated by a large tree, and although they seemed far apart, they were actually very close to each other when their names were pushed into the curtain of rain. They were so close that they could see each other's name. Luin. Michelle. The two names pushed through the curtain of rain and rushed into the distance. At first, Michelle didn't pay much attention to it, thinking that the word Luin would quickly disappear. However, after a certain distance, the word Luin still remained. Even after a certain distance, the word Michelle was on the verge of shattering, while the word Luin remained unchanged. Michelle's expression changed as she looked into the distance in shock. It wasn't just her, the Rainmaster also looked on in shock from the depths of the curtain of rain. This kid only left for a few days, how did he change so much? His control of star energy at the realm of infinite change has surpassed all the new students. That's too fast. Luin calmly watched his name fly into the distance. The realm of infinite change should be recognized by the Rain Observatory. Lu Yin's name was getting further and further away, while Michelle's name had long since shattered. Her control of star energy was extremely close to the realm of infinite change, but it was still far from Lu Yin's level. Luin had perfectly experienced Delay's control of star energy and even felt the power of a Lammeter. Under the dark green curtain of rain, the three of them stared at Lu Yin's name until it shattered. Luin felt that it was a pity that his name had almost crossed half of the Rain Observatory. Just a little bit more and he would be recognized by the Rain Observatory, but he still wasn't proficient enough. He sat down cross-legged and stared at the curtain of rain. He wanted to be recognized as soon as possible. On the other side, Michelle retracted her gaze and looked in Lu Yin's direction. After muttering to herself for a moment, she soared into the sky and flew over. While he was seriously watching the rain, Michelle walked out from the side and came to his side. A delicate fragrance wafted over, intoxicating. Lu Yin took a deep breath and turned to look at Michelle with a stunned expression. This woman was truly alluring. Michelle was used to such gazes and looked at him quizzically. How did you do it? What? Lu Yin was puzzled. Michelle asked, your control of star energy at the realm of infinite change. Lu Yin raised a hand and the star energy in his palm took on various forms that were extremely beautiful. I did it just like that. It's very simple. Why? Michelle's brows rose. I remember that you couldn't do it when we first entered the academy. Lu Yin smiled. Who said I couldn't do it? I just have to keep a low profile and not show off too much, or I'll end up like Hui Day Night. Michelle obviously didn't believe him. Everyone would be tempted by a gift from Astral 10. If he could do it, why would he deliberately hide it and give up on the gift? Impossible. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. She then turned to leave. Looking at Michelle's seductive figure, Lu Yin suddenly asked, I heard you're from the 10 Arbiters Council. Can you tell me who they are? Michelle didn't even turn around, only saying, you don't have the right to know. With that, she disappeared. Lu Yin's expression remained calm, as this was indeed the case. The identities of these 10 were like a threshold that some people would never be able to cross in their entire lives and would never know about, while others would only know about their identities after crossing it. The 10 arbiters were the 10 arbiters who had dominated the universe. They were the 10 people who stood at the peak of the younger generation. On the other side, Michelle soared into the sky and felt the raindrops. How had he done it? She was certain that this person couldn't have done it when he first entered the academy. How long had it been since he'd entered the academy? Even a genius would need a few months to reach the realm of infinite change, but this person had done it. Was he a true monster? Lu Yin stayed in the rain observatory for 10 days, and he would try once every 3 days. With his control over star energy, he should have been able to keep his name intact, but he was just a little bit short, and this was all up to his own comprehension. He'd experienced Delay's control of star energy, but he'd only experienced Delay's comprehension. He needed his own comprehension, and this step had already taken him 10 days. On the morning of the 12th day, the sky was still dark green. Lu Yin raised his hand and pushed his name into the rain. He was confident that he would succeed this time. Lu Yin easily crossed the furthest distance he'd ever reached before, charging through the rain until it finally crossed the entire rain observatory. Lu Yin stood up, overjoyed that he'd succeeded. He'd been recognized by the rain observatory. At the same time, a strange feeling surfaced and his eyes lit up. He could break through to the Melder realm now. At that moment, the Rainmaster slowly walked over and appeared in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin bowed, student greets mentor. The Rainmaster looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Your control of star energy has undergone an earth-shattering change in a month. You can be considered a genius. Thank you for the praise, Lu Yin replied. The Rainmaster nodded. According to Astral 10's rules, those who are recognized by the Rain Observatory can receive personal guidance from a mentor. You can choose a battle technique for me to deduce for you, or you can obtain a battle technique from me. Your choice is yours. The battle technique reward from Astral 10 was very tempting, but he already had quite a few battle techniques. Whether it was the Sirius Palm, the Sky Beast Claw, the Day-Night Punch, or even the Flash Step, the 3 stacks were all battle techniques that suited him very well. If he had more, he wouldn't be able to master them. The battle techniques of Astral 10's instructors were definitely powerful, but Lu Yin did not believe that they could surpass Serious Art. He already had the ultimate Serious Art, and he did not need any more battle techniques before he reached the peak of Serious Art. He raised his head and earnestly said, Mentor, I would like to trouble you to help me deduce my own battle techniques. The Rainmaster nodded. All right, go ahead. Lu Yin took a deep breath and faced the empty curtain of rain. He raised his hand and struck out with his palm, the 3 stacks exploding with 3 light sounds. This was the 3 stacks. He analyzed his own battle technique. Serious Art was too powerful, and he didn't know if the Rainmaster could deduce it. The Day-Night Punch was a battle technique of the Day-Night clan, and he couldn't casually reveal it. The Skybeast Claw was already available in U Academy, so there was no need to waste it. All that was left was the 3 stacks and the Flash Step. Compared to the Flash Step, the 3 stacks couldn't keep up. He needed more strength. The Rainmaster looked at Lu Yin's 3 stacks and said, "This is a battle technique that stacks strength. I once met an absolute genius in the Innerverse, and his stacking strength was astonishing. Alright, I'll help you deduce it." He then placed a hand on Lu Yin's arm that had yet to be retracted, pushing his palm in the direction of Lu Yin's palm. A strange sound rang out, and Lu Yin felt the Rainmaster's strength. 1 stacks, 2 stacks, 3 stacks, 4 stacks, 5 stacks, 6 stacks. Lu Yin was shocked to find that the Rainmaster had already reached 6 stacks. The Rainmaster's palm appeared behind Lu Yin's, and the stacks had reached 8 stacks. "The strength I'll deduce for you should be enough for you to use to the Lamita realm." The Rainmaster's hand swept through the air, causing 9 explosions that shook the curtain of rain and sent out 9 shockwaves. Lu Yin's pupil shrank. 9 stacks. The Rainmaster had actually reached 9 stacks. The Outerverse also has stacking battle techniques, but there are more or less 9 stacks. 9 stacks should be enough for you to use to the Lamita realm. For now, you should be able to use 6 stacks at most, so don't force it. The Rainmaster then stepped into the curtain of rain and left. Lu Yin bowed slightly towards the curtain of rain, a trace of doubt in his eyes. Was the Rainmaster really a hunter? It was rumored that the mentors of the Astral Combat Academy were all hunters at the very least. How could a hunter be able to deduce 3 stacks to 9 stacks so easily? He remembered Tianming mentioning that 9 stacks had been passed down in Grand Top Weave. If a hunter could deduce it, then 9 stacks couldn't just be a battle technique from Grand Top Weave. It could be learned in Frostwave Weave as well, because Undying Yushan was a hunter. Or was the Rainmaster not just a hunter? This doubt only flashed through Lu Yin's mind, but it was still too early for him to think about it. What he needed to do now was familiarize himself with 9 stacks. He had the serious technique and had personally experienced the Rainmaster's 9 stacks technique, so it wasn't too difficult for him to grasp it. Even so, with his current physical body, he could only use 6 stacks at most. The Rainmaster was right, 9 stacks was enough for him to reach the Lamita realm. A few days later, Lu Yin growled and struck out with his palm. 6 explosions rang out as 6 stacks was pushed aside. He had already mastered 6 stacks. He looked at the traces of blood on his palm. 6 stacks is still a bit difficult, but it's alright. I can still use it, and my physical body can withstand the 6-fold shockwave palm. 6-stack shockwave palms should be quite powerful. Lu Yin rested for half a day, pondering whether or not he could fuse stacks with serious palm. He had thought about it when he had mastered 3 stacks, but he hadn't tried it out. This time, he wanted to try it out. If he could really stack serious palm, then his strength would truly skyrocket. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He raised his hand, and stars appeared in his palm as he prepared to strike out with double stacks. However, the Rainmaster grabbed his arm and shouted, "Don't you want your hand anymore?" Lu Yin was puzzled. "Mentor?" The Rainmaster let go of Lu Yin's arm and asked solemnly, "Are you going to fuse stacks with that palm?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Yes. You're courting death. You'll only hurt yourself if you rashly fuse stacks with a battle technique. The stronger a battle technique, the more difficult it is to stack attacks. Otherwise, anyone could multiply their attack, and stacks would have long since been hailed as a supreme battle technique," the Rainmaster said coldly. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed, he had been too greedy. If Serious Palm could stack attacks, then what battle technique in the universe couldn't? Stacks could be found everywhere. Injuring yourself before injuring others. This is the result of fusing a battle skill with superposition. Countless geniuses in the universe have tried, but none of them succeeded. It's impossible to succeed. Every powerful battle skill has its own unique way of operating, and changing it isn't something a junior like you can do. If you had used that palm just now, your arm would have been crippled, the Rainmaster continued. Lu Yin immediately expressed his gratitude, "Thank you for your guidance, mentor." The Rainmaster grunted, but his tone softened. Some people can use stacks to increase their battle technique's power at the beginning, but the further you go, the greater the damage. Theoretically speaking, the shockwave palm isn't a battle technique, just a technique for exerting force. You can fuse stacks with it, but don't even think about fusing it with a truly powerful battle technique. Yes, mentor, Lu Yin said gratefully. The Rainmaster was satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude and looked at his palm. Your battle technique was very interesting. Lu Yin was startled, but his expression didn't change. You've seen it before? The Rainmaster glanced at him. No, but it gave me an unusual feeling. How many stars can you revolve? Lu Yin didn't plan on hiding it. Since he'd already been seen, it would only make him seem petty. Besides, he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. This was Astral 10. 6 stars. 6 stars? That's too few. This battle technique gives me a feeling of perfection, and 6 stars isn't enough. 9 stars might be enough, the Rainmaster said casually. Lu Yin was puzzled. Perfection? I don't understand. The Rainmaster waved his hand. You don't need to understand right now. Perfection refers to the perfect display of a battle technique's power. All the battle techniques you've grasped so far can only be considered beginners. Only that palm strike can reach perfection if you revolve 9 stars. Its power is unimaginable. Lu Yin looked at the Rainmaster expectantly. Mentor, can you help me deduce 9 stars? Wait until you leave your name on the rain list, the Rainmaster replied indifferently before disappearing. Lu Yin was excited. The serious art only allowed him to revolve 8 stars, and the 9th would definitely be the next serious art. He knew that he would never be able to obtain it in this lifetime, so it would be great if the Rainmaster could help him deduce it. But could he really do it? Lu Yin felt that it was impossible. This was the serious art, and even if he didn't know much about it, he could still sense how terrifying it was. Leaving my name on the rain list. I'll have to wait until I become a melder, Lu Yin muttered to himself. He didn't plan to just sit around in the rain observatory. He still needed to find a way to earn money, merge with powerhouses, and experience their strength. This was a shortcut. Right now, he needed to head to the trial zone entrance and participate in the ported battles. After Lu Yin left, the Rainmaster muttered to himself in the rain, a lockbreaker, a method that revolves the stars. A figure walked out from beneath the teleportation stone with an ugly expression. It was Mengyu. Mengyu, 83 defeats, the old man shouted from a distance. Mengyu's expression turned even uglier. Not far away, Zhao Ilong entered the teleportation stone's range and quickly came out as well. Zhao Ilong, 1 win, 58 defeats. Lu Yin had just arrived when he heard about Zhao Ilong's results and was rather surprised. The man had actually won once, which was rare for a sentinel. Only Mengyu and Zhao Ilong were around the teleportation stone. When Mengyu saw Lu Yin arrive, his eyes flashed with battle intent. Let's fight, Lu Yin. Lu Yin was amused. Haven't you had enough of the ported battles? You don't dare? Mengyu snorted. Wait, I want to enter the ported battles first, Lu Yin said casually. Mengyu's eyes lit up, but he didn't stop him. They hadn't fought much during this time, but there were still close to 100 battles. Only a few people hadn't come, and Lu Yin was one of them. Mengyu wanted to see how much Lu Yin had improved over the past month. After all, he had also cultivated in the Sand Ocean, but he had still lost 83 times in a row. It was too tragic. By the way, who's the one with the best results? Lu Yin asked curiously. Dark Void, 13 wins and 47 defeats, Mengyu said. Lu Yin nodded and stepped into the teleportation stone's range. Zhao Yu wasn't interested in Lu Yin. At the same time, Michelle arrived. Her current score was 6 wins and 29 losses, and she wanted to challenge Lu Yin a few more times. When she arrived, she saw Lu Yin's back as he entered, and her eyes flashed. She stood nearby and watched quietly. The last time he'd been here, he'd challenged 5 times and lost all 5 times, which was still fresh in his memory. Although his strength had increased by quite a bit, he didn't feel like he could do much better. The ported battles didn't have a realm restriction, and anyone of the younger generation could enter as long as they touched the teleportation stone. Even melders like Michelle and Dark Void had been defeated so miserably, so Luin could only hope that his luck would be good enough for him to achieve 3 consecutive victories and complete the highest Sentinel mission in the treasury. There was a flash in front of his eyes, and he heard the roar of waves. He looked around and found himself on the surface of the sea, where a fishy smell assaulted his senses. "It's actually the sea," Luin muttered to himself. A figure appeared in front of him, accompanied by a berserk wave of star energy that unbridled crushed everything in its path, causing the sea to boil as it swept across the land. Luin was like a small boat that could capsize at any moment. "A Lameter," Luin muttered. The figure in front of him didn't stop and immediately attacked, quickly appearing in front of Luin and punching out. Luin could see the person's trajectory through the serious art, but he couldn't avoid it. The person's star energy had condensed into a physical form that sealed off the area, and the only way to avoid it was to attack. He had 2 options: attack the person's star energy seal or attack the person's body. Luin didn't hesitate and raised his hand, using the 6-stack shockwave palm. Boom! A shockwave tore through the sea, and Luin was shattered by the punch. His opponent paused for a moment. On the surface of the sea, the Lameter was shocked. "A sentinel can actually stop my attack? Another monster." "Luin, 6 losses," the old man's voice rang out. Luin had no choice but to walk out and face Michelle. Michelle ignored him and directly entered the teleportation stone's range. Mengyu walked over. "It's our turn." "You're not my match," Luin said. Mengyu sneered. "How do you know if you don't try?" "I'll make my move." He was about to attack when he was suddenly pressed to the ground by an invisible force. It was the old man in the distance. "No fighting at the trial zone entrance." Luin ignored Mengyu and kept looking at the teleportation stone. Not long after, Michelle walked out with a calm expression. "Michelle, 6 wins, 30 losses." Mengyu was still pressed to the ground by the old man, and Luin quickly followed after Michelle. She didn't go far and continued to wait. This time, Luin appeared on a large stone platform with a figure already in front of him. Luin looked over and was pleasantly surprised to see a sentinel. The chances of encountering a sentinel in ported battles were too low, and he hadn't expected to meet one. In a dark forest far away in a strange starry sky, teleportation stones dotted the sky above the forest like stars. Under one of the teleportation stones, a young man sat quietly. Outside the teleportation stone, there were a few people waiting. "Junior Heart should have won 1 or 2 matches by now. He's likely to win 3 matches in a row today and complete the highest Sentinel mission," a young man commented. "Of course, the only Sentinel who can win 3 matches in a row is Junior Heart. He's the younger brother of that person, and he has the Phoenix bloodline," someone else chimed in. "Even if he meets a Melder, he has a high chance of winning unless he's a Lameter. As long as Junior Heart completes that mission, Astral 5's reputation will grow, and will definitely advance in the Astral Combat Tournament." On the stone platform, Heart was shocked. He had already won 2 matches, but he hadn't expected to meet a Sentinel in the 3rd. "Heart Phoenix?" Luin looked at the name above his opponent's head. It wasn't a codename, but a real name. This person was confident enough to use his real name to start a ported battle. Bang! The 2 attacked at the same time, and Lu Yin's hand transformed into a claw as he used the 20th form of the Skybeast Claw. Anyone who entered a ported battle couldn't be underestimated, especially someone who used their real name. Luin could feel the threat from his opponent. Heart raised his hand, and scorching flames surged out to drown out the Skybeast Claw. With a boom, Lu Yin's Skybeast Claw was reduced to nothingness by the high temperature. What a powerful innate gift. Even a Melder would find it difficult to endure such high temperatures. Heart didn't react to the Skybeast Claw at all, and the flames roared as they rushed towards Luin. No Sentinel was his match. This was the belief of the Phoenix family that he was unrivaled within the same realm. The stone platform melted under the high temperature. Luin evaded with flash, but the flames distorted even the void. Heart's entire body was covered in flames as he attacked Luin with extreme speed. Both of them were extremely fast. Lu Yin's flash step had incorporated some of the Day-Night clan's extreme speed techniques into it, while Heart's extreme speed made him feel like he was swimming through fire. As long as there was fire, he would be able to reach it in an instant. A dozen consecutive explosions rang out as Luin defended passively, trying to gauge the limits of his opponent's strength. Hart was surprised that Luin could hold on. Very few sentinels could last this long in his flames, but it was time to end it. He paused, clasping his palms together and spreading them apart. A bird's cry resounded through the air as a fiery bird appeared in his palms, causing the air to distort and burn as it charged towards Luin. Luin evaded with flash, but the bird was faster and seemed to be able to pierce through the void. Luin turned around and raised his palm, unleashing a 6-stack shockwave palm. Bang! Scorching heat waves surged into the sky, causing the air to distort as the immense pressure dispersed the flames. Hart was forced to take a few steps back as he looked into the distance in shock. Luin retracted his palm and stared at Hart. This person was very strong. Hart was excited. This was interesting. There was actually a sentinel who could block one of his battle techniques. Luin didn't give Hart time to think. He took the initiative to attack, using flash to appear in front of Hart. It was another 6-stack shockwave palm that caused the air pressure to condense and distort the void. Hart's eyes went wide as the flames in his palm shrieked. He was from the Phoenix family. How could his phoenix be destroyed so easily? Bang 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 bang. Several shocking explosions rang out as the stone platform was completely shattered. The two soared into the air, one controlling the fiery bird to roast the ground while the other compressed the air. The 6 stacks of force collided fiercely, causing dazzling lights to flash. Half a minute later, the two finally separated, both panting heavily. This was the first time Luin had felt so exhausted against a sentinel. Hart felt the same way, but it was a pity that he was the only one who could hear them in this space. Otherwise, he would have asked where this person was from, for him to be able to keep up with him. Hart Phoenix had fought to this point, but it was time to end it. No one could defeat the Phoenix family. With a boom, golden flames soared into the sky, forming an immortal bird that soared through the void. Luin was shocked. This person hadn't even used his full strength. Hart was displaying an unbelievable amount of power, and the golden flames shocked him. With a high-pitched cry, even the stone platform was vaporized. The world was filled with golden flames, and Hart walked out like an emperor of flames, pressing down with both palms as golden flames swept towards Luin. Lu Yan's gaze turned solemn as he raised his palms and activated 6 stars, but it wasn't enough. Against Hart's golden flames, the 6 stars of Sirius Palm was still lacking. Luin growled, and the golden flames around him descended. The last star and the 7th star vaguely appeared, but they weren't fully activated. However, because there was a faint shadow, the power of Sirius Palm increased explosively. He charged towards Hart and struck out with his palm, the 7 stars tearing through the flames and descending in front of Hart. Hart's pupil shrank, and he instinctively used the flames to protect himself. Boom! Shockwaves shot out in all directions as the two's attacks caused the ground to sink. Lu Yan's Sirius Palm didn't hit Hart, but it did disperse the flames around his body. He raised his left hand and slammed a 6-stack shockwave palm into Hart's abdomen. Hart spat out a mouthful of blood, growling as he turned around and kicked Luin away. Luin took a few steps back and disappeared with flash, appearing behind Hart once more. He raised his hand and used Sirius Palm. Hart turned around and gritted his teeth, a flaming bird appearing around his body and chirping loudly. This was an immortal bird, he wouldn't be defeated so easily. Lu Yan's Sirius Palm landed firmly on Hart's body, not only dispersing the flaming bird around his body, but also sending him flying. Hart roared. The golden flames merged with his body and his body rapidly recovered. Luin was shocked. This feeling reminded him of Qingyu, who was also unkillable. No, I can't give him a chance to catch his breath. With that in mind, Luin immediately flashed in front of Qingyu and used the Sirius Palm with both hands. The golden bird flew out from Hart's palm and collided with Luin. Sirius Palm and the golden bird collided more than 10 times in a row, and Luin found it difficult to bear. Hart was in the same situation. His innate gift was very high, but it could not be used endlessly. If it was used too frequently, it would eventually overdraw. When the golden bird collided with Sirius's palm once more, Hart was unable to withstand the impact and fainted. Lu Yan's star energy was almost completely depleted, and when he saw that Hart had revealed an opening, he unleashed another 6 stacks of shockwave palms that scattered Hart's entire body. This battle had allowed Luin to truly experience how terrifying the geniuses of the Innerverse were. That person was only a sentinel, but he had been able to force Luin to such an extent. If not for his increased control of star energy and the Rainmaster's help in deducing the layering power, this battle would have boded ill rather than well. He had been too arrogant to think that he was invincible among sentinels. He didn't know what level that person was in the Innerverse, but he should be from there. Luin opened his eyes and looked outside. He saw Michelle's inquisitive gaze and Meng Yu's shocked expression. This battle had taken a long time, but it wasn't over yet. He could continue even if he won, but he still had to go back in. At the same time, in the gloomy forest of Astral 5 in the Innerverse, Heart Phoenix stood up from the teleportation stone with an ugly expression on his face. He had been defeated by someone at the same level as him, which was a great humiliation. He was the heir of the Phoenix family and the younger brother of that person, but he had actually been defeated. That person called him Seventh Bro? He had to wash away this humiliation. As he walked out of the teleportation stone's range, many people looked over. Junior Heart, how was it? Did you complete your 3 consecutive victories? There's no need to ask. Junior Heart definitely did it. Heart didn't pay attention to these people, as he wanted to cultivate. Seventh Bro was definitely someone from one of the 10 academies. The other powers with teleportation stones all had obvious characteristics, but this person didn't. He was most likely someone from one of the academies, and this person might appear during the academy tournament. Heart had to defeat him. Luin entered the ported battle's battlefield once more. This time, it was a swamp, and there was already someone in front of him. When he saw his opponent, Lu Yin's heart sank, and he felt like vomiting blood. This was Brother Defeng, the first opponent he had faced since entering the ported battles. He was the absolute powerhouse who had instantly killed him. The moment Luin appeared, Brother Defeng attacked. A void-destroying star energy swept out, and Luin was instantly killed again. This time, he hadn't been able to do anything to stop Brother Defeng, which was depressing. Luin walked out of the teleportation stone's range and heard the Elder's announcement. Luin, 1 victory, 7 defeats. You actually won. Meng Yu was shocked. Luin ignored him and looked at Michelle. You're from the Innerverse. Have you heard of the Phoenix family? Michelle was shocked. You met someone from the Phoenix family? Luin nodded. That's one of the strongest clans in the Innerverse. It's understandable that you lost. She then stepped into the teleportation stone's range. Luin was about to tell her that he had won, but then he thought better of it. The Phoenix family? They were indeed worthy of being called a strong clan. Luin had fought so hard against a sentinel, so he couldn't imagine how terrifying their melders and limiters were. It was tempting to enter the trial zones with 100 victories, but everyone knew their limits. Before they were confident, most would cultivate quietly. Only Luin and a few others remained at the trial zone entrance. Not long after, Meng Yu left as well. He hadn't even won a single match. Only Luin and Michelle were left at the trial zone entrance to challenge the ported battles. Unknowingly, Luin had fought 12 matches and won 2, which shocked Michelle. She couldn't believe that a sentinel's win rate in a ported battle was about the same as hers. Sometimes, one had to rely on luck. Lu Yin's 13th and 14th matches had been against sentinels who gave him the impression that they were all new students. His luck was heaven-defying, but his 15th opponent was troublesome, a Sylvan dragon. During Astral 10's entrance exam, the 3 major powers had attacked the Sylvan dragon, but Luin hadn't met it and didn't know who it was. Now, his opponent for the 15th ported battle was a Sylvan dragon. Luin stared blankly at the giant beast in front of him. Were there really such beasts in ported battles? What's more, this beast had a codename above its head, Draconic 8. With a whoosh, Draconic 8 charged at Luin and swiped down with its claws. A terrifying Melder star energy swept out, suppressing the space around him in an attempt to immobilize him. Against a limiter, Luin wouldn't have been able to move at all. He would have had to either attack the opponent's star energy or the opponent's body, but against a Melder, his star energy control allowed him to easily evade and escape the suppression. Draconic 8 hadn't expected Luin to be able to dodge, and he was stunned for a moment. His huge body stood up straight and then split into 2. The two dragons covered the sky, their sharp claws moving in a strange pattern to seal off Lu Yin's escape route, forcing him to face them head-on. Lu Yin raised his hand and unleashed a six-stack shockwave palm. Boom! The ground shattered as the battle took place in a swamp. Lu Yin and Draconic 8 clashed head-on and were blasted into the ground. Draconic 8 retreated a few steps, its claws trembling from the recoil. It was shocked that a mere sentinel could injure it. Was Lu Yin from one of the Innerverse top clans? Lu Yin leapt out of the swamp and stared at Draconic 8, 6 stars revolving in his palm. This beast was very strong and definitely not an ordinary melder. It was worthy of being his opponent in the ported battles. Lu Yin had guessed that his 6 stars would be enough to threaten Gerbok, and when his star energy control reached the realm of infinite change, his 6-star Sirius palm would definitely surpass Gerbok's and even surpass Schutz's. This meant that he was currently the strongest in the Great Yu Empire. Even so, he still lost more than he won in ported battles. No, he rarely won, and his battle with Heart Phoenix had left a deep impression on him. Heart Phoenix was definitely stronger than Schutz, but he was only a sentinel. This was how terrifying the geniuses of the Innerverse were. Even if this beast wasn't a genius, it was still no ordinary melder. It would be difficult for Lu Yin to defeat it, especially with its terrifying speed. Suddenly, Draconic 8's body swayed and split into two. Lu Yin was just about to attack when his eyes narrowed as Draconic 8's body split into 5. Lu Yin was stunned by the sudden appearance of the 5 dragons. How was this possible? This was definitely not an ordinary extreme speed, but an innate talent. This exotic beast had an innate talent for extreme speed. The dragons attacked him from all directions, sealing off all his escape routes and forcing him to face them head-on. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and activated the Art of Sirius, 6 stars appearing around him with a 7th vaguely visible. He looked past the Sirius and saw Draconic 8 moving at extreme speed. Although it had split into 5, there was only one main body. This was extreme speed. Lu Yin wasn't afraid, his Art of Sirius was the bane of extreme speed. Sirius raised its palm high, a 7th star appearing around it as well. Draconic 8's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? This human had actually found its main body. Lu Yin's palm slammed into Draconic 8's head, causing it to howl in agony as the 7 stars exploded, the terrifying force knocking it unconscious. Victory, Lu Yin. Lu Yin panted heavily, overjoyed that he had won 3 in a row. He had completed the highest sentinel mission. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared beneath the teleportation stone. He turned to look outside and saw that Michelle wasn't alone. Coco, Hui Day Night, and Little Pao were there as well. He didn't walk out, instead entering the ported battles once more to see if he could achieve 4 in a row. With his current strength, he could win with a bit of luck. However, his heart sank when he saw his 16th opponent. He had only seen a single sword strike, and that was it. He hadn't even seen his opponent's codename before he'd been insta-killed. This was definitely an explorer, a freak. There was no lack of freaks like this in ported battles, which was why luck was important. Some people were strong but had terrible results, while others were weak and even sentinels, but could achieve consecutive victories. Luck was also a part of one's strength. As he walked out of the teleportation stone, the old man's voice rang out, Lu Yin, 7 wins, 18 losses. Not far away, Michelle was shocked. This sentinel had actually won 3 in a row. Hui Day Night clenched his fists. His record was 3 wins and 52 losses. How could a mere ant surpass him? Coco was shocked. Big brother Lu, your results are so high. The one with the best results among us is Dark Void, with an average of 1 win in every 4 matches. After him is big sister Michelle, with an average of 1 win in every 5 matches. You're pretty amazing. He patted her head. I was just lucky. Hui Day Night's voice was cold. How many sentinels did you encounter? Lu Yin thought for a moment. 3. Hui Day Night disdainfully replied, he's really lucky. Although the Day Night clan was a powerful clan, Hui Day Night wasn't that strong. Even when he had just entered the academy, Lu Yin was confident that he could defeat Hui Day Night, let alone now. Big brother Lu, are you hurt? Do you need Coco to treat you? Coco asked expectantly. An image of a giant syringe appeared in Lu Yin's mind, but he quickly shook his head. No need. The ported battles aren't real, so I won't get hurt. Coco was disappointed. Congratulations on completing the Sentinel mission, Junior Lu. You've won 3 consecutive ported battles, Little Pao congratulated. Hui Day Knight's expression turned even uglier. Luin smiled, I was just lucky, I couldn't stop it. Little Pao smiled, I don't believe in luck. Anyone who enters the ported battles is an absolute elite, the top geniuses of their respective domains in the Outerverse. Many of them are even famous throughout the universe, and they're not easy to defeat. Otherwise, the mission would have been completed long ago. Congratulations, keep working hard and try to win 30 matches in a row as soon as possible. Coco was puzzled, 30 matches in a row? Senior Little Pao, is there a reason? Is the Academy going to reward me? Little Pao smiled, 30 matches in a row qualifies you to challenge the top 100 rankings. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The top 100 rankings was a list of the top 100 powerhouses in the universe. It was set by the Astral Combat Academy, and Wendy Yushan was one of the top 20. Anyone who entered the top 100 rankings would immediately become famous throughout the universe, and they could easily join the 10 Arbiters Council. A single word from them could decide the rise and fall of an organization, and their value was much higher than King Zishan's. Coco stuck out her tongue, I'm not counting on the top 100 rankings, those people are all perverts. Little Pao smiled. You have to have a goal, and for you guys, your short-term goal is the freshman competition. I'm here to inform you that the freshman competition will be held in a month, and the reward for the champion of the competition will be extraordinary. What reward? Coco asked expectantly. Little Pao raised a finger, it's a secret. Coco was disappointed. Michelle glanced at Luin and walked towards the teleportation stone. Luin bid farewell to Little Pao and Coco, heading to the treasury to claim his reward. Of the missions issued by the Astral Combat Academy, some were for individual academies, while others were public missions. These missions were usually extremely difficult to complete, but once completed, it would immediately cause a stir in all 10 academies. One of the top Sentinel missions, 3 consecutive victories in a ported battle, was a public mission. Heart Phoenix's goal was this, but unfortunately, he had met Luin in the 3rd round and had been eliminated. Once Luin completed the mission, it was automatically cancelled. In Astral 9, someone actually completed the top Sentinel mission, and it's someone from Astral 10. Looks like Astral 10 is going to rise up. Astral 10 is in the Frostwave Weave, do they have any geniuses there? It must be someone from a powerful Innerverse clan. In Astral 5, Junior Heart's mission was completed by someone else. Is his name Luin? A Sentinel who can achieve 3 consecutive victories in a ported battle is a genius. It's a pity that he's from Astral 10, he'll definitely vanish. In Astral 1, the top Sentinel mission? What a joke, this mission isn't too difficult for some people, but they don't want to be noticed. Astral 10 is too narrow-minded if they want to use this method to become famous. Don't say that, we have to give Astral 10 some face, even if it's just a place of exile. Not too far away, a beautiful woman glanced back and stared at Lu Yin's name before turning to leave. In the treasury, an old man with a handlebar mustache sized Luin up in amazement, occasionally making a buzzing sound. Luin felt a chill run down his spine. Mentor, can you give me my reward now? The old man cackled, kid, calling me mentor is too formal. Just call me Old Kai from now on. Lu Yin's brows rose, Old Kai? Old Kai nodded in satisfaction, not bad, not bad. It's been a long time since Astral 10 made a name for itself. You're the first, kid. Not bad, haha. Luin humbly replied, I was just lucky. Old Kai waved his hand, luck is also a part of one's strength. Alright, kid, here's your reward. Continue to work hard and complete a few more public missions to help Astral 10 become famous. He then tossed a cosmic ring to Luin. Luin caught it and saw that there were 10,000 star crystals inside. He was excited, he finally had money again, and 10,000 was definitely not a small amount. The Aurora spacecraft is at the space station. It belongs to you, kid. That's an Aurora, you ungrateful wretch. Work hard. He then dismissed Luin. Luin immediately went to the space station and found an Aurora spacecraft. He immediately authenticated it and made it his own. Many of the Astral Combat Academy's resources were sponsored by various large organizations, and the same went for the Aurora spacecraft. The Aurora spacecraft looked like a normal spacecraft, but Luin had obtained a personal spacecraft that was less than 3 meters in diameter. Compared to normal spacecraft, the Aurora spacecraft had an additional flaw called an energy conversion device. This type of spacecraft relied purely on energy components to move and jump through space and time. Rare materials had to be placed into the device to transform the spacecraft's structure. This was the core technology of the Aurora Corporation and was rumored to have originated from ancient technology. It involved the tiniest particles of the universe, and the more precious and powerful the materials, the faster the spacecraft would be upgraded. This was why old Kai had said that the Aurora spacecraft were ungrateful wretches. This type of spacecraft required countless precious materials, and once it was upgraded, its performance would far surpass that of a normal spacecraft. Luin had done his research and found that the Aurora spacecraft he bought were all at the basic grade. Its performance was comparable to a normal spacecraft, and some of its performance was even worse. This was because it had a flaw in the energy conversion device, sacrificing some of its performance. However, once it was upgraded to the Radiant grade, its performance would be completely different. Not only would it be 10 times faster than a normal spacecraft, it could even defend against cruisers' attacks. If it was upgraded again, it would reach the black hole grade, which would allow it to travel 100 times faster than normal spaceships. It could defend against attacks from hunters and tear open a black hole in the universe. It was rumored that there was a cosmic grade above that, but Luin couldn't find out the specifics. The Aurora Corporation's slogan was that jumping was equivalent to flying, which meant that normal spaceships needed to jump through wormholes to travel great distances, but the Aurora Corporation didn't. The two would take about the same amount of time, a testament to the corporation's confidence. Luin touched the ship. The material was cold and sturdy. This was good stuff. It could be sold for at least 50 billion cosmic credits. With it, he could be considered rich. He didn't plan on leaving for the time being, so he left the space station and headed for the Rain Observatory. It was time to break through to the Melder realm. On a stone platform atop a tree far away from the teleportation device, Luin took out his formcast model. This formcast model had belonged to Terrence. He'd obtained the formcast model after Terrence's death during the Battle of Jinlin and had been waiting to break through to the Melder realm. He'd originally wanted to find the corpse on Neptune and obtain a better formcast model, but he hadn't expected Qingyu to still be alive, which had led to a series of events. Luin sat on the stone platform and watched the dark green rain cover the sky. He took a deep breath, cut his finger, and pressed the formcast model onto his fingertip. Breakthrough, Melder. The next moment, intense pain engulfed his entire body. The familiar pain caused his eyes to light up as his body suffered inhumane torture. His cells burned and reformed, and it was as if he could see the starry sky and an invincible powerhouse pressing down on him. Every breath he took felt like he was experiencing the universe, and his body was adapting to it. The star energy that filled his body became extremely scarce, and his body craved for star energy. Lu Yin's gaze was resolute as he felt his body grow stronger. This was the strength of a Melder. He was about to break through. Suddenly, his shirt was torn apart as runes flickered on his back, forming a lock that pierced through his shoulder blades and locked his body in place. This was a seal that had appeared before. The formcast model within Lu Yin's body shattered the moment it appeared, unable to withstand the pressure. Lu Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. His brain was shaken the moment the formcast model shattered, and he almost fainted. He'd failed. The Rainmaster walked out of the rain and frowned at Lu Yin. The seal is preventing this child from breaking through. Who placed it? So cruel? On the other side, an old man in ragged clothes stepped out of the void and pressed a palm against Lu Yin's back. A terrifying power spread out, instantly filling the entire astral 10 and even the heavens, causing the surrounding stars to tremble. He was suppressing the seal while his other hand streaked across the void, slowly forming a new formcast model that fused into Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin was on the verge of fainting. He hadn't expected to fail. He'd clearly felt like he was about to break through to the Melder realm, so why had he failed? Just as he was about to lose all hope, another huge force appeared and continued to suppress his body, allowing his body to continue molding. His cells were burning, and his blood was being reconstructed. Luin gritted his teeth, his body molding had not yet failed. Although he did not know where this new energy was coming from, as long as it existed, he could continue molding. Behind Luin, the old man's eyes were serene, and it was as if the stars were spinning around him. His right hand suddenly exerted strength, causing a crack to appear on the lock-shaped seal. The crack gradually spread until it finally shattered with a bang. At the same time, the entire starry sky shook. In the sand ocean, a middle-aged man raised his head in surprise. In the treasure pavilion, old Kai was bewildered. At the domain entrance, the old man opened his eyes, deep in thought. In stargazing deck, someone raised his head. Beneath the curtain of rain, the Rainmaster was shocked. Luin, who was in the midst of breaking through to the Melder realm, once again saw the jade finger that crushed the void. This time, he saw something different. He saw the endless distance behind the jade finger, and the pair of resplendent eyes that reflected the stars in the sky. They were absolutely beautiful and noble. At the same time, his body glowed as if it had come back to life. The old man in ragged clothes looked at Luin, deep in thought. The Rainmaster hesitated. This is an ancient seal. It's a very ancient seal, and I can only break it with brute force. Unfortunately, I only managed to break one seal, the old man said indifferently. The Rainmaster's expression changed. Is there more than one seal? The old man nodded and raised his head, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. I think I've seen this seal before, but I can't remember. It's very ancient and terrifying, and it's used on a child. What's the effect? The Rainmaster asked curiously. His physical body was sealed. We sealed this child's innate gift, turning him from an innate gift unique to his race into an ordinary person. Now, he's finally starting to display his true power. Unfortunately, it's only his physical body, the elder said. The old man sighed. It's very difficult to break the seal below. Last time, I almost killed the child when I went crazy. This time, I'll repay my debt. The formcast model I created for him will allow him to reform his body once more, as long as that seal doesn't appear again. The old man left. This time, he didn't go crazy. It took an entire day for Luin to finish his breakthrough. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the curtain of rain had changed. Breaking through to the Melder realm had increased his perception of his strength, but he didn't know how much stronger he had become. He clenched his fists and felt that something was amiss. His body seemed to have changed, becoming tougher and stronger. He thought that it was just a hallucination from his breakthrough and didn't pay it much mind. He stood up and suddenly felt a formcast model in his body. He was shocked and quickly looked at the curtain of rain. Rainmaster, are you there? The Rainmaster transmitted through the curtain of rain. The formcast model in your body will allow you to reform your body once more. Go to the sand ocean to cultivate. The rain observatory won't be able to help you much in the short term. Luin bowed in gratitude and thought back to when he had broken through. He remembered that Terrence's formcast model had shattered, and he had failed. It seemed that the Rainmaster had saved him. Luin was glad that he had entered Astral 10, otherwise, no one would have been able to help him. In order to feel his strength after breaking through, Luin immediately headed to the trial zone entrance. The ported battles were the best platform for him to test his strength. Day night, 6 wins and 92 losses. Luin heard the results as soon as he arrived. Day night walked out of the teleportation stone's range with an ugly expression. Luin glanced at him when he arrived. Day night had improved from 3 wins and 72 losses to 6 wins and 92 losses in a single day. Michelle stepped into the teleportation stone's range and only appeared after a while. Michelle, 13 wins and 56 losses. Luin was surprised that she had improved as well. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who had improved, everyone else had. Although Astral 10 didn't have a mentor to guide them, the Rain Observatory, the Sand Ocean, and the mysterious stargazing deck were all good places to cultivate. Luin walked past Michelle and slowly stepped into the teleportation stone's range. This was his first battle after breaking through to the Melder realm, and he hoped that he wouldn't run into any space-exploring freaks. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in a meadow. A gentle breeze blew, and the fresh smell of the grass was intoxicating. A figure appeared in front of him and attacked him as soon as it appeared. A strange purple sticky substance descended like a spiderweb. This was an innate gift. Lu Ying was shocked. This was a strange innate gift. The purple substance sealed the void and smashed towards Lu Ying. He stepped forward with his right foot and disappeared with flash, appearing in front of the opposing melder in an instant. He raised his hand and unleashed a 6-stack shockwave palm. With a bang, the melder was smashed to pieces. Following the melder's defeat, the purple substance that had filled the void all disappeared. Lu Ying looked at his palm in shock. It had been so easy to use the 6-stack shockwave palm. Every time he used it before, his palm would feel like it was cracking, a sign that his body couldn't bear it. But this time it was as easy as breathing, and there wasn't even a trace of burden on his body. How could this be? Had breaking through to the melder realm made his body so much stronger? Also, Flash had more than doubled his speed. Beneath the teleportation stone, Lu Ying opened his eyes in a daze. He had some understanding of the melder realm, and the biggest change from the sentinel realm to the melder realm was the strength of their star energy. A melder could crush a sentinel and improve in other aspects as well, but it shouldn't have been this exaggerated. He felt that his body was strangely strong. Thinking about this, Lu Ying continued to enter the ported battles. Another melder appeared in front of him. Most of the participants in the ported battles were melders, followed by limiters, and sentinels, and space explorers. Lu Ying looked at the melder in front of him and raised his hand, causing the air to tremble and ripple. He had used 6 stacks without any burden on his body, and then 7 stacks without any burden either. Lu Ying was shocked to see 8 stacks. Suddenly, the melder charged at him and swept out with a leg. His figure melded into the void and reappeared from the side, the boundless afterimages of his kick almost shattering the void. This was a powerhouse with a rather powerful leg technique. Lu Ying immediately used 9 stacks and struck out with a palm. 9 consecutive superimposed explosions rang out, causing the void to tremble as if it were about to shatter. A single palm had shattered the melder in front of Lu Ying. Lu Ying was shocked. This was the terror of 9 stacks. It far surpassed 6 stacks and was even stronger than Sirius Palm with 6 stars, even though he hadn't even used Shockwave Palm. It was no wonder why the Rainmaster had only deduced 9 stacks. Any melder who could control 9 stacks would be terrifying. Lu Ying appeared beneath the teleportation stone once more and looked at his palm, deep in thought. 9 stacks still wasn't the peak, and his body could still withstand even more power. Just how terrifying had his body become? Lu Ying took a deep breath and excitedly entered the ported battles once more. The next 4 opponents were all melders, and none of them could stop him. The 5th opponent was a limiter codenamed Zhang Wuji. Lu Ying wasn't afraid in the face of a limiter, instead, he was excited. He wanted to know his current limits. With a bang, Zhang Wuji rushed in front of Lu Ying and pressed down with a single palm. The surging star energy caused Lu Ying to suffocate, and his right palm made Lu Ying feel a sense of danger. Lu Ying didn't hesitate to meet the 9-stack shockwave palm head-on. Thump, thump, thump. 9 explosions rang out as the ground shattered and the 2 of them sank into the ground. Lu Yin's heart sank as his internal organs felt pressured. His opponent's palm strength had shocked him to the core, and it was absolutely terrifying. Zhang Wuji was equally shocked. He had never thought that a melder would be able to withstand 9 of his palms. In order to end this battle as quickly as possible, Lu Ying had used Astral 7's top battle technique, Astral 7's Starburst Palm. Every palm strike contained all of the star energy in his body, and it was equivalent to an all-out attack. At the same time, Lu Ying borrowed the power of his opponent's star energy to flow back into his body. It could be said that each palm strike consumed almost no star energy, but it contained the most power. 9 palms were equivalent to 9 full-strength attacks, but Lu Ying had managed to withstand them all. With a whoosh, Zhang Wuji raised his palm again. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as he evaded the attack with flash. A huge crater was formed where he had been standing, and dust filled the air. Lu Ying took advantage of the dust to attack Zhang Wuji's back, but in the next moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared. This was gravity. This person actually had an innate gift of gravity. The terrifying 100-fold gravity left Lu Ying unable to react for a moment, and Zhang Wuji's 2 palms struck out. Lu Yin's body was struck by a powerful force, and his organs were reduced to dust. Beneath the teleportation stone, Lu Ying opened his eyes with a vexed expression. He hadn't expected this person to have an innate gift of gravity. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have gone all out against this person. However, even if he hadn't gone all out, Luin felt that he might not have been a match for this person. Zhang Wuji was a Lamiter after all, and each of his palms were terrifyingly powerful. Furthermore, his star energy hadn't decreased at all. In Astral 7, Dai Ao opened his eyes, the shock still lingering in his eyes. A Melder actually forced me to use my innate gift, and even lost in the end because his organs couldn't handle it. He took a total of 23 starburst palms from me, and his body wasn't injured at all. He's definitely a monster. It's a pity that I had to end the battle quickly because I was in a hurry. Otherwise, I would have really wanted to test the limits of his body. I hope we can have a good fight the next time we meet. At Astral 10's entrance, Luin walked out of the teleportation stone and heard the battle report. Luin, 13 wins, 19 losses. Not far away, Michelle, Huide Knight, Zhao Ilong, and Lulu all stared at him in shock. 6 wins in a row. You just won 6 in a row. Michelle exclaimed, her dark red eyes widening. Luin nodded, it was just luck. Huide Knight took a few steps forward and stared at Luin. Did you only meet sentinels? Luin frowned, watch your attitude, I don't have to answer you. Speak. Huide Knight barked. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold as he stared at Huide Knight, you're asking for a beating. Huide Knight sneered, you must have a way to find the weak to start ported battles, right? In the distance, the old man blinked, there's no way to start ported battles, only the strong win. I don't believe it. How can an Outerverse cultivator win 6 in a row? Even we can't do that. Huide Knight roared, clearly irritated. Michelle frowned. Lulu was unhappy. Luin laughed and turned to look at the old man. Can you let us fight here? It'll end quickly. The old man nodded, don't destroy the plants. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he looked at Huide Knight, don't worry, it'll end in an instant. Huide Knight stared coldly at Luin, you actually dared to accept my challenge. I'll show you that even if you're a Melder, you're nothing in front of my Day-Night clan. Luin raised a hand, come, let me see how powerful the Day-Night clan is. Huide Knight's eyes widened as he sensed the disdain in Lu Yin's tone. An Outerverse native actually dared to look down on the Day-Night clan? Huide Knight's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Day-Knight's soul-chasing finger. A finger appeared in the void and pointed at Luin. Luin instantly felt as if something within his body had been torn apart, it was an indescribable feeling. If a person had a soul, it would have felt like it was being torn apart. This finger attack didn't just target his body. As expected of a battle technique from the Day-Night clan, Lu Yin's raised hand moved horizontally and grabbed the finger that had extended out of the void. He exerted a bit of force, and the sound of bones breaking rang out as Huide Knight was dragged out of the void. His body was forcefully pressed to the ground, half kneeling as he looked up in shock. It wasn't just him, even Michelle and the others were shocked. Although Huide Knight was only a sentinel, he was definitely stronger than many Melders. Furthermore, the Day-Night clan's battle techniques had indescribable offensive capabilities that ordinary people couldn't withstand. Luin had easily dispelled the soul-chasing finger, which was inconceivable to Michelle and the others. Luin smiled at Huide Knight. He had also entered the Day-Night clan's inheritance stone corridor, and the clan's unique attacks weren't very effective against him, especially when his opponent was just a sentinel. I told you, it'll end in an instant. Huide Knight's pupil shrank, impossible, you're completely unaffected by the soul-chasing finger. Why? Luin exerted more force with his right hand and completely broke Huide Knight's fingers, you don't have the right to ask me that. Huide Knight gritted his teeth in agony and growled. His star energy erupted as he tried to push Luin away, but Luin grabbed his fingers and flung him away. The enormous force behind the blow made it impossible for Huide Knight to dodge, and his body was flung far away. After dealing with Huide Knight, Luin looked at Michelle, do you want to continue the ported battles? She stared at him and muttered to herself for a moment before turning to leave. Zhao Ilong's expression changed, he hadn't paid much attention to this person before, just like the Melder Schutz. Zhao Ilong was confident that he could defeat a Melder, but now he felt that this person was as deep as the ocean. 6 consecutive victories definitely couldn't be achieved by luck, otherwise, Sentinels wouldn't be able to achieve 3 consecutive victories in a row. This person's power had to be terrifying beyond imagination. Zhao Ilong left as well, seemingly having made up his mind about something. Hui Day Knight didn't return. Luin wondered if he had provoked them. It wasn't that the Sentinels who entered Astral 10 couldn't break through, they just didn't want to. Now that he had become a melder, would these people also break through? That would be interesting. He and Lulu were the only ones left here, and when he saw her glowing eyes, he knew that her hands were itching for a fight. You've changed a lot recently, let's compete, Lulu said eagerly. Luin shrugged, you can't fight here. No, let's compete in strength, Lulu licked her lips with a provocative look. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, strength? That's fine, he wanted to know how strong he was. Alright, let's do it. Lulu stretched out a fair hand, simple, a tug of war. Let's see who moves first. Luin found it interesting and reached out to grab her hand, it was so soft. Lulu's lips curled up, let's begin. Alright, let's begin. The two exerted their strength at the same time, causing a crack to appear in the ground. They didn't use star energy, but their strength alone was enough to cause the ground to collapse. I'm going to be published soon, and Windborn still needs to eat. Please support me, my promise will not change. I'll update twice a day, and I'll never stop. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, Lulu's strength was indeed great. Although her palms were soft, they were as tough as steel, and she was trying to pull him along with an earth-shattering force. However, Lulu's shock far exceeded Lu Yin's. She was from the Mavis family, and they were born with godly strength. She had never met anyone stronger than herself, but at this moment, she felt a strength as deep as the sea from Lu Yin's palms. She was certain that Lu Yin was stronger than her, but he hadn't unleashed his full strength yet. She could feel how terrifying this person's body was through the contact of their palms. It was a kind of terror that was restrained to the extreme. When had Lu Yin become so terrifying? This kind of body wasn't something that an ordinary person could cultivate, it was more like an innate gift from ancient times. A gust of wind separated the two, and the elder spoke up from a distance, don't destroy the plants. Lu Yin and Lulu looked down, the cracks in the ground growing deeper and deeper as the plants were uprooted. Sorry, mentor, Lu Yin apologized. Lulu stared at Lu Yin until he felt goosebumps. Why are you staring at me? The victor hasn't been decided yet. If you want to continue, you can find another place. Lulu shook her head and pursed her lips. Pervert, no need. You can play by yourself. She then left on her own. Lu Yin was confused. What's wrong with her? But since she's gone, there's no one here to fight over the teleportation stone with me. I'll continue and test my strength. With that in mind, Lu Yin stepped into the teleportation stone's range. The elder's eyes widened when he entered, and he had a strange expression on his face. Mavis is born with great strength and a powerful body. That child actually surpassed them, but I can't tell his race. Strange, strange. He's just an ordinary person, so how can he surpass them? Is his surname Lu? Elsewhere, Michelle was walking through the ruins of Astral 10. Aside from a few limited areas, everything else had been reduced to rubble. Michelle looked up, her eyes flashing. She muttered to herself for a while before coming to a decision. Sorry, sister, I'll have to use my innate gift. Outside Stargazing Tower, Xiao Luo was sitting cross-legged when he suddenly received a message from Lulu. He looked at it and was surprised. There's actually such a big change. It's unexpected. I have to work hard, or else I won't be able to keep up. The Rain Observatory's dark green curtain of rain stretched endlessly. Beyond the Rain Observatory was a field of broken weapons and broken walls. It could be seen that this place used to be glorious, but it had turned into ruins overnight. Some places even burned for a long time. Silver stood on high ground and surveyed the ruins. It's really all gone. Astral 10's headmaster went crazy and destroyed the entire academy. That's why Astral 10 has always been at the bottom. Even the countless battle techniques that we've collected since ancient times have all been destroyed. What a pity. There were only a dozen or so people in the massive Astral 10. No one would believe it if they told others, but that was the truth. Against Astral 10, everyone was like a drop of water in the ocean. They were insignificant, and it was extremely rare for them to bump into each other. Luin stayed at the trial zone entrance for half a day and then rested for the night before heading to the Sand Ocean. The Rainmaster had said that the Rain Observatory wouldn't be of much help to him at the moment, and that the Sand Ocean was the only place that could increase his strength. When Luin left the trial zone entrance, his results in the ported battles were 31 wins and 46 losses. He was the best out of all the new students, but no one else knew about this result. He stepped into the teleportation device and chose the Sand Ocean with a serious expression. He had originally planned to fight a few more battles, but the last one had given him a strange shock. His opponent was also a melder, but he had defeated him with a power that he had never experienced but had long since heard of: battle force. Those who loved to fight had to have integrity. Battle force originated from the core of the human body, and it could be used to attack, defend, break through limits, crush the heavens, and tear apart the stars. This was a description of battle force, and someone had once said that it contained the strength and cultivation methods of battle force, but Luin didn't understand. After he had lost his memories, he had been rescued by his family and stayed in the Innerverse for a period of time. He had heard of battle force many times, and some had described it as a power that could split the heavens and earth apart. Luin had yearned for it back then, but for various reasons, he couldn't cultivate it and had been waiting on Earth for the trial to evolve. He had fought nearly 100 ported battles, and in the last one, he had encountered a battle force powerhouse. He had recognized that power at a glance, and it seemed to be very suitable for him. He couldn't wait to understand it. However, he didn't know if Astral 10 had a way to cultivate battle force, so he could only go to the Sand Ocean to try his luck. It was comparable to the Rain Observatory, so it wasn't simple. Just from the name alone, it seemed to be related to the physical body. Perhaps there was a chance that it could touch upon battle force. This was his second time coming to the Sand Ocean. The first time, he had only taken a quick look before heading to the Rain Observatory. This time, however, he planned to stay here. He walked out of the teleportation device and stepped onto dry, scorching sand. He looked around and saw a boundless sea of sand. He tore off his outer clothes and felt the dry heat of the Sand Ocean. He squatted down and pinched a handful of sand. It was very hard. This wasn't normal sand, and even his body felt a bit of pain when he used a little strength. It really is a good place to train the physical body, he sighed and slowly walked into the depths of the desert. His figure gradually distorted under the scorching sun before disappearing. There were still more than 20 days until the new student competition, and everyone was preparing for it. In the darkness of space, a huge spacecraft jumped out of a wormhole and flew towards the Frostwave Weave. There were deep blue musical notes engraved on the exterior of the spacecraft. This was the insignia of the Soldream tribe from the Innerverse. The Soldream tribe was a rather famous tribe in the Innerverse. There were only females in the tribe, and there were no males. They were known as a nation of females, and all of the Soldream tribe women were extremely beautiful. More importantly, they all had enchanting voices that could shake the heavens. If the universe was bleak and lonely, then the Soldream tribe added a moving note to this bleakness, giving the universe a hint of tenderness. Every member of the Soldream tribe was a celebrity. This was publicly acknowledged in the Innerverse. Inside the huge spacecraft, a beautiful woman with long, dark blue hair that reached her waist asked, "How much longer?" Someone beside her immediately replied, "Young mistress, we'll reach Astral 10 in at most an hour." The woman smiled and lit up the sky. "I hope that Astral 10 won't disappoint me and that I'll be able to successfully awaken battle force. Young mistress, your visit to Astral 10 has attracted a lot of attention. The media has been contacting the tribe to find out why you're here so that they can release the news." The woman furrowed her beautiful brows. "The media is so annoying. I can't even have a moment of peace. Young mistress, you're the most outstanding descendant of our Soldream tribe, far surpassing any previous generation. You're the brightest star in the Innerverse, and everyone is paying attention to your every move." The woman's head hurt, but she suddenly thought of something and smiled mischievously. "Tell them that I'm going to Astral 10 to find my sweetheart." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Regardless of whether they were commanding the spacecraft or observing the star charts, they all stared blankly at the woman. "Young mistress, you can't say such nonsense. You'll bring trouble to Astral 10 if you do that. Those powerhouses who are pursuing you will tear Astral 10 apart, someone immediately cried out. The woman blinked and thought about it. Alright, I won't cause trouble for them. Those people might really cause trouble for Astral 10. Although they're annoying, their strength is unparalleled in the universe, and no one in Astral 10 will be able to stop them. How about this? Spread the news that I'm going to Astral 10 Sand Ocean to train. That place used to be one of the most famous cultivation holy lands. The people around her heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, young mistress. No one dared to underestimate the influence of the soldiering tribe. They had countless fans in the universe and were true stars. Regardless of whether they were ordinary people, cultivators, or the top cultivation geniuses of the various large powers, there was a large group of people who were infatuated with the soldiering tribe. This was especially true for the young mistress of the soldiering tribe. Even the weakest of her suitors were the strongest of the younger generation. If those people really went to Astral 10 to cause trouble, Astral 10 would definitely be crushed without the help of the mentors. However, no matter where one went, the power of the media was pervasive. As long as she said something, it would spread. The woman didn't know what her joke would do to Astral 10. Elsewhere, in the forest of Astral 5, Heart Phoenix walked out from beneath a teleportation stone and clenched his fists. Congratulations, Junior Heart, for achieving 3 consecutive Sentinel victories. Congratulations, young Master Heart. Congratulations. Heart Phoenix snorted. Too late, the mission has already been completed by someone else. The people around him felt awkward. Oh right, young Master Heart, the soldiering tribe's young mistress Xiu that you asked me to keep an eye on recently released her itinerary. She went to Astral 10 Sand Ocean, someone suddenly said. It's about to be published, and Windborn still needs to eat. Please continue to support me, my promise will not change. I'll update twice a day and never stop. Heart Phoenix was about to leave, but his eyes lit up when he heard this. Astral 10? I remember that the person who completed the Sentinel mission was from Astral 10. Someone beside him immediately said, Don't worry, young Master Heart. That person must have been lucky to meet new Sentinels. You, on the other hand, defeated a Melder. Heart frowned. There's no such thing as luck in ported battles. Arrange for it immediately, I want to go to Astral 10. The people around him were shocked. Young Master, Astral 5 has rules that prohibit you from leaving as you wish. Heart scoffed. Tell the Academy that my brother sent me to Astral 10. He's always wanted me to marry Xiu and gain the support of the soldiering tribe. This is a good opportunity. Yes, young Master. In Astral 8, a pair of eyes opened beneath the scorching magma. Craner, go to Astral 10 and bring Xiu back. She shouldn't have gone there. Tell her that if she wants the Sand Ocean, she can play with it when the Blaze Realm takes over Astral 10. We can even give it to her. A Melder answered from outside the magma, his body surging with startling star energy. He was Craner, second on the Blaze Realm's rankings, second only to the top of the rankings. He was far stronger than Asharam, who had attacked Astral 10's entrance exam. After all, Asharam was only 5th and couldn't be compared to him. In the endless weaves, a low voice echoed in Astral 9, Bonnie, go to Astral 10 and see if there are any geniuses who can threaten us. A young man opened his eyes, the black flames in his pupils extinguishing. Yes, mentor. In Astral 10, the 2 brothers, Big Pow and Little Pow, were together. Bro, tell me honestly, how do I treat you? Little Pow thought for a moment before answering seriously, not much. Big Pow's mouth twitched, I'll treat you well in the future. Bro, cut the crap. You're just eyeing Xiu's latest single and want me to lend you money to buy it, Little Pow said warily. Big Pow laughed dryly, bro, you know that I don't have many pursuits other than Xiu's songs. Come on, lend me some money. Little Pow immediately refused. No, I also like Xiu's songs. I want to buy them too. Then lend them to me. To listen. No, Xiu's songs are like my wife's. You're too stingy, it's not like you'll die. I'll feel terrible. I won't be able to get over it. Lend it to me. I promise I won't fight you for the position of Area Master. No, there's no room for negotiation. At this moment, a notification appeared on their gadgets. They looked at it at the same time, and their expressions changed in disbelief. Xiyu is coming to Astral 10? Are you serious? Big Pao cheered excitedly, Xiyu is coming. Little Pao was also excited and kept mumbling to himself, Xiyu is coming, Xiyu is coming, I want an autograph, I want a photo, I want. Suddenly, he roared, you too, welcome the guests immediately. Big Pao and Little Pao quickly replied, yes, Sandmaster. Half an hour later, the Soldering Tribe spacecraft landed at Astral 10 space station. Big Pao and Little Pao excitedly stared at the cabin. They were all Xiyu's fanatical fans and had never thought that they would one day see her in person. As the cabin door opened, a group of female Soldering Tribe soldiers walked out, followed by a few arrogant-looking youths. They were from Astral 8 and had been ordered to protect Xiyu from being harassed. They had also been ordered to get rid of random people for their master, such as the two perverts in front of them with gleaming eyes. They were obviously up to no good. Who are you? Are there no decent students from Astral 10 to welcome young Master Xiyu? One of the youths said unhappily. Big Pao stepped forward and stared at the cabin door. He didn't even look at the youths and said casually, we're the most decent. Where's Junior Xiyu? Why isn't she out yet? The youth frowned and blocked Big Pao, watch your tone. You're just expelled students, you don't have the right to call young Master Xiyu your junior. Big Pao pouted, ignoring him. The youth was furious. At that moment, a beautiful girl with long blue hair walked out. Her eyes were as bright as the stars, mesmerizing. She was Xiyu, the young master of the Soldering Tribe. As long as it's not banned, Astral 10 will still be Astral 10. It's only right for you to call me your junior. Big Pao and Little Pao stared blankly at Xiyu. She was too mesmerizing. Her nebula-like face and her gentle voice made them drunk. Big Pao coughed and said solemnly, hello, Junior Xiyu. I'm Big Pao, but you can call me Brother Pao. Little Pao also stepped forward, Junior Xiyu, I'm Little Pao, but you can call me Brother Little Pao. Everyone was stunned. Brother Pao? What a vulgar name. Were these two bastards flirting with young Master Xiyu? Xiyu was also stunned for a moment and became angry, but when she saw the excitement in their eyes, she suppressed her anger and forced a smile, almost melting Big Pao and Little Pao's hearts. Xiyu will just call you Senior Big Pao and Senior Little Pao. It's fine, it's fine. Junior Xiyu, can you take a picture with me and make a video? It would be perfect if we could eat together. Before Big Pao could finish speaking, he was cut off by a middle-aged woman. She was quite pretty and looked to be in her 40s. She stood in front of Xiyu and glared at Big Pao and Little Pao. Don't disturb the young mistress, she's here for the Sand Ocean and doesn't have time for anything else. The two were disappointed. Xiyu looked outside the space station. It was rumored that Astral 10 had been expelled to the Outerverse and that all the original students had left. There were only 2 people left, but none of the academies had taken a liking to them. They were probably the 2 people in front of her. This was Astral 10, the academy that was about to be banned. If not for the fact that the Blaze Realm was one of the powers that would replace Astral 10, she wouldn't have come at this time. Once the Blaze Realm took over, she would have to face someone, which would be troublesome. Seniors, how many students are there in Astral 10? Xiyu asked curiously. Little Pao replied, 14. Behind Xiyu, a young man sneered, the great Astral 10 has fallen to such a state. No wonder there are rumors that it's about to be banned. You're the only ones left. How embarrassing. Little Pao raised an eyebrow and glanced at the young man, our motto is quality, not quantity. We're not a shelter that takes just anyone. What did you say? The young man was furious. Xiyu raised her hand and glared at the young man, don't be rude to Astral 10. If you do that again, you can go back. The young man lowered his head, yes, young Master Xiyu. Xiyu turned to Big Pao and Little Pao, seniors, please take me to greet the mentors of Astral 10. Big Pao smiled, no need, we don't have that many rules. The Sand Master said that you can go directly to the Sand Ocean to cultivate. Xiyu's eyes lit up and she bowed slightly, thank you, please lead the way. The two immediately led the way, but the Soldering Tribe's entourage was stopped. Not everyone could enter the Astral Combat Academy. Xiyu did not refuse and only brought the few students from Astral 8 in. They used the teleportation device and arrived at the sand ocean. Coincidentally, they saw a man and a woman standing in the desert. The woman was about to enter when the man came out. The girl was Michelle, and the man was Schutz. He had come to the sand ocean immediately after the ported battles and had stayed there until now. He had no idea what had happened in the outside world during this time. Now that he felt that he had made some progress, he wanted to participate in another ported battle. The appearance of Xiyu's group attracted Michelle and Schutz's attention. They had not expected to meet other people here. Xiyu looked past Schutz and saw Michelle. Her eyes flashed and she smiled. I didn't expect to see the Red Lotus Witch here. Nice to meet you. Michelle stared at Xiyu and thought of something. I didn't expect to see the famous young master of the Soul Dream tribe, Xiyu, here either. I heard that you joined the 10 Arbiters Council. It's good to have a strong sister, Xiyu giggled with a hint of dissatisfaction. Michelle was indifferent. You don't like it? Xiyu smiled. What are you talking about, Sister Michelle? So what if I don't like it? No one can go against the 10 Arbiters Council's decision. Michelle did not speak and only looked at Xiyu. Big Pao and Little Pao looked at each other. There must be a story between the two. It should be the first time they met, but they were opposing each other. Young Mistress Xiyu, do you want me to teach them a lesson for you? Xiyu snorted. Teach her a lesson? Look carefully, she's the Red Lotus Witch. Red Lotus Witch? They were confused, but one of them suddenly reacted. His expression changed and he looked at Michelle with fear, but he did not say anything else. Schutz walked straight to the teleportation device. Please make way. Xiyu glanced at him. He was very ordinary and not worth her attention. Michelle was the only one worth paying attention to in Astral 10. She stepped out of the device, but one of the youths behind her purposely blocked Schutz's path and looked at him arrogantly. He was the one who had been scolded by Xiyu and was very unhappy with Astral 10. He wanted to find a chance to humiliate this academy that should have been closed down long ago. At the same time, he was also from the Blaze realm. Big Pao and Little Pao walked out of the teleportation device and saw Schutz being provoked, but they did not say anything. The path of cultivation had never been smooth, and if one did not even dare to fight, then there was no point in cultivating. This was Astral 10, and no matter what, one could not back down in the face of provocation. Xiyu looked back, but did not care. Her gaze was still fixed on Michelle. This woman had stolen her spot in the 10 Arbiters Council just because she had a good sister. Schutz looked at the young man with a gloomy expression. Move. The young man looked at him with disdain and took 2 steps forward. Consider yourself lucky, you ants. You actually managed to get past the obstacles and enter Astral 10. I don't know who stopped you, but remember, I'm from the Blaze realm. Schutz's gaze turned cold. The Blaze realm was one of the 3 powers that had attacked Astral 10 during the entrance exam. They were also the power that hated Astral 10 the most, and they wanted to replace Astral 10 and control the key to the 3 realms and 6 Daos. My new book is officially on the shelves. Thank you for your support. The Windchaser Association will always maintain efficiency and quality, and we promise to never stop updating. Thank you for your support. Please subscribe. Please donate. Thank you for your support. So. What? Schutz's tone was deep. The youth's eyes flashed coldly, and he charged at Schutz with his left shoulder. Schutz clenched his fists, but he didn't take a single step back. The two collided inside the teleportation device with a dull thud. Schutz took 2 steps back while the youth stepped forward with a disdainful smile. Schutz also stepped forward and pressed a hand on the youth's shoulder. Star energy erupted from the youth's body and turned into flames, causing the air to heat up. Schutz gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand, and the blood-red blade flickered with a cold light. At that moment, Little Pao walked over and pushed Schutz's hand aside before pressing his hand on the youth's shoulder, forcefully suppressing the youth's star energy. Sorry, you can't fight here. If you break the teleportation device, we'll have no choice but to fly out. The youth's eyes widened, and his star energy surged as he tried to erupt again, but he couldn't break free from Little Pao's suppression. He was shocked. Didn't they say that Astral 10's remaining students were trash? This person definitely had the strength of a Lammeter. Just his realm alone wasn't trash. Inexplicably, everyone's hearts trembled, and they turned to look. In the distance, Xiyu and Michelle had changed. Xiyu's dark blue hair fluttered as she opened her mouth and sang a sweet song that reverberated in the air above the sand ocean. She danced in the air, and the hot air seemed to transform into a peerless beauty dancing gracefully. Her gentle voice cleansed everyone's hearts. Her voice was beautiful, but Big Pow and Little Pow's expressions were abnormally solemn. This was Xiyu's battle technique, Astral 8's psychedelic song. Among the 10 academies, Astral 8 had the most musical battle techniques, which was why the Soul Dream tribe had chosen Astral 8. These musical battle techniques were most suitable for the Soul Dream tribe, and they could unleash unimaginable power. Xiyu won 30 consecutive ported battles. Michelle is far from her. Bro, stop her, Little Pow said solemnly. Big Pow shook his head. He was no longer as playful as before, and his gaze was extremely serious. Keep watching. If it doesn't work out, the Sandmaster will step in. Xiyu's followers were pleased with themselves. She wasn't just a singer, she was also the young matriarch of the Soul Dream tribe, a powerful tribe in the Innerverse. If one wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to become the young matriarch. She was one of the strongest melders in Astral 8. Schutz's eyes were filled with shock as he listened to her beautiful singing voice, which caused the climate of the desert sea to change. He could feel a boundless sense of danger from her voice. This woman was far stronger than him, and even the people who followed her were stronger than him. For example, that man from the Blaze realm had been able to materialize his star energy, which was a realm that Schutz could not reach for the time being. This was the power of an Astral Combat Academy student, and any one of them could shake the entire Outerverse. Michelle frowned. The music in her ears caused her organs to vibrate and her head to feel heavy. The intense dizziness made it hard for her to even stand properly. What she saw before her eyes was no longer the sand ocean, but scenes of the past that had been engraved in her bones. Unable to bear it, she gritted her teeth and her red eyes flashed. Under her feet, red lotuses bloomed. That wisp of red was shocking. It adorned the boundless sea of sand, causing the psychedelic song to instantly shatter. Everyone was shocked. Was this Michelle's innate gift? Xiyu's eyes flashed. Red lotuses were indeed this woman's innate gift. Just like her sister, Mira, they both had the innate gift of red lotuses. It was this innate gift that had allowed her to stand out and join the 10 Arbiters' Council as a melder. She wanted to destroy this innate gift. The song changed, and it was no longer the psychedelic song. Instead, it exploded in the void. This was the Triple Sonic Blast, a song that Xiyu had mastered. She wanted to use this song to destroy the red lotuses. Michelle opened her eyes, and her red eyes flashed with a demonic light. When the red lotuses bloomed, no one could stop her. Not this woman, not even a melder from the other academies. At this moment, she was invincible. At that moment, a loud shout shook the clouds and sent sand flying. So noisy. Who dares disturb my rest? She used Triple Sonic Blast and Michelle's red lotuses were shattered by a strong gust of wind. Both of them retreated at the same time, their faces pale. They bowed towards the direction of the sand ocean. Sorry, mentor. Sorry, mentor. Big Pow quickly stepped forward and laughed dryly. Junior Michelle, Junior Xiyu, the Sandmaster has a bad temper. You should stop. The two looked at each other. Sister Michelle is indeed Senior Myra's younger sister. Her talent is amazing. Xiyu smiled. Michelle glanced at her coldly and walked towards the east of the sand ocean. Xiyu didn't mind and smiled at Big Pow before telling the others to leave the sand ocean. I'm going to cultivate in the sand ocean for a few days. I'll let you guys know when I'm done. Miss Xiyu, isn't it too dangerous? The youth from the Blaze realm asked worriedly. Xiyu frowned. This is the sand ocean. With the Sandmaster here, no one can hurt me. Don't be so petty. Let's go. Let's just wait at the entrance. Xiyu didn't say anything else. She smiled at Big Pow and Little Pow again and walked towards the west of the sand ocean. Schutz retracted his gaze and slowly suppressed the shock in his heart. That was a battle between the top students of the Astral Combat Academy, and he was still far from it. Little Pow patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. Don't think too much. You're much stronger than when you first entered the academy, so your future won't be bad. Schutz nodded and stepped into the teleportation device. Big Pow immediately ran over and the three of them left the sand ocean. In the end, only Shiyu's group remained at the entrance of the sand ocean. The sand ocean was vast and boundless. Xiyu didn't fly and instead walked step by step towards its depths. However, with her speed, she had already covered a large distance in just an hour. Feeling the roughness and hardness of the sand, Shiyu's eyes wandered. I hope I can comprehend battle force here and truly stand at the top of Astral 8. I might even become an area master. She then recalled the experiences of a student from Astral 8 who had entered the sand ocean. Should I bury myself? The deeper, the better. With a boom, Xiyu struck the sand with her palm, but she found that it was difficult to penetrate the loose sand. Even with her full strength, she only managed to create a 1-meter deep hole. The sand seemed to be resistant to the strong. Helpless, Xiyu stood in the sand and slowly sank down. The deeper she sank, the more pain she felt from the friction between her body and the sand. This sand was very helpful in tempering the body, but the pain was proportional to the gains. Xiyu was already prepared for this and gritted her teeth. When she was completely buried in the sand, an earth-shattering pressure assaulted her. It didn't just affect her body, but also her spirit. It was as if she was being suppressed under a mountain, and her entire body was being suppressed and suffocated. However, this pressure was similar to some of the training grounds in Astral 8, and it wasn't enough for her to comprehend battle force. Warriors had integrity, and if they wanted to obtain battle force, they had to endure inhuman pressure. All of the 10 academies had such places, but there were too many people in those places. Only Astral 10 Sand Ocean didn't have many people, and it was also a legendary holy land for training battle force. She had to succeed and go deeper, deeper. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. When Xiyu was 20 meters below the surface, she felt a little dizzy and blood vessels appeared on her originally sparkling skin. This distance was already the limit for both her body and spirit, but it still wasn't enough. Xiyu gritted her teeth and continued her descent. Suddenly, she stepped on something strange. It was soft, and when she looked down, she saw a pair of eyes staring blankly at her breasts. Luin was sleeping. That's right, sleeping. Ever since he'd entered the sand ocean, he'd discovered that the surface of the desert wasn't of much use to him. He'd looked at the information Big Pow had sent him about the sand ocean and decided to bury himself to train. The deeper he went, the stronger the pressure. Sure enough, it was effective. Luin actually fell asleep while enduring the pressure of the sand ocean. With his body's strength, he wouldn't be injured even if he was buried 20 meters below the surface, but he didn't care about the pain. Just as he was sleeping, his calf was stepped on by something. He opened his eyes and saw an imposing figure right in front of him. This was a woman's chest, right? It should be. He stared at it in a daze. A delicate fragrance wafted into his nose, intoxicating him. He subconsciously took a deep breath and raised his head, meeting a pair of lifeless eyes. Pervert. Shiyu's face paled as she roared and slammed her palm down. Luin dodged to the side. Don't shout. Xiyu raised her leg and kneed him in the face, but he blocked it with his hand and grabbed onto her snow-white thigh. Woman, I was here first. Xiyu felt the warmth of his hand on her thigh and raged. Let me go, pervert. Luin quickly let go and retreated. Don't call me pervert, I was here first and you stepped on me. Xiyu trembled with rage. She was the junior matriarch of the Soul Dream tribe, and she had never been so close to a man before. When she thought about how her chest was so close to this person, and how, Shiyu's blood rushed to her head. I'll kill you. She opened her mouth, and a strange sound rang out from all directions. This was the triple sonic boom, but she hadn't used it against Michelle. Now, it was all aimed at Luin. Lu Yin's expression changed. This woman was quite strong. He instinctively activated his cosmic art to weaken the sonic boom within its range, but when he looked up, he saw that Xiyu wasn't done yet. Enraged, he reached out to grab Xiyu. Pervert, you're courting death. Xiyu was beyond furious and wanted nothing more than to destroy this man. You're courting death, she shouted as she breathed out, her delicate lips singing a sweet song. Lu Yin's hand stopped 10 centimeters away from Xiyu, the song turning into a cosmic tide that tried to drown him. Xiyu had never used her most powerful musical battle technique before, the Dark Universe Song of Dawn, causing the entire desert to boil. In the depths of the desert, the Sandmaster was shocked. What a powerful musical battle technique, as expected of the most outstanding descendant of the Soul Dream tribe. She's one of the strongest youths in the Innerverse, qualified to enter the top 100 rankings. Lu Yin's hand couldn't move an inch forward, and a drop of blood flowed from his ear. The song seemed to explode in his brain, trying to blow him up. Shut up. Lu Yin growled, the 9 stacks in his palm breaking through the song's star energy and covering her mouth. The song disappeared in an instant. Xiyu glared at him, the fury in her eyes almost melting him. Lu Yin exhaled and stared at her in shock. She was no ordinary student. I'll say this one last time, I came first and you came later. You even stepped on me. Xiyu grabbed his arm and tried to pry it away, but even Lulu lost to him in terms of strength. Do you understand what I'm saying? I won't go easy on you if you keep acting like this, Lu Yin threatened and slowly let go. Xiyu glared at him, suddenly grabbing his hand and biting down viciously. Lu Yin felt the pain and quickly pulled back. Are you a dog? Xiyu threw a punch at him. She had never suffered such a loss in her life. Not only had she been taken advantage of, she couldn't even beat him. What a bully. Lu Yin grabbed Xiyu's fist and pulled her into his embrace, his heart fluttering at the feel of her soft body. He wanted to say something, but he didn't realize that the two of them had already descended a bit. The sand ocean was divided into 7 layers, the first 30 meters thick. The two of them had just reached the 30-meter mark, and the sudden movement caused them to fall down to the second layer. There was 1,000 meters between the first and second layers, and the moment Lu Yin and Xiyu fell into the second layer, a boundless pressure assaulted them. Xiyu couldn't withstand it and fainted. Lu Yin's mind went blank, but fortunately, he could withstand it and they crashed into the second layer with a thump. On the first layer, the Sandmaster was surprised. She actually fell down? Astral 8's bell was grabbed by a brat from Astral 10. If the old guys from Astral 8 knew about this, they'd go crazy. Interesting, ha ha ha. The dark desert was silent, and Lu Yin rubbed his head as he felt the terrifying pressure all around him. Xiyu was unconscious in his arms. He smiled wryly. What was going on? He didn't know who this woman was, but she had somehow ended up here. Big Pow's introduction hadn't mentioned that there was another layer to the sand ocean. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he felt the pressure all around him. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound in the distance that sounded like a gust of wind. How could there be wind in this underground world? Lu Yin turned around and narrowed his eyes, immediately pulling Xiyu into his arms with his back to the wind. The next moment, the wind tore through the void and tore his clothes to shreds. Gusts of wind slashed his body like sharp blades, leaving bloody wounds that splattered across the desert as intense pain engulfed his nerves. This wasn't wind, it was clearly a blade, a gust of wind formed by blades. The gale quickly passed, leaving him gasping for breath. He hurriedly took out some medicine from his cosmic ring and applied it to his back. Fortunately, his body was strong enough that he'd only suffered superficial wounds. If it had been the woman in his arms, she would have been dismembered. Suddenly, another gust of wind blew over, and Lu Yin's scalp went numb. This was too frequent, and he blocked in front of Xiyu without a second thought. This time, the wind didn't hurt him physically, but an indescribably terrifying spiritual pressure caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood and almost pass out. It was like being locked in a dark room for a long time, and it made him feel endless loneliness and pressure. Sometimes, pressure didn't need to be brought about by the outside world, it was even more terrifying when you put it on yourself. Lu Yin felt the pressure that he was putting on himself, the kind of despair that could break a person down. If not for his strong will, he would have already fainted. The wind came quickly and left just as quickly. Lu Yin's face went pale as he looked up, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. But how could he leave? He tried flying, but a gust of wind tore his body apart as soon as he took off, forcing him to land quickly. He tried a few more times, but it was the same. His head hurt, he couldn't leave. At the same time, somewhere in Astral 10, Big Pow slapped his forehead. I forgot to tell Xiyu not to go too deep, it'll be troublesome if she falls into the second layer. Little Pal waved his hand. Don't worry, she can just ask the Sandmaster for help if she really can't get out. That's right, Xiu is so smart, how could she not think of asking for help? Haha, let's go listen to some music. Let's go. After an unknown amount of time, Xiu's eyelids twitched and she slowly opened her eyes. Everything was dark, and she could vaguely see a sandstorm sweeping past. Her body seemed to be wrapped around by something, and she turned around to see a man. Shocked, she subconsciously pushed him away and fell into the sand. At that moment, a gust of wind blew past, and Luin quickly grabbed her. Careful. Xiu glared at him. Let go of me, pervert. The wind brushed past Lu Yin's arm, causing Xiu's expression to change drastically. Her clothes were torn to shreds, and several bloody gashes appeared on her fair skin. Luin quickly grabbed her and placed himself in front of her. Xiu spat out a mouthful of blood as she endured the pain in her body. She took out some clothes from her cosmic ring and put them on. She looked in front of her in disbelief. She couldn't withstand the gale that had just passed by, and if it hadn't been for the man blocking it, she would have suffered far more injuries. It's coming again, this time it's mental pressure. Be careful, don't die, Lu Yin's voice rang out beside her ear. Xiu was confused, but the next moment, a gust of wind blew past her and she felt like her brain had been hit by something, almost fainting. Luin wasn't feeling any better either, his hands clenched into fists as he stared at her with a resolute gaze. A strange current appeared around his body, but it was so weak that neither of them noticed it. The wind blew past quickly, and Xiu spat out another mouthful of blood, her face pale. It's over, Luin sighed, looking at her. This girl was really pitiful, having to endure mental pressure as soon as she woke up. Xiu panted heavily, her body drenched in sweat as she subconsciously distanced herself from Luin. She scanned her surroundings before finally looking at him. Who are you? Astral 10 student, Luin. Astral 10 student? Xiu was shocked. Only then did she react, this person had defeated her in the desert. She had used the Dark Universe Song of Pilgrimage, but it had still been defeated. How could there be such a student in Astral 10? He was definitely stronger than Michelle. Luin sized her up, seeing her clearly despite the dim lighting. She was a beautiful woman, and her current sorry state only added to her charm. Who are you? None of your business, Xiu replied coldly. Rude, Luin pursed his lips. Pervert. Xiu was furious. Don't talk nonsense, how many times have I told you that I came here first? Xiu opened her mouth, but no words came out. She could only snort. After a while, Xiu looked around. Where are we? I don't know, Luin answered casually. Xiu glared at him. You're from Astral 10, don't you know? Luin rolled his eyes. I'm a new student, I don't know as much as you do. You're a new student? Xiu was shocked. Don't I look like one? Luin retorted. Xiu's eyes twinkled, she had assumed that this person was a senior from Astral 10 who had been left behind like Big Pao and Little Pao. It made sense for him to have such strength, but it turned out that he was just a new student. She suddenly thought of something. Luin. Right, the person who completed the Sentinel mission. Why are you staring at me? Luin asked warily. Xiu retracted her gaze and looked up. We're underground. Luin didn't answer, he was looking at the time on his gadget. It had been 7 hours since they had fallen, and there was a gust of wind every 10 minutes on average. One targeted the body, the other targeted the mind, and there were still a few minutes before the next gust arrived. Beside him, Xiu's eyes twinkled. She was just about to call for the Sandmaster's help when she suddenly remembered the legend of the Sand Ocean. This was one of the holy lands for battle force training. If she had only felt the pressure from before, she would not have been able to force out battle force. It was just like any other training ground, but this place was different. She could feel the constant pressure and strong winds. Perhaps this was the true Sand Ocean. If she wanted to comprehend battle force, this was the best place to train. The only problem was the pervert beside her. Xiu glanced over and happened to meet Lu Yin's gaze. She snorted and turned away, her face pale and ugly. Pervert. Luin was speechless, he was the victim. Although he had taken advantage of her, he didn't care about it. This woman was crazy. Stay away from me, Xiyu said coldly. Luin raised a brow, are you sure? Xiyu was furious. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly remembered the gust of wind. If it wasn't for this pervert helping her, she would have been seriously injured. But rather than beg for his help, she would rather die. Xiyu was very conflicted. She had never encountered such a thing in her life. Looking up, she saw the gray sand churning in the sky and considered whether or not to call for the Sandmaster's help. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound. Lu Yin's expression changed. The gust is coming, are you going to bear it alone? Xiyu gritted her teeth and moved closer to Lu Yin, but he laughed and blocked her. The next moment, a gust of wind blew past and left a few bloody wounds on his back. Xiyu was blocked by him, but her arms and calves were hit and covered in fine wounds. Her frail body trembled, making for a pitiful sight. Lu Yin pursed his lips and pulled her into his embrace. Xiyu's eyes widened in anger. Let go of me, pervert. Lu Yin was annoyed. Don't call me pervert. I have a name, Lu Yin. You can call me seventh bro. Xiyu was furious and spat out another mouthful of blood. She swatted at Lu Yin, but the gust of wind blew past and Lu Yin moved out of the way. Xiyu's attack missed and she lost her footing. Another whistling sound was heard, and Lu Yin knew that things weren't looking good. As expected, Xiyu fainted as soon as the wind blew past. Lu Yin's face paled as he endured the endless pressure. The transparent gas around his body became more obvious, and he panted heavily as the wind blew past. He sat down casually on the ground. This really wasn't a place for humans. He glanced at the unconscious Xiyu. He was asking for trouble. Another 5 hours passed, and Xiyu opened her eyes for the second time. Rubbing her forehead, she suddenly remembered something and quickly checked herself. She relaxed when she saw that her clothes were still there. Hey, woman, what's the meaning of this? Do you really think I'm a pervert? Even if I was, I wouldn't be interested in a washboard like you, Lu Yin said unhappily. Xiyu glared at him. Pervert. What washboard? It's huge. Tui, what am I thinking? Xiyu turned her head away, fuming inside. Lu Yin felt like he'd gone too far, but he didn't care about her anyway. She was nothing compared to Bai Shui in terms of looks, Michelle in terms of temperament, Mira in terms of seduction, and Coco in terms of purity. Where did she get her confidence from? Her voice was good, but this was his first time encountering a musical battle technique. Xiyu looked at her gadget. It must have been crushed when she fell. She looked up, wanting to distance herself from this pervert, but without him, she wouldn't be able to withstand the wind. Damn it, the young matriarch of the soldiering tribe actually had to rely on someone else. She looked at Lu Yin. When will the next gale arrive? 1 minute, he answered casually. Xiyu frowned. I'm not joking. I'm not joking either, he repeated. Xiyu was furious, but she took out a ring from her cosmic ring and turned it into a set of Melder armor. Lu Yin pondered, would external help be useful here? But before he could think further, a gale blew past. Xiyu didn't expect him to help her, thinking that her Melder armor would be enough to hold her off. However, reality left her in despair as a gust of wind blew past, tearing her ring armor and her clothes apart to reveal her fair skin. He immediately pulled her into his arms again, shielding her from the wind. Don't look down, she shouted. Then you carry it yourself. No. Why? I can give you a reward. His eyes lit up when he heard the word reward and he hugged her even tighter, almost breaking her neck. Xiyu changed into her new clothes as soon as the wind blew past and stared at Lu Yin, only relaxing when she saw that he wasn't looking at her. Are you done? He asked. Xiyu grunted. Lu Yin smiled. Get ready, the gale is coming again. Xiyu's gaze was resolute, and her pale face stared straight into the depths of the dark desert. A gust of wind blew past her, and the terrifying spiritual pressure almost caused her to collapse. Fortunately, she managed to pull through. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at Lu Yin. Battle force? The two of them had been in this place for 12 hours and had been ravaged by 144 gusts of wind. Lu Yin had been awake the entire time, which meant that he had completely withstood them all. That was why he was able to form traces of battle force that could be seen with the naked eye. Battle chi? Lu Yin was puzzled and followed Xiyu's gaze to his own body. His expression changed as he realized that there were threads of gas around his body, moving according to his will and slowly covering his entire body. Was this battle force? Luin had never thought that he would be able to cultivate battle force by accident. This was battle force, the ultimate power of the Innerverse. Although he had hoped to use the Sand Ocean to cultivate battle force, he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Xiyu was shocked. Battle force was a high-end combat power, and even in the Innerverse, there weren't many who could use it. There were less than 10 known battle force experts in Astral 8, and according to the universe's knowledge, battle force was a high-end power that was on par with innate gifts, but this pervert had actually mastered it. Bang Luin slammed his palm into the sand, his eyes gleaming with excitement as a wisp of air circled around his palm. The appearance of battle force gave Luin a feeling that everything was under his control. In the past, if he used 80% of his strength in each of his palms and reserved 20% for recovery, then with the addition of battle force, he would be able to use 120% of his strength and still reserve 20% for recovery. Not only did battle force increase his defense, it also increased his attack power. Furthermore, it was extremely destructive and penetrative. So this is battle force. Good stuff, Luin exclaimed excitedly. Xiyu couldn't believe it, but there was also a trace of shame and anger. Something she couldn't do had been accomplished by this pervert. Do you know battle force? Luin asked with a curious gaze. Xiyu snorted and turned away, not wanting to look at that hateful face. Luin was confused. What now? This woman was crazy. On the surface of the desert, the Sandmaster was shocked. Only 12 hours? Guan Yu was right. This kid's sealed body has extraordinary innate gifts, so he should be from a powerful clan. Is it the Innerverse? Or is it that place? At the trial zone entrance, Schutz walked out of the teleportation stone's range with an ugly expression. Although he had improved recently, his results hadn't improved much compared to the powerhouses he had faced in the ported battles. He had even been defeated by a sentinel. Thinking of the Sentinel realm, Schutz thought of Luin, who had entered the academy with him, and wondered how he was doing. Senior Big Pow, who has the best results in the ported battles? Schutz asked. Big Pow thought for a moment, probably Luin. Schutz was shocked. Luin? Isn't he a sentinel? Big Pow smiled. He broke through, but his results were the best when he was a sentinel. He had 3 consecutive victories, and now he has 6 in a row. He has a total of 31 wins and 46 losses. Schutz was stunned. How was that possible? His record was 4 wins and 76 losses, a win rate of almost 20 to 1. Compared to Lu Yin's, the difference was like heaven and earth. What had happened to make Lu Yin's win rate so high? Or was Lu Yin's power really that terrifying? Those who had never experienced a ported battle would never be able to imagine the cruelty of it. Everyone who had encountered such freakish powerhouses were the top experts of the Innerverse younger generation. Schutz was already considered very strong in the Outerverse, but he was nothing compared to those people. Now, Luin had unknowingly surpassed him, which made him feel very conflicted. Beneath the Sand Ocean, Xiyu hid behind Luin in shame. Her body couldn't withstand the wind, so she could only do so. Don't forget the reward we agreed on, Luin spoke up, angering her. Here you go. Luin was pleasantly surprised. He only had 10,000 star crystals from completing the Sentinel mission. Compared to the cost of rolling 6 pips, 10,000 was just a starting point. He needed to earn more, and this woman was obviously rich. Xiyu gave him a Mavis Bank card. There are 2,000 star crystals inside. Luin was delighted. Thank you, I didn't know you were so generous. Protect me, Xiyu said disdainfully, but before she could finish, another gust of wind hit her and she choked on her words. Luin was already used to it and covered himself with battle force, greatly reducing the pressure. The wind passed quickly, leaving Xiyu gasping for breath. She looked at Luin and saw that he was completely fine. Protect me while I comprehend battle force, and I'll pay you another 20,000 star crystals when it's over. Luin was shocked. 20,000? You're really rich, aren't you? Xiyu snorted and didn't answer. Did she need money from her family? She was the brightest star in the Innerverse, and any one of her albums could be sold for a sky-high price. She had so much money that she didn't even know how much she had. She even had a Mavis Bank amethyst card. However, there was no need to tell this country bumpkin, lest he take advantage of her. Do you agree or not? Xiu asked coldly. Lu Ying considered it for a moment, his eyes flashing. Xiu frowned. 30,000. Deal, Lu Ying agreed decisively. Even if he used his dai to break down abandoned machines and worked for 2 days without rest, he'd only gotten a little over 3,000. Although he didn't know how long it would take, it was much easier than breaking down machines. All he had to do was help her resist the wind, and with battle force, it wouldn't affect him at all. Xiu couldn't be bothered to waste time with Lu Ying after the deal was done and had him turn around to be a wall while she sat down to experience the pressure from all directions. With Lu Yin's protection, the physical wind was no longer a threat to Xiu, she only had to endure the mental pressure. Time passed quickly, and another 20 hours passed. Lu Yin's battle force had increased by a sliver during this time, but Xiu still showed no signs of comprehending battle force. Why haven't you comprehended it yet? That's too slow, Lu Ying urged impatiently. Xiu gritted her teeth in anger. Do you think battle force is that easy to comprehend? Everyone in the Innerverse is a battle force master. How am I so fast? Lu Ying glanced at her. Xiu was speechless, this bastard really didn't know how to talk. No matter what, she was still a beauty. How could a country bumpkin not know her? I'll give you another 10 hours, I'll leave if you don't comprehend it. Xiu snorted, I'll add another 20,000 star crystals. You can take your time, I'm not in a hurry, Lu Ying answered seriously. Xiu snorted, stop looking at me and be a wall. Lu Ying pursed his lips and turned his back to her. After a while, Lu Ying remembered something. Who are you? Why are you in Astral 10? I'm a student of Astral 8, here to train, Xiu said. She didn't want to tell this bastard her name, it felt like an insult. Astral 8? Innerverse? Doesn't Astral 8 have a place to comprehend battle force? Why did you come all the way here? Lu Ying was curious. That's none of your business, Xiu frowned. Lu Ying laughed, you weren't kicked out, were you? That's right, you have such a bad personality. Xiu gritted her teeth and snorted, not replying. Right, let me ask you a question, how do I strengthen my battle force? Lu Ying was curious, as he had never specifically looked into it before. Xiu muttered, you either have to endure intense pressure or keep fighting. Intense pressure? The stronger the pressure, the greater the increase in battle force? Lu Ying asked. Xiu frowned, from now on, you're not allowed to say another word. In return, I'll tell you some general knowledge about battle force. Alright, I'll stop talking, Lu Ying said helplessly. Xiu licked her dry lips and thought of something. She took out a drink from her cosmic ring and took a sip. Battle force comes from the core of the human body. Generally speaking, the human body has limitless potential, and the greater the pressure, the stronger the battle force. Humans are like springs, they either collapse or resist, and fighting is the best way to strengthen battle force. You've just awakened your battle force, so it's called rudimentary battle force. Battle force is divided by lines, and the highest known is 9-lined battle force, while the lowest is rudimentary battle force like yours. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, 9-lined battle force? It was rumored that a powerhouse with battle force could crush the heavens, so was this 9-lined battle force? That's all I know, ask your mentor if you want to know more. Lu Ying fell into deep thought. A gust of wind blew through the desert, leaving only Xiu's occasional cries of pain. It was easy to break down in this dark environment, especially when faced with great pressure. Even an elite student of Astral 8 like Xiu found it hard to bear. 2 days later, almost 50 hours later, Xiu was on the verge of collapse. Her dark blue hair was starting to turn yellow, her skin was no longer as delicate and fair as before, and her pupils were dilated. She even had occasional hallucinations. Lu Ying frowned, she was doomed at this rate, but there was nothing he could do to help. The whistling sound caused Xiu to subconsciously tremble. She was already terrified of such sounds, and she hugged her arms as her entire body trembled. Lu Ying sighed and suddenly hugged her, whispering 3 words into her ear, washboard. The next moment, Xiu's expression changed and her face flushed red, you pervert. With her shout, a gust of wind blew past them. Xiu was enraged, and with the boundless pressure, a gust of wind spiraled out of her body. This was battle force. After dozens of hours of inhumane torture, Xiu had finally comprehended battle force. However, she didn't have the time to care, she just wanted to bite this bastard in front of her to death. Lu Yin laughed and pointed at her. Congratulations, you've succeeded. Xiu froze and looked at her body. This was battle force? She had really succeeded. Lu Yin stood up and stretched lazily. Xiu was overjoyed. It really worked. Great. After such a long period of torture, it really worked. Above, the Sandmaster raised a brow, comprehending battle force depends on one's willpower. Some people can't comprehend it their entire lives, while others can quickly. This girl is not bad, she can be considered a genius. Hey, you can pay me now, Lu Yin said, looking at her. Xiu looked up, and when she saw Lu Yin's face, the word washboard appeared in her mind. This bastard, she thought as she gathered battle force in her palm and struck out, go to hell. Lu Yin dodged, annoyed, woman, you're biting the hand that feeds you. Pervert. Xiu roared, but her body swayed and she squatted down weakly. After such a long period of torture, she was at her limit. He walked up to her and squatted down as well. Let's settle the bill. Don't tell me you don't have enough money. Xiu snorted and took out a Mavis bank card, there's 60,000 cubic meters in here. Don't tell anyone what happened here, including you and what you did to me. What did I do to you? Lu Yin was puzzled, but he really hadn't done anything. Xiu was furious, you're not allowed to say those words in this lifetime. A washboard? Shut up. He put the card away, is there really 60,000 cubes? Check it yourself. Xiu didn't want to waste time with him. Lu Yin shrugged, alright, if not, I'll reveal everything that happened here. You're a rich kid who cares about your reputation the most. Xiu ignored him. It's time to leave. Since you gave me an extra 10,000, I'll take you with me. Lu Yin clenched his fist. Xiu was disdainful. She stood up and shouted weakly, Sandmaster, I want to leave. Lu Yin froze, Sandmaster? Sure, a voice rang out from the void and she was pulled out by an invisible force. Lu Yin's eyes widened. How was that possible? He was speechless, he'd forgotten that the Sand Ocean had a mentor. If he'd known, he would have left at any time. Sandmaster, I want to leave too, he shouted. No one bothered with him. Lu Yin shouted once more. Still, no one bothered. Lu Yin was speechless, she was too biased. He soared into the air, his battle force surging around him as he resisted the wind. Endless pressure descended upon him, but it wasn't enough to make him uncomfortable. Xiu had comprehended battle force during this time, while he'd grown a bit stronger. He was already used to this kind of pressure. Soon, he touched the upper layer of sand and charged in, quickly crossing 30 meters of sand. With a soft sound, he burst out of the desert and saw the sunlight he hadn't seen in a long time. He couldn't get used to the glaring light, and by the time he could see clearly, Xiu was no longer there. He didn't mind, that woman's attitude towards him was too bad, and it would probably be another fierce battle if they met again. After being tortured for so many days, he just wanted to rest up and roll his die. On the other side, Xiu walked out of the Sand Ocean in a sorry state and appeared at the teleportation device. The students waiting for her looked at her in shock, she was in such a sorry state with her clothes in tatters. What happened? Miss Xiu, you. Let's go. Xiu didn't want to say anything else and stepped into the teleportation device. Bastard, I'll teach you a lesson. Xiu left in a hurry, not even bothering to say goodbye to Big Pow and Little Pow as she left on the Soldering tribe's ship. The middle-aged woman from the Soldering tribe looked at her worriedly. After a while, Xiu finished washing up and regained her beautiful appearance. You've suffered, young mistress, the woman said respectfully. Xiu took a deep breath and looked out at the dark sky. It's nothing. Young mistress, your battle force, the woman asked hesitantly. Xiu raised her hand and a wisp of air surrounded her. It wasn't star energy or air, but it gave off a strong feeling that it could pierce through anything. Many people were shocked to see this, it was battle force. You've succeeded, young mistress. You've comprehended battle force in just a few days. That's great. You're definitely the fastest person in Astral 8 to comprehend battle force. Xiyu was reminded of Luin when she heard the word fastest. That bastard had comprehended it in less than 10 hours, and she'd only been able to do so because of what he'd said to her. That bastard, that bastard. She wouldn't be Xiyu if she didn't get her revenge. Announce that Astral 10's Luin has molested me, Xiyu suddenly said with a smug expression. The woman and the others were shocked. What? Someone has molested you? Who? The Soul Dream tribe won't let them off. It's none of your business. Announce that Astral 10's Luin has molested me, Xiyu said with a smirk. She wanted to let that bastard know that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. A washboard? It was clearly huge. The woman was put in a difficult position, but under Xiyu's icy gaze, she could only comply. Not long after, the media that had been paying attention to Xiyu received news that shook the heavens. The star of the Innerverse, the young mistress of the Soul Dream tribe, had been molested by someone from Astral 10 called Luin. The news that Xiyu had been looking for a lover had also spread, and countless people had started paying attention to Astral 10. In Astral 8, a pair of eyes in the lava almost froze the sky. Tell Craner that Luin doesn't need to train anymore. Bring back one of his hands. In a huge spacecraft in space, Heart Phoenix's expression was gloomy. Young master, the news might not be true. Miss Xiyu might have been taken advantage of, but it shouldn't have been molestation, someone cautioned. Heart Phoenix stared into space. Regardless of whether it's true or not, that woman is mine since my brother assigned her to me. I won't allow anyone else to touch what's mine. Luin? First, he stole my sentinel mission, and now he's molesting my woman. How dare he? This subordinate will immediately report this to young Master Sarati. I'll take care of my own matters, Heart Phoenix said in a low voice. In another spacecraft in space, Bonnie of Astral 9 was shocked when he saw the news. Xiyu is a powerhouse of Astral 8, and few melders are a match for her. Looks like Astral 10 isn't full of trash after all. Mentor was right to send me here. Because of Xiyu's news, more and more spacecraft from the Innerverse entered space and headed towards the Outerverse. Xiyu was well aware of her own influence. Every member of the Soul Dream tribe was a celebrity, not to mention her as the young mistress. Furthermore, she was an elite student of Astral 8 and one of the strongest melders. She was certain that the news would cause Luin trouble for a long time. At this moment, she could almost see Luin speechless with a headache, and her lips curled up. Who told you to call me a washboard? It wasn't just the Innerverse that paid attention to Xiyu, there was a considerable number of people in the Outerverse as well. Big Pow and Little Pow were typical fans. The two couldn't believe it when they saw the news, and they confirmed it several times before looking at each other in shock. Brother, Luin? Is he from our academy? Who else could it be? Bro, we're in trouble, Little Pow said strangely. Big Pow was bitter. My goddess was taken advantage of. Little Pow was helpless. Bro, that's not the point. There are probably a lot of people on their way to Astral 10 right now. Let's go find Luin, he didn't even know that he was in trouble. Speaking of which, if he was able to take advantage of Xiyu, that woman definitely isn't weak. Outside of the training grounds, Astral 10 was unoccupied. Luin found a random spot in the teleportation device and took a good nap. When he woke up, he found over 100 messages looking for him, all from Big Pow and Little Pow. When he saw so many messages, Luin felt that something was wrong and immediately replied. Not long after, Big Pow and Little Pow appeared. When they saw Luin, Big Pow immediately grabbed him and gritted his teeth. You brat, tell me, which hand did you use to take advantage of her? Luin was confused. Take advantage of what? Little Pow showed Luin the news that Xiyu had released. Luin finally found out about the woman's origins, and when he saw the contents of the news, he had a strange expression and was speechless. Take advantage of her? It wasn't that exaggerated, but he had already done what he could, so it could be considered taking advantage of her. But that woman was really crazy. She had clearly told him not to tell anyone about what had happened underground, but she had revealed it herself. There was definitely something wrong with her brain. When they saw Lu Yin's expression, Big Pow and Little Pow looked at each other. This bastard had really taken advantage of her. It's over, we have to think of something. There must be a lot of people on their way to Astral 10 right now. Big Pow said helplessly. Little Pow looked at Luin. You should go into hiding. Those who can pursue Xiu are all absolute experts. Of the younger generation. You've already experienced her strength, she's very strong, right? She's one of the top melders in Astral 8, but she's definitely not the strongest. Moreover, there are quite a number of her pursuers who are stronger than melders. Thank you for your support, please subscribe, please donate. Stronger than a melder? A Lemeter? Are they explorers? Luin was shocked. Little Pow shook his head. Explorers can't be. Once you become an explorer, you can apply to graduate. Those people can't casually fight others, but there are definitely Lemeters. Don't treat them as normal Lemeters. They started out as melders and participated in ported battles as well as the Three Realms 6 Daos trial. It's possible for them to challenge those above their realms. You're still a melder, so it'll be difficult for you to fight them. You should hide. Luin muttered to himself. His cultivation had just started on the right track, and now that he had comprehended battle force, he could go even further in the ported battles. 100 victories was already very close to him, and the next step was the Three Realms 6 Daos trial. He didn't want to leave, and Xiu had said that the way to strengthen battle force was through battle. Since she had attracted so many powerhouses to him, then he would fight. Seniors, I'll have to trouble you. I don't want to leave, so I'll stay here and cultivate. If anyone comes looking for trouble, they can come straight at me. I won't hide. Big Pow's eyes lit up, and he patted Lu Yin's shoulder. You're ambitious. Actually, I don't agree with you hiding either. Astral 10 isn't that afraid of trouble. If you can't even pass this trial, then how can you compete with others in the Three Realms 6 Daos? Alright, go cultivate. Little Pow nodded as well. This was the first time he had taken his junior seriously. This incident might not be a bad thing, but it all depended on how far he could go. At that moment, Big Pow received a notification on his gadget, and his expression changed. So soon? Luin and Little Pow looked at him. He solemnly said, someone is looking for trouble. It's Craner from Astral 8. Who? Luin was puzzled. Big Pow replied, a melder from Astral 8 who isn't any weaker than Xiu. He's also ranked second on the Blaze Realms rankings, second only to Jared. Blaze Realm. Lu Yin's face sank. This wasn't the first time he had encountered someone from that power. They had been the ones who had blocked Astral 10's entrance exam, but Lulu had taken care of them. This time, he wanted to test himself against this so-called second place. Go to the Sand Ocean. If he's looking for trouble, we'll have him find you, Little Pow said. Luin nodded, entered the teleportation device, and headed straight to the Sand Ocean. At Astral 10 space station, a spacecraft's hatch opened and a group of disciples from the Blaze Realm walked out. Craner disembarked and looked around. Soon, this place would belong to the Blaze Realm. Little Pow arrived at the space station and faced Craner directly. Craner looked at Little Pow. You're a student of Astral 10? Where's Luin? Tell him to come out. Little Pow frowned and thought for a moment before raising his hand and using his star energy as a pen. He carved a few words on a tall wall that read, Luin is at the Sand Ocean. He then glanced at Craner with disdain and turned to leave without another word. Craner was enraged that someone had actually dared to look down on him. The Sand Ocean? Fine, this is just a spar between students. I hope that the mentors of Astral 10 will not interfere. Little Pow slowly left. Craner snorted and walked towards the teleportation device. The disciples of the Blaze Realm beside him wanted to follow but were stopped by Craner. Students could enter and leave, but non-students could not. The 10 academies in the universe were all branches of the Astral Combat Academy. Together, they were called the Astral Combat Academy. However, the universe was too vast and they could not all be contained in one location, so they were divided into 10 academies. Although Craner was a student of Astral 8 in name, he was actually also a student of Astral 10. Even though he looked down on Astral 10 was still Astral 10. Blaze Realm disciples were not allowed to enter, or else they would be looking down on the entire Astral Combat Academy. Craner's eyes darkened as he stepped into the teleportation device. That person had said that he would bring back one of Lu Yin's hands and make it impossible for him to cultivate. Thus, he would break all 4 of his limbs. However, he had to ensure that the mentors of Astral 10 would not interfere. At this moment, Lu Yin was deep in thought. With Shiyu's status, she should be able to attract many powerful enemies. If he just fought, it would be a waste of time. He inexplicably recalled what had happened during Earth's trial, and his lips curled up. This was not a bad idea. Craner looked at the endless desert in front of him. This was Astral 10's famous sand ocean. Rumor had it that it had once been a holy land for battle force cultivation, but because Astral 10's headmaster had gone mad, the sand ocean had undergone a drastic change, and this holy land had never returned. Student of Astral 8, Craner, requests an audience with Astral 10's Sandmaster, he shouted. Lu Yin raised his head and looked into the distance. He was finally here. What is it? Speak, the Sandmaster's voice echoed throughout the desert. Craner spoke in a low voice, this student wishes to spar with your academy's Lu Yin. I hope that the Sandmaster will grant my request. I won't interfere. Craner's lips curled up, I hope that the Sandmaster won't interfere before one side concedes. I already said that I won't interfere, so I won't. What are you blabbering on about? Get lost if you keep blabbering. The Sandmaster's temper was much worse than the Rainmaster's, and Craner was not angered by the scolding. Instead, he was pleased with himself. This was exactly what he wanted, and he had already recorded it down. As long as he crippled Lu Yin before he conceded, no one would be able to find fault with him. Lu Yin stood up and quietly watched the man walking over. This was Craner, who was ranked 2nd on the Blaze Realms rankings. Craner's eyes flashed when he saw Lu Yin, and his voice turned cold. Junior Lu Yin, I've heard a lot about you. Lu Yin indifferently replied, looking for trouble? Craner smiled, what are you talking about, Junior? It's just a spar. As an elite student of Astral 10, you wouldn't be afraid, would you? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, you don't have to provoke me. We can spar, but there are conditions. Craner was puzzled, conditions? Lu Yin smiled, I was cultivating, and you came to disturb me for no reason. You even said that you wanted to spar and wasted my time, so I have to repay you. Craner laughed and said disdainfully, sure. What do you want, Junior? Lu Yin raised 2 fingers, 20,000 star crystals, and I'll spar with you. Craner's expression changed, 20,000? Are you crazy? Do you know how much 20,000 is? You don't have that, senior? Lu Yin mocked. Craner snorted, I do, but you're not worth that price. I can give you another option. If you lose, you have to give me your cosmic ring. If you win, I won't give you a single cent. How about that? Lu Yin tempted. Craner grinned, alright, you have to keep your word. Let's do that. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, great, as expected of a powerhouse from the Blaze Realm. Senior, you can make your move now. Craner sneered, be careful, Junior. This senior doesn't know how to control his strength properly. He then charged towards Lu Yin, the star energy around his body transforming into flames that warped the air as he sent a palm strike towards Lu Yin from afar. It was as if a dazzling sun had appeared above the desert, accompanied by a scorching heat that engulfed Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed. Craner truly lived up to his reputation as an elite student of Astral 8. His control of star energy was not inferior to Delay's, and he might even be slightly stronger. Craner's star energy was even more powerful than Arkino's, who he had met during Astral 10's exam. Arkino had borrowed the power of the sun, but Craner had relied on his own star energy to reach such a level. He truly lived up to his title as 2nd on the rankings. Lu Yin still remembered his battle with Gerbok, who had needed to use the Thunderbolt fruit to unleash the Thunderbolt arrow. Compared to Craner, Craner was much stronger. This person's strength was not much weaker than Shiyu's musical battle technique, but it was a pity that he had met Lu Yin. Lu Yin disappeared with flash and tore through Craner's star energy seal to appear in front of him. He raised his hand and unleashed a 9. Stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. Craner's pupils shrank and his scalp went numb as he sensed danger. He instinctively dodged, but there was a violent explosion that sent shockwaves in all directions, scattering Craner's star energy. He turned around, this person was definitely not an ordinary melder. He had been wrong, he had thought that teasing Xiyu was just a joke. He did not think that there was anyone in Astral 10 who could compare to Xiyu and suppress her, but now it seemed that this person was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Luin did not stop and reached out to grab Craner. Craner growled as he donned his ring armor, his star energy transforming into flames that swept out in all directions. He was about to explode. Luin was disdainful and unleashed another 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm on Craner's body. Craner spat out a mouthful of blood as his ring armor shattered and his body was pressed into the sand. The 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm could even match a Lemiteur's limitless palm, not to mention Craner. Although this person was strong, he was not as troublesome as Xiyu. Xiyu's musical battle technique was soft but firm, which posed a greater threat to Luin. Luin grabbed Craner, who was already heavily injured. He did not hold back and removed his cosmic ring before tossing Craner onto the sand. "Stop, stop!" Craner shouted with great difficulty as he glared at Luin. Luin squatted down and looked at him indifferently. "Are you trying to cheat?" Craner gritted his teeth. "There's a battle technique from the Blaze Realm in there. If you steal it, you'll be hunted down endlessly by the Blaze Realm." Luin was disdainful. "I never intended to take your so-called Blaze Realm battle technique, but now that you've said that, I'll seem too cowardly if I don't take it." Craner's expression changed. "What do you want?" Luin poured out everything from Craner's cosmic ring. There were more than 10,000 star crystals, some Mavis bank cards, medicine, ring armor, and even some firearms. There were also many other things that Craner didn't recognize. The burning sensation was probably related to the battle technique that Craner was training in. Luin didn't have the time to slowly ask. He took the star crystals, the Mavis bank cards, a bottle of blood, and a red card with the Blaze Realm's symbol on it. This was probably the Blaze Realm's battle technique. Craner's face paled as he stared at Luin. Once Luin learned the Blaze Realm's battle technique, he would be hunted down by the Blaze Realm, and he would not be able to escape responsibility. "I'm not interested in the Blaze Realm's battle technique, but I can still make quite a bit of money if I sell it, right?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. Craner's tone was gloomy. "What do you want?" Lu Yin's gaze was cold. "I want to know about Astral 8's top experts and the people you're loyal to." Craner sighed inwardly. This request wasn't too much. "Alright, I'll tell you." He paused for a moment, but when he saw Luin staring at him, Craner organized his thoughts before speaking in a low voice. "There's a Realm Master and 3 Area Masters in Astral 8. I'm loyal to one of the Area Masters, the top of the Blaze Realm's rankings, Jared." "Wait, what Realm Master and Area Master? What does that mean?" Luin frowned. Craner was confused. "You don't know what Realm Master and Area Master mean?" Luin snorted. "Cut the crap. Just tell me." Craner coughed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth before panting slightly. "The Astral Combat Academy holds the key to the 3 realms and 6 Daos, and there are many mysterious training grounds in the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Powerful students can control these training grounds and obtain great benefits. Those who can control an entire training ground are called Realm Masters, and those who can control a famous training ground are called Area Masters." "You've never been to the 3 realms and 6 Daos?" Luin muttered to himself, so this was what the 3 realms and 6 Daos were like. "Are Area Masters very strong?" Craner sneered. "Strong? That's not enough to describe it. Every training ground only has a few famous training grounds, and only the powerhouses who control these training grounds are qualified to be called Area Masters. Every training ground has thousands of elite students vying for supremacy, and these students aren't just melders. There are also quite a few Lemiteurs who can snatch the position of Area Master from these powerhouses. Tell me, isn't that strong? You're ranked second on the Blaze Realm's rankings, but the person ranked first actually became an Area Master? Is he that much stronger than you?" Luin was confused. Craner was speechless, as this was something he had always been depressed about. Jared was much stronger than him, and not only was he a Lemiter, but he had also defeated many powerhouses to obtain the position of Area Master. Craner, did he know Jared's limits? "What about the Realm Master?" "Who's that?" Luin was curious. How terrifying was it to be able to control an entire training ground? Luin hadn't even obtained the qualifications to enter a training ground. Crainer's eyes flashed with fear at the mention of the Realm Master. The Realm Master's name is Fengxiang, and he's the strongest student in Astral 8. He's also a member of the Council of Astral Academy. He founded the Gale sect and stands at the peak of the Tao of Illusion. Council of Astral Academy? Luin was puzzled. Crainer said, the Astral Academy is divided into 10 academies, but there's a Council of Astral Academy that governs the entire academy. Only Realm Masters can join it. It's a subordinate organization to the 10 Arbiters Council, and it has the authority to request the council. Can it meet the 10 Arbiters? Crainer nodded. In theory, yes. How? Luin asked. Crainer replied, I've already said that only those who have reached the Realm Master level can join. In theory, one person from each academy can join, but it's been hundreds of years, and the council has always maintained 9 members. Your Astral 10 has already been separated from the council for hundreds of years. Luin fell silent. Rumor has it that your Astral 10 has been exiled to the Outerverse. Although it was the 10 Arbiters Council that made the decision, the topic of discussion came from the Student Council. The Student Council then reported the topic to the 10 Arbiters Council, and in the end, the 10 Arbiters decided that Astral 10 should be exiled. Speaking of which, you should really thank the Student Council. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the chance to join Astral 10, Crainer mocked. Luin raised a hand and smacked Crainer's head. If you want to speak, then speak. Don't be so sarcastic. Crainer was furious, but since he could not defeat Luin, he could only endure it. Tell me about Jared. How strong is he? Luin was curious. He had a premonition that he would definitely meet this person in the future. Crainer shook his head. I don't know. Jared is the strongest descendant of the Blaze Realm, and the Blaze Realm has used all of their cultivation resources on him. I only know that he must have learned the Blaze Realm's ancient battle technique, the Karmic Flame Sword. As for what he obtained in Astral 8, I don't know. Plus, he's an area master, so no one knows what he obtained in the Tao of Illusions. No one has ever forced him to use his true strength. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. This person was more troublesome than he had imagined. The Karmic Flame Sword was not simple, and the Blaze Realm had been able to survive in the Innerverse for countless years. This battle technique must have been very useful, and there was also the Tao of Illusions, one of the 6 Taos. Is Fengxiang the Realm Master of the Tao of Illusions? Does that mean that the Tao of Illusions belongs to Astral 8? Luin asked. Crainer shook his head. Aside from the 3 realms, the other 6 Taos all have people from their respective academies. However, Astral 8 mainly focuses on the Tao of Illusions. This is a tacit agreement between the 6 academies. Every academy focuses on a single Tao, and anyone who tries to snatch more will definitely incur everyone's wrath. Luin was unhappy. The 3 realms had been split between the first 3 academies, and the remaining 6 Taos had been split between the 6 academies. Astral 10 had nothing to do with the division. It was no wonder that Astral 10 had set a rule that only those who had won 100 ported battles could enter the trial zones. The other 9 academies had already split their territories, so any student from Astral 10 would definitely be unlucky if they entered. They would either be laughed at or directly expelled. I've already said so much. Can you return my things now? Crainer asked. Luin casually tossed the red crystal card back to Crainer. He really did not care about the Blaze Realm's battle techniques, as he had not even fully learned his own. Unless it was a truly top-notch battle technique, he did not care. If it was the Karmic Flame Sword, then he would not return it so easily. How much money do you have in these cards? Luin asked. Crainer gritted his teeth, and his expression turned ugly. 70,000 star crystals. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he could not help but laugh. He was rich again. Including Shiyu's, he now had nearly 150,000 star crystals on him, which was a huge sum. Robbing was still the fastest way, especially for the elite students of the Innerverse. They were rich, unlike the students of the Great Yu Empire who only had a few star crystals. Not bad, not bad. Feel free to challenge me again, Luin encouraged. As he spoke, he took out a sign and wrote down the rules of the spar. Just like Craner, the loser had to hand over their cosmic ring. He knew that there would definitely be a lot of bored students who would come looking for trouble, but he was too lazy to explain the rules. Craner's chest tightened when he saw the rules, and he coughed again. This time, there was even a trace of blood. He glared fiercely at Luin before turning to leave. Feel free to come again, Luin called out with a smile. Craner coughed again and ran away impatiently. Today had been a nightmare for him. He had never thought that Astral 10 would have such a strong person whose strength surpassed all melders. Unless that person made a move, there were not many melders who could be this person's match. As he watched Craner disappear, Lu Yin's smile faded, replaced by a solemn expression. The other powerhouses from the other academies had not expected this. They had thought that after becoming a melder, Lu Yin's physical body and battle force would allow him to dominate the world. However, based on Craner's description, he was still far from being able to do so. He might not even be able to defeat an area master, let alone a realm master. There were still the top 3 academies that dominated the 3 realms, and there would only be more powerhouses there. I'm still too slow. I need to get stronger as soon as possible, Luin thought to himself. A tall figure had appeared behind him at some point. His body was naked, and his muscles were bulging. His body was covered in scars, and he quietly looked at Luin. Luin turned around, and his expression changed when he saw the figure. He then thought of something and bowed slightly. Greetings, Sandmaster. The tall figure was the Sandmaster. Kid, you've comprehended battle force and have barely gained the recognition of the Sand Ocean. You can choose a battle technique, and I'll help you deduce it. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he had forgotten about this. If the Rain Observatory could gain recognition, then so could the Sand Ocean. Battle force was a sign of recognition, and the requirements were much higher than the Rain Observatory. Thank you, Sandmaster. Tell me, what battle technique? The Sandmaster's expression was solemn as he quietly looked at Luin. Luin was silent for a long time, and then he looked up and solemnly said, Flash. The Sandmaster's eyes narrowed. Let me see. Luin exerted strength in his calves, and his body vanished. His current flash was different from what Peach had taught him. He had incorporated some of White Flash's techniques into it, increasing his speed slightly. It was enough to deal with a normal melder or even a Lemeter, but Luin would never forget the scene of him being sealed by someone else's star energy during the ported battle. He did not want to repeat that and wanted to increase his flash's speed again. The Sandmaster was shocked when he saw the Day-Night Clan's footwork battle technique. This kid had truly surprised him. Luin had a terrifying innate physical gift, a sealed body, and the technique that Guan Yu had mentioned. Now, he even had the Day-Night Clan's battle technique. Very good, very smart, but too bad it was too messy. Kid, do you know that when the body breaks through a certain limit, it will bring about different changes? The Sandmaster asked calmly as he placed a hand on Lu Yin's shoulder. Let me see your limit. The Sandmaster exerted strength with one hand, causing Luin to feel a sharp pain in his shoulder. The scene in front of him changed, and the desert disappeared as if he was teleporting. No, it wasn't the desert that had teleported, but Luin himself. His eyes could not keep up with the changes as he moved too quickly. A series of afterimages slowly disappeared behind him, and spatial cracks even appeared on both sides of him. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Spatial cracks? This wasn't something that a melder could achieve. What kind of speed was this that could tear the void apart? The Sandmaster was shocked as well. This kid's body had yet to reach its limit, and the Sandmaster liked it. He thought to himself as he increased his speed. Pain spread throughout Lu Yin's body as his skin slowly cracked open. Spatial cracks streaked past him like water, and he caught a glimpse of Michelle before disappearing in an instant. Suddenly, everything in front of him went still, and Luin vomited. He had fainted because his speed had been too fast for his body to keep up. The Sandmaster was astonished. After the seal had been removed, Lu Yin's body had become so terrifying that few melders could compare to him. This person's family might be extremely powerful, but where did they come from? Luin could not tell, as there were no obvious characteristics. The few families with powerful bodies all had obvious characteristics. After vomiting for a while, Luin finally recovered. His face was a little pale, and he smiled bitterly. "Sandmaster, that was too fast." The Sandmaster calmly replied, "That was the limit of what your brain can handle. Feel it for yourself. By the way, your body has yet to reach its limit." Luin was shocked. "I can do that?" The Sandmaster gazed into the depths of the desert. Footwork battle techniques require a high level of physical strength. Your body is very strong, and you should be able to achieve it if you use it properly. Feel it for yourself. With that, he vanished. Luin muttered to himself and then sat down to carefully experience the extreme speed and physical reaction he had just experienced. The Sandmaster had just left when his expression changed. He looked into the distance, muttered to himself, and then stepped into the void. End of chapter 132. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.